The colossal structure rose upright like a silent sentinel, and beside it stood rows of individuals clad in distinctive uniforms, their formation rigid and disciplined. These stern warriors, draped in heavy cloaks and concealed behind imposing helmets, were none other than the elite knights sworn to defend Duke Beowulf's castle. From the heart of the shimmering magical portal, a pair of human legs stepped forward onto solid stone, followed by the full figures of warriors who had finally reached the long-anticipated terminus of their arduous journey. At the forefront stood Yin, the composed head of the mission, accompanied by his trusted high-ranking knights, Cheryl, Lena, and Cruel Dwight, as they emerged into the imposing domain of the castle. While the mistress of the vast stronghold maintained a reserved silence, Cheryl's eyes sparkled with unconcealed delight as she surveyed the grand architecture and austere northern splendor surrounding her. The moment he crossed the threshold, Cruel Dwight felt an icy current seep through his armor and into his bones, prompting him to wonder whether it was perpetually this frigid in the homeland of Lorena Beowulf. Yin fixed his gaze forward with disciplined calm, mindful that their presence here was no mere visit. They had come to fulfill a mission that would require them to stand shoulder to shoulder with Duke Beowulf's knights against the northern threat. The barbarians they were to confront were infamous throughout the kingdom for their monstrous strength, corded muscles, merciless temperaments, and the deadly crescent axes that gleamed like reapers' blades in battle. In this unforgiving land where fertile soil was scarce and survival demanded bloodshed, constant skirmishes erupted over territory, leaving the Beowulf clan's knights perpetually in need of valorous reinforcements. Though brave and seasoned in defeating formidable foes, Yin was acutely aware of a significant complication awaiting them in this harsh northern frontier. He could not predict whether the proud northern knights, renowned for their unbending honor, would graciously accept assistance from warriors who hailed from outside their domain. Their quiet deliberations were abruptly interrupted when Lady Lorena Beowulf stepped forward, her voice steady yet laden with unspoken weight as she prepared to address the assembled cadets. Yin regarded Lorena questioningly as she warned them that what awaited inside these walls might defy their expectations, urging the cadets to steel both heart and mind for unforeseen revelations. From the sidelines, a stern man with a neatly tied ponytail observed the newcomers' arrival and demanded clarification regarding the reinforcement allegedly dispatched by a special unit. Placing a hand formally against his chest, the man offered a measured greeting, introducing himself as Hans Maringer, the butler of the Beowulf estate, and politely reminding the guests to conduct themselves with due propriety. In Hans Maringer's restrained yet unmistakably firm opinion, these uninvited visitors, however distinguished, ought to consider returning to the lands from which they had come. He explained that the Northern Command had neither requested external aid nor declared readiness to receive guests within the castle walls, expressing a hope that his candid stance would be met with understanding. Once, Hans Maringer had served as the formidable commander of the Beowulf Castle Knights, and though age had drawn him into retirement, his loyalty endured as he assumed the quieter role of steward. Regardless of his current station, Yin believed that a man of Hans Maringer's caliber must have possessed at least third-rank authority in his prime, making it astonishing to see such a warrior now clad in a butler's attire. Lorena Beowulf stepped closer to Hans Maringer, gently remarking on how much time had passed since they last stood face to face, though he responded with solemn restraint and reminded her to choose her words with respect. She clarified that their arrival was not a social visit but the execution of an official mission, undertaken in her capacity as a representative of the special unit. With visible effort, Hans Maringer addressed her formally as "my lady," yet could not resist recalling her unauthorized departure and the anxiety that had consumed the castle during her unexplained absence. Overcome with emotion, Hans Maringer accused Lorena's earlier words of being hurtful, confessing that her sudden enlistment in the special unit without notice had left them all tormented by worry. Night had fully fallen as Yin, Cheryl, and Cruel Dwight watched the exchange unfold with widened eyes, never having anticipated such a deeply personal confrontation. When Hans Maringer's gaze caught the faint scratch upon Lorena's cheek, indignation flared within him as he questioned the captain who had allowed such harm. only for Lorena to respond that this very reaction was why she had hesitated to return. Hans Mehringer absorbed her words like a blade to the heart, for the entire household had endured the passing days sustained only by the hope of her eventual return. At last, the young aristocrat softened, acknowledging her own sharpness and offering a quiet concession to the loyal servant who had guarded her home in her absence. Lorena regarded Hans Mehringer with newfound warmth, gently pointing out the gray strands that had appeared in his hair and inquiring with sincere concern about his well-being. The butler's stern composure faltered once more, astonished by the tenderness shown by the very mistress he had moments earlier rebuked. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Hans Mehringer, who had stood like an unyielding pillar mere moments ago, broke into tears, overwhelmed by affection and relief. Shivering in the northern chill, Hans Mehringer ushered Lady Lorena inside and spoke proudly of the estate's cook, nearly forgetting in his flustered devotion to extend the same invitation to Yin and the others. As Lorena proceeded ahead through the grand corridors, Hans Mehringer informed her that Duke Beowulf would soon return from his hunt, his voice tinged with anticipation. He added that they might even share a meal together upon the Duke's arrival, though Lorena's expression cooled noticeably at the mention of her father. Turning back to Hans Mehringer, who stood ready to heed her every word, Lorena quietly requested that he refrain from speaking of her father for the time being. The aristocrat serving within the special detachment had no desire to reopen old wounds or hear anything concerning him at that moment. The squad dispatched to the northern territories intended to complete their mission before Duke Beowulf's return, though Hans Mehringer instinctively began to protest the impracticality of such haste. According to the former commander, Hans Mehringer, Lorena might have misunderstood her father's intentions, suggesting that the distance between them stemmed from miscommunication rather than malice. Elsewhere within the expansive Beowulf family castle, beneath a grand chandelier that cast fractured light across marble floors, a voice echoed irritably, dismissing the unfolding matters as little more than a troublesome jest. Cruel Dwight and Cheryl sat at an ornate dining table, awaiting Lorena's arrival, and the aristocratic knight's impatience was evident in the restless tapping of his fingers. The sight of meticulously prepared dishes set before them tested their restraint, yet the attentive maids assured them that propriety demanded they wait for the lady of the house. Hunger gnawed particularly fiercely at cruel Dwight, whose irritation mounted at being forbidden to touch the lavish feast laid temptingly within arm's reach. In exasperation, the aristocratic knight compared himself and Cheryl to tethered hounds awaiting scraps, unable to fathom why Lorena's return was taking so long. Cheryl urged him in a hushed tone to lower his voice, lest his complaints reduce their standing further, though cruel Dwight insisted he had spoken no insult against anyone present. When a maid subtly likened his manners to those of an unruly dog, cruel Dwight flared with outrage, declaring himself the proud son of Earl Dwight with unrestrained indignation. Yet the domestic attendant remained unfazed, well aware of noble temperaments from years of service within the Beowulf estate. Cruel Dwight was startled by the maid's composed insight, while Cheryl advised calmness, noting that Yin had not yet joined them, an absence that further perplexed the knight. According to Cheryl, their mission leader was engaged in private business, pursuing something of particular interest that could only be found within these northern walls. Soon enough, Yin stood within the armory of the Duchy of Beowulf, a chamber he had long desired to enter, where ancestral halberds, razor-edged swords, and relic weapons were meticulously preserved. Yin recalled vividly how, in his previous life, Emperor Leon Kavalan had traversed the continent in relentless pursuit of a singular blade he deemed indispensable. That blade traced its origin to a dragon slayer who, after defeating a solitary dragon, had sundered the beast's remains to forge two extraordinary swords from its essence. After Bahamut slew that hero, one of the twin weapons eventually came into his possession, yet the second sword remained lost, an object of obsessive pursuit for Emperor Leon Kavalan. To secure that elusive weapon and fulfill his paramount ambition, the Emperor had once paid an immense sum of gold to enlist the aid of a special detachment tasked with locating the missing blade. He expanded the search relentlessly across the breadth of the entire continent, dispatching informants and scouring forgotten archives, Yet despite his exhaustive efforts, the coveted weapon remained maddeningly beyond his grasp. Just as he had nearly abandoned hope, the missing sword was finally discovered, and now Yin stood within the northern armory, gazing upon the very blade that even the founder had failed to locate, its resting place hidden for generations. Never in his wildest imaginings would Yin have believed that the dragon's sword Alon could be stored so unceremoniously in a quiet corner of an armory in the northern territories, as though it were nothing more than a common relic. From memories etched deep within his previous life, Yin remembered Alon all too well, the elder counterpart to Emperor Leon Kavalin's sword, the very weapon that had once pierced through Yan's own body in a fatal clash. It was a masterpiece of cold steel, its hilt exquisitely crafted with intricate engravings, and its crimson blade gleaming faintly, as if stained forever with the dragon's blood from which it was forged. As he beheld the long-sought treasure before him, a subtle smile curved upon Yan's lips, for he no longer harbored the slightest doubt that this blade was indeed the legendary Alon. Even Emperor Leon Kavalin himself had failed to truly defeat Yin in spirit, and now the warrior stood before the majestic weapon, an irresistible desire stirring within him to reach out and claim it. The conqueror of countless monsters in distant mountain ranges stared at the abandoned sword resting against the armory wall, astonished that such a priceless artifact stood neglected and unclaimed. Yin found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the extraordinary blade, marveling at the improbable fortune that had led him here. Before him lay one of the twin swords forged by the dragon slayer, the legendary dragon blade Alon, whispered of in epic tales and feared upon ancient battlefields. A faint smile lingered as Yin examined the weapon with reverent scrutiny, utterly certain that he was gazing upon the elder brother of the emperor's own sword. Suddenly, an unfamiliar resonance echoed through the silent chamber. Though alone among the racks of steel, Yan's eyes widened as the sound seemed to emanate from the blade itself. At first confused, he soon realized with a chill that the strange vibration was not mere imagination. It was the voice of the ancient sword, reverberating faintly within the stillness. Without further hesitation, Yin reached forward and firmly grasped the hilt, determined to test the truth of what he had sensed. In response, an otherworldly radiance erupted from the blade, surging upward into a towering pillar of light, as if the sword itself protested his audacity. Through its resonant hum, the magic weapon conveyed a clear and chilling message. Yin had no rightful claim to wield it. Though numerous blades filled Duke Beowulf's armory, none commanded Yan's attention as Alon did, for he had come here with a singular purpose. Upon contact, Yin noticed that the black glove encasing his hand had been partially scorched and torn, as though the blade had rejected him with tangible force. A flash of anger crossed his face as he examined the damaged glove, unable to comprehend why Alon would dare refuse him. Grinding his teeth, Yin muttered under his breath, cursing the cold weapon as a stubborn piece of junk for daring to defy him. He was now absolutely certain that what he had heard upon grasping the hilt had been a voice, clear, deliberate, and filled with disdain. The notion that he was deemed unworthy by an inanimate object stung deeply, leaving the young warrior both frustrated and unsettled. At that moment, Maman materialized beside Yin, her presence silent yet inquisitive, as she studied the strange spectacle unfolding before them. Even Maman admitted she had not anticipated such arrogance from a blade, remarking in surprise that Alon seemed to possess a will of its own. Some legendary weapons, she explained thoughtfully, carried fragments of divinity within them, choosing their masters according to inscrutable criteria beyond mortal control. With a faint, teasing smile, Maman informed Yin that in this matter, the outcome depended entirely upon his own strength and resolve. She added lightly that perhaps Yin simply was not yet in Alon's league, laughing at his expression, while the knight, stung but resolute, declared he would draw the sword regardless. Frustration simmered within Yin as he resolved that if the blade truly deemed him unworthy, he would sooner shatter it than accept such humiliation. His gaze fell once more upon the scorched glove, silent evidence of Alon's defiance and the lingering sting of rejection. Channeling dark energy through his veins, Yin transformed his hand into a monstrous, shadow-cloaked claw before seizing Elon's hilt again with unyielding determination. Instantly, blinding light flooded the armory, and the rebellious sword intensified its resistance, its radiance flaring as though to deny Yin outright. Yet Yin refused to release his grip, his fury and pride anchoring him as he held fast against the weapon's violent rejection. Amid the storm of brilliance, he tightened his grasp and proclaimed himself the rightful wielder, his voice unwavering despite the searing light. Now the obstinate warrior desired nothing more than for Elon to cease its rejection and acknowledge him as its new master. While this fierce struggle unfolded within the armory, night gradually enveloped the immense castle of Duke Beowulf in a cloak of shadow. The banner of the Beowulf family fluttered proudly in the cold wind, and within one of the grand halls, soldiers clad in formal uniforms stood aligned in disciplined formation. Clutching her sword thoughtfully, Lorena Beowulf wondered if it was the same blade she had once wielded in earnest battle, while a visibly anxious Hans Maringer implored her to reconsider her intentions. Lorena addressed her assembled knights with commanding clarity, urging them to confront the barbarians as they always had, reminding them that defending their land was their enduring duty. But this time, there could be no margin for error, for today Lorena Beowulf would ride alongside her knights, a decision that deeply unsettled Hans Maringer. Persisting in his pleas, the loyal butler begged her to wait for Duke Beowulf's return, yet Lorena's resolve remained unshaken. With steely eyes, she declared that if he believed her incapable of fulfilling even her basic duty, then he need not remain before her. When reminded that the objective was merely to capture 10 barbarians, an endeavor she considered easier than battling an ancient lich, Hans cautioned her not to underestimate the danger. Among the barbarians, their banners symbolized ancestral spirits, sacred relics they would defend to the death without hesitation. Hans Maringer despaired that his young mistress seemed unwilling to truly hear the gravity of his warnings. Turning to Lorena's companions, Hans insisted they safeguard her at all costs. Cheryl readily agreed, though cruel Dwight bristled at the implication. Cheryl expressed gratitude for the warm garments Hans had provided, without which they might have frozen, prompting Lorena to praise his attentiveness, a compliment that visibly pleased him. When Hans noticed the uniform Lorena wore, she explained calmly that this mission marked her first official assignment as a member of the special unit. As Lorena began to mention another vital member of their northern mission, she was interrupted by Yan's arrival, his appearance scorched and disheveled, apologizing that an unexpected complication had delayed him. Having missed the midday meal, Yan's battered state startled the others. Cruel Dwight laughed openly at his condition, only to be silenced abruptly when Yan struck him squarely in the nose. Maman coolly reminded Yan of his earlier claims of kindness, yet remarked that he appeared filthy and insolent. Irritated, Yan sharply demanded that she be silent. Maman suggested with playful indifference that Yan abandon the obstinate blade, remarking that such temperamental weapons were rarely popular. Yet Yan responded calmly that he possessed more than enough time to see this contest through. Elon, the Crimson Dragon blade and elder counterpart to Emperor Leon Kavalin's sword, had refused to acknowledge Yan, forcing him to hesitate rather than draw it outright, though the matter was far from concluded. Without warning, Lorena Beowulf stepped into their exchange, intent on clarifying a possible misunderstanding, her sudden involvement catching Yan off guard. As this marked her first official mission, Lorena wore lighter, more flexible attire unsuited to the northern frost, though she could easily layer a heavier coat. Still, her immediate priority was to dispel any confusion. Yin regarded her with visible puzzlement, uncertain what misinterpretation she feared or how it concerned the stubborn dragon's sword. Lady Lorena kept her gaze fixed upon Yin, listening attentively as he prepared to speak, her expression composed yet alert. When Yin unexpectedly complimented her figure in an attempt at levity, Lorena could only stare at him in stunned disbelief, momentarily speechless. Displeased by his ill-timed remark, she turned away with dignified resolve and ordered the estate's soldiers to ready themselves for the impending campaign. Moments later, commands rang out to unbar the massive fortress gates, their iron hinges groaning as a formation of armored knights advanced toward the barbarian front. Addressing her warriors with unwavering conviction, Lorena Beowulf urged them to fight without equal, declaring that she herself would ride beside them into battle. Standing near the castle's lady, cruel Dwight observed the fervor with thinly veiled amusement, privately dismissing the commotion as excessive over a handful of barbarians. Yen cast a sidelong glance at cruel Dwight, reflecting that such nonchalance was typical of capital-born aristocrats who had never truly faced the northern threat. For generations, the Beowulf family's steadfast defense had shielded the empire from these frontier tribes, though recent developments had shifted the balance. Under capable and unifying chieftains, the scattered barbarian clans had forged a formidable kingdom whose rising power now threatened imperial stability. Soon, the barbarian king himself would emerge upon the battlefield, ensuring that all who stood before him would learn the cost of defiance. He was hailed as the strongest man alive, and his name, spoken with awe and dread, was Valai. This northern kingdom, born from the union of once warring warrior clans, had grown powerful enough to challenge even the Caballan Empire. Valai, counted among the 5 supreme warriors who endangered the empire's dominance, embodied unmatched physical might. There was no combat technique beyond his reach. His immense physique allowed him to execute feats of strength that defied conventional limits. Yet beyond brute power, a far more unsettling trait set him apart and instilled fear in seasoned veterans. With a mere glance, Valai could discern an opponent's abilities and weaknesses, rendering him a living nightmare to the Imperial Knights. Drawing upon memories of his previous life, Yin knew grimly that every recorded attempt to slay Valai had ended in failure. Countless brave soldiers of the Empire had confronted the so-called strongest man in the world, only to fall heroically upon blood-soaked fields. In this lifetime, neither Yin nor his loyal companions possessed reliable intelligence regarding Valai's current whereabouts. Though ignorant of the barbarian king's precise location, Yin fervently hoped their mission would not culminate in a catastrophic encounter with him. The Beowulf family banner snapped sharply in the icy wind as their forces marched beneath its emblem. The 3rd Knightly Detachment, accompanied by representatives from the training center, pressed northwest through the dense forest of Beowulf territory. Clad in uniform armor and heavy iron helmets, the Palace Knights advanced with disciplined endurance, betraying no sign of discomfort despite the biting cold. Cruel Dwight, visibly irritated once more, ground his teeth and demanded to know how much longer their march through the wilderness would continue. He reminded the group of their decision to dismount from their horses, an action he still questioned, forcing them now to trudge knee-deep through snowbound forest. Others countered that horseback travel in such cold hindered maneuverability and stealth, and Yin, exhaling mist into the frigid air, acknowledged the added difficulty of maintaining formation. Turning to her companions, Lorena asked their impressions of these seemingly deserted lands, where winter ruled for nearly 200 days each year. In Beowulf territory, snow blanketed the barren landscape relentlessly, rendering survival arduous and agriculture scarce. Yet Lorena spoke proudly of those who called this harsh realm home, people forged stronger and braver by adversity, and she hoped her comrades would recognize the austere beauty within it. Yin regarded her as a model noblewoman, one worthy of emulation by other lords, and Cheryl voiced her agreement without hesitation. To the knights of her castle, Lorena was their guiding light and purpose, a mistress they revered above all else, and Cheryl affirmed their devotion. Thus, the frozen landscapes seemed more radiant, as Lady Lorena and her loyal knights stood ready to sacrifice everything for their homeland. Suddenly, the knightly leader called for readiness and pointed toward distant flames ahead, an ominous red signal fire that Lorena instantly recognized. Such signals were lit by scouts upon sighting barbarian forces, meaning their path would soon intersect with the enemy. Cruel Dwight brightened with eager anticipation at the promise of action, though Yin silently deemed his confidence excessive. Sabo, commander of the detachment, cautioned that what awaited them might prove far more brutal than expected. Cruel Dwight found Sabo's warning amusing, confident that the cadets had already endured harsher trials. During their examination in the Mountains of Blades, they had faced goblins, griffin-like beasts, and numerous undead horrors. Cruel Dwight even cited their battle against an ancient lich, claiming barbarians would be trivial by comparison. Sabo listened carefully, then signaled the warriors forward, accepting their confidence while urging vigilance. These were members of a special squad hardened by repeated brushes with death. Their boots crushed the snow with certainty, yet soon the pristine white of Beowulf land would be stained crimson. Ahead lay a spectacle unlike any they had previously encountered, an ordeal that would challenge even their seasoned resolve. During their winter advance, the force approached a modest settlement scarcely worthy of being called a village. There, knights of the ducal house alongside training center recruits unleashed a merciless assault upon the barbarian encampment. Armed with long iron spears and unwavering discipline, the Empire's warriors advanced methodically, determined to eradicate their foes without hesitation. After the brutal and unforgiving battle had finally subsided, Lorena Beowulf, Yen, and Cheryl remained standing amid the carnage, their breaths misting in the frigid air as they watched the defeated barbarians collapse to their knees. The survivors pleaded hoarsely for mercy, their cracked voices trembling as they begged not for themselves, but for the lives of their children, who clung to them in terror. For young Cheryl, the unfolding scene was nothing short of a waking nightmare. She stood frozen in place, her slender frame trembling, utterly unable to tear her wide, horrified eyes away from the huddled prisoners whose despair seeped into her very soul. In Cheryl's heart lived the unwavering belief that knights existed to shield the helpless from suffering, that they had sworn sacred oaths to defend the weak and dedicate their blades wholly to the service and honor of their lord. Yet among the smoke and drifting snow, one towering silhouette struck her as almost demonic in shape, grotesque against the pale horizon, and she found herself wondering with chilling uncertainty who the true barbarians really were. A man from her escort stepped forward abruptly, placing a firm, calloused hand over her eyes. With a bitter curse muttered under his breath, he urged her not to witness what was about to unfold before them. It was cruel Dwight, his usually sardonic expression replaced by grim severity, convinced that there was nothing here worthy of a young girl's gaze. Only blood, cruelty, and the irreversible consequences of war. Standing slightly apart from the others, Yen observed cruel Dwight's unyielding composure and recognized within it a disciplined steadfastness, proof that he had gained greater mastery over the demonic energy that once threatened to consume him. The former low-ranking cadet, now positioned at the center of this grim tableau, noticed the stunned disbelief etched across the faces of his former training companions. Yet he knew all too well that interethnic wars had always descended into such merciless extremes. Yin also understood a grim truth learned through bitter experience. No war existed in which armies politely confined their violence within their own borders, sparing foreign soil from devastation. The slaughter persisted until one side was utterly extinguished, leaving no survivors to bear witness. In such conflicts, soldiers did not discriminate. Children and elders alike fell beneath steel, swallowed by the same merciless tide of bloodshed. As the daughter of Duke Beowulf, Lorena Beowulf could not claim ignorance of these brutal realities. Yet knowing of such horrors in theory and standing before them in the flesh were profoundly different trials. This was a burden Lorena Beowulf would one day shoulder fully as ruler, and whether her spirit would prove strong enough to endure such relentless cruelty without breaking remained uncertain. Yan's contemplative thoughts were suddenly shattered by the piercing wail of a child, rising thin and desperate from the direction where the barbarian survivors lay scattered. Upon the snow, now stained a gruesome crimson that could no longer be called white, lay the lifeless body of a woman. Beside her, a small infant sobbed uncontrollably, reaching tiny hands toward a mother who would never answer again. Unable to remain indifferent to such raw sorrow, Cheryl hesitantly suggested that cruel Dwight approach the child, believing him capable despite his fearsome demeanor. Yet he warned her sternly not to act recklessly, for compassion could easily become fatal in such moments. The unfortunate barbarian child continued his heart-wrenching cries, calling again and again for the mother who lay silent and cold. In the cruel arithmetic of war, someone even muttered that perhaps the boy was fortunate to end his suffering swiftly. One armored knight stepped forward without hesitation, raising a heavy iron axe high above the helpless infant. intending to end the child's life then and there so he would not grow into another vengeful barbarian. In a heartbeat, the razor-edged blade would have descended upon the trembling child, until a piercing scream tore through the frozen air, commanding the knight to stop at once. Cheryl cried out with every ounce of strength in her small body, flinging her arms wide as though to shield the infant from afar, begging the knight, through tears, not to commit such an unforgivable act. The dire commotion drew the attention of every warrior who had accompanied them into the Northern Territory, including even cruel Dwight, who was known for his indifference towards strangers' suffering. Cheryl's screams eventually faltered into silence. She simply stared upward at the knight and his looming axe, her enormous eyes shimmering with unshed tears and immeasurable sorrow. Sir Kyle, who until that moment had remained silent so as not to provoke a dispute with the Imperial warriors, finally shifted his gaze toward the unfolding confrontation, his expression grave. The knight's weapon never completed its fatal descent, for the shaft was abruptly halted midair, blocked firmly by the hilt of another cold, gleaming blade. To the astonishment of all present, it was Lorena Beowulf who had intervened, stepping forward to restrain her subordinate. With unwavering authority, she ordered an immediate cessation of the killing of the defeated barbarians, leaving the knight visibly shaken. Declaring that enough blood had been spilled, Lorena Beowulf reminded her soldiers to focus solely on disarming any remaining threats, instructing them to secure provisions and prepare to advance without further unnecessary slaughter. The command not to harm the child was not merely a tactical decision, but Lorena Beowulf's personal decree, issued with full awareness of the consequences it might bring. Sir Kyle acknowledged quietly that this was entirely her judgment to make, yet the Imperial Knights who overheard Lady Lorena's order began murmuring discontent among themselves. One knight mockingly repeated Lady Beowulf's words about sparing the barbarian child, while another let out a derisive laugh, clearly dismissing his mistress's compassion as weakness. Clad in hardened steel and gripping blood-stained axes, the stern warriors treated Lorena's instruction as a jest, though the murderous impulse still burned fiercely within their battle-hardened hearts. Resolute and unflinching, Lorena Beowulf had trained in swordsmanship since early childhood upon the lands of House Beowulf, forging both her body and will in relentless discipline. As a scion of an ancient aristocratic lineage, she understood intimately what it meant to wage war against barbarians and had long prepared herself to shoulder that ruthless responsibility. Observing the fallen barbarian woman more closely, Lorena Beowulf noticed that the corpse was clad far too lightly for the merciless northern frost, her garments thin and inadequate against the biting cold. In stark contrast, the wailing infant had been carefully wrapped in thick, luxurious furs, protection clearly prioritized for the child, ensuring he would not succumb to the freezing wind. At that realization, something within Lorena shifted irrevocably, and with decisive grace, she interposed her sword, stopping the Imperial Knight's massive axe before it could claim innocent blood. Though the knight stared in confusion, unable to comprehend her reasoning, the young aristocrat declared firmly that the child would live, accepting all accountability for defying convention. As the barbarian boy's cries echoed through the tense silence, the hardened warriors of House Beowulf's retinue exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to understand their lady's unexpected mercy. They knew too well that even a single surviving barbarian might one day endanger the realm and its people, and despite being the Duke's daughter, Lorena technically lacked the sovereign authority to grant clemency. For Lorena Beowulf, standing beside Cheryl and cruel Dwight, the moment felt unbearable. Barbarian or not, the infant before them was merely a child, untouched by sin and incapable of crime. Outraged by her own knights' open defiance and their audacity to question her command, Lorena ordered that the visiting guests be escorted away, anger flashing in her eyes at the insinuation that she interfered on her own land. To Cheryl, such men scarcely deserved the title of knight. In her trembling conviction, soldiers were never meant to slaughter infants, and shame, not pride, should weigh upon their armored shoulders. Fury simmered beneath cruel Dwight's cold exterior as he warned the knights that if the child were slain before his eyes, the stain upon their honor, and upon his own conscience, would never allow him peaceful sleep again. Lifting his helmet slightly, Knight Baz cautioned Lorena Beowulf with a tense voice, advising her to measure her words carefully while she stood defending barbarians directly before loyal soldiers. With an angered glare that burned like steel striking flint, Baz expressed his hope that Lady Lorena Beowulf would comprehend the necessity of his intended actions. Just as Yen had foreseen, the fragile standoff escalated into open conflict of wills, for the knights sworn to defend their homeland were unwilling to bend, convinced their grim duty justified their stance. Hatred forged through rivers of spilled blood could not be dissolved by logic or morality alone. After so many lives lost, the notion of forgiveness felt distant, almost impossible to articulate without reopening wounds. Suddenly, Yan's racing thoughts were severed by the emergence of a strange and oppressive energy that seemed to materialize from the very air itself. A deep, resonant rumble vibrated across the frozen plain, forcing both Lorena Beowulf and Knight Baz to halt their heated exchange and glance skyward in alarm. Against the vast expanse of the winter-blue sky, an ominous shape appeared, cutting through the heavens with unnatural speed as it hurtled directly toward the Imperial Knights below. With urgent shouts, the warriors announced the terrifying return of Kabur, the barbarian chieftain believed slain in battle, and braced themselves for yet another brutal confrontation. In disciplined unison, the Imperial soldiers snapped into formation, spears lowered and axes raised, preparing to repel the sudden onslaught of this formidable and resurrected foe. With his sudden, awe-inspiring arrival, the formidable barbarian chieftain summoned forth a raging, crackling inferno, an eruption of searing, sparkling flame that tore through the battlefield like a living storm, intent on utterly annihilating every knight who dared stand against him. The warriors who became the first unfortunate victims of the stranger's brutal onslaught screamed into the smoke-choked air, their cries thick with agony and burning hatred as they faced an enemy whose overwhelming strength crushed both their bodies and their pride. Lady Lorena Beowulf felt that monstrous surge of power firsthand, her skin prickling as the overwhelming energy unleashed by the barbarian leader washed over her, forcing her to truly comprehend the terrifying might of the strongest warlord to walk the continent. The entire territory of the base, where Imperial Knights and elite members of the Special Task Force had been stationed, was swallowed in a suffocating crimson radiance, as though the very earth had begun to bleed beneath the weight of the savage invasion. Yet in the very next heartbeat, the violent red brilliance vanished, replaced by an all-consuming white glare, blinding and pure like freshly fallen snow, as if the battlefield's chaos had been erased and no clash of steel or scream of pain had ever existed. One resolute Imperial Knight, unable to tolerate the barbarian chieftain's assault upon the Empire's soldiers, burned with indignation, his fury directed not only at the savage enemy, but at the scouts whose clumsy failures had allowed this catastrophe to unfold. As the knight ground his teeth in frustration over the scouts' incompetence, a massive shadow loomed behind him, and an enormous, calloused hand, heavy as iron, descended upon his helmeted head with terrifying ease. It was one of the 20 barbarian chiefs, a towering brute who lifted the knight effortlessly by his skull as though he were nothing more than a rag doll, demanding to know in a low, dangerous tone whether his kin had been slain. The fearsome chieftain Kabur, his right eye blazing with an unnatural fire and a cryptic symbol etched across his shaved scalp, sought answers about the fate of his family and tribesmen, his expression twisted by suspicion and barely restrained wrath. Without granting the trembling warrior even a moment to respond, the bloodthirsty savage began committing unspeakable brutality, crushing and tormenting the unfortunate soldier's head with cruel deliberation. Fixing his glassy, predatory gaze upon the armored representatives of the Empire, the chieftain coldly vowed that they too would meet a merciless end beneath his hands. The knight's body convulsed as broken sounds still escaped his lips, blood spilling freely, while the barbarian threatened in a low, savage growl to slaughter the Imperial forces slowly, ensuring that each death would be steeped in agony. Unable to endure the sight of her loyal subordinates being slaughtered, Lady Lorena Beowulf launched herself forward in a desperate counterattack, her blade flashing toward the unsuspecting Kabur with righteous fury. Suddenly, a brilliant white radiance pierced the deep blue sky above the northern territories, its unnatural glow halting the battle momentarily as every soldier present stared upward in stunned disbelief. The assembled aristocrats fixed their eyes upon the colossal barbarian who dared challenge the Empire's rigorously trained warriors, their expressions wavering between disbelief and dawning fear. Gazing at the monstrous tribal leader, Lorena could scarcely comprehend that her finely forged sword had shattered upon contact with the giant's hardened, tattooed scalp, as though she had struck unyielding stone. An unfamiliar symbol burned brilliantly upon Kabor's forehead, pulsing with an eerie glow that he himself seemed to feel, as if the mark were alive and feeding power directly into his flesh. The wooden barricade encircling the Imperial base splintered and collapsed beneath the relentless invasion, shattered by the raw force of the savage warriors flooding through like an unstoppable tide. Recovering almost instantly from Lorena's strike, the astonishingly swift barbarian lunged toward her, his massive fists cutting through the air with murderous intent. Stunned by Kabor's unbelievable speed, so unnatural for one of his enormous build, the Duke's daughter watched in mounting terror as his movements blurred before her, each motion promising devastating impact. In the next breath, the barbarian leader extended his immense hand toward Lorena, fingers spread wide as he sought to seize her fragile form within his crushing grasp. The sharp iron spears of the Imperial Knights snapped into formation, their disciplined ranks bracing themselves to repel the bloodthirsty savages and shield the civilians behind them. Several knights rushed forward without hesitation, driving their spears into Kabor's towering frame to restrain his advance, urgently shouting for Lady Lorena to withdraw from immediate danger. Lorena's eyes met Cruel Dwight's for a fleeting instant, and he instantly grasped her unspoken intent. Murmuring a strained apology, he thrust his weapon into the barbarian's massive body. Yet despite their coordinated effort, the kingdom's warriors could inflict little more than superficial wounds. Realizing there was no immediate strategy left to turn the tide, Cruel Dwight bowed his head slightly and apologized once more to the young lady for having raised his voice at her amid the chaos. Keeping his unwavering gaze fixed upon Lady Lorena Beowulf, her steadfast knight urged her in a steady, solemn tone to prioritize her own safety, even if it meant retreating from the battlefield. Lorena parted her lips to call out Cruel Dwight's name, unable to look away from him, but the savage's renewed movement cut her words short before they could fully escape. Before her horrified eyes, the silhouettes of the valiant Imperial Knights seemed to blur and fade amid the swirling dust and blood, as though the young men were gradually being erased from existence. With a single, overwhelmingly powerful sweep of his arm, the barbarian chieftain hurled aside the warriors who clung to him, their armored bodies flung across the field like discarded shields. Against the gruesome backdrop of splattered crimson, a knight from the Beowulf household lay motionless after Kabor's crushing strike, his once proud armor now stained and lifeless. The barbarian leader raised his enormous hand high above Lorena, who stood frozen in shock, her gaze locked upon the savage giant looming like an executioner before her. The sudden emergence of a black wolf with blazing, ember-like eyes upon the battlefield disrupted the flow of combat, its presence altering the very rhythm of Kabor's deadly assault. Just as Kabor prepared to bring his colossal hand down in a fatal strike, a sharp sting of pain shot through him, and he saw fresh blood trickling where none should have been. The barbarian leader stared in astonishment at his wounded hand, baffled by the sudden gash that had appeared without warning upon his otherwise impervious flesh. The man who had stepped forward expressed clear disappointment, remarking with cold irritation that the injury inflicted upon the enemy amounted to nothing more than a shallow scratch rather than a grievous, bleeding wound. Kabor shifted his wild, blazing eyes toward the approaching challenger, astonishment evident in his expression as he reassessed the battlefield threat. Yen, the elite knight of the Empire's special unit, advanced with calm, measured strides, declaring with unwavering confidence that his blade would cleave the barbarian in two despite the monster's unnatural defenses. Gumin is the term used to describe the intricate tattoos carved into the bodies of barbarian chieftains, markings that serve far more than mere ceremonial decoration. It was the barbarian tribes themselves who devised the audacious method of channeling mana directly through these tattoos, abandoning reliance on dungeons in favor of inscribing power upon their own flesh. The tattoos etched across the barbarians' bodies function as conduits, directing raw mana into skin and muscle alike, reinforcing their physiques and rendering them terrifyingly resistant to harm. On the chaotic battlefield, Yin transformed his arm into a lethal weapon, striking blow after relentless blow against Chief Kabor, each slash driven by disciplined fury and a resolve to end the savage threat. For a fleeting moment, it seemed that the barbarian's defeat was within reach, yet an unforeseen barrier manifested before the resolute Yin, halting his advance. Kabor erected a formidable defensive stance, his mana-infused body forming an invisible wall that rendered the elite knight's mission vastly more arduous. Combined with their brutal mastery of martial combat, the mana tattoos transformed the savages into engines of destruction, amplifying both their offensive ferocity and their resilience. Frustration flickered across Yan's hardened features as he realized, with reluctant clarity, that the barbarian leader's strength far exceeded his initial calculations. At that same instant, Kabor roared thunderously and surged forward, intent on launching another devastating assault to crush the knight who dared oppose him. Yan's comrades from the special squad charged to his side, channeling every ounce of strength and mana into their coordinated assault against the towering chieftain. Lady Lorena Beowulf and Cruel Dwight struck simultaneously at Kabor's massive frame, yet their blades rang uselessly against his reinforced defenses, sparks scattering without effect. An exasperated Cruel Dwight sharply reminded the young lady, calling her princess, with pointed emphasis, that this very danger was why he had urged her to remain at a safe distance from the front lines. Kabor, the glowing symbol blazing upon his forehead like a sinister brand, cast a suspicious, contemptuous glance at the new attackers, dismissing them as insignificant children who had foolishly wandered into a war beyond their comprehension. Sneering as he dismissed the young knights as pathetic children, the barbarian chieftain Kabor lifted his enormous arms high, gathering brutal force for another devastating strike. Having failed to gain the upper hand in their initial clash with him, Cruel Dwight and Lady Lorena Beowulf were forced to retreat several steps, their boots grinding against the frozen earth as they reassessed the monster before them. Cruel Dwight's jaw tightened in fury when he realized that his blade had not so much as grazed the villain's flesh, and a chilling doubt crept into his mind. Was this savage truly human at all? While Lorena still burned with the desire to confront Kabor head-on, the barbarian seized the moment of hesitation, launching a sudden movement that caught the knights off guard. Cheryl hurried forward to report that the child had been escorted safely away from the battlefield, her voice steady despite the chaos. Yet Cruel Dwight, still seething, blamed Lorena openly, insisting that he would have slain the brute already had she not interfered at the crucial moment. The indignant Lorena could scarcely comprehend her comrade's accusation, her brows knitting in disbelief, while the irritated Cruel Dwight sharply recounted how his calculated strike had been disrupted when she stepped into his path during the clash with Kabor. Regaining her composure, Lady Lorena Beowulf firmly rejected his claims, countering with controlled conviction that it was in fact Cruel Dwight who had obstructed her movements during her attempt to outmaneuver Kabor. Cheryl remained silent, observing the tension between them as Cruel Dwight reminded Lorena of her defeat in their most recent training session. Yet to her, that sparring match bore little relevance to the brutal unpredictability of a real battlefield. Suddenly, Yan's commanding voice cut through the argument, ordering them both to silence. He warned that bickering in front of a formidable enemy only weakened their unity and diminished their chances of victory. Lorena turned toward Yan with a skeptical gaze, questioning whether he truly believed he could defeat Kabor alone. Though he denied such arrogance outright, there lingered in his calm demeanor a hint that he had indeed considered that possibility. Demanding that Yen halt his advance, Lorena insisted that now was not the time for reckless heroics. If the barbarian leader counterattacked while Yen stood exposed, the consequences could be disastrous. Kabor suddenly closed the distance with alarming speed, and someone shouted for the knights to scatter. Before they could fully evade, The barbarian unleashed a mana-infused blow that exploded outward, hurling armored bodies across the battlefield like leaves in a storm. Roaring accusations that the Empire had slaughtered his tribesmen, Kabor swore with savage intensity that he would annihilate every soul present, his vow of vengeance echoing across the blood-stained terrain. Incensed by the barbarian's threats and destruction, cruel Dwight resolved to strike once more, turning briefly to Lorena to request, almost plead, that she refrain from interfering in his assault this time. Meanwhile, Kabor continued swinging his massive arms in relentless arcs of destruction. The knights narrowly evaded each crushing strike, while Yin, observing from a measured distance, recognized that this chaotic exchange could not continue indefinitely without dire consequences. Had Lorena and cruel Dwight acted with seasoned coordination, the clash might have unfolded differently. Instead, each sought to prove individual strength, and their overlapping ambitions created a discordant chaos upon the battlefield. Cheryl boldly declared her intention to join the assault against Kabor. Yin initially considered warning her that additional interference might worsen the confusion, yet he paused, sensing there might be unexpected value in her resolve. The elite knight fell into brief contemplation amid the roaring battle, and in that fleeting moment, an unconventional strategy surfaced within his sharp and calculating mind. Cheryl moved to support Lady Lorena, urging her to act according to her own judgment. With the young cadet's intervention altering their timing and rhythm, the dynamic of the battlefield began to shift in subtle but meaningful ways. Yin noticed the emergence of this new contender within the fray, her unexpected coordination momentarily confusing even the seasoned warriors who had grown accustomed to predictable patterns. To a battle-hardened chieftain like Kabor, Cadet Cheryl's strikes initially seemed unimpressive. Her sword swings straight forward, her footwork simple, lacking the flamboyance of veteran techniques. Yet these modest attacks slipped neatly between the more forceful clashes of the others, weaving themselves into the chaotic tempo. In doing so, Cheryl's subtle contributions gradually transformed the battlefield's discord into a more structured harmony. Yin allowed himself a faint smile as he observed the shift. Far from hindering them, Cheryl's presence was unexpectedly impressive. He had never anticipated such instinctive battlefield awareness from her. In his previous life, Yin had never once heard Cheryl's name spoken with distinction, a fact that now puzzled him deeply. He could not fathom how someone of such latent talent had escaped his notice before. Even as the clash intensified, Cheryl complained to Lorena about cruel Dwight's abrasive demeanor, suggesting they unleash a combined, all-out assault. Yet despite the tension, Lorena refused to let insults fracture their unity. The battle raged on as the kingdom's knights attacked Kabor from multiple angles, their coordinated strikes forcing the barbarian leader to defend relentlessly against the storm of steel. Even the biting frost of the harsh northern air seemed to conspire against the savage, gusts of wind lashing at his towering frame, snapping at his exposed skin as though the land itself sought to wound him. Kabor could only watch as two knights leapt skyward in perfect unison, their blades descending in a synchronized arc meant to deliver a decisive and crushing blow. Raising his right arm, reinforced by mana-infused protection, the savage deflected their magical strike just in time. Yet the impact fractured his defensive construct, shattering its integrity and leaving him momentarily disoriented. In the next instant, a dark silhouette streaked across the sky above Kabor, its presence swift and ominous, accompanied by the eerie glow of a single burning eye. It was the 15th form of the dark spirit technique, a culmination of lethal mastery, which Yin had prepared as the decisive measure to bring down his formidable foe. Wielding the dark spirit was a gamble that could yield either triumph or ruin, yet Yin struck without hesitation, convinced that fate would favor his calculated resolve. The protective construct enveloping Kabor's massive arm rapidly disintegrated under the assault, and Yan's confidence surged as he sensed the barbarian's defenses faltering. The barbarian chieftain could do little but watch, frustration etched across his face, as his agile opponent maneuvered with precision and relentless control. On the battlefield, Yin executed the reverse rotation of the 15th dark spirit form, his transformed arm tracing a deadly arc through the air with practiced mastery. In the following heartbeat, The young knight unleashed a devastating blow infused with the essence of the dark spirit and the technique known as defeat of the heavens. Even the mighty Kabur cried out in raw, unrestrained agony as the strike tore through his defenses. For the first time, the seemingly invincible barbarian leader tasted true defeat at the hands of a knight he had deemed weaker. Stripped of a significant portion of his strength, the savage staggered and ultimately collapsed to one knee, unable to continue his ferocious assault. Yin stood firmly before the kneeling Kabur, uncertain whether the fall signaled surrender or strategy, and cautioned his comrades not to lower their guard prematurely. Lowering his gaze, the once dominant barbarian, now visibly drained of power, attempted to speak through clenched teeth, his pride warring against his weakened state. Cruel Dwight regarded the fallen chieftain with grim intensity, unable to decipher his muttered words, while Lorena still sensed the lingering energy radiating from Kabur. As the glowing symbol reignited upon his shaved head, she knew instinctively that this ordeal was far from over. A brilliant pillar of white light erupted skyward, enveloping Kabur's battered form. In an instant, he vanished from the battlefield, leaving only the stunned warriors of the kingdom behind. The knights stared at the swirling currents of air left in his wake, confusion mingling with frustration as some accused the barbarian of dishonorable flight. Though disappointed by Kabur's escape, Lorena felt profound relief that her comrades still stood alive. Regaining command presence, she ordered that they withdraw and report the entirety of the encounter to headquarters. Then, recalling Yan's last position, the group grew uneasy and began searching frantically, for their steadfast companion had stood there only moments before. The rocky terrain lay eerily silent beneath a cold sky, devoid of movement. An oppressive stillness settled over the land, as though the battle had never occurred. Dark droplets of blood stained the unforgiving stone, marking a grim trail that suggested a wounded being had staggered through this desolate place. There, leaning heavily against a jagged rock, was Kabur himself, his massive frame trembling as he clutched the grievous wounds inflicted during the clash with the Imperial Knights. Though pain coursed through his battered body, these injuries paled in comparison to the anguish he felt for his devastated tribe. Remembering the slaughter and suffering of his people, the savage resolved with grim determination to survive at any cost, and one day exact vengeance upon the royal forces who had destroyed his homeland. Suddenly, a calm voice nearby labeled his vengeful vow as cold-blooded, startling the wounded giant from his brooding thoughts. Yin emerged, stating coolly that Kabur's decision to retreat had been the correct one. Had he remained, destruction would have been certain. Only fools would call survival disgraceful, because in war, to endure is itself a form of victory. The furious barbarian hurled savage insults at the young man, still unable to grasp how he had managed to reach this place alive and unbroken. Yet Yin, the Empire's elite knight, kept his posture calm and measured, speaking with a steady restraint that cooled the air between them. He didn't come here to spill blood for sport. He came with purpose, and he made it clear he had no intention of killing his enemy. Yin requested answers to a few questions, his tone controlled but edged with urgency, as though each word might decide someone's fate. He was even prepared to let the chieftain walk away afterward, because information mattered more than vengeance right now. There was a single name that troubled him like a thorn under armor, and he needed to know whether the leader had heard it before. Todd could only stare, stunned, at the rival who had appeared as if the battlefield itself had spat him out. An hour ago, their blades and fists had clashed in a fierce exchange, and Todd had thought that chapter closed. Now, seeing that same figure standing here again, alive, composed, and dangerous, left him with a tight knot of disbelief in his chest. Turning squarely toward the barbarian, Yin, an elite knight attached to a special detachment, asked with deliberate clarity whether Kabur had heard anything about Valai. His gaze didn't waver, sharp as a drawn blade, searching the chieftain's face for the smallest flicker of recognition. The question carried weight beyond curiosity. It sounded like a name tied to debt, duty, and unfinished blood. For all Yin knew, the chieftain might even reveal Valai's whereabouts, an unexpected mercy that could change everything in an instant. But Kabur's expression hardened into stone, and he demanded the knight keep silent, as if the very syllables were a curse. The order wasn't mere pride. It felt like fear wrapped in authority, the kind that comes from protecting something sacred. Yin studied his opponent with a narrowed, searching stare, as though he couldn't reconcile Kabor's hostility with the strange restraint he had shown earlier. The chieftain's movements, his sudden prohibitions, his volatile reactions, it all suggested a hidden reason behind the rage. Yin remained still, letting the silence pressure the truth to the surface. Kabor's temper finally snapped like a rope under strain. He raised a massive fist above Yin, muscles flexing like coiled cables. His voice thundered as he demanded the young knight never dare open his mouth and speak that name again. The air seemed to tremble with the threat, as if the world itself understood that one more word could ignite violence. Nearby, the rocks shuddered as if struck by an invisible hammer, then began to crumble at once. Jagged chunks broke free and rolled downward, colliding and splitting into larger boulders that slammed into the ground with brutal weight. Dust and grit rose in a choking veil, turning the battlefield into a harsh, gray storm. Yin judged, in that heartbeat, that Kabor had chosen death the moment he lifted his fist and tried to crush an elite knight of the Empire. It wasn't bravado. This was a declaration of war against forces that never forgave. Yan's stance tightened, and his eyes sharpened with the cold certainty of someone who understood exactly how quickly mercy could become a mistake. Seeing Yin like a dark wolf poised to lunge, the barbarian leader bared his teeth and openly invited him to attack. The challenge was a ritual of dominance, meant to force the knight into a frontal clash where brute strength could reign. Yin answered by steadying his breathing and setting his feet, preparing for yet another confrontation with the towering giant who blocked his path. With magic surging through his limbs, Yin shattered the stones around them, breaking cover and control with raw force. Kabor roared in indignation, furious that the boy who had promised not to kill him now unleashed power that looked lethal. But Yan's intent remained precise. If Kabor kept missing and kept choosing intimidation over truth, Yin would restrain him without delivering a fatal blow. The embittered savage swore, voice thick with conviction, that he would destroy anyone who tried to harm Valai. It wasn't the boast of a drunk warrior. It sounded like a vow carved into bone, strengthened by grief and loyalty. In that promise, Yin heard the echo of a tribe's desperation and the warning of what Kabor would become if cornered. Yin met his opponent's gaze without flinching, shoulders squared as though he could bear the weight of the entire confrontation alone. He had no intention of retreating, not in a battle that felt decisive in more ways than one. The barbarian was formidable, yes, but Yan's resolve was sharper than fear, and it held him in place like iron. Once, someone had offered Kabor the dream of forging a new, beautiful world together, one built from unity rather than endless raids and retaliation. They had claimed that if he joined them, the world could become better, less cruel, less hungry, less stained with needless death. The memory lingered now like a bitter taste, because Kabor knew how seductive hope could be when survival was all you owned. Without taking his eyes off Kabor, Yin realized with a quiet shock that the same thought had once crossed his own mind about this enemy. The barbarian's ferocity wasn't mindless. It was shaped by pain, duty, and a fierce instinct to protect. That recognition didn't soften Yan's stance, but it complicated the battlefield, turning it from simple victory into something heavier. After murmuring a spell under his breath, Yin reached toward a magical symbol he had noticed deep within the dark lair of an ancient monster lich. The memory of that place, cold, rotten, and humming with forbidden power, flashed behind his eyes. His fingers closed with certainty, as though grasping not just a tool, but a hidden mechanism that could shift the entire fight. Kabor watched, bewildered, unable to understand what his opponent was doing. The knight's movements weren't those of a swordsman preparing a strike. They were careful, deliberate, and disturbingly confident. Kabor had no idea what Yin was planning, and that ignorance made his anger twist into uneasy suspicion. With a firm command, Yin ordered the stone wall to rise, and the ground answered him like a loyal beast. A series of pointed formations thrust upward between him and the towering Kabor, forming a jagged defensive line. The stone spikes stood like a cruel fence of teeth, built to slow a charge and by precious seconds. The stunned chieftain stared at the sudden barrier, blinking through dust and grit as the new terrain reshaped the fight. He attributed its appearance to the magical abilities of the Special Squad's knight, and his expression darkened with reluctant respect. Even for a warrior used to harsh lands, conjured stone was an insult to brute strength, proof that Yin fought with more than muscle. Grinding his teeth in seething rage, Kabor understood the situation in an instant and cursed the tactic with a venomous glare. Yet he didn't retreat, not even a step, as if pride welded his feet to the earth. He chose forward motion over caution, deciding that if he could not break the wall, he would break the man behind it. Kabor set about destroying the man-made rocks with ruthless force, each strike cracking stone and shaking the ground. As the defensive line crumbled, he began to realize Yin had been hiding a trump card all along, mud and shifting terrain that stole footing and momentum. Still, after nearly tearing through the barrier, the chieftain lunged, stretching a massive hand toward the knight, intent on seizing him and ending the contest with a crushing grip. To Yan's complete surprise, the dangerous giant managed to reach him despite the ruined wall and unstable ground. Fingers like iron clamps brushed the brave young man's shoulder, heavy enough to make armor creak. In that instant, Yin felt the true scale of Kabor's strength, close, undeniable, and terrifyingly real. Clamping down with his left hand, Kabor grabbed Yin and yanked him in as though he weighed nothing at all. Then the giant raised his right hand high, roaring about his desire to kill, his voice cracking with hatred and grief. The lifted arm promised a brutal end, a single strike meant to erase Yin's defiance from the battlefield. Unexpectedly, a third participant stepped into the chaos, changing the rhythm of the fight in a heartbeat. This newcomer didn't hesitate, drawing out a hidden trump card with the confidence of someone who had been waiting for the perfect opening. The intent was unmistakable: eliminate Kabor before that raised hand could fall. In the next moment, the barbarian strongman was pierced by a thin bolt of lightning, clean and vicious, fired directly by the sorceress Mammon. The arc hissed through the dust-filled air like a living blade, striking with surgical precision. Kabor's body jolted, muscles locking as the magic invaded his nerves. The magical attack lasted only a few seconds, but those seconds carried the weight of a verdict. Kabor's roar strangled into a harsh, broken sound as his strength faltered under the spell's bite. It felt as though his fate had been written in that brief flash. Nearly sealed by power, he couldn't wrestle down. Behind Kabor's back, a huge fiery glow bloomed into existence, summoned by Mammon as a finishing stroke. The light throbbed like a forge opened wide, painting the rocks in molten colors and turning shadows into trembling silhouettes. It was not merely flame. It was disciplined sorcery shaped into a weapon meant to end the chieftain. Sensing the wrongness in the air, Kabor understood almost immediately what was unfolding behind him. The heat pressed against his spine, the light flashing across his vision even without turning his head. Instinct screamed that this was not a simple spell meant to scare. It was execution disguised as radiance. And then, without warning, part of the warrior's body simply vanished, erased as if reality had been sliced away. This can't be. The chieftain's mind insisted in frantic denial, yet the absence was undeniable, an empty, brutal truth where flesh had been. The battlefield offered no mercy. It answered disbelief with silence. Performing precise commands on the magic symbol, Mammon moved with practiced speed, her focus unwavering. The glyph responded as though it had been waiting for her touch, its power aligning perfectly with her will. In that moment, the chieftain was forced to understand a grim certainty. Without her intervention, survival was impossible. Mammon had always believed magic without imagination was pitiful, mere tricks without soul or artistry. With her, sorcery became vivid and frighteningly elegant, and Yin was still her student, whether he liked the title or not. Yet even as she spoke, Yin demanded she be quiet, his voice tight with urgency, as though the wrong word could unravel the fragile aftermath. Brimming with enthusiasm, Mammon, now marked by a glowing symbol on her forehead, declared with shining eyes how long it had been since she had fought so well. The thrill of battle crackled through her voice, almost playful, as if this had been a long-awaited performance. Her excitement contrasted sharply with the wrecked ground and the chieftain's failing strength. They offered apologies to Kabor, not as mockery, but as a solemn acknowledgement of what had been done. The barbarian chieftain could no longer resist his powerful opponents, his body broken and his options exhausted. Even in defeat, the moment carried a strange gravity, like the closing of an old, painful chapter. The defeated bully seemed to realize, with bitter clarity, that he would no longer be able to keep the promise he had made at sunset. The vow lingered in his mind like a dying ember, painful precisely because it had once felt achievable. Now, crushed by loss, he could only stare at the sky and taste regret. Yet despite the bitterness of defeat, Kabor spoke with unexpected hope about the coming of a beautiful world. His voice was rough, but the idea sounded sincere, as if he wanted to believe the bloodshed could someday mean something other than suffering. It was a fragile hope, trembling in the ruins like a small flame that refused to go out. Maman and Yin stood near the fallen chief, their silhouettes framed by dust and lingering heat. Maman remarked that stopping the barbarian had been difficult, and her tone held both pride and critique, like an instructor judging a student's performance. Yin admitted, with quiet frustration, that he hadn't mastered what she had taught him. Not yet, not fully, not when it mattered most. Having learned less than half of everything, Yin looked down at Kabor lying on the ground and spoke with reluctant respect. He called the chieftain a strong opponent, even though he had been defeated, because strength wasn't measured only by victory. There was a sober honesty in Yan's eyes, acknowledging the cost of every blow exchanged. Kabor, still alive by stubborn will alone, managed to speak through pain and scorched breath. His gaze fixed on the boys with an intensity that refused to fade, even as his body failed him. Then he asked a single important question, heavy enough to quiet the air around them. The unfortunate leader demanded to know why his tribesmen had to die. It wasn't a plea for pity. It was the raw need for meaning and senseless loss. His words carried the ache of a man watching his world collapse, desperate to understand what crime survival had become. He spoke of how his tribe had fought simply to live in these harsh, barren lands, where wind and stone offered no kindness. They had wanted to put down roots, to claim a place that would not reject them, to stop wandering like hunted ghosts. Every raid, every clash, he implied, had been another attempt to keep children breathing one more night. Yin did not remain silent. He reminded Kabor of the aristocratic Beowulf family that lived in these parts. The name carried the cold weight of authority, territory, and inherited power. Yan's words suggested that this conflict had never been only about savages and soldiers. It was also about noble borders drawn in blood. According to Yan, the noble family he mentioned had been engaged in a relentless struggle to defeat enemies like these barbarians. To the Beowulfs, the tribe was not a people with hunger and history, but a threat to be erased for stability and pride. Yan's explanation did not excuse the slaughter, but it revealed the machinery behind it, politics dressed as righteousness. Kabor looked at his victor with open amazement, as if he could hardly believe what he was hearing. For a moment, he even seemed to think Yin was mocking him after such a victory, twisting the knife with words instead of steel. The misunderstanding flickered across his face, anger mixed with confusion, then fading into weary attention. But Yin was completely serious, and his voice carried no cruelty when he called his words sincere. He spoke of Kabor as a strong, confident warrior, one who had stood tall even against overwhelming odds. The respect sounded genuine, offered not to soothe guilt, but to honor the stubborn courage of an enemy who refused to beg. Kabor then asked the Special Detachment's knight to fulfill one request, and the words surprised Yin into a brief silence. The request didn't sound like revenge or ransom. It sounded like something fragile and human. Even in defeat, the chieftain's priorities revealed themselves in an unexpected direction. Before the battle with the royal forces, the chieftain had seen how the girls saved a child from his tribe, pulling the little one away from death's edge. He asked them to spare the baby, insisting the child was the last one left, an ember of his people that must not be extinguished. The plea carried a father's desperation, even if the child was not his by blood. Turning away, Yin was struck by the fact that his enemy could think of such things while lying at death's door. The battlefield had taken everything from Kabor, Yet the chieftain still reached outward, not for victory, but for a child's future. The realization weighed on Yen, heavy and unsettling, like a reminder that war never killed only monsters. Yen told the barbarian to calm down, assuring him the child had been taken in by a good man. He swore the baby would not be raised as a slave, not chained to cruelty when he grew up, but given a chance to live with dignity. His promise was steady, meant to cut through fear the way a clean blade cuts through rope. Then the leader of the destroyed tribe began to rummage weakly with his hand, searching for something hidden close to his body. His fingers trembled, scraping against leather and cord, as though he feared he might lose consciousness before finding it. The motion was slow and painful, but stubborn, driven by the need to leave something behind. Pulling out a fong on a string, Kabor held it up as if it were the last intact piece of his identity. He called it the symbol of the chieftain in his own life, a mark of leadership, responsibility, and the burdens carried in silence. And from this moment onward, he said, the item would become a symbol of a promise, an oath transferred into Yan's hands, demanding to be honored. The battered giant, barely clinging to life, pressed the chieftain's bone necklace into Yan's hands as though passing on the last breath of his authority. The crude charm was warm from blood and battle, its carved bones clacking softly as it settled against Yan's palm. Accepting it wasn't just taking a keepsake. It was accepting the weight of a title, a tribe's final symbol, and an obligation that could not be easily shrugged off. In that still moment, Yan understood a hard truth. He was not legally bound to honor a promise spoken over a dying man's fading pulse. A deathbed vow could be dismissed as sentiment, a final trick of desperation from an enemy who had already lost. And yet, something in Yan's chest tightened with doubt, as if refusing now would stain his victory with a quiet, lingering dishonor. Even so, Yan could not bring himself to refuse a request from an opponent he had come to respect in the crucible of combat. Kabor had fought with ferocity, but also with conviction, and that sincerity demanded a response. With a slow breath, Yan accepted the necklace, letting its rough cord slide over his fingers as he silently acknowledged the burden it represented. A faint smile tugged at Kabor's mouth, incongruous against the ruin of his battered body, as though he had finally completed the most important mission of his life. It wasn't the smile of triumph, but of closure, an exhausted relief that his last act had meaning. Now, with the necklace given, he seemed to want only one thing: to speak of hope, and to leave that hope behind like a final ember. Suddenly, the chieftain's expression shifted, the hardness in his eyes loosening into something almost gentle. His gaze drifted past the battlefield's dust and shattered stone, as if he could see a horizon no one else could reach. He tried to speak again about his dream of a beautiful world, one not forged by raids and retaliation, but by a future where his people could exist without being hunted. Yen lowered his voice, speaking to the fallen rival with a rare softness, telling him that perhaps he would be reborn somewhere kinder in the next life. He offered the words like a quiet prayer, meant to grant dignity where the world had granted none. But Kabor's eyes had already gone distant, and whatever comfort Yin tried to give vanished into silence that could no longer hear. Night fell, and within the Beowulf Duchy, seat of cold northern authority, a formal gathering was convened to celebrate the campaign's outcome. The hall filled with armored men and heavy footsteps, laughter echoing off stone walls warmed by firelight. Voices rose in praise for the knight's tremendous work, as if words and ceremony could properly contain the scale of what had been done. At the center of the room, a magical flame burned with steady brilliance, casting flickering gold across stern faces and polished metal. The speaker recounted the destruction of 2 enemy outposts and spoke openly of their victory over Chieftain Kabor, each achievement presented like a trophy set before the assembly. The firelight danced as if it, too, applauded the violence made purposeful. With large mugs clenched in calloused hands, the warriors listened while the speaker invoked a glory that belonged to no single hero. He praised the collective sacrifice of those who had shed blood, friends, brothers in arms, and the fallen whose names would be carved into memory and stone. The room's roar quieted into a focused hush, as if every man drank in the speech before drinking the ale. To honor the great and hard-won victory, the speaker raised his own mug high, and called on the soldiers to do the same. The command swept through the hall like a tide, and ironclad arms lifted in unison. Foam sloshed over rims, laughter surged, and the air thickened with heat, alcohol, and the sharp pride of survival. It was William, the commander of the knights, who embodied the knight's unruly spirit, broad-shouldered, loud, and mercilessly merry. He joked that anyone still standing sober would be forced to crawl on the ground, as if sobriety were a crime against celebration. Behind the humor sat authority. Even his threats carried the weight of a man used to obedience. The brave warriors drank deeply and offered a resounding toast to the glory of House Beowulf, whose banner flew proudly on the flagpole outside. They praised the crest as if it were a shield over their lives, a symbol that promised protection and purpose. Each swallow of beer seemed to seal their loyalty, binding them tighter to the northern name. Intoxicated not only by victory in battle but also by the bitter richness of beer, the knights clinked their mugs again and again. The sound rang like small bells of triumph, echoing off timber and stone. They drank to the Beowulfs with a fervor that blurred gratitude and fanaticism, their cheeks flushed and their voices growing louder with each toast. Among the feasting warriors sat the aristocrat Cruel Dwight, raising his foaming drink with theatrical enthusiasm. His smile was bright, almost gleaming in the firelight, the kind that could be mistaken for warmth if one didn't look too closely. He toasted loudly, enjoying the attention and the taste of celebration as if war were merely a stage for his amusement. Also present was Yan, representing the special detachment, though he drank in near silence. He lifted his mug with restraint, eyes roaming the room rather than sinking into the revelry. While others drowned their adrenaline in laughter, Yan's gaze stayed watchful, measuring faces, listening for what people said when they believed the night had made them safe. Not far from the crowded knights, Lady Lorena Beowulf kept herself hidden behind massive barrels stacked like a small wall. She did not join the roaring circle of warriors, as though their joy was a garment she could not wear. From her shadowed corner, she remained the duchy's mistress in name, yet strangely alone amid her own celebration. Lorena could see the feasting men clearly and hear their shouts, crude jokes, and clattering mugs without missing a single word. The noise rolled toward her like waves, each burst of laughter reminding her of how easily violence became festivity. Still, she stayed behind the wide barrels, choosing distance over comfort, as if she needed the separation to keep her thoughts intact. William approached her with the easy stride of a man who feared nothing in his own hall, and he expressed hope that Lorena was well. She instinctively called him uncle, the childhood word slipping out before she caught herself, and then she corrected it, addressing him by his military title with practiced formality. The change revealed her tension, affection restrained by duty, intimacy replaced by rank. Pleased that she appeared unharmed, William spoke proudly and reminded her of how she had managed to defeat the chieftain in battle. His tone carried admiration, as though he wanted the story to be true because it made their house seem unstoppable. Lorena denied involvement at once, her voice steady but guarded, refusing to wear a credit that felt too sharp to touch. Still exhilarated by triumph, William boasted that he would capture the remaining banners of the barbarian tribe, every last scrap of their pride, if only Lorena gave the order. His enthusiasm surged like a soldier eager for the next charge, craving another symbol to drag home. Lorena offered no such command. To her, there was no need to chase trophies when the battlefield had already taken enough. William studied Lorena more closely, and a sober note entered his expression as he muttered that it was all because of that night. Booza, Baz, the name that lingered like a bruise in their history. The way he said it suggested a wound that never properly closed, a memory that shaped every harsh instinct he carried. For him, the past wasn't past, it sat behind his eyes, watching. According to William, Lady Lorena Beowulf simply wasn't accustomed to the place they occupied now, this rough world of soldiers, aftermath, and relentless northern expectations. He told her she should not be sad, not while the Knights of the North stood beside her like a living fortress. His reassurance was blunt, almost paternal, as if strength alone could substitute for gentleness. Those who know nothing, William said, imagine knighthood as pure honor and noble grace. They picture shining swords, heroic charges, and men who die cleanly with pride on their lips. But the reality, hanging in the air between them, was heavier. Knighthood was also mud, screams, and decisions that haunted the living far longer than the dead. William insisted that Baz must have been happy with his fate, because he died defending his young mistress from a fierce enemy. He spoke the claim like a comfort he had repeated many times, polishing grief into a story that could be endured. To William, a loyal death was the highest form of devotion, and perhaps the only kind of love he trusted. Then, with startling honesty, William admitted he envied Baz, because he, too, would like to die for Lorena. Yet he scoffed that he was too strong, too stubbornly alive, to meet such an end, as though survival itself were an unfair sentence. Lorena immediately asked him not to say such things, her voice firm, unwilling to let devotion turn into death-wishing madness. William's thoughts shifted to the child the special detachment had brought back from the campaign, a small life retrieved from the wreckage of war. Lorena had not forgotten the baby either. The memory lingered in her mind with uncomfortable clarity. In the middle of celebration, that child felt like a quiet accusation, proof that the war's consequences had followed them home. William promised to turn a blind eye to the incident, because it was the expressed wish of his mistress, Lorena. The concession was not small for a man like him, and it cost him pride even as he offered it. Lorena's face brightened instantly, relief flashing across her features as though she had been holding her breath for permission to hope. But in exchange, William's demeanor hardened, and he urged Lorena not to become attached to the baby by mistakenly considering him human. He told her she should think of the child as a beast, something dangerous that merely wore a harmless shape. His words carried the edge of old fear, as though affection itself were a weapon that could be turned against her. Lorena recoiled at the harshness, saying it was too cruel to call a child such a thing. William did not soften. He insisted barbarians were no different from animals, and even more dangerous because they could pretend, learn, and strike when trust was offered. The conviction in his voice made it clear he wasn't speaking from theory, but from a scarred memory he refused to name outright. William warned Lorena about internal disorder, threats that festered within walls and bloodlines, more frightening than any enemy outside the borders. External foes could be met with steel, banners, and formation, but rot from within was harder to cut out. His tone suggested that the duchy's greatest danger might someday come wearing a familiar face. If such weakness was allowed to grow, William said, the duchy could find itself in terrible danger in the future. He spoke of enemies who would exploit mercy, twist sentiment, and pry open cracks in their defenses until the whole structure collapsed. The warning was stark. A single overlooked spark could one day ignite the entire North. William declared he was certain Lorena could not be unaware of these grim prospects for her native lands. As the lady of House Beowulf, she was expected to understand more than politics. She was expected to understand consequence. His gaze held hers, demanding that she see the world the way a commander did, through risk, sacrifice, and the cold arithmetic of survival. To William's surprise, Lorena answered without hesitation, announcing her readiness to shoulder that responsibility. She told him not to worry, her voice calm but resolute, as if she had already made peace with the weight of leadership. The firmness in her posture suggested she was tired of being treated like fragile porcelain amid iron men. Lorena Beowulf insisted her duchy was strong, far stronger than William feared, and not so weak that it would fall because of one child. To her, strength was not only the ability to destroy, but the ability to endure difficult choices without losing the soul behind them. She refused the idea that compassion automatically meant collapse. William kept his eyes fixed on Lorena, and the word responsibility surfaced again, heavier this time. He repeated it as though testing whether she understood the full shape of it: grief, funerals, widows, and children left behind. His silence after the word was loud, as if he was waiting for her to feel the invisible cost he carried. A sudden picture from the past surged into William's mind, a woman's voice calling him faintly through chaos, thin as a dying candle. He saw, with brutal clarity, a girl's hand lying still on a blood-stained floor, the red smeared like spilled fate across stone. The memory hit like a blade between ribs, sharp, intimate, and impossible to forget. Those painful images stirred William's anger anew, transforming his concern into something fiercer and more desperate. His jaw tightened, and his hands curled as if he wanted to argue with destiny itself. He looked ready to object to Lorena's confidence, not out of disrespect, but out of terror of watching history repeat. He asked Lorena not to take responsibility lightly, his voice low but urgent. Titles and brave speeches could not stop arrows, plague, betrayal, or the slow grinding of war. He needed her to understand that leadership was not a crown. It was a wound that never stopped bleeding. William warned that people could easily die even if the enemy never set foot on their land. Mistakes, negligence, and hidden unrest could kill just as surely as invading blades, and the dead would leave grieving families behind. He questioned whether Lorena would truly be able to carry that grief, the cries, the accusations, and the quiet, permanent absence. With that, William stepped away, leaving Lorena in the shadow of the barrels and the distant roar of celebration. Before going, he offered one last piece of advice, telling her to think carefully, one more time, about everything they had discussed. His retreat felt like a withdrawal from a battlefield of words, abandoning her to the heavier fight inside her own thoughts. Lorena called after Uncle William, recognizing the kindness he often showed beneath his armor of severity. Yet she could not understand the cruelty he directed toward the barbarian child, as if the baby's existence alone were an offense. The contradiction unsettled her. How could a man capable of loyalty and warmth speak with such cold certainty? When William finally left, Lorena remained still, watching him go with silent eyes. The hall's noise continued behind her, but it felt distant, muffled by the weight of his warnings. She stood there thinking over his words, turning them like stones in her hands to see what sharp edges they hid. Hans Maringer approached and assumed William had been here, because he had heard a shout, something sharp enough to cut through the music and laughter. Lorena explained, in her own quiet way, that her uncle's anger was likely tied to the barbarian child the special detachment had brought back. The implication hung in the air. The baby was not just a secret, but a spark. Hans Maringer bristled with indignation, unable to understand how the head of the knights dared raise his anger toward a young, innocent lady. He muttered that William's judgment was blinded by his own wounds and his memories of lost children and lost comrades, pains that warped mercy into suspicion. To Hans, it was unforgivable that grief could be used as an excuse to speak harshly to Lorena. Lorena asked Hans to calm down, not wanting righteous fury to become another fire in a hall already full of heat. Taking her words seriously, Hans Maringer urged her to try to understand William, insisting there was a reason he spoke that way. His tone softened, suggesting that behind William's cruelty lay a story too old and too bloody to dismiss. Hans began to recount the past. About 30 years ago, the time came to deal with the barbarians once and for all. Warriors took up axes and crude weapons alongside swords, marching with the brutal certainty of men convinced they were cleansing a threat. It was a campaign fueled by fear and righteousness, the kind that left ash where villages once stood. During that campaign, a young knight found himself walking through a burned village, the air still reeking of smoke and scorched timber. Among the ruins, he encountered a small barbarian child, alone amid the devastation, like a survivor the flames had somehow spared. The sight was so unexpected it stopped the knight's steps, forcing him to see the enemy as something painfully human-shaped. The child stood in the cold without any clothes, shivering so hard his small frame looked ready to snap. He carried no weapon, not even a stone, and his empty hands made him seem more like a frightened creature than a soldier. Around him, the village lay silent, as if the world had forgotten it existed. The knight reached out his hand to the child, expecting no harm despite the boy belonging to the so-called enemy nation. It was an instinctive gesture, an offering of shelter rather than a threat, made in a moment when compassion overcame doctrine. The knight's fingers hovered close, as if one touch could decide whether the child lived as a person or died as a symbol. After that encounter, the kingdom's warrior took the child in, even as others tried to dissuade him with warnings and disgust. Many argued it was foolish, that mercy toward an enemy would someday be repaid in blood, and they urged him to abandon the boy. Among those voices was the then warrior Hans Meringer, whose objections, however stern, were shaped by fear of what the world could do to kindness. The boy stood unervingly quiet, almost too still for a child who had survived a battlefield, yet his eyes burned with a feverish intensity that hinted at something feral, something that did not belong to innocence. There was a depth to that stare, like embers buried beneath ash, suggesting a demonic temperament waiting for air to breathe. But the kindly knight, softened by pity and the exhaustion of war, dismissed the warning and chose mercy over suspicion. When hostilities finally ended in the savage-held territories, the found child was gathered up like an abandoned relic of the campaign and carried back across long roads and cold winds. He was brought into the mansion's sheltering walls, away from smoke and screams, as though stone and comfort could erase what had shaped him. Servants watched with uneasy curiosity, whispering prayers that the war would remain outside the gates. The knight was often away from home, called back to duty as if peace were only another kind of battle, but his young bride took the child into her care without complaint. She bathed him, dressed him in clean cloth, and soothed him through nights when he woke silent and shaking. Her hands were gentle, her voice patient. She treated him not as an enemy's remnant, but as a life that could still be guided toward warmth. For an entire year, the kind-hearted woman cared for the child with unwavering devotion, pouring her whole spirit into small routines: warm meals, mended clothes, quiet lessons. The household began to accept the strange arrangement, and the seasons passed without open disaster, as if fate had been appeased. Nothing seemed to foreshadow cruelty, and hope settled over the estate like a fragile blanket. Then, on one ordinary day that began like any other, the little barbarian's hellish tendencies finally stirred awake, as though some buried instinct had reached the surface and snapped its chains. The air in the manor seemed to tighten, and the child's calm became a mask that no longer fit. From that moment, the unfortunate stepmother's days were numbered, her kindness standing defenseless before something that had never learned love. Outside, the estate continued its normal life with almost cruel indifference. Chores were done, doors opened and closed, and the wind moved through the trees as it always had. Nothing on the grounds warned of catastrophe, no trumpet sounded, no banner fell. The tragedy, when it came, hid behind walls and silence, unseen by those who walked the corridors unaware. In the room where warmth once lived, dark and terrifying stains spread across the carpet, unmistakable proof that something monstrous had occurred. The poor bride lay sprawled on the floor, her body slack and cooling, a knife buried in her chest like a final accusation. The stillness around her felt wrong, too complete, an emptiness so heavy it seemed to swallow sound itself. She had believed, with the pure stubbornness of a gentle soul, that love could re-educate a savage heart and turn darkness toward the light. She offered patience where others offered fear, and tenderness where others demanded punishment. And for that belief, she paid the highest price, as if the world had decided her compassion was an unforgivable gamble. After committing the bloody murder, the barbarian child fled into the night, slipping away before alarms could fully rise. By the time the knight returned home, the halls already felt colder, the air thick with dread he could not name. He discovered his beloved far too late, and the delay, mere hours, became a lifetime of regret carved into his chest. When he returned, he collapsed into grief, mourning his bride with a brokenness that stripped him of rank and pride. He begged forgiveness from the silence, apologizing for his absence as though words could rewind time and place him at her side. Again and again he cursed the duty that pulled him from home, regretting every departure that had left her alone with hidden danger. Lorena learned this terrible story from butler Hans Meringer, and the weight of it struck her like a cold splash of water. Hans explained that after the tragedy, the knight hardened into something sharper than a man in mourning, eventually becoming the commander of the detachment. It was not promotion born of celebration, but of fury, grief reshaped into authority and ruthless purpose. In later battles, that warrior spared not even the barbarian children, cutting through them with the same certainty he used against grown fighters. Lorena was struck by a sudden realization that made her stomach turn. Cruelty like that did not come from doctrine alone. It came from a wound that never healed, a wound that demanded repayment from anyone who resembled the source of pain. Hans Meringer immediately confirmed what Lorena was thinking, even before she spoke it aloud, because the truth was as obvious as it was bitter. That night from the story, still grieving his innocently murdered bride, was William, her own uncle, the very commander who now spoke of beasts and mercy with such cold disdain. Behind his sternness lived a private funeral that never truly ended. Hans recalled how William would sometimes be overtaken by sudden anger, his restraint cracking like thin ice under pressure. In those moments, he regretted, openly, violently, that he had not killed the savage child back then. The remorse was not gentle. It was the kind that gnawed at a man's sleep and turned his every decision into a weapon. Lorena lowered her head, sadness flooding her expression as the full shape of her uncle's past came into focus. She had known nothing of that misfortune when she was younger, never suspecting what shadows had formed his worldview. Now, hearing it spoken aloud, she felt as though she had stumbled into a room filled with old blood and unspoken grief. According to Hans Meringer, William's suffering was not an isolated tragedy. Many other knights carried similar scars. Relatives and friends had died at barbarian hands, leaving behind a generation of soldiers whose mercy had been burned away by personal loss. The war had not only taken lives, it had taken the softer parts of the survivors and replaced them with suspicion. Lorena tried to respond, to offer something, comfort, protest, a promise, but her voice refused to come. Her thoughts were crowded with the imagined faces of those unfortunate knights, each one carrying a private grave inside his chest. The silence she fell into was not emptiness, but overwhelmed compassion struggling to find a safe shape. Hans Meringer gently asked her not to be too hard on herself, unaware that Yin was nearby, concealed behind one of the barrels like a shadow with ears. The butler spoke as if the corner was empty, trusting the privacy of the moment. But Yin listened with tightened focus, collecting truths that felt more valuable and more dangerous than any battlefield trophy. Yin understood what this meant. William's mind would not be changed by simple pleas or hopeful arguments, not when his hatred was anchored in blood. Yet Yan's memory reached back to the rocks and dust of the recent battle, to the promise he had made to Kabur. The chieftain's last request now pressed against Yan's conscience like the weight of a necklace that refused to be ignored. Hans Meringer continued speaking to Lorena, unaware that his story still had one final, devastating turn. His tone grew heavier, as if he hesitated to place the last stone upon the pile of sorrow. The tale of misfortune was not merely about a murdered bride. It was about what the surviving child became, and what that transformation meant for the North. At present, Hans explained, the barbarian tribes were uniting across their lands, gathering strength under various banners like storm clouds converging. Old rivalries were being swallowed by a greater purpose, and scattered warbands were becoming an organized force. The shift was ominous. A fractured enemy was becoming an army with direction. And at the head of that powerful alliance stood the great chieftain Valai, the very child William had once taken in from the ashes. The revelation landed like a hammer blow, turning an old tragedy into a present threat. The North's most dangerous enemy was not a stranger from distant lands. He was a consequence born inside House Beowulf's history. Yin was stunned by this information, his thoughts snapping into sharp motion as he tried to understand why the name had surfaced now. Valai, so often whispered about, so difficult to trace, was suddenly tied to a clear origin. Yan's mind raced through timelines and motives, sensing the hidden link he had been missing for far too long. For so long, Yin had worked to scrape up even fragments of information about this leader, Valai, from every source he could reach. Yet the answer had been close all along. The savage was connected to Beowulf territory, woven into its past like a secret stitch. The realization felt almost humiliating. How carefully they must have concealed it, and how thoroughly the truth had been buried. They had clearly been hiding this, shielding the duchy's reputation and the family's legacy from the shame and danger of that connection. But now Yin knew everything, and knowledge like this could not be put back into the dark. In the flickering firelight behind the barrels, he felt the world realign around a newly revealed axis. Thinking carefully, Yin realized how lucky he was to have overheard this at all. One accidental conversation cracking open a mystery he had chased for months. This information would become a blade in the future, guiding his search for Valai with terrifying precision. What had been fog and rumor was now a path marked in ink and blood. Hans Maringer turned fully back to Lorena, speaking with the gentle loyalty of a servant who truly understood her heart. He did not consider his mistress wrong, recognizing that her choices came from good intentions rather than naivete. He seemed to plead for balance, compassion without blindness, mercy without self-destruction. Hans suggested leaving the barbarian child alone for a while, promising he would personally take care of the situation and ensure nothing spiraled out of control. His proposal was measured, cautious, and rooted in experience with household crises. But Lorena disagreed, her expression firm. She would not simply wait, while a child's fate was decided by fear. Lorena declared she would never forgive Hans if he abandoned the child to cold pragmatism, and her voice carried a sharpened edge of betrayal. Hans, steadying himself, suggested that his young mistress still had another way out, one that did not require reckless defiance. His words hinted at a path through authority, not around it. Unexpectedly, Yin stepped into view with an answer, his presence snapping the conversation into startled silence. While Hans and Lorena wrestled with complicated fears and tangled duties, Yin confirmed that the problem was simpler than it appeared and asked Lorena to stop tormenting herself with endless worry. Hans immediately bristled and demanded the young man not interfere in the duchy's affairs, even if Yin was friendly with Lady Lorena Beowulf, because friendship, to Hans, did not grant governance. Yin, the elite warrior of the special unit, asked for the chance to explain his solution properly, holding his tone respectful despite the resistance. His gaze moved from Hans to Lorena, making it clear he was not trying to steal authority, only to prevent tragedy. After a tense beat, both Hans and Lorena agreed to listen, granting him the floor with wary attention. Yin reminded them of Duke Beowulf, the patriarch whose word could reshape the entire situation with a single decision. They did not need to wage war inside their own household. They only needed to convince the Duke and obtain his permission. Yin spoke as if it were a clean chain of command, simple, lawful, and decisive. After all, the Duke held the title of Lord of the Northern Territories, and his authority was the kind that froze dissent before it could form. If he granted permission, no knight or servant would dare argue, no matter how loudly they objected in private. Yan's solution relied on power that already existed, rather than forcing weaker people to carry the choice alone. To Hans Maringer, it sounded like nonsense, an idea too bold to be real, like suggesting one could move a mountain by asking politely. He was certain the head of the family would never allow such a thing, and he insisted no one would dare trouble the Duke with a request so sensitive. His refusal was rooted not only in fear of rejection, but in fear of what it would reveal. Hearing the butler's categorical certainty, Lorena fell silent and thought for a moment, her eyes narrowing with focus. An idea began to form, one that felt risky, but strangely right, like stepping onto a bridge before confirming it can hold. The longer she considered it, the more her posture changed, as if decision hardened into resolve. To Hans's great surprise, Lorena decided to do exactly that, to approach the Duke directly about a matter that mattered deeply to her. She moved with quiet purpose, no longer hiding behind barrels or hesitation. In that moment, she looked less like a sheltered lady and more like a young ruler preparing to test her own authority. With firm determination, Lorena promised she would persuade her father and then accept whatever final decision he made regarding the barbarian child's fate. Her vow was not reckless rebellion. It was a commitment to face the harsh machinery of power with open eyes. If the answer was no, she would endure it, but she would not live with the regret of never asking. Footsteps echoed through the late-night grounds, crisp and solitary, as someone moved across the vast castle's stone paths. The sound carried strangely in the darkness, punctuated by distant laughter from the hall and the whisper of wind. The castle felt enormous at night, an old beast breathing quietly around its occupants. The figure proved to be William, commander of the night squad. the same man who had spoken with Lorena only moments before. He walked as if driven by inner turbulence rather than destination, his cloak stirring with each purposeful stride. The night's cold seemed unable to cool the heat of his thoughts. William replayed every moment of his conversation with Lady Lorena Beowulf, especially her pity for the barbarian child. Each remembered word felt like a small sting, because pity was the one emotion he distrusted most in matters of survival. Her compassion haunted him, not because it was wrong, but because he feared where it could lead. Suddenly realizing he had been rude, too harsh, too sharp, William imagined Lorena would now hate him. The thought disappointed him more than he expected, striking at a place he kept guarded even from himself. He did not crave affection, yet he could not bear the idea of losing her respect. Even so, William could not allow Lorena to suffer later because of a little savage brought onto her estate. His protective instinct, warped by old horror, demanded prevention at any cost. In his mind, mercy was a door left ajar. One day, something terrible would slip through it. As he walked, the memory returned with brutal clarity. The moment he came home and saw his unfortunate bride on the bloodstained floor. The image struck like a nightmare that refused to fade. Still hands, cold skin, and the cruel certainty that he had arrived too late. That memory was not merely grief. It was the engine that powered every ruthless conviction he carried. Crossing the courtyard of the immense ducal castle, William was surprised to hear bells ringing at such a late hour. The sound drifted over the stone like silver threads, too formal to be random, too urgent to be decoration. It suggested arrivals, movement, and a stir of authority when the night should have been sleeping. He spotted the flag of the Knights of Miraz, Beowulf Territory's first detachment, fluttering sharply in the wind, its silhouette stark against the darkness. The banner looked freshly returned, as if it had not yet settled from travel. For William, the sight was a signal. Something significant had happened, and it had happened fast. While William wondered about their quick return from the campaign, he instinctively attributed it to the Duke's reach and power. Yet before he could puzzle it out, someone noticed his tense expression and assumed he was worried. In the light of lanterns, his face betrayed more than fatigue. It betrayed a mind at war with itself. Standing before him was Kion, captain of the Frost Knights, a man William had not seen in a long time. The reunion brought a rare, genuine lift to William's features, as if a familiar presence eased the knight's pressure. He greeted Kion with the relief of a soldier seeing a trusted blade return to the armory. A startling thought seized William as he stared at the returned detachment and their unmistakable signs of haste. The timing felt wrong, too swift, too coordinated to be coincidence. If Kion's unit had come back to the castle grounds, then the chain of command had likely shifted. Perhaps even the Duke's plans had changed in the shadows. Because if these warriors, led by Captain Kion, were already here, then it would stand to reason that the Duke himself was present as well, or at least expected imminently. That possibility tightened William's chest, making him straighten as if preparing for inspection. The Duke's presence meant decisions, and decisions meant consequences no one could casually escape. Outside, the night lay thick over the massive Beowulf castle, its towers swallowed by darkness and the faint glow of torches. William spoke with Kion and learned, to his surprise, that the Duke had not returned after all, leaving the castle bustling with uncertainty without its true master. The revelation left William uneasy, because a castle awake without its lord felt like a blade drawn without a hand to guide it. According to the captain, Duke Beowulf had already dispatched the knights ahead of the main party, choosing to linger behind to settle urgent business that could not be postponed. Even so, William's thoughts kept drifting back to his lord, steadfast, unshakable, and currently out on the North Sea itself. He forced himself to believe that the Duke would return safely, that the cold waves and ruthless winds would bow to experience and command. One of William's comrades scoffed at the tension and urged the knight's commander to stop worrying. To that man, the North Sea was nothing more than a shallow swimming pool for Duke Beowulf, a place where lesser souls might drown in fear, but where the Duke could move as casually as a child at play. The reassurance was delivered with a grin, yet it carried real faith in the Duke's hard-won legend. Captain Kion advised William to put aside his concern for Duke Beowulf and turn his attention to a far uglier threat, the demonic creatures still prowling the lands they had left behind. Those things were not myths meant to scare children by candlelight. They were real, hungry, and cunning. Kion's tone made it clear. The sea might be dangerous, but the monsters on land were deliberate, malicious, and close. Kion had also heard unsettling rumors about a barbarian child who had appeared on the estate, brought there by Lady Lorena, as if the matter were as simple as offering shelter. That single decision, however kind-hearted, could ignite unrest like a spark in dry grass. The captain's instincts warned him that the child's presence might draw suspicion, resentment, and trouble from every direction. William tried to deny the severity of it, speaking as though the whispers were exaggerated, but Kion did not see William as someone prone to extreme overreaction. If anything, the captain's worry was aimed at Lady Lorena herself, soft-hearted to a fault, the sort of noblewoman who would spend her days fretting over wounded animals and broken wings, unable to turn away from suffering even when it invited danger into her home. William felt the same ache of concern, yet Kion's attention shifted to the special detachment that had arrived alongside Lady Lorena. Were they truly trustworthy, or merely skilled strangers wrapped in polite words? William defended them without hesitation. Young, yes, but undeniably capable. He recalled one in particular, Yin. The commander of the estate's knights spoke the name as if it carried weight, remembering him as a remarkably promising young man with an unusual steadiness in his eyes. And with Yin at her side, William believed Lady Lorena had little to fear. The young man's presence felt like an anchor, quiet, reliable, and sharp as tempered steel beneath a calm surface. Even if trouble came snarling through the gates, William trusted that Yin would stand between danger and the lady without flinching. The captain of Maraz's troops understood that sentiment perfectly. He looked as though he wanted to comment on Yan's youth, perhaps to warn that age could betray even talent, but the words refused to come. Instead, he swallowed them, as if speaking them aloud might invite misfortune, and left his thoughts hanging in the air like an unsheathed blade. Let Lady Lorena be among them again, William wished. Let her return to the center of the estate where she belonged. Yet Kion's expression remained troubled, shadowed by an unease that would not lift. William noticed it and felt his curiosity sharpen into concern. Whatever bothered the captain now was not the usual soldier's caution, but something heavier, more intimate, like a warning whispered by instinct. Captain Kion of the Frost Knights confessed a grim premonition. A typhoon was forming in the unseen distance, ready to swallow Beowulf Castle whole. The night had been quiet, almost peaceful, the kind of stillness that lulled people into believing the world was safe. But Kion heard the silence differently, as the breath drawn before a storm, as though fate itself were gathering strength to strike. By the next day, strange and compelling events unfolded within the wing of Beowulf Castle, tied closely to the daily life and hidden tensions of the special detachment stationed in these lands. What seemed like routine training and idle chatter began to nod into something more consequential. The castle's stone corridors, usually calm, carried a sharper energy, as if the place had begun to pay attention. Inside a large room, an arena-like space had been prepared for the estate's knights to train. The floor bore scuff marks and shallow gouges from countless drills, and the air smelled faintly of sweat, wood, and metal. It was a controlled battlefield, wide enough for sparring, structured enough to forge discipline, and loud enough that even small movements echoed with purpose. The sorceress Mammon lounged in the midst of it all, sipping a yellow drink through a straw, as though she were visiting a festival rather than a martial training hall. Her eyes wandered lazily over the room, bright with amusement. She seemed perfectly at ease amid clashing practice blades and shouted instructions, enjoying the novelty of a place where violence was rehearsed like art. Everything here was offered freely to her, even the drinks, an indulgence that delighted Mammon far more than she cared to admit. Each sip tasted like privilege and comfort, the kind granted only by a powerful household. For a moment, the sorceress looked almost smug, as if the castle itself had acknowledged her importance and decided to spoil her accordingly. Mammon recalled how the castle's inhabitants had argued for days about the barbarian child, voices rising and falling like tides in a stormy bay. The dispute had been relentless, fear against compassion, tradition against uncertainty. Yet recently, the uproar had noticeably quieted, as if everyone had grown tired of shouting, or as if a new tension had replaced the old one without anyone daring to name it. Yin had warned that attacks on the barbarians might be suspended for several days, a pause that felt less like peace and more like a predator choosing the right moment to pounce. They had managed to seize 3 banners so far, small victories that still left too many unanswered questions. How many remained, and when would the rest be taken? The uncertainty didn't trouble Maman much. To her, obstacles were merely excuses to sharpen her craft. She snapped at Yin to keep his eyes open, to stop mindlessly thrusting his sword as if brute effort could replace awareness. Think, her tone demanded, even if her words didn't. And more than that, she pressed him to learn magic, not as a decorative trick, but as a weapon and a tool, something that could change the shape of a battle before steel ever met steel. To push him, Maman spent every scrap of mana she had secretly hoarded, draining herself with reckless pride just to prove a point. Yet someone, watching closely, recognized her as astonishing, almost unreal in her control and intensity. Maman, never satisfied, immediately angled for even more praise, as if admiration were another kind of energy she could feed on. But then her companion began acting strangely, laughing too easily, celebrating too early, the kind of joy that didn't fit the room or the moment. The shift was subtle at first, like a hairline crack in glass, but it was enough to make Maman's thoughts turn sharp. Something was off, and she disliked mysteries she hadn't chosen. Yin had deceived Maman, and the betrayal lit her anger like dry tinder. Had he truly grown fearless, bold enough to siphon away mana tied to the ancient demon Lichamon and then pretend innocence? Her eyes narrowed, voice cold and dangerous as she demanded he return what he had taken. In that instant, her irritation carried the promise of consequences. Meanwhile, in another part of the wing of Beowulf Castle, 2 men were locked in fierce training combat, wooden and iron swords cracking and ringing as they traded blows. The clash was controlled but intense, muscles straining, feet sliding, breath coming hard. Even as practice, it looked uncomfortably close to a real duel, the kind where pride and ego could become sharper than any blade. During his sparring session with cruel Dwight, William, the commander of the estate's knights, called out instructions with brisk authority. He told Dwight to dodge to the right, to commit more boldly when attacking, and to stop hesitating at the moment that mattered. William's voice carried the confidence of experience, each command shaped by countless battles and the instinct to forge stronger fighters. The seasoned commander pointed out Dwight's overly rough motions, chastising him for wasting strength where precision should rule. He demanded deeper lunges, cleaner footwork, and strikes that landed with intent instead of fury. William's criticism was blunt, but it wasn't cruel. It was the hard honesty of someone who expected improvement, not excuses. Exhausted by the sparring, the aristocrat cruel Dwight burned with frustration, not at the pain in his arms or the ache in his lungs, but at the fact that he still couldn't outplay William in this controlled battle. His pride refused to accept the lesson quietly. Even in training, defeat tasted bitter, and his glare made it clear he was already planning how to overturn it. Dwight brooded over the conditions and decided they weren't fair. He held only a wooden sword, while William wielded real iron, the weight and bite of it changing every exchange. How can anyone win with a stick? His thoughts raged, framing the mismatch as fate's rigged game rather than a test of adaptability. In his mind, the disadvantage excused every failure. Still muttering inwardly about the unfairness, cruel Dwight nevertheless rushed forward again, launching himself into another attack with stubborn determination. That reckless drive pleased William. At least his opponent hadn't surrendered to complain alone. Dwight's eyes flashed with the hunger to win, and William recognized the trait as both dangerous and valuable, the raw fuel of a warrior waiting to be refined. Yin watched the sparring match closely, standing among the onlookers from the special detachment. His gaze tracked every feint and adjustment, absorbing not only the swings of swords but the rhythm beneath them, the way William controlled space, the way Dwight let emotion dictate tempo. To Yin, This was more than entertainment. It was a living lesson written in motion. Maman didn't understand why the men had suddenly thrown themselves into such intense training. To her, it seemed unnecessary, almost theatrical. Yet her companion appeared bored for reasons he wouldn't fully explain, and Yin, though reluctant, seemed to agree that restlessness had played a role. The mood felt oddly mismatched. Discipline in the arena, uncertainty in the spectators' hearts. During his recent battle with Kabur, Yin had realized just how many shortcomings still haunted him. Talent was not invincibility, and a single mistake could have ended him. If not for Maman's presence, her timing, her power, her interference when danger sharpened, he might have found himself on the brink once again, staring into the same helpless darkness. While Maman laughed and told him not to deceive her again, mistaking his gratitude for shameless flattery, Yan's mind stayed focused on something else entirely. He had uncovered a clue about Aelon, a thread that tugged at his curiosity with quiet insistence. The discovery was small, but it felt meaningful, like the first footprint on a trail long thought buried. He remembered the moment in the armory when he had encountered the legendary weapon. The instant his fingers brushed the hilt, the sword had seemed to resist, as if the metal itself possessed will, rejecting him with silent hostility. The memory still raised gooseflesh along his skin, because it hadn't felt like superstition, it had felt like being judged. Yet the northern knights who handled the same sword reported nothing unusual. To them it was simply heavy, awkward, perhaps, but ordinary in every other way. Their indifference only deepened Yan's suspicion, because it suggested the weapon's reaction was not random. If the sword chose to resist, then it must also be capable of choosing whom it accepted. Yen connected his experience to the Beowulf Snow Spirit's special magical technique, a strange force said to increase mana within the so-called dungeon. If that technique truly amplified energy like a hidden reservoir, it might also awaken certain artifacts, or provoke them into response. The idea settled in his thoughts like a key searching for the right lock. Understanding that the snow spirit functioned like a heart of mana, pumping power through unseen pathways, Yin began to wonder if the technique could be learned, replicated, or stolen through study. He tested the thought from every angle, weighing risk against reward. If he could grasp even a fragment of that method, it might change not only his strength, but the entire balance of what he could survive. Standing beside him, the sorceress Maman still couldn't understand why the aristocrat cruel Dwight continued to spar with Commander William. The repeated defeats seemed humiliating, and Maman had little patience for rituals of pride. She watched with narrowed eyes, as if expecting the scene to reveal some hidden motive that pure logic refused to provide. According to Yen, Dwight was simply tired of being beaten again and again by him in earlier encounters, and so he sought others to do the beating instead. Maman scoffed and, with her usual theatrical arrogance, called herself Lich, as though the title alone made her untouchable. Her comrade's behavior felt strangely inhuman to her. Too stubborn, too pride-driven, like a creature that couldn't learn because it refused to admit pain. Suddenly, a man approached Yin and spoke his name aloud. The directness of it startled him, cutting through the noise of training like a bell in fog. Yin turned, alert and cautious, wondering whether this was praise, interrogation, or the opening move of a test he hadn't agreed to take. It was Captain Kion, smiling with genuine satisfaction as he greeted the talented young man. They had not met before, yet Kion carried himself as if he had already measured Yan's worth through rumor and report. Yin responded warmly, returning the smile with respectful calm, though he kept his posture straight, polite, but ready. After offering a respectful greeting, Yin introduced himself properly, mentioning the special detachment he belonged to and apologizing for not presenting himself earlier. His words were careful, his tone humble without being weak. In a place like Beowulf Castle, introductions mattered. They were the first stitch in the fabric of trust. Captain Kion waved away the apology, telling Yin not to worry about such trifles. He had already heard about Yan's victory over Kabur, and he spoke of it as a noteworthy achievement, especially for someone so young. The compliment was not exaggerated. It carried the weight of a soldier recognizing another soldier's potential, not merely celebrating a story. Yin, considering himself more fortunate than heroic, pointed toward Lady Lorena, and the other members of the squad. He insisted they had fought Kabur in unison, that he had merely finished what everyone else had built. His modesty sounded sincere, not rehearsed. Kion simply laughed, amused by the young man's refusal to wear glory like a crown. Kion's eyes narrowed with playful suspicion as he asked why Yin addressed Lady Lorena by her first name. In this land, such familiarity was a sign, an implication that they were more than distant allies or passing acquaintances. He urged Yin to answer immediately, leaning in as though the truth would be more entertaining than any sparring match. Thinking the local men were strangely obsessed with such things, Yin assured him the captain had misunderstood. He claimed he and Lady Lorena hardly spoke at all, and that the name meant nothing beyond convenience. Kion accepted the explanation with a brief nod and offered a quick apology, though his expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. Then Kion asked why Yin didn't talk to the lady, wondering aloud whether she disliked him, or perhaps whether Yin disliked her. The question carried a sharper edge beneath the humor. The captain admitted that Yin had offended the girl at some point, and the confession hung there like a dropped gauntlet, hinting at a history Yin might not fully understand. But now Captain Kion understood perfectly why William praised Yin so highly. It wasn't only about talent with a blade. It was the young man's composure, his humility, and the way he observed the world as if always preparing for the next threat. In Kion's eyes, Yin was the kind of soldier commanders prayed for, rare, useful, and difficult to replace. As Kion spoke, he came to realize that Yin had reached the 5th level, a milestone that would mark most fighters as settled in their limits. Yet something about Yin suggested that the number was not a ceiling at all. It felt more like a step on a staircase he intended to keep climbing, regardless of how steep the ascent became. With that in mind, the captain openly admitted that Yin possessed enormous military potential. He called him valuable, not as a compliment meant to flatter, but as a sober assessment. In war and in politics, people like Yin became either pillars of victory or targets for exploitation, and Kion seemed aware of both possibilities. Elsewhere in the arena, another wooden sword flashed through the air, spinning end over end like a thrown challenge. Training weapons flew often at Beowulf Castle, passed from hand to hand with casual familiarity, but this toss felt purposeful. The weapon cut through the light, briefly catching a gleam before dropping toward its intended recipient. The sword landed neatly in Yan's hands, as if the moment had been arranged for him. Someone offered him a place in the sparring match, inviting him into the arena of the aristocratic family's castle as though stepping onto a stage. The room seemed to hush in anticipation, curiosity gathering around him like a tightening circle. The proposal came from Captain Kion himself, delivered with a grin that was half invitation and half provocation. He claimed that even the youngest of his subordinates could give Yin a thorough beating. Words meant to test pride, spark competitive fire, and measure Yan's true edge. Beneath the teasing, the challenge carried real intent. Kion wanted to see, with his own eyes, what kind of warrior Yin truly was. One of the military craftsmen assigned to this spectacle was a knight from Morrismere's detachment, an unassuming man who introduced himself to John with measured courtesy and a voice like still water. He carried himself with the steady calm of someone who had hammered discipline into his bones over countless campaigns, neither impressed nor intimidated by the castle's grandeur or the eyes watching from the sidelines. No one noticed the faint, fleeting smile that touched Yan's lips, small enough to vanish the moment it appeared. To the crowd, he was only a former low-ranking recruit. Yet to Yin himself this was a remarkable opening carved by fate, a chance to prove that his rise wasn't an accident, and that the weight of his new opportunity could be carried without trembling hands. Truthfully, it made little difference to Yin who stood across from him. A duel was a duel, and resolve mattered more than names. Still, he could not refuse Captain Kion himself, especially not in front of so many witnesses, so he accepted the obligation with quiet composure. Whether he liked it or not, he would spar against the captain's men and let the results speak in his place. When the courageous Yin calmly offered Captain Kion and the other fighters real swords instead of harmless practice blades, surprise cracked across the so-called nightmare's face. The suggestion was bold, almost insolent, because it stripped away excuses and demanded authenticity. For a heartbeat, Even the hardened warriors looked as if the ground beneath their certainty had shifted. The Imperial warriors, standing in a neat row with hoods shadowing their faces, fell into stunned silence as they digested Yan's strange proposal. Their posture remained disciplined, but their eyes betrayed shock, some wary, some offended, some intrigued. It was as if Yan had thrown a gauntlet made of steel into a room that expected only wood and etiquette. As if to smooth the tension before it sharpened into hostility, Kion let a crooked smile spread across his face and lightly mocked the modern youth for their impudence, clearly hinting at Yan. The joke carried an edge, but it also served as a release valve, allowing the onlookers to breathe again without losing face. Even so, Yin could feel the air tighten with anticipation, as though the room wanted blood even in practice. Then, with a cool, almost amused exclamation, Kion addressed the nightmare directly, his subordinate who still couldn't recover from Yan's sudden initiative. The captain's tone was calm, yet commanding, the kind that left no room for hesitation. It was clear, whatever disbelief lingered would be burned away by action, and the next exchange would settle the matter far more decisively than words. Kion urged his subordinate not to hold back in the coming clash, ordering him to fight with everything he had, as though this were a true test rather than a friendly spar. The warrior accepted immediately, shoulders squaring beneath his cloak like a beast bracing to pounce. In that instant, the match stopped feeling like entertainment and began to feel like judgment, public, harsh, and final. With a springing leap, Mir launched himself forward, aiming to strike down his insolent, self-confident opponent in one decisive motion. He believed, truly believed, that Yin would regret his bravado the moment real steel entered the equation. In Mir's mind, a proper sword belonged to a proper fighter, and Yin was about to learn what it meant to be corrected by force. Yin, however, remained steady with the wooden weapon in his hands, eyes locked on Mir with unnerving focus. He watched the man's hips, shoulders, and footing, reading each movement like a written warning before it became a blow. To Yin, the duel wasn't chaos. It was language, and Mir was speaking far too loudly with every exaggerated step. Suddenly, the room flared with an impossibly bright light, harsh enough to make several knights flinch. Yan's expression shifted, and his eyes ignited with a sharp, magical sheen, like embers catching in a storm wind. The change was so immediate it felt unnatural, as though something dormant inside him had snapped awake and demanded to be seen. Something whirled rapidly beneath the ceiling of the enormous training hall, cutting through the air with a vicious, humming spin. The motion was too fast to track cleanly, only a blur and a sound like a blade slicing breath itself. For a fraction of a second, it seemed as if the entire wing of Beowulf Castle had become a stage for an impossible trick. And then, unmistakably, the broken stump of the very wooden sword Yin had been using against Mir began to fall. It tumbled end over end, severed cleanly as if by an invisible strike, the splintered edge catching the light. The sight carried a strange irony. Even wood had been forced to surrender under the pressure of that moment. Captain Kion's eyes widened so far they seemed to brighten beneath his helm, shock wiping away his earlier amusement. His mouth opened as if to speak, but only a couple of broken words managed to escape, more breath than sentence. For a seasoned captain to be struck speechless, the event had to be more than skill. It had to be something bordering on the miraculous. The knights under William's command mirrored that disbelief, their faces tightening with confusion and awe. They could not understand how such a thing had happened in the middle of a simple spar, how their comrade, fighting a stranger, had witnessed something that defied ordinary technique. Murmurs spread like ripples across water, each knight trying to explain the unexplainable. The wooden blade, what remained of it, hovered dangerously close to Mir's throat, a silent verdict pressed into the air between them. It meant only one thing. The Imperial warrior had been defeated, and not by luck or prolonged struggle, but by the new recruit's decisive dominance. Even Mir's breathing faltered, as though his body understood the loss before his pride could process it. All around them, astonishment deepened into open amazement as the observers realized the duel had ended in a heartbeat, Yin defeating a knight of Miraz's squad with a single, clean blow. The speed of it made the outcome feel unreal, like a story told too quickly to be believed. Yet the evidence was there in Mir's frozen posture and the weapon poised like a final punctuation mark. Yan's eyes still burned with that fierce, unnatural intensity, as if the battle had briefly turned him into something demonic, something sharpened beyond human restraint. But the moment passed, and his voice returned to gentle normality as he asked Mir if he was all right. That contrast, terrifying power followed by calm concern, unsettled the witnesses even more than the strike itself. Meanwhile, far from the castle's bright training hall, the northern forest of stone spikes held its own secrets and moving pieces. The air there was colder, heavier, scented with pine and old snow, and the silence felt watchful rather than peaceful. In that shadowed wilderness, other figures carried out plans that had nothing to do with sparring and everything to do with fate. On the ledge of a jagged rock outcropping, one man spoke to another who sat just behind him, half hidden by the angle of the stone. He asked about a certain person, someone who might still be out on the North Sea, his tone controlled but edged with impatience. The question hung in the wind, carried away and returned like a warning. The bald-headed old man, wrapped in a single robe that fluttered like a monk's garment, confirmed the grim truth. Duke Beowulf would not be returning to his duchy. His eyes were calm, almost indifferent, as if he were reciting an inevitable outcome rather than delivering a blow. The words were simple, but they landed with the weight of a closing gate. The man who had asked about the lord of the castle accepted the news in silence, his face unreadable as stone. He neither argued nor protested, only absorbed the information that Duke Beowulf remained absent from his ancestral estate. That quiet acceptance was chilling, because it suggested the answer fit neatly into plans already set in motion. Then, without hesitation, he ordered the old man to summon the leaders of the barbarian tribes. The instruction was so abrupt, so unusually direct, that the old man's eyes snapped open in surprise. Even in the cold northern wilderness, it felt like the air had shifted, like a hidden lever had been pulled, and the next stage of conflict had begun. This was to be done in the name of Commander Chieftain Valai himself, who stood on the cliff's edge issuing commands with the authority of someone accustomed to obedience. The wind tugged at his clothes, but he remained unmoved, gazing over the forest as if it were already his territory. His orders were not requests, they were declarations, and the old man was expected to make them reality. Back at Beowulf Castle, an iron sword stood embedded tip-first in the training floor, quivering faintly from the force that had driven it down. The sight served as a blunt signal that another confrontation had reached its conclusion. Around it, the scuffed boards and scattered dust seemed to breathe out, as if the hall itself was relieved the clash had ended without tragedy. The weapon belonged to cruel Dwight, who knelt on one knee, shoulders heaving as he fought for breath. Sweat clung to his hairline, and his chest rose and fell like bellows after hard labor. With grudging honesty, he admitted defeat to his opponent, the words tasting bitter but unavoidable in the wake of William's steady superiority. William laughed, not mockingly, but with genuine approval, and praised Dwight for improving mid-spar, calling it a frightening talent to sharpen so quickly under pressure. Cruel Dwight dismissed it as a joke, grumbling that he hadn't even landed a single proper strike. Yet beneath his complaints, there was a spark of pride. He knew he'd forced William to take him seriously, if only for a moment. William insisted Dwight had almost hit him, teasing that the distance had been 600 sheets of paper, a ridiculous measurement meant to soften the sting of failure. For cruel Dwight, even that joking exaggeration carried meaning. William was admitting he'd felt danger, however slight. The commander's humor was a kindness disguised as banter, an invitation to keep climbing instead of sulking at the base. William remained confident that cruel Dwight would grow stronger in time, even if he left Beowulf Manor now and stopped training alongside them. The commander spoke as though he could already see the future shape of Dwight's skill, rough edges smoothed, impatience refined, instinct sharpened into lethal control. It was less a prediction and more a commander's certainty, born from recognizing potential when it stood panting in front of him. The defeated aristocratic knight offered thanks only grudgingly, as if praise felt like a loan he didn't want to accept. His jaw tightened, and his eyes flicked away in stubborn discomfort. Still, the words came, strained, reluctant, but real, because even pride couldn't entirely deny the value of William's recognition. William's attention shifted when he noticed knights from Morris's squad approaching the sparring ground with unusual urgency. Surprise crossed his face. Visits like this were rarely casual, not when men carried themselves with that tight, purposeful energy. He asked what had brought them so suddenly, already sensing that something significant had occurred elsewhere in the hall. The fighters spoke quickly and in detail, recounting the startling outcome of the confrontation between Yin of the Special Squad and the Imperial Nightmare. Their words tumbled over one another. Who moved first, how fast it ended, how the crowd reacted. Each detail sounding more unbelievable than the last. It was the kind of report that made a commander's instincts flare, because impossible things often signaled hidden danger. Hearing the account, William stared as if the men had spoken in a foreign language. He could scarcely believe that Yin had defeated Mir himself while holding only a wooden sword, ending the match with a single decisive strike. For a seasoned commander, disbelief wasn't common. Yet this news forced him to reconsider the young man's limits and the mysterious force that seemed to awaken around him. One night, standing near, Yin grumbled bitterly, speaking of disgrace to the Mirage Squad and spitting the words as though they tasted like ash. Yin immediately understood. His victory hadn't merely surprised them. It had wounded their pride, slicing through their reputation in front of witnesses. The resentment in that complaint was sharp enough to cut, even without steel. Yet not all reactions were hostile. Several knights in the front row looked at Yin with open enthusiasm, eyes bright with admiration as if they'd just witnessed the birth of a legend. They called him incredible, even inspiring, and their excitement caught Yin off guard. He wasn't used to praise that didn't come packaged with suspicion. The mixed attention, envy from some, awe from others, felt heavier than any armor. Then Mir himself stepped forward, approaching Yin with a controlled pace and a straight back. He thanked Yin for the sparring, offering respect where many would have offered excuses. Yin hurriedly tried to protest, asking him not to, insisting it wasn't necessary, but he didn't even have time to finish the sentence before Mir continued, unwavering. With a complete lack of visible emotion, Mir acknowledged his defeat and praised Yin, noting that such ability at Yan's age was exceptional. The words were blunt, almost clinical, yet they carried undeniable sincerity. Mir spoke like a soldier stating a fact, not like a man soothing his ego, and that stark honesty made the compliment feel all the more weighty. Mir's comrades burst into laughter, mocking him as useless, too old, too proud, pretending to be tough while failing publicly. The ridicule was loud and careless, thrown like stones without thought for the damage. Their cruelty unsettled Yin. It was one thing to win, but another to watch the defeated be kicked by their own allies. Yin immediately noticed how Mir reacted to the insults, with a strange, carefree acceptance that didn't match the culture of most knights. In many orders, honor and pride were everything, and defeat often sparked rage, denial, or endless disputes over fairness. Yet Mir simply endured the barbs without flaring up, as though his sense of self wasn't chained to victory. In a place like this, knights risked their lives in every true battle, and reputation could mean the difference between respect and abandonment. That was why it was so surprising that Mir's pride didn't seem bruised at all. Yin realized, with a quiet chill, that this resilience, this ability to accept loss without collapsing, was its own kind of strength. It was no accident that they were called the Northern Wall. Walls did not weep when struck, they simply held. While Yin was still reflecting on the harsh fate and complicated honor of his opponents, another warrior stepped forward and volunteered to spar with him next. The offer came without hesitation, as if the man had been waiting for this chance since the first strike landed. The crowd's attention shifted again, hungry for a second demonstration, wondering whether Yan's earlier victory was a fluke or a glimpse of something far greater. Broad-shouldered and powerfully built, the young man introduced himself as Lauren, a knight of Miraj's squad, number 99. His physique suggested a fighter who relied on crushing strength, yet his eyes held focus rather than arrogance. He stood with the confidence of someone accustomed to hardship, as though training and battle had carved certainty into his frame. Yin returned his name and asked Lauren to go easy on him, admitting he still hadn't learned how to properly wield northern mana. His request was polite, not fearful, and carried the frankness of someone who understood his gaps and refused to hide them behind bravado. Even so, Yin added that it was fine, because challenges were how weaknesses were revealed, and revealed weaknesses could be conquered. Accepting the challenge, the former low-ranking cadet stepped into the next confrontation with steady breath and sharpened attention. Wooden swords crossed with a crisp crack as Yin met Lauren's weapon head-on, their grips tightening as each tested the other's balance and intent. The duel began like a handshake between fighters, firm, probing, and ready to become violent at any misstep. Already in the heat of the exchange, Lauren tried to speak between movements, wanting to apologize for Mir's earlier behavior and the disrespect shown to Yin. His tone carried sincerity even as his arms worked, as if he believed manners still mattered in a hall built for combat. The apology was brief, but it revealed that Lauren's strength was paired with a sense of accountability. And precisely because he acknowledged that disrespect, Lauren became even more determined to win properly, cleanly, decisively, with no excuses attached. He intended to fight Yin with everything he had, not to humiliate him, but to honor the duel by taking it seriously. In his mind, holding back would be its own insult, and he would not repeat Mir's mistake in a different form. Yin saw the intent in Lauren's posture and welcomed it, bracing himself for a fierce confrontation with a man who fought like a moving boulder. He had no intention of retreating, even if the strength bearing down on him felt overwhelming. Instead, Yan's focus narrowed into a blade-thin calm, the kind that could cut through panic and turn pressure into clarity. As Lauren's sword carved a distinct trajectory through the air, Yan tracked it instantly and drew conclusions about his opponent's skill level. The swing wasn't sloppy. It carried structure, timing, and a disciplined use of momentum. From that single line of motion, Yin could tell Lauren wasn't merely strong. He was trained, and the training had been polished until it showed even in the smallest adjustments. Lauren had learned the first form of the frosty sword of ice and snow, a signature technique taught at the training center, and he wielded it with a systematic precision that made it feel like a practiced ritual. The movements weren't random strikes. They were connected steps, each leading naturally into the next, designed to control distance and freeze an opponent's options. Yin could sense the discipline behind it, like cold air creeping in through unseen cracks. Taking all of this into account, Yin decided he could not rely on luck or improvisation alone. He would have to act deliberately, choose his own rhythm, create his own openings, and force the battle to unfold on terms he could control. With a steady inhale, he resolved to fight for victory with clear intent, ready to adapt, endure, and seize the moment when it finally revealed itself. The sudden, unexpected move Yin made stole a visible jolt of surprise from his opponent, Lauren of the Frost Squad. The sturdy knight had anticipated a straightforward exchange, wood against wood, strength against strength, but not this abrupt shift in rhythm. For the first time since stepping into the ring, Lauren's confidence wavered, his eyes widening as he realized he'd been forced off the script he trusted. Using the method he relied on in real battles, Yin didn't stare at the weapon. He studied the person. His gaze pinned Lauren in place, measuring breath, timing, and the subtle tension in his shoulders. In an instant, Yin concluded that Lauren was proud of his speed, the kind of fighter who believed quickness alone could decide a duel before it truly began. Caught up in the heat of the clash, Lauren lost sight of Yin for a single heartbeat, just long enough for danger to slip past his guard. He searched forward, expecting the young man to remain where he had been, never imagining Yin had already moved like a shadow along his blind side. That brief lapse became a widening crack in Lauren's defense. Sensing movement, Lauren spun sharply, trying to catch his opponent in the turn and end everything with one crushing, decisive strike. He gathered his weight into the swing, committing to a blow meant to overwhelm bone and will alike. It was the kind of attack a man chose when he wanted victory to be undeniable, swift, brutal, and final. A flash of fierce light erupted at the instant their forces collided, bright enough to wash the room in a pale glare. The impact sounded like thunder trapped in a hall of stone, and for a breathless moment it was impossible to tell whether either warrior could withstand such an exchange. The clash felt less like training and more like fate's hammer striking steel. One of them coughed harshly, then released a heavy, strained sigh that sounded like air being torn from bruised lungs. The battle had demanded everything from both men: strength, timing, endurance, and nerve, and neither had stepped back willingly. Each was chasing victory with stubborn hunger, as if conceding even an inch would stain their pride forever. Then Yin seized a razor-thin opening, slipping inside Lauren's guard at exactly the right moment. His right elbow snapped forward with a deft, compact tadar, more brutal for its closeness, driving into Lauren's ribs where armor did nothing to soften the shock. Lauren had not expected such a maneuver from a new recruit, and the surprise made the strike land twice as hard. Still upright, Lauren fought to steady his breathing and regain his balance, mind racing to explain what he'd just felt. He told himself Yin was luring him in with something ordinary: plain movements, simple clothing, harmless-looking tactics meant to disguise a trap. But the more Lauren tried to rationalize it, the more the truth clawed at him. Yan's simplicity wasn't weakness, it was precision. In the next moment, the representative of Miraz's squad buckled and collapsed, fingers scraping the floor as he caught himself from falling flat. A smirk twisted across his face even as pain tightened his features, and a curse slipped out, half frustration, half admiration. It was the expression of a warrior who hated losing, yet couldn't deny the clean elegance of the defeat. Lauren pushed himself back to his feet and, with a noble steadiness, admitted defeat without excuses. When their swords had met, he said, he had felt something extraordinary in Yin, an edge that didn't belong to an ordinary trainee. Yin thanked him for the honest words, accepting them with a calm that made his victory feel even more unsettlingly natural. Stunned by what they had witnessed, the gathered knights erupted into excited chatter, admiration flooding the hall like a rising tide. They began hunting for new challengers for Yin, eager to test him again and again, as if his presence had turned the training ground into a festival of duels. Some even complained to the deputy commander about those who had cut in line, arguing loudly over who deserved the next chance. Captain Kion watched his own subordinates with open surprise, eyebrows lifting as he realized how quickly their mood had transformed. A moment ago they had been skeptical, even offended. Now they were practically pleading to spar the newcomer. It was rare to see disciplined knights so openly eager, and Kion could only shake his head at how completely Yin had seized their attention. Later, after William asked Captain Kion what he truly thought of Yin, and heard Kion's blunt understanding of the young man's so-called boasting, William offered high praise for Cruel Dwight's rapidly improving skill. Even so, William's tone made a clear distinction. Cruel was rising fast, but Yin belonged to a different tier altogether. It wasn't merely talent. It was the frightening sense that Yan's ceiling had not yet revealed itself. Some whispered about the chief instructor with open contempt, calling him a slithering reptile, smooth, patient, and impossible to read. They believed that Damien was the one who had shaped Yin into what he was, molding him with cold intention rather than kindness. To them, Damien wasn't just a trainer. He was a politician in armor, a man who climbed by collecting useful people like trophies. For Captain Kion and William alike, Damien's appetite for talent was obvious, almost greedy in its intensity. Men like Yin were rare, and rare things were always claimed by powerful hands. Kion remarked that it would be right, even inevitable, for the instructor to send such a knight to their duchy, where ability could be put to use and watched closely rather than left to wander. Kion, however, would not allow a fly like Yin to buzz around Lady Lorena unchecked, especially not if there was any chance the young man could charm her, influence her, or be used as a wedge against the household. Whether the concern was protective, political, or personal, it sharpened his voice. The warriors, he insisted, must remain vigilant. William agreed, understanding how easily small liberties became dangerous openings. In agreement with the captain, William asserted that Yin could not be permitted to behave rudely or familiarly toward their lady, no matter how impressive his skill appeared. Respect was a boundary that even talent could not cross. With that settled, the leaders called for the training to end for the day, ordering the men to disperse and rest, though the restless energy in the room refused to fade quietly. It was decided that tomorrow they would attack again, resume operations, press forward, keep momentum from slipping. And as the knights spoke Damien's name, the chief instructor himself appeared, as if summoned by the conversation. His eyes burned with a terrifying intensity, not merely stern but fever-bright, the kind of gaze that made even seasoned warriors straighten as though a blade had been placed at their throats. While the incredible sparring matches between Miraz's squad and the special unit continued to echo through the wing of the Beowulf aristocrat's castle, evening finally crept in. The light outside softened into dusky blue, and the training hall shadows lengthened across the scarred floor. Yet the air still felt charged, as though the day's battles had awakened something that refused to sleep. Suddenly, an instrument sounded, deep, urgent, and unmistakable. Captain Kion guessed it was a horn, and William confirmed it at once, because such a call was reserved for emergencies only. The commanders began addressing every knight on the estate, their voices cutting through the growing dusk. Yen, among the others, strained his ears, sensing that whatever came next would not be a drill. He listened so intently it felt as if the world narrowed to sound alone, unwilling to miss a single word or command. Around him, conversations died mid-sentence, boots shifted, and hands tightened on weapon grips. In the pause between statements, Yen could almost hear his own heartbeat, loud with foreboding. To Yan's surprise, Chief Butler Hans Meringer appeared clad in armor, fully armed like a man stepping into open war rather than castle duty. His presence alone was a warning. Stewards did not wear iron unless the house itself was threatened. With sharp urgency, Hans called on every warrior of the territory to take up arms immediately, his voice carrying the authority of emergency and survival. Hurrying to Captain Kion and William, Hans delivered urgent news in a tight, controlled tone. Their lands were under attack. For a brief second, both commanders stared at him as if the words couldn't fit reality. Their confusion was plain. Who would dare strike Beowulf territory now, and with what force bold enough to announce itself at the gates? The massive oak gates, reinforced and ancient, seemed built to repel any ordinary assault. They had weathered storms, raids, and countless threats, standing like the mouth of a giant that refused to open. For most enemies, those gates would have been a final argument, solid, stubborn, and cruelly unyielding. But in the next instant, a pointed battering ram slammed through, piercing the fortress gates as if oak were wet paper. The structure exploded outward, fragments of wood and iron fittings sprang through the air in a deadly storm. The shockwave of the impact rolled across the courtyard, turning certainty into sudden panic. Those who witnessed the breach understood immediately who had come. This wasn't the work of common raiders or desperate thieves. It carried a signature that had been whispered about too many times to dismiss. The dread they'd heard in stories now stood before them in splintered reality, wearing the shape of a nightmare they had hoped would remain only rumor. Beyond the shattered gate stood an endless mass of shadows, packed so tightly they seemed to swallow the light. Burning eyes glowed within the darkness like embers in a pit, and the horde shifted with predatory impatience. They were preparing to surge forward, to storm the castle as a single, ravenous body. At the head of the monstrous army, creatures and barbarians intermingled like a single plague, stood Commander Chieftain Valai. His expression was not merely hostile, it was carved with intent, a cold desire to grind Beowulf Castle into ruin. He looked at the fortress as if he could already taste its fall, and that certainty made the air feel poisonous. Yen stared at the invasion, stunned that it had erupted at this precise moment, right as the estate's attention had been scattered by training and internal politics. Even more shocking was Valai's direct involvement, as though the enemy leader had chosen to personally oversee the destruction. Yan's mind raced, struggling to reconcile what he saw with what he believed should have happened. Because Yen remembered clearly, this wasn't the time for such an attack. Not yet. The timing was wrong. Wrong enough to feel like reality had been rewritten. Had the course of history shifted again, bending around his presence like iron around a magnet, twisting events into a new and more dangerous shape? The fortress walls of Duke Beowulf remained towering and intact, their height and smooth stone making them brutally difficult to climb. From below, they looked like cliffs built by human hands, cold, merciless, and proud. They should have been an advantage, a shield bought by generations of stonework and war. Yet Yin could feel that even walls like these could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers and relentless cruelty. It was from this defensive vantage that Chief Butler Hans Meringer, encased in iron, stood beside William and Captain Kion, surveying the chaos spreading across the grounds. The three men looked outward with hard, practiced eyes, measuring distance, angles, and the enemy's flow like commanders reading a battlefield map. Their silence carried the weight of responsibility. Every decision would cost lives or save them. Hans watched the enemy break through the third wall, and concern tightened his face as the hostile force advanced with terrifying speed. The pace was wrong, too fast, too organized, suggesting preparation rather than spontaneous assault. Each falling barrier felt like a heartbeat stolen from the castle, and Hans's mind clearly raced through evacuation routes and last stands. William questioned a warrior rushing in with fresh reports, demanding details without wasting breath. He learned that the third detachment of knights was already fortifying the second wall, working under desperate pressure to make it the true line of defense. The message was clear. The third wall could not be held, and the battle was being forced inward, closer to the heart of the estate. Defending the third wall had become impossible. It was already a lost position. The inhabitants needed to be evacuated, pulled back toward the second wall in an organized retreat, but the enemy's numbers threatened to turn retreat into slaughter. There were simply too many attackers, too many claws and axes and burning eyes, and fighting them would demand more than courage. It would demand sacrifice. From the rough estimates delivered by scouts and frantic messengers, William grasped the terrifying scale of the threat. Up to 30,000 individuals had approached the duchy, an army large enough to crush villages, devour supply lines, and drown defenders in bodies. The numbers settled in his chest like a stone, heavy with the knowledge of how thin even trained knights could be stretched. The leaders were outraged that the duchy's rangers had failed to detect the enemy's approach in time. Someone had either been careless, outplayed, or silenced, and that failure had cost lives. The reporting knight admitted grimly that the rangers were likely dead, and the enemies had exploited the opening without mercy, striking before the castle could fully brace itself. Chief Butler Hans issued orders first, voice like iron. Captain Kion and the Knights of Miraz's squad were to assist with evacuating residents and retreating toward the stronger defenses of Beowulf Castle. It was not glorious work, but it was vital, saving civilians before the slaughter reached them. His directive cut through panic, turning fear into movement. William, leading his own squad, was tasked with rushing to the second wall to meet the enemy head-on and buy time. Hans understood the bitterness of that duty, the feeling of being thrown into the teeth of the storm, but he demanded resolve, calling on them to defend the castle no matter the cost. In his eyes, sentiment could wait. The duchy would not survive indecision. Standing slightly aside amid the frantic rush, Yin heard William's calls to hurry, the commands sharpened by shouting and curses as men scrambled into formation. Boots thundered, armor clattered, and fear slipped into the gaps between orders like cold wind. Yan's hands tightened reflexively, not from uncertainty, but from the instinctive understanding that the next minutes would decide everything. Once again, history twisted at the very moment Yin feared most. This event, this premature invasion, did not fit the path he remembered, and the mismatch chilled him deeper than winter air. He could not tell what difference, what tiny divergence from his past life, had created a ripple strong enough to shift an entire war upon his arrival here. Yin remembered clearly how Duke Beowulf had once restrained Commander Chieftain Valai with masterful strategy and overwhelming presence, preventing an invasion of the aristocrats' territory. The Duke had been the keystone, calm, ruthless, and unbreakable, holding the enemy at bay through strength and timing. Without him now, the memory felt like a protective wall that had suddenly vanished. Now Yin could not be certain whether Valai could defeat Beowulf's duchy outright. The enemy leader's timing and confidence suggested he believed the answer was yes. Yan's mind kept circling one brutal possibility. Without Duke Beowulf present, the fortress might fall, not through weakness, but through being outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and struck at the worst possible time. Thinking of Lady Lorena, Yan's confusion deepened into something close to dread. He could not understand what had changed between the timeline he remembered and this one. Especially after Lady Lorena, he himself, and everyone else had decided to come north. The decision should have led to one chain of events, yet now it seemed to have unlocked another, darker route entirely. He analyzed the unfolding disaster with grim intensity, replaying every earlier moment in his mind, as if searching for the single misplaced stone that had caused the avalanche. Which word, which meeting, which delay had redirected fate? Yin tried to find logic in the chaos, because if he could identify the cause of the shift, he might still carve out a way to correct it. Meanwhile, one of Valai's subordinates approached him and addressed him as Great Leader, delivering a report about the breakthrough at the third wall and the continued advance. The messenger's posture was eager, almost proud, as though the falling defenses were trophies. The words confirmed what the defenders already felt in their bones. The enemy was pressing forward relentlessly. Valai ordered his troops not to rush blindly, his voice carrying cold control even amid the roar of invasion. Instead, he demanded that fast and sharp-eyed individuals be sent ahead, specialists who could exploit openings and force the next breach efficiently. He didn't want a messy stampede. He wanted a precise collapse, the kind that turned a fortress into a trap for the people inside. Hearing these intentions, Yan's anger flared hot, cutting through fear like fire through cloth. He understood now what the savage leader was aiming for, and the realization made his stomach tighten. This wasn't just a raid for plunder or territory, it was a directed hunt, a plan shaped around a specific prize. Based on Yan's quick, sickening deduction, Valai planned to seize Lady Lorena Beowulf as a hostage. Her value wasn't only personal. She was political leverage, a symbol, a blade held to the duchy's throat. The thought of her being dragged into the enemy's hands ignited something fierce in Yan, a refusal so sharp it felt like a vow forming in his chest. By then, a fierce fire had already swallowed the area near the western gate of the second wall, flames licking upward in frantic, hungry tongues. Smoke rolled across the stone, turning the air thick and bitter, while sparks drifted like angry insects into the night. The glow painted the defenders' armor in trembling orange, an omen that the true battle had begun, and it would not end cleanly. The third detachment of Beowulf's White Knights had already slammed into direct combat with the foremost ranks of the invading savages, steel meeting crude iron in a shrieking storm. They fought in a tight, desperate line, bodies braced and shields locked, trying to halt the enemy's momentum before it could spill deeper into the estate. Every step they yielded felt like surrendering a piece of home, so they dug in and bled for each heartbeat of delay. The commanders roared orders over the chaos, demanding that not a single barbarian be allowed to breach the castle proper. Even if their lives hung by a fraying thread, lungs burning, arms shaking, they were to fight with teeth clenched and eyes unblinking. Retreat was not a word to be spoken. The line must hold, even if it held only on sheer will and stubborn hatred of defeat. The second captain of the White Knight detachment continued issuing commands with fierce clarity, rallying the men as the pressure mounted. He demanded they hold their ground until Duke Beowulf returned, as if the Duke's name itself could become a shield. His voice cut through panic like a blade through cloth, promising that endurance now would be repaid when their lord came back to crush the invaders. But the next moment stole that voice away. A massive axe, swung with savage, two-handed fury, cleaved through the captain's defense and ended his life in a single brutal arc. He fell where he stood, brave to the last, eyes still focused forward, his collapse sending a cold shock through nearby knights who had relied on his commands like a lifeline. The barbarians pressed harder, howling as they surged across the estate like a flood released from a broken dam. They shouted for their comrades to rage, to abandon restraint and embrace bloodlust, insisting that victory would be seized through sheer ferocity and the weight of their brutal weapons. Their cries were not only battle chants, they were permission slips for cruelty. As they clashed with the fortress's brave defenders, the invaders spat promises of a coming era of bloody revenge. They spoke as if the past itself demanded repayment, as if every fallen savage from earlier wars was watching and waiting for satisfaction. The words were venomous, meant to unnerve the knights and turn the air into something choking with dread. They declared that today's battle would honor the memory of their dead, fallen brothers whose names were carved into their rage. Between swings and screams, they muttered crude prayers and savage oaths, insisting that long-awaited victory was finally within reach. To them, blood on snow was not tragedy. It was ritual, and the castle was the altar. Commander Chieftain Valai, leading the horde from the front like a living war banner, called on the tribes to avenge every brother who had died in earlier clashes with Beowulf's knights. His voice carried over the battlefield with frightening authority, turning individual anger into a single, unified hunger. Under his command, revenge became strategy, sharp, purposeful, and relentless. Valai was utterly confident that by days in the northern territories would belong to the barbarian tribes as their new masters. Yet even in that certainty, the invaders tasted pain. One savage screamed as a powerful stream of light magic nearly pierced him through, scorching flesh and pride alike. The attack had been launched by one of the girls from the special squad, and the brilliance of it made the shadows recoil. That moment of resistance would never have been possible without the sharp swords of Beowulf Castle's defenders, who kept the enemy from simply overwhelming the mages outright. Blades flashed in front of spellcasters like living barricades, intercepting axes and spears before they could reach fragile openings. Steel and courage bought the precious seconds needed for magic to matter. Lady Lorena Beowulf, weapon in hand, swept her gaze across the chaos, her worry sharpening when she searched for Cheryl among the smoke and shouting. Her heart hammered with a protective urgency that refused to quiet, even as she tried to remain composed. Cheryl, sensing the fear behind Lorena's eyes, assured her quickly that she was fine, voice steady despite the battlefield's roar. Lorena spotted clusters of barbarians sprinting toward their position, numbers multiplying like shadows under firelight. At this pace, the defenders would be forced to retreat whether they wished to or not, simply to avoid being swallowed whole. Cheryl strained her eyes into the dusk and smoke, but she couldn't even see where the wave ended. Only more bodies, more weapons, more burning eyes. Then Lady Lorena ordered Cheryl not to fight here any longer, insisting she go help evacuate the children immediately. Cheryl bristled, terrified of leaving Lorena alone in the storm of enemies. But Lorena's reasoning was coldly practical. One person could slip away faster than two. Alone, Lorena could move, hide, or reposition more easily, while the children, helpless and frightened, could not be left to chance. Lorena repeated the order, firmer this time, leaving no room for argument or delay. Her voice carried the iron of responsibility, the kind that forced obedience even when it hurt. Go, she insisted, save the children, protect the future, and trust that she would endure. Cheryl obeyed at last, turning with a clenched jaw and a promise that she would return soon. She told Lorena to hold on, just a little longer, her words sounding like a rope thrown across a chasm. Even as she ran, Cheryl kept talking about the children, reminding herself why she was leaving, as if repeating it could dull the fear of abandoning her lady to the flames. Left alone, Lorena lifted her eyes to the castle tower, watching the eerie glow that clung to the stone like a halo of war. She thought of the sudden barbarian invasion crashing onto her native estate, of how familiar halls had become battle lanes in the span of minutes. The place she had known as home now sounded like a wounded beast, groaning timber, screaming men, and the crackle of spreading fire. Without warning, a terrifying laugh rang out behind Lorena, low, cruel, and unmistakably joy. It did not belong to the Imperial Knights, nor to any of her companions. It carried the taste of predation. The sound prickled across her skin, raising every instinct she possessed like a shield. A massive barbarian emerged beside her with startling speed, swinging his axe as if he were eager to split the world in two. His grin was wide and vicious, delighted, as though he'd stumbled upon a prize far greater than he'd dared hope. He had found Lady Lorena, and the triumph in his posture suggested he believed the battle was already won. Seconds crawled by, yet the savage did not strike immediately. His arms tensed, his axe poised, but some invisible pressure seemed to clamp down on him, freezing the blow before it could fall. It was as though an unseen hand had seized his wrist, or an instinctual fear had suddenly whispered that attacking now would bring death. Lady Lorena did not flee. She stood her ground, stunned by the barbarian's hesitation and unable to understand what held him back. Her mind flashed through possibilities: trap, magic, reinforcements, yet none fit cleanly. Still, she refused to turn away, because running without reason could be the very mistake that ended her. The answer came in a sharp, awful cry. The savage suddenly howled in pain, his posture collapsing as if his strength had been ripped out from inside his ribs. Whatever malicious plan he had carried evaporated in that instant, leaving him unable to do anything further to the young defender of the family estate. Yin stood beside Lorena, his presence sudden and grim, eyes hard with warning as he positioned himself between her and the threat. His expression wasn't gentle. It was the stern face of someone who had arrived a breath before disaster. Without grand words or dramatic gestures, he had saved her from a fate too cruel to imagine. Yin had finally found her, his companion, the person he'd been searching for through smoke and chaos. But Lorena, still catching her breath, couldn't understand why he had been looking so urgently, as if her location was the key to everything. Confusion tangled with relief, and she stared at him as though he had appeared out of the fire itself. Without wasting time, the elite knight of the special squad seized Lorena's hand with determined force, fingers firm and unshaking. His intent was unmistakable. He was taking her out of this killing zone, whether she liked it or not. The grip wasn't controlling. It was protective, the grasp of someone who refused to let destiny snatch her away. As they began to run, Lorena demanded to know why he had grabbed her and where he intended to take her. Her words were breathless, half protest, half desperate need for certainty. Yin didn't slow down. He told her they had to hurry and return to the castle immediately, voice clipped with urgency, as though every second spent explaining was another second stolen by death. Yin revealed the truth that jolted her more than the flames. The invading enemy's main target was Lady Lorena Beowulf herself. Lorena's eyes widened in disbelief, the idea striking like ice across her spine. She had believed the castle was under attack for territory or revenge, never that she had become the center of the enemy's aim. Commander Chieftain Valai, Yin explained, was focusing on her precisely because she was Duke Beowulf's weak point, the soft spot in a fortress of iron. A hostage could bend even the strongest lord, turning strategy into desperation. Valai wasn't merely attacking walls. He was attacking the Duke through the person he would be forced to protect. And the savage leader intended to use her as bait to lure Duke Beowulf out, to drag him into a position where the chieftain could finally claim victory. While the knights struggled to hold the lines and contain the horde, a single decisive move, capturing Lorena, could collapse all resistance. In Yan's mind, the plan was horrifyingly elegant. Win without needing to conquer every stone. Yin was completely certain that if the barbarian warriors seized Lady Lorena here, everyone still resisting would lose all hope. Morale would shatter, formations would crumble, and fear would spread faster than fire. A duchy could endure broken walls, but it could not endure the sense that its heart had been stolen. Even if everyone perished defending the family castle, Yin believed Lorena's escape mattered more than prideful martyrdom. Her survival could preserve the duchy's future, its leadership, and its bargaining power. But Lorena resisted the idea fiercely, not understanding how she could abandon her people and leave them to die while she ran. The disagreement cracked between them like lightning, duty against survival. As they ran, a strange sound rose nearby, an ominous groan, like stone and timber crying out under impossible strain. It wasn't the usual clash of weapons or the roar of battle. It was deeper, structural, catastrophic. Both of them felt it in their bones before they fully recognized it with their ears. They stopped and looked up just in time to see one of Beowulf Castle's towers collapsing, crashing down with a violent, world-shaking roar. Dust and debris exploded outward like a gray wave, swallowing the air. The sight was unreal, something that should have stood for generations falling in seconds, as if the castle itself had been struck in the spine. They couldn't believe it. Instinctively, they released each other's hands and staggered apart to avoid being crushed by falling stone and splintered beams. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and for a heartbeat the battle's noise vanished under the sheer thunder of the tower's death. Glancing sharply at Lorena, Yin shouted for her to run, voice cutting through the dust-choked air like a command in war. There was no time to argue, no time to mourn the collapsing stone. Survival demanded movement, and Yan's urgency carried the weight of someone who could already see the next disaster forming. The tower continued to plunge, its shadows sweeping across them as firelight blazed brighter around the ruins. Flames, born from the bloodthirsty horde's destruction, licked at walls and scaffolds, turning the courtyard into a furnace. Smoke curled thickly through the air, and burning embers drifted like malicious snow. Other towers still stood, looming against the night like wounded sentinels refusing to kneel. Yet the fire was spreading toward one of them, hungry and fast, and the partially damaged structure creaked ominously under heat and stress. It looked as though it might soon repeat the same fate, another proud spire collapsing into rubble while the enemy laughed. Lorena suddenly dropped to the ground with a sharp gasp, clutching at her leg as pain flared through it. The frantic movement had twisted or struck something, and now the injury screamed for attention at the worst possible time. Her breath came in short, panicked bursts, the agony threatening to pin her in place like a nail through the floor. It was Lorena who stared at the ruined tower with aching pity, grief tightening her throat even as fear pressed in from all sides. She couldn't comprehend who could have done something so monstrous, who could break her home with such deliberate savagery. The destruction felt personal, like an insult carved into stone and flame. With deep regret twisting across her face, Lorena kept her eyes on the crumbling remains of her native estate and called out, voice strained, half-choked, into the smoky night. Whether she was calling for Yin, for help, or for the castle itself to endure, the words carried the helpless sorrow of someone watching their world collapse piece by piece. Then a new voice sounded nearby, cool, measured, and faintly amused, remarking that their acquaintance was far too abrupt. The tone was unmistakably arrogant, as if the speaker owned the battlefield. Lorena's blood ran cold at once, because she recognized that voice even before she fully turned her head. Eyes wide with shock and rising fear, she looked toward the newcomer and realized the truth. The figure before her was none other than the barbarian great leader himself. Her breath caught, and her hands trembled against the ground. This was not a random savage. This was the Storm's Eye, standing close enough to touch. High above, standing atop what remained of the tower's structure like a conqueror on a throne of ruin, Commander Chieftain Valai regarded her with a strange hint of surprise. He hadn't expected the aristocrat to recognize him so quickly, not by voice, not by presence alone. For a brief moment, the monster behind the leader's gaze seemed almost curious. With his eyes burning in the darkness like coals fed by hatred, Valai no longer bothered to introduce himself. He saw no need for ceremony when power spoke louder than names. The way he looked down at Lorena made it clear he considered the encounter already decided, as if her fear were merely the first step of surrender. The terrifying stranger's presence shook Lorena so deeply that she involuntarily averted her gaze, unable to meet those burning eyes for long. His mannerisms were predator calm. No frantic motion, no wasted rage, only certainty. That composure, more than his size or armor, made him feel unstoppable. For the first time in her life, someone other than her father had made Lorena feel such raw, helpless fear. It wasn't the fear of pain alone. It was the fear of being powerless, of being seen as prey. In that instant, she understood how small a person could feel when facing an enemy who believed the world existed to be taken. Lorena knew that if the battle dragged on, her injured leg would deny her any chance of outlasting him. Speed, endurance, everything she needed was being stolen by pain. If she wanted to survive, she had to end this immediately, finish the barbarian leader with one decisive blow. The thought was terrifying, yet it sharpened her resolve into something desperate and bright. At that moment, Valai noticed her gathering mana, focusing it with trembling intensity into a single point, as if compressing her will into a spear. The concentration was so blatant, so urgent, that it startled even him. Lorena, however, was surprised as well by how clearly he read her, how quickly he understood what she was preparing. Then, in the blink of an eye, The enormous savage was suddenly beside Lady Lorena, crossing the distance with impossible speed. The shock nearly emptied her lungs. Her mind refused to accept that he could move like that. One heartbeat, he was above, distant. Then he was there, close enough that his presence felt like a wall slamming down. Lorena hadn't even noticed his approach. No warning, no footstep, no shift of air. Nothing her senses could grasp in time. It was as if he had stepped through space itself, and the realization left her feeling horribly exposed, as though the world's rules had been rewritten in his favor. Commander Chieftain Valai, the great leader of the barbarian hordes attacking the duchy, stared down at her with eyes like burning furnaces, his voice low and ominously calm. He promised that he would not touch her if she remained quiet and composed, as though he were offering mercy rather than issuing control. The threat beneath the promise was unmistakable. One wrong move, one flicker of defiance, and his restraint would vanish like ash in the wind. The fearsome savage's lips curled as he labeled Lady Lorena Beowulf a valuable trump card, as if she were nothing more than a game piece to be played at the perfect moment. The way he said it, calm, certain, possessive, made the words feel like chains tightening around her. To him, her life was leverage, and he spoke of it with the casual confidence of a man who believed victory was already in his hands. Lorena bristled at the phrasing, disgust rising hot in her chest. She hated the implication that she was helpless, hated the suggestion that her worth existed only in how she could be used. With obvious disapproval, she glared up at the barbarian leader, refusing to lower her eyes even though fear trembled at the edges of her breath. Sensing his dominance over the supposedly defenseless noblewoman, Commander Chieftain Valai smiled, as if he were indulging a child's defiance. He openly appreciated her youth, his gaze lingering with a predatory admiration that felt more insulting than any shouted threat. In his expression was a cruel amusement, like a hunter admiring the beauty of prey before deciding how to break it. And then the famous dark wolf, the presence and instinct that had so often helped Knight Yin crush opponents on the battlefield, began to stir, drawing itself into the moment like a shadow rising from the ground. The air seemed to tighten, as if danger had gained a sharper scent. Whatever force guided Yin in crisis was already stepping in, preparing to bare its fangs against a monster far larger than any sparring partner. Valai reacted instantly to the sudden arrival of the young man, as though he had anticipated him all along. He struck with a terrifyingly powerful blow, aiming to end the interruption before it became a problem. His fist moved like a siege hammer, huge, confident, and merciless, because he believed he could see Yin through and through. Lorena saw everything with horrifying clarity. She screamed. A raw, frightened sound ripped from her throat as she watched that crushing strike descend toward Yin. But she was trapped, injured, pinned by circumstance, and could do nothing to help him in that instant except watch and pray he would not die in front of her. With triumph thick in his voice, Valai admitted that he had known from the beginning that the young knight was lurking in his ambush range. His burning eyes had followed Yin's movements like a predator tracking footsteps in snow. To Valai, this wasn't surprise. It was confirmation that the bait had finally brought in a more interesting catch. But then something happened that ripped the joy out of the barbarians' throats. The outcome did not unfold the way Valai expected, and astonishment spread across his face in spite of his control. The battlefield held a brief, unnatural pause, like the world itself had blinked and rewritten the next second. Valai had been certain he'd killed Yin, certain the young knight would crumple to the ground like broken armor. Instead, Yin vanished. No blood, no collapse, no satisfying impact, just emptiness where a body should have been. Valai's mind snapped to the only explanation he respected: magic, illusion, or some trick of power that mocked the reliability of his own eyes. Right beside him, Valai suddenly heard Yan's voice, dry, ironic, and dangerously close, remarking that his opponent hadn't even noticed the difference because he relied solely on what he saw. The words landed like a slap, not merely mocking, but exposing the chieftain's momentary blind spot. Valai's head turned sharply, rage and disbelief colliding in his gaze. Cradling Lady Lorena in his arms to keep her from collapsing, Yin called what had happened a simple magical illusion. as if he were describing a basic training exercise rather than cheating death. Lorena, stunned and breathless, stared at him with fierce curiosity. How had he created something so convincing, so instantaneous, that even Valai had been fooled? The question trembled in her eyes as much as it formed on her lips. The frustrated Valai could only watch as the knight slipped away from his enormous fist, escaping a killing blow in a battle that had barely begun. The chieftain's disappointment was palpable, turning his earlier amusement into something darker. It wasn't just that Yin had survived. It was that Yin had made Valai look careless for a heartbeat, and Valai did not forgive such embarrassments. The moment Yin told the great chieftain that their real meeting would have to wait until later, Lorena suddenly demanded to be released. Even in fear and pain, her pride flared. She disliked being carried like a helpless burden. Her voice shook with urgency, not weakness, as she insisted she could stand on her own. Before Yin could object or explain, Lorena struck him, punching him squarely in the face despite everything he'd done to save her. The blow was impulsive, fueled by stress and wounded dignity, and it startled him more than any enemy strike. She immediately repeated her demand, ordering him to let her go at once, as if stubbornness could restore the control the battle had stolen. Valai snorted, convinced Yin was bragging far too much about tricking him even once. With a savage promise, he declared he would tear the brave knight to pieces in a single minute, turning negotiation into a joke. His voice carried the certainty of a predator that believed it could end the chase whenever it pleased. Yin, oddly more optimistic, didn't seem to believe Valai had even that much time to waste. His expression stayed sharp but calm, as if he were calculating the battlefield rather than fearing it. To Yin, minutes were luxuries. This fight would be decided in heartbeats, and Valai's threats sounded like dramatic flourishes hiding impatience. Valai's eyes stayed fixed on Yin, displeased by the young knight's tone and confidence, yet he still didn't fully unleash his hatred. It was the stare of a man deciding how best to break an opponent, whether through brute force, intimidation, or a crueler method. The restraint was ominous, suggesting Valai was thinking rather than simply raging. Yin pointed out that while Valai was busy with him, the true target could slip away. Valai countered coldly that she was right in front of him now, implying escape was impossible. Yin disagreed, not because he doubted Valai's power, but because he understood Valai's deeper objective and knew this confrontation was only the surface of a larger plan. Yin spoke the name of the legendary sword, Elon, knowing it would bite deeper than any taunt. He stated plainly that the leader of the barbarian hordes truly desired that weapon above all else, more than blood, more than territory, more even than vengeance. The name hung in the air like a forbidden bell tolling, and it drew Valai's attention with immediate intensity. As the stories claimed, the dragon sword Elon granted its owner a terrifying advantage, the power to win every new battle against enemies, as if fate itself leaned toward the blade. It wasn't merely sharpness or craftsmanship, it was legend given metal form. Even hardened warriors whispered about it the way men whisper about storms, with awe, fear, and longing. With Elon, conquest of the empire would stop being a distant dream and become an achievable, brutal reality. It would turn a barbarian chieftain into a world-threatening force, capable of breaking armies that should have outmatched him. And that, Yin made clear, was what Valai craved so desperately, the kind of power that rewrites borders and names history after the victor. Yin declared that he was ready to tell Valai where to find the incredible weapon the chieftain desired. He offered the information with calculated calm, as if bargaining in a market rather than standing amid burning towers. But beneath the offer was a trap shaped by desperation and strategy, and Yan's steady voice made it sound almost reasonable. In exchange, Yin demanded that he take Lady Lorena Beowulf with him, immediately, because he had extremely important business with her that could not wait. The wording was deliberate, giving the demand a sense of urgency and inevitability. He wasn't asking permission. He was setting terms, forcing Valai to consider a deal rather than a simple execution. After finally setting Lorena down, Yin listened closely as Valai questioned him again, pressing for certainty about obtaining the sword if he allowed them to leave. The chieftain's voice tightened, suspicion battling greed. He wanted guarantees, not promises, because he could smell deception the way wolves smell blood. Yet the lure of Elon made him willing to entertain risk. Lorena had never even heard of the dragon sword, but Yin told her it was kept in the armory. That revelation made her stomach drop. She immediately feared he would truly hand Elon over to the barbarians. Her gaze snapped between Yin and Valai, torn between trusting Yan's judgment and dreading the catastrophic consequences of giving a monster what it wanted. And Yin admitted, at least in intention, that he planned to do exactly that, but not with the real sword. Instead, he would give Valai a fake, a substitute meant to satisfy greed long enough to buy escape and time. The gamble was enormous. One mistake, one slip, and Valai would not merely be angry. He would be unstoppable. Yan's worry ran deeper still, because he remembered that Valai had spent part of his childhood in the Duchy of Beowulf. That meant the barbarian might already know rumors about the dragon sword's presence, its aura, or its hiding place. A man with memories of the land was harder to fool than a stranger, and Yin could not afford to underestimate that advantage. Worse, Valai's burning eyes, those uncanny, demonic embers, might allow him to sense the nature of the weapon instantly. If the blade was false, he might know the moment his fingers touched it, and then deception would become a death sentence. Yan's mind raced, calculating how to hide a lie from a gaze that seemed to pierce souls. Even if Valai didn't understand Elon's true value in full, he would never ignore something legendary placed in his hands. That was exactly why Yin hoped the chieftain would bite, hopeful that greed would override caution. If Valai took the bait, even briefly, it could crack open a path for Lorena's survival. After a long, heavy silence, the giant chieftain finally spoke again, asking for the dragon sword's name, the name people used when they spoke of it in whispers. The question was simple, but it revealed obsession. He needed the word itself, needed to own the legend in his mouth before he owned it in his hand. Around them, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath, listening. Yin kept his eyes on Valai without blinking, measuring the flicker of interest and the shape of the chieftain's desire. He assessed every micro-expression, every tightening of the jaw, every shift in posture, gauging how close the barbarian was to taking the hook. This wasn't just conversation, it was combat, fought with information and timing instead of steel. Valai's excitement broke through, and he called Elon the sword of a legendary ruler, an heirloom said to have been passed down through generations within their tribe's stories. His voice held reverence twisted into hunger, as though the blade were both sacred relic and promised conquest. In that moment, it was clear, Elon was not merely a weapon to him, it was destiny. Yin, delighted but careful not to show it, warned that time was running out. Soon, he said, the knights would move Elon to a safer place, beyond Valai's reach. His words were a pressure tactic, tightening the window until Valai felt forced to act quickly, before the prize slipped away like smoke through fingers. Moreover, Yin added, Duke Beowulf would soon return to the estate, meaning Valai would have to choose between capturing Lady Lorena and chasing the coveted sword. When Valai growled that he didn't like being forced to choose, Yin was genuinely surprised. He had expected arrogance, not irritation at the dilemma itself. The reaction hinted that Valai was weighing risks more intelligently than a simple brute would. In response, Valai declared he would take a third option, voice low and decisive. Lorena and Yin watched him cautiously, instinct screaming that the third option would be the most violent of all. The chieftain's body coiled like a spring, and the air around him felt charged, like the moment before a thunderclap. Valai lunged forward, driving himself between the two in a single explosive burst. His intention was brutally clear. Kill Yin, seize the girl, and take the sword afterward. No bargaining, no patience, only domination. The choice was a lie. His third option was simply taking everything with blood. Yin reacted instantly, his body moving before fear could slow it, eyes tracking Valai's speed with precise calculation. He measured the rhythm of the chieftain's steps and the angle of his incoming strike, assessing how much faster this monster was than any human knight. In that split second, Yin understood the terrifying truth. Valai's power wasn't only strength, it was overwhelming velocity. Lady Lorena Beowulf watched in horror as the bloodthirsty enemy moved like lightning, leaving afterimages in the smoke. Those burning, Demonic eyes locked onto Yin with murderous focus, and Valai seemed to become a living shadow intent on erasing him immediately. Fear clenched Lorena's throat. The scene felt less like a duel and more like a predator closing its jaws. Valai unleashed his battle aura, and the air detonated into a powerful gust that slammed into Lorena and Yin like an invisible wall. Wind roared, tearing at clothes and filling lungs with grit and ash, forcing them backward. The aura wasn't just intimidation, it was weaponized pressure, turning the space around Valai into a hostile, crushing current. Yan's fear sharpened, not for himself, but for Lorena, who could barely keep her footing with her injured leg. He tried to shout to her over the roaring wind, voice breaking against the force, desperate to keep her upright and out of Valai's reach. Protecting her now was like trying to shield a candle in a storm. The villain continued his assault, snarling that Yin was an arrogant brat, someone who dared speak of deals while standing beneath a butcher's blade. Yin, mind racing, fought to think through the chaos, searching for the one move that could save Lorena. Even as he dodged, his thoughts were consumed by escape routes, misdirection, anything that could keep her alive. Valai tried to crush Yin under his massive foot, furious that the young knight had dared negotiate instead of simply begging. His outrage was almost personal, as if Yan's composure offended him more than any insult. To Valai, mercy was a weakness, and negotiation was a delay. He wanted submission, not conversation. The barbarian intended to force Yan into desperation, to make him plead for another chance, and only then demand the sword's location as the price of survival. It was a cruel game, designed to strip dignity before stripping life. Valai's smile hinted at enjoyment, as though breaking people was a pleasure he considered earned. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared in front of the brute, flooding the space with blinding radiance and halting his killing intent mid-motion. The glow sliced through smoke and shadow like a holy blade, forcing Valai to recoil for a heartbeat. Whatever Yin had triggered, it disrupted the barbarian's rhythm and bought the smallest, most precious fragment of time. In his rage, Valai failed to notice the faint smile tugging at Yan's mouth, an expression too calm for a man facing death. It wasn't arrogance, it was calculation, the look of someone who had baited a reaction and gotten exactly what he needed. That small smile was a warning. Yin still had moves left. For a moment, the great chieftain Valai hesitated, confusion flickering across his features as he tried to understand what had just occurred. The shift in light, the altered airflow, the subtle misalignment of distance, something didn't fit. It was rare for Valai to be uncertain, and the unfamiliar sensation irritated him like grit under skin. His next action was brutal and instinctive. He unleashed gravitational pressure, crushing the space around them as if trying to pin reality itself to the ground. The force tore loose fragments of stone and debris, sending them flying in all directions like shrapnel. The courtyard became a storm of jagged pieces, every fragment a potential killing blow. One of those fragments crashed down nearby, and Yin, fleeing the overwhelming savage, landed on it with a sharp, unstable step. The rock shifted under his weight, dust spraying up, but he forced balance through sheer grit. Even terrain had become an enemy now, turning every movement into a gamble. With immense difficulty, Yin managed to evade the repeated attempts on his life by the barbarian who dreamed of destroying the Imperial Knights and breaking the North. He twisted, rolled, and darted through debris and wind, using every scrap of training and instinct to stay one breath ahead of annihilation. Each escape felt borrowed, paid for with pain and nerve. Noticing that Valai's attack had restrained for a fraction, an odd hesitation in the pressure, Yan's doubt sparked. Why would a monster like this hold back at all? Before he could voice the thought, Valai demanded silence and interrupted him with a question, forcing the pace of the confrontation back into his hands. Yet that single hesitation lingered in Yan's mind like an unsolved riddle. With a grim, knowing stare, Commander Chieftain Valai jabbed a thick finger toward the belt of the elite knight in the special detachment. There, amid dust and torn leather, hung a bracelet unmistakable in its craftsmanship, an item Valai recognized at once as the very token once carried by Kabor, the fallen barbarian chieftain. Because he understood exactly what that bracelet represented: honor, oath, and the weight of a dying will. The leader's curiosity sharpened into a demand. He pressed for the truth, wanting to know precisely where Yin had obtained it, and whether it had been taken as loot or entrusted as a final legacy. Even the towering giant's confidence wavered for a heartbeat when he learned the bracelet's origin. The revelation of who had given it to Yin struck him as unexpected, the kind of detail that rearranged the meaning of a battlefield victory into something far more personal and far more dangerous. As their tense exchange continued, Yin calmly revisited the moment he had delivered a fatal blow to Kabor. In a low, steady voice, like a recruit hardened beyond his years, he explained that the chieftain, bleeding out yet unbroken, had placed the bracelet in his hands, not as surrender, but as a deliberate passing of responsibility. At the edge of death, standing beside the collapsing chief of the savage tribe, Jake had heard the final request with chilling clarity. The defeated enemy, eyes still fierce despite the fading light, begged him to honor a last wish, one spoken not for pride, but for the soul of the tribe left behind. Commander Chieftain Valai, drawn by the gravity of those final moments, questioned Jake with almost reverent intensity. Jake answered by describing how Kabor, a warrior carved from sheer will, never once pleaded for himself. He spoke only of his people, his bloodline, and the future of his tribe, clinging to duty until his very last breath. That story settled like iron in the air, and Valai's next demand came without hesitation. If Yin carried Kabor's will, then Yin would also carry knowledge. So the leader of the northern savages pressed him for the location of the legendary sword, Elon, as if the name alone could summon fate. Valai offered a bargain framed as respect rather than mercy. If the special detachment knight would reveal where Elon lay hidden, the chieftain promised to set him free, not out of kindness, but out of recognition for the man who had taken up Kabor's final intent and survived it. But the bargain turned cruel the moment Valai demanded that Yin abandon Lorena Beowulf. His voice dropped into a predator's threat. Refuse, and the young knight would die where he stood. Yin knew he could not overpower the barbarian in open combat, so he tightened his grip on composure and steered the conversation back to the only leverage he had, the sword. With a cold, disdainful certainty, Valai scoffed that his opponent wasn't even truly of the Duchy of Beowulf, as if Yin were merely a stray blade with no rightful banner. He suggested there was no point in a senseless duel, one where Yin would gamble his life for pride and lose it for nothing. The proposal struck Yin like an insult dressed as advice. He drew breath to reject it, jaw tightening as he tried to throw the barbarian's arrogance back at him. Yet the moment slipped away, stolen by the enemy's overwhelming pace and pressure. High on the shattered ruins of her ancestral fortress wall, Lady Lorena Beowulf sat in a dazed, battered hush. Her body looked heavy with exhaustion, her gaze unfocused as if drifting in and out of consciousness, until a voice intruded, mocking her shattered peace and boasting that it had already trampled the calm of a beautiful aristocrat. It was Commander Chieftain Valai himself. He stood near the Duke's daughter with his massive arms crossed over a broad chest, shadows swallowing the broken stone around him. Then, with deliberate cruelty, he lifted a large hand above the defenseless girl's head, as though testing how easily her life could be snuffed out. The invader announced his intention with theatrical satisfaction. He wanted to see how Duke Beowulf would react. What kind of face a proud ruler would make when forced to witness his own blood humiliated and cornered beneath a barbarian's palm. More than victory, Valai craved the expression of despair. He imagined his rival's eyes widening, imagined rage cracking into helplessness, and he savored the thought of seeing the Duke's daughter reduced to this terrible state, proof that noble walls and titles could still be broken. Yet as the leader of the savage hordes lingered in anticipation, already tasting triumph over Lorena and her loyal knights, a sudden voice cut through the moment. Someone called him an idiot, sharp and fearless, and the insult startled the barbarian into turning his head in disbelief. The voice belonged to Lady Lorena Beowulf, or so it seemed, scolding him for trusting his own eyes too much. The taunt hit precisely where his pride was weakest, and anger flared across his face as he realized the girl before him was far too composed to be truly helpless. That was why Valai had been fooled again and again. He kept mistaking appearances for truth. In the next heartbeat, The girl's figure fractured, scattering into countless fragments like splintered glass, revealing it as puppet magic, a crafted illusion meant to bait him into certainty and waste his momentum. From within that unraveling trick, the aristocrat's message lingered like a whisper with teeth. She told her opponent not to worry. Yan's information about Alon was genuine, and suggested, with cutting calm, that the barbarian should hurry and chase his prize, because time was already slipping through his fingers. Realization struck Valai hard. He had been expertly deceived by the representatives of the nightly group. Furious, he lashed out at the illusion of Jake with brutal force, shattering it with hateful blows and spitting venomous insults, cursing him as though words could mend wounded pride. Far from the chaos, the Real Jake was already speaking to Lorena Beowulf in a concealed refuge. He explained that he had deliberately pointed Valai toward the sword village, buying them distance and time. The barbarian would obsess over the weapon, not hunt them, at least not until it was too late. Mammon spoke with frank admiration about Valai's mastery of magic, calling it exceptional, terrifyingly refined for a so-called savage. He added that Yan's puppet trick was clever, but comparatively crude, and even so, he admitted it had been impressive enough to turn a monster's certainty into confusion. When the sorceress questioned Yin about why he still carried Kabor's bracelet, she learned the bitter logic behind it. Yin understood that reaching Valai head-on was impossible right now. Strength alone wouldn't bridge that gap. So the bracelet remained as both proof of legacy and a reminder of the price already paid. It seemed the bracelet had aided him, whether by fate, resolve, or the weight of a dying oath. And now Yin turned his focus to what mattered most. He intended to rouse Lorena Beowulf fully and retrieve Alon. Because with her help and her bloodline's knowledge, the legendary sword could become the key to everything he was fighting for. Yin refused to yield, even after so many trials had scraped him raw. He warned the mage not to mistake fatigue for retreat, because he had come too far to turn back now. When Mammon questioned how they could ever claim victory over Valai, Yin answered with a single, crucial detail: a protective spell, their quiet insurance against brute conquest. Without that protection, the fearsome savage would never be able to claim the legendary weapon so easily. When the trap closed, when Valai reached for glory and found only restraint, Yin believed he would finally control the flow of the battle, guiding the outcome with careful hands instead of desperate prayers. Deep within Duke Beowulf's armory lay a dense forest of steel, axes with heavy crescent heads, swords of varying lengths, spears, halberds, and weapons forged for wars long forgotten. The air carried the scent of oil and iron, and the walls seemed to hum with the old violence stored inside. Behind the thick wooden doors, a strange sound crept closer, an unsettling scrape and thud, as if something enormous was approaching with no concern for stealth. The noise grew heavier, like a storm taking shape in a narrow hallway, and the armory's silence began to feel fragile. Then, without warning, the sturdy doors exploded outward. An incredible blast wave tore through the entrance, shredding wood into splinters and hurling debris across the floor as if the fortress itself had been punched open by sheer wrath. Through the ruined threshold stepped Commander Chieftain Valai. He scanned the wreckage with predatory impatience, wondering if this was truly the right place, if Yan's words had led him correctly, and his doubt lasted only long enough for greed to sharpen into certainty. As he surveyed the Beowulf armory, now carpeted with broken boards and drifting dust, Valai felt something wrong beneath his skin. A peculiar magic hung in the air, subtle but unmistakable, like a warded breath, warning that not all treasures welcome the hands that seek them. And there it stood. Before the invader, displayed as if awaiting judgment, was the legendary sword Alon, its presence commanding the room. A faint aura seemed to coil around it, not merely decoration but a living enchantment that watched, measured, and remembered. Valai could not look away. He admired the ruler's sword with hungry reverence, letting ambition swell in his chest, already imagining the bloody future it could carve. To him, Alon was not a symbol. It was a tool for domination, a promise of slaughter dressed in legend. He advanced toward the long-awaited weapon, eyes narrowed, breathing slow and controlled. Valai studied the blade as if judging an opponent, already picturing how he would raise it against Duke Beowulf, and forced the noble house to kneel beneath barbarian law. As his huge hand reached for the hilt of Aelon, vile fantasies crowded his thoughts. He imagined driving the iron weapon into the duke's heart, imagined the throne of Beowulf crumbling under his heel, and he tightened his grip with the confidence of a man who believed destiny belonged to him. But what had once happened to Jake, when he tried to seize the ancient sword as if it were mere steel, happened again. A blinding, unbelievable light surged upward, and a metallic voice boomed through the armory, cold, absolute, and beyond human, declaring the rough savage unworthy to wield Aelon. Valai froze with a stunned expression, caught between fury and disbelief. He tried to understand what the great sword was doing, how it could speak, how it could command magic with such precision, and for the first time, his arrogance met something it couldn't crush. Resentment blossomed quickly. The savage could not tolerate the idea that a mere weapon would dare raise its voice against the greatest leader of barbarians. To Valai, the sword's judgment was an insult, and the insult burned hotter than any battlefield wound. For a moment, he simply watched in silence, his strength useless against the strange authority flooding the room. The formidable chieftain stood rigid, unable to find words that could challenge a power that did not fear him. Bathed in the stream of radiant light, Valai's lips curled into a faint, unsettling smile. In his mind, he called this a sweet moment, not because it humbled him, but because it promised struggle, and struggle meant the kind of triumph he could savor most. With a harsh growl, Valai demanded that Aelon stop its whining. He seized the hilt with decisive force, intent on taking possession at last, as though stubborn will alone could override ancient judgment and bind legend to his hand. His eyes burned with feverish obsession as he leaned in, speaking to the sword like a conqueror addressing a captive. He ordered it not to resist, to accept his ownership, to surrender itself to the mad certainty of a barbarian who believed power was the only law worth obeying. Valai let out an eerie, satisfied laugh, still clamping Aelon in his enormous grasp. He told himself the weapon had calmed, that the resistance was fading, mistaking the brief stillness for submission, unaware that quiet can be the breath before a storm. As the chieftain obsessed over claiming Aelon, he failed to notice the ceiling above him changing. A thin crack spread across the stone like a blade line, widening slowly, as though the fortress itself was opening an eye to witness what came next. From that layer-cat gap, a man in a military knight's uniform emerged to Valai's shock. Dropping into the armory with controlled precision, he made his stance clear without a single flourish. He did not agree with this triumph, and he would not allow the sword to be taken by brute hands. It was Hans Maringer, the Beowulf household's butler, yet the posture, the discipline, and the gaze revealed his past as a former imperial knight. Having appeared at the worst possible time for Valai, Hans moved with lethal intent, clearly prepared to destroy his enemy and end the barbarian's reach for legend. Valai's mood soured instantly. The chieftain bristled at the arrival of an outsider who dared interfere at such a crucial moment, and his pride recoiled as if struck. To be challenged here, before the sword itself, felt like a direct assault on his authority. With a decisive motion, the giant raised his weapon, shoulders rolling as he prepared to erase the interruption. Valai's face hardened into merciless focus. He was ready to destroy Hans without regret, believing that anyone who stood between him and Aelon deserved to be broken. Meanwhile, Jake and Lorena Beowulf reached a sheltered space near the tower, hidden from prying eyes. The area was wrapped in protective mana, a quiet veil against detection, and for the first time in what felt like ages, the air around them did not taste like imminent death. Jake urged Lorena to stay there and rest until everything ended, insisting she conserve strength while the danger shifted elsewhere. But she refused to accept such nonsense. Lifting her chin with stubborn fire, battered or not, she was determined to keep fighting, to stand beside her allies until the final outcome was decided. In Yan's eyes, the beautiful aristocrat had no business charging back into battle with an injured leg. Each step looked like it should send pain lancing through her. Yet Lorena Beowulf treated it like a minor inconvenience, dismissing the wound with the stubborn pride of someone who refused to be defined by weakness. Everyone was fighting, and Lorena refused to hide in safety while blood soaked the stones of her homeland. She could not sit idly by while her people bled on Beowulf land, and Yin couldn't help noticing something else. Whenever her family was mentioned, the icy composure she wore like armor cracked, revealing a fierce, protective fire beneath. Did she truly believe her role demanded she step onto the battlefield herself? Yin wrestled with the thought, yet he also knew she couldn't simply wait and hope for salvation. Someone had to act. Someone had to help bring down Commander Chieftain Valai, and in Yan's mind, Lorena had the strength and authority to become that turning point. The daughter of Duke Beowulf did not waste a second on hesitation. With her chin lifted and her voice steady despite exhaustion, she immediately asked what her responsibility would be in this critical mission, what precise task she must fulfill to help defend against the bloodthirsty enemy pressing in. The moment she vowed to do everything in her power to capture the fearsome savage, Yan's expression hardened into determination. Taking a breath as though preparing to speak a dangerous truth, he made an urgent appeal to her, one that carried the weight of desperation, strategy, and a harsh necessity he didn't enjoy admitting. Stepping closer to his comrade from the special unit until his voice could be kept low and private, Yin asked her to give up something precious, something most intimate that existed within Lorena herself. His words came out bluntly at first, as if the stakes had stripped him of gentler phrasing, and the request landed like a shock. Lorena stared at him in complete bewilderment, eyes widening as she struggled to understand what he was even implying. But Yin quickly steadied his tone and clarified that he wasn't speaking out of cruelty. He was speaking of a key that could unlock victory. With that thing, he insisted, they could finally defeat Valai. Then understanding snapped into place, and the meaning behind Yan's proposal struck her like cold water. Lorena's surprise turned sharp and personal. She looked at him as though seeing him anew, torn between disbelief and the dawning realization of exactly what sacrifice he was asking her to consider. Nearby, Maman appeared at just the wrong moment, and her reaction was immediate. The sorceress flared with anger and indignation, outraged that Yin could speak so recklessly to a girl he knew, as though the aristocrat's pride and boundaries were merely tools to be spent for a plan. Yin realized his mistake instantly, as if he'd stepped on a hidden blade. He began hurriedly reassuring the visibly saddened Lady Beowulf that she had misunderstood. His request was not what it sounded like. His hands lifted in a calming gesture, his voice softening as he tried to repair the damage before it turned into mistrust. What Yin truly meant, he explained, was this. He needed Lorena to teach him a secret Beowulf technique, the Snow Soul Steps. The proposal surprised her all over again, because it wasn't a simple lesson. It was a sacred art tied to lineage, discipline, and the hidden traditions of the northern lands. In his urgency, Yin nearly pinned Lorena against the wall, bracing one arm beside her as if the seconds themselves were enemies. He insisted it wasn't that he lacked time for delicate explanations. This technique was their single best chance to defeat Commander Chieftain Valai. Without the steps, Yin admitted grimly, he would never be able to pull it off. When his companions in the special unit reacted as if he had lost his mind, disappointment flickered across Yan's face. For a moment, the brave confidence drained from him, replaced by frustration, because to him, this wasn't madness. It was calculation born from harsh experience and a growing certainty that brute force would fail. Lorena shoved his hand away, reclaiming her space and dignity in one sharp motion. She explained, firmly and without apology, that the Snow Soul Steps were a guarded secret, an inheritance passed down only within the Beowulf family, protected not by locks, but by blood, oath, and centuries of unbroken tradition. She could not teach this technique to anyone, no matter how trusted, no matter how desperate the circumstances, including Yin himself. It wasn't personal, it was law. The Beowulf family had upheld that rule for generations, and breaking it was not a small offense, but a wound carved into the history of their house. Elsewhere, the night's main clash erupted high within the second-floor spire of the Duke's estate armory. The air there felt charged and unstable, as if the very stones had become a battlefield. Every strike and surge of power echoed through the tower like thunder trapped inside a narrow throat of stone. In the next heartbeat, the upper turret buckled and flew apart, and the spire partially split under a devastating magical shot of light. Masonry screamed as it sheared, fragments tumbling into the darkness below, while dust and sparks rained through the air like a violent snowfall. Locked in combat with Hans Maringer, Commander Chieftain Valai snarled accusations of theft, spitting that Hans had stolen something precious while the old man's subordinates died outside. Valai's glare suggested he understood exactly what Hans was protecting, and his rage sharpened because he hated being denied anything. Hans, armed with a sharp, cold blade that gleamed like winter steel, answered with lethal calm. He declared he had come to destroy the rat that had crawled into his lord's home, his voice carrying the controlled fury of a former imperial knight who considered this invasion a personal stain. The former knight meant to finish it using the 12th form of the Snow Soul, the technique known as White Flower. As he invoked it, the air seemed to crystallize. Power gathered with elegant precision, and the petals of a deadly bloom began to take shape in the space between sword and enemy. Valai's instincts were sharp enough to recognize it. He guessed immediately that his seasoned opponent was unleashing White Flower, the same refined style associated with the Duke's steward, and his expression shifted, half in irritation and half in reluctant respect for the craft behind the strike. The technique proved monstrously powerful. Under its influence, the stone tower began to crumble rapidly, breaking apart into separate fragments as if the structure had been reduced to brittle chalk. Chunks of masonry fell away in heavy crashes, carving fresh ruin into the estate with every passing second. Valai watched the destruction with clear eyes, tracking every motion and every shift in the flow of mana. Even as rubble dropped around him, he appreciated the skill of his mature opponent, because only a master could wield beauty and devastation with such controlled grace. He noticed how each petal of the technique was coated in a reinforced aura, sharpened like invisible blades along its edges. Valai had never imagined there was someone within this mansion who could stand nearly equal to Duke Beowulf in strength, and the discovery made his blood run hot with challenge. Yet even as he considered retreating to reassess, the great barbarian chieftain refused to be driven back. He flexed every enormous muscle, rooting himself like a living fortress, and forced his body to endure the crushing pressure, determined to oppose Hans head-on rather than yield an inch. Hans's actions, precise as they were, still weren't enough to stop Valai completely. The barbarian answered with a combat aura known as Rain, a brutal counter that spread through the air like a storm front, swallowing the elegance of White Flower with raw, overwhelming force. With Rain surging around him, Valai seemed to gain a second wind, his presence swelling, his eyes bright with savage certainty. He moved as though revitalized by the downpour itself, convinced he could crush his experienced opponent within the next minute and claim the sword and the victory as his due. The magical downpour revealed itself as one of the most terrifying weapons in the barbarian arsenal. Hans watched in shock as his petals were shredded and scattered, their refined aura torn apart by the relentless impact, like blossoms smashed beneath a hammering storm. Valai's eyes burned with a mad, blazing intensity, and the savage surged forward as if possessed by death itself. He demanded that Hans step aside, his voice thick with violence, his entire body radiating the promise that anyone who blocked him would be trampled into ruin. Unable to land the decisive strike on his old enemy, Hans glared at the barbarian with seething anger. For a bitter moment, regret tightened his chest. He hated that age had stolen speed from his limbs, that he was no longer the younger knight who could have ended this clash cleanly. Amid the ruins of the sprawling palace complex, the legendary sword Elan lay embedded point first in the ground. Even in stillness, it looked alive, humming with restrained authority, as though the earth itself had been forced to accept the blade's judgment and wait. A knight from the elite group of the Yin Training Center stepped toward the weapon, the very prize he had longed to seize for battles yet to come. His footsteps were measured but hungry, each pace driven by the belief that Elan was the only tool capable of ending his enemy's atrocities for good. Standing directly before the sword's magical glow, the young man allowed himself a thin, confident breath. He spoke as if fate had finally aligned in his favor, convinced he had arrived in time. Before Valai could fully claim the legend, and before the situation collapsed into irreversible disaster. One of the knights nearby seemed pleased that Yin had reached the armory first, as though the advantage was already secured. Yet the satisfaction carried an edge of dread, because everyone understood he wouldn't be alone there for long, and the barbarian's shadow could descend at any moment. Maman, standing close to the high-ranking warrior, reminded him of the obvious danger. Commander Chieftain Valai would immediately sense the sword's reaction. Yin didn't need the warning to know it. He could already feel the risk tightening around them like a noose, even as he kept his expression steady. Still, until that inevitable collision arrived, Yin intended to act. He vowed to put an end to Valai's atrocities using Elan's power, believing that if he could claim the blade even briefly, he could turn the barbarian's arrogance into his downfall and finally stop the slaughter. The instant Yan's fingers closed around Elan's hilt, crackling bolts of luminous magic erupted around the weapon. The air snapped with energy, and the light coiled like living lightning, tracing sharp patterns around his arm as if the sword were testing his resolve and measuring his worth. As before, Yin was engulfed in an incredible glow, but this time it was stronger, brighter, almost blinding. The radiance poured over him like a flood, and for a heart-stopping moment it looked as though the sword had finally accepted him, as if he had truly taken possession of Elan at last. Yin stared at the weapon's surging magic in raw excitement, feeling the weight of what he had touched. He realized he hadn't merely grabbed a blade. He had grasped a legend with its own will, and the sensation was like holding a storm in his hands. Before this, Lorena had told him about the unyielding rule of her house, a tradition her ancestors had guarded for centuries. The memory of her refusal and the burden behind it still clung to him, because it meant their victory demanded not only strength, but the breaking of a sacred boundary. Then the bright glow surged again, lashing outward, and it struck Lorena as well. She stiffened in shock, having never expected to be touched by that force, and her breath caught as if the sword's judgment had reached through Yin and seized her directly. Outraged by the tyranny of tradition in the face of slaughter, Yin confronted Lorena with biting sarcasm. He reminded her of her own warriors, the ones bleeding and dying for Beowulf, and suggested, cruelly but deliberately, that perhaps they weren't as important to her as an old rule carved into family pride. He demanded she choose, cling to the rule, or save her subordinates. If she wanted to protect the Imperial Knights still fighting under her banner, she would have to break the centuries-old restriction, because mercy, loyalty, and survival were worth more than inherited silence. Lorena understood the logic in Yan's words, even if they stung like open wounds. Yet she still hesitated, caught between duty to the living and fear of betraying the dead. Her hands trembled faintly, not from weakness, but from the crushing weight of what the right decision would cost her. In that hesitation, a childhood memory rose sharply to the surface. She recalled being warned never to speak the name of the man who had once broken the duchy's rule, an incident treated like a forbidden scar, whispered about only in stern looks and half-finished sentences. Those memories settled the conflict inside her like a final stone dropping into place. After reliving that fear and the hush around it, Lorena recognized Yan's righteousness in this most urgent matter. If she did nothing, the rule would survive, but her people might not. Then, to Yan's astonishment, Lady Beowulf reached out and grabbed his hand. Her grip was firm, decisive, almost fearless, as she declared that they must do what was necessary now, regardless of consequence, because hesitation would only feed the enemy's advantage. Lorena promised she would entrust him with everything she possessed, power, inheritance, and whatever secret her bloodline guarded. The vow stirred a strange, unsettled feeling in Yin, because he couldn't fully understand why she was willing to give so much. Yet he could feel the sincerity behind it like heat through steel. At that crucial moment, the Duke's daughter told Yin to stop thinking with panic and begin listening with his spirit. She instructed him to focus on the flow of mana, to sense it as something tangible, like wind against skin or water around the lungs, because only by feeling it could he survive what came next. Finally, Yin began to perceive what his companion meant. The mana moved in invisible currents, threading through the ruins and through his own body, and Lorena's voice sharpened into command. She demanded that he listen, accept it, and let the power in, because resisting now would mean losing everything, including the chance to stop Valai. With her eyes gently closing, Lorena Beowulf drew a slow breath and guided Yin into a lesson that felt older than the castle itself. She spoke of the flawless silence hidden within ice, stillness so complete it could swallow fear, drown pain, and turn a raging heart into something calm, sharp, and unbreakable. Lorena promised that once Yin truly learned this tranquility, even a howling snowstorm would not shake him. In that frozen quiet, he would be able to make his own soul blossom, not with fragile beauty, but with disciplined strength, like a winter flower opening beneath crushing cold. A magical symbol of mana flared to life, burning with a bright, steady light that etched itself into the air. Yin could feel new power awakening inside him, fresh currents threading through bone and breath. Magic with the potential to shatter enemies and rewrite the outcome of the battle with a single, decisive step. At that exact moment, a colossal stream of shining radiance erupted from the tower of Duke Beowulf's castle and speared into the sky. The beam was so brilliant it made the night look thin and helpless, as though the heavens themselves had been forced to acknowledge the awakening below. With that surge of power settling into his body like a newly forged blade, Yin felt it. At last, the long-awaited Beowulf technique. The steps of the Snow Soul hovered at the edge of his awareness, no longer a rumor or legend, but a living art taking shape within his muscles and mana. Everything mirrored the earlier moment when Yin had first encountered the sword's abnormal magic. Yet now it felt deeper, more personal, as if the same phenomenon had returned with sharper intent. The air trembled with familiarity, but the power inside him was no longer foreign. It was becoming his. Yin, high-ranking cadet of the Special Knight Squad, stood with both hands locked around the hilt of Aelon. The great sword felt cold and heavy, but also strangely alive, as though it recognized the determination in his grip and the purpose burning behind his eyes. In that breathless instant, Yin felt the new magical force with his entire body, skin, heartbeat, and spirit. It coursed through him like glacial water rushing beneath ice, clean and merciless, filling every empty place with power that refused to be ignored. As if reshaped by what he had just inherited, Yin closed his eyes for a brief moment. He centered himself, letting the silence Lorena described settle into his mind, and the chaos of the battlefield seemed to fall away, leaving only clarity, purpose, and the sword's pulsing light. Inside, the young warrior rejoiced, not loudly, but with a fierce, private certainty. He had finally received what he had dreamed of for so long, and he could already sense how it would change everything. This gift would become the edge that allowed him to defeat his enemies when steel alone could not. Wrapped in a torrent of magical brilliance, the cadet truly claimed the dragon sword Aelon. He held it firmly, refusing to flinch as the legendary weapon shone with an intense, unusual light, an unmistakable sign that it recognized him, tested him, and for now, accepted him as its new owner. The ancient blade's tip lifted upward, pointing toward the sky like a verdict. From that raised point spilled a powerful, incomparable radiance, so pure and concentrated it looked as if the sword were pouring its will into the heavens, announcing that a new wielder had stepped onto the stage of legend. With the cold weapon steady in his hands, Yin finally perceived the dragon's sword's true form, not merely a fine blade, but something crowned with presence. Its lines seemed almost ceremonial, its aura dense and alive, as though the steel carried a sleeping roar and the memory of countless conquerors. Far below, the tip of another blade scraped across the stone pavement of Beowulf Castle with a sharp hiss, carving sparks into the dark. The sound cut through the night like a warning, steel protesting against pressure, fate grinding forward with no patience for mercy. Hans Maringer, still locked in a brutal clash, seethed with indignation and spat his fury at Commander Chieftain Valai. He called the barbarian a monster, an enemy vile enough to see through technique and deception alike, because Valai's unnatural perception kept turning mastery into futility. Hans suspected something deeply wrong. If the barbarian truly possessed endless stamina and mana, then this wasn't mere talent. It was an imbalance, an anomaly that defied what a mortal body should endure. The veteran knight's instincts screamed that some hidden source was feeding Valai's terrifying endurance. In Hans's judgment, That unseen advantage was the true origin of Valai's formidable power. The savage standing opposite him felt less like a man and more like a furnace that never cooled, an enemy whose strength did not diminish, as if battle itself only sharpened him. Valai had not expected his opponent to last this long, bleeding away life force with every exchange. Still, he was certain the end was near for the old warrior, Hans Mering. In Valai's mind, Hans's stubborn resistance was nothing more than the final twitch before collapse. It seemed time for the chieftain to finish the brave knight at last, to crush him and move on to his true prize. Yet a sudden disturbance tugged at Valai's attention, like a hook sinking into his pride, pulling his gaze away at the worst possible moment. With barely contained anger, Valai was forced to notice the blazing light roaring from the tower of Beowulf's palace. Even as Hans kept his eyes fixed on his enemy, Valai's focus flickered, because that radiance was not random magic. It was a declaration, and it stank of interference. When Valai saw the stream of light vanish into the sky, recognition hit him with bitter force. His face twisted with displeasure as he realized Yin had managed to claim the ruler's sword after all. Elon had been taken from under his grasp, and the insult cut deeper than any blade. The vicious invader immediately remembered the special night squad, and rage boiled over. In a crude outburst, he hurled vicious insults at Yin, the young defender of the fortress, spitting contempt as if foul words could drag the sword back into his hands. Valai recalled how he had chosen to spare Yin earlier, honoring the fallen chieftain Kabor, and now that mercy felt like mockery. The cadet had dared to deceive the giant, turning respect into humiliation, and Valai's pride howled for repayment. Hans Meringer did not waste the opening. His eyes burned as he watched Valai's attention stray, and he decided to seize the opportunity without hesitation. A veteran's instinct guided him. When a monster blinks, you strike, even if your arms feel like stone. Charging forward with his weapon raised, Hans moved with furious resolve. He was outraged that Valai would look away from their duel as if it were meaningless, and he tried to punish that arrogance with a decisive blow, pouring what remained of his strength into the strike. To Hans's shock, Valai caught the blade with bare hands, gripping cold steel as though it were no more dangerous than cloth. The barbarian's fingers clenched with terrifying control, halting the attack mid-swing and proving, again, that ordinary limits did not apply to him. Gloom settled over Valai's face, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at Hans. He snarled that he didn't know what battle the old man was talking about, because, to Valai, their fight had ended long ago. Hans was simply delaying the inevitable, clinging to a conclusion already written. With a single brutal motion of his powerful arms, Valai snapped the butler's large blade. Metal screamed as it broke, fragments spinning away into the dark, an act of dominance meant to shatter not only the weapon, but the warrior's will with it. Hans's anger flared hot, but helplessness followed close behind. He could do nothing against the towering villain who had seized the upper hand so completely. Without his full blade, the old knight's options narrowed, and the cold truth of his limits pressed in like winter wind. Stretching his huge hand toward the Beowulf grounds as if reaching for ownership itself, Valai snarled at the loyal defender of the duchy. He was furious that Hans remained in his way, another stubborn stone refusing to crumble, when Valai believed the castle, the sword, and the future all belonged to him. Suddenly, the mighty stream of light seemed to evaporate, dissolving into the night as if swallowed whole. The tower of the aristocratic castle fell back into darkness, leaving only drifting dust and the uneasy sense that something decisive had just completed its transformation. Above Hans, sparks of magic flashed in quick, defensive bursts, shimmering like protective stars in the gloom. The light danced as if shielding him from the savage's immediate strike, an unseen barrier forming just in time, defying the rules of a place where magic should have been impossible. Hans stared at Valai's massive palm closing in, bracing for impact. Yet something occurred that even an experienced Imperial Knight could not explain. The air tightened, the temperature dropped, and the moment twisted into a sudden silence that made his instincts scream in confusion. Valai still stood before him, but now his limbs were bound by frost shackles. Hans instantly recognized the working of ice magic, clean, restraining, and precise. The impossibility struck him like a blow. No one should have been able to cast here, and yet the ice held firm. Who had done it remained completely unclear. Then it became obvious to the old Imperial Knight. His suspicion had been right all along. The new acquaintances from the special unit were involved. Those young warriors carried secrets and methods that didn't fit ordinary rules, and the frozen bindings were proof that their plans had been in motion from the start. When the frost-bound Valai twisted around, he caught sight of a shadow approaching through the dim. The figure moved with controlled confidence, neither rushing nor hesitating, and the barbarian's rage sharpened, because that silhouette felt like a challenge made flesh. It was Yen, high-ranking cadet of the Special Knight Squad, advancing toward the barbarian leader with the ruler's sword Alon in hand. The blade's presence seemed to warp the air around him, and the young knight walked as though carrying both salvation and execution. Outraged that Yan's dirty hands dared touch the ruler's sword, Valai roared in furious disbelief. Yet even as he spat that hatred, he heard Yan's words, calm and cutting, speaking of Alon's incredible power, as if the weapon itself had awakened a new authority within its chosen wielder. Yan's earlier theory proved true. The Snow Soul technique could amplify ice magic far beyond its normal limits. And with Alon in his grasp, that amplification became monstrous, his magic swelling into something denser, sharper, and far more lethal than anything Valai had expected to face. Still raging, Valai could not comprehend how Yen had managed to seize the ruler's sword at all. He watched the changes in the young knight's body, posture steadier, presence heavier, mana thicker in the air, and the transformation only fueled his frustration because it meant the battlefield had shifted under his feet. Within Yan's body, Valai sensed 3 clusters of mana at once, layered like overlapping storms. The discovery made the barbarian's gaze narrow with suspicion. He demanded to know what Yen had done to himself, and whether the cadet was still human or becoming something forged by the sword's will. Yen, for his part, grimly acknowledged how quickly Valai noticed the difference. Thanks to the barbarian's so-called Eye of God. What a troublesome ability it was, Yen thought. It stripped away surprise, exposed hidden preparations, and turned every clever advantage into an open challenge. A malicious smile crept across Valai's face as realization completed itself. All this unbelievable power, the swelling mana, the altered presence, belonged to the ruler's sword. Alon was the source, the amplifier, the treasure that made Yen dangerous, and Valai's greed flared brighter than his anger. With immense skill and raw force working together, the satisfied invader shattered the frost shackles around his hands. Ice cracked and burst apart under strain, scattering shards across the ground, and Valai rolled his shoulders as if freeing himself from nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Raising his giant fist, Valai prepared to seize the weapon, convinced it suited him perfectly. In his mind, a sword this violent and glorious belonged in the grip of a conqueror, not a young knight, and he was ready to take it by force even if the castle had to collapse around them. The aggressive barbarian formed new plans in an instant. Yen, recently chosen by Alon, was no longer merely an obstacle, he was a stepping stone. Valai intended to break the boy, rip the sword away, and make the chosen status meaningless by proving that strength, not fate, decides ownership. Bracing for the next stage of battle, Yen kept his watchful eyes locked on Valai's every movement and listened to each word the conqueror spat out. He measured tone, timing, and intent, because with a monster like this, one careless breath could become an opening big enough for death to walk through. Hans Maringer remained a bitter witness to the exchange, standing amid rubble with broken steel in his grasp. He listened angrily to Valai's threats, fury twisting in his chest, not only at the barbarian's arrogance, but at the cruel awareness that the future now rested in the hands of the younger knight. Valai declared that if the sword had truly chosen Yen, then he would simply gather every ounce of his own energy and take it anyway. He would eliminate the knight who opposed him, crush the chosen like an insect, and claim Alon by overwhelming force, because conquest, to him, was the only legitimate law. With burning, crazed eyes fixed on the young man, Valai unleashed the battle aura of the Black Sun. The air darkened as if the light itself recoiled, Pressure slammed forward like an invisible Adar, and the savage struck at Yin with a power that promised annihilation rather than victory. Yet the young man did not loosen his hold on his newly claimed sword, Elon. He kept the dragon blade anchored in both hands like a vow made of steel, already resolved to meet the enemy head-on and carve an end to this nightmare with its power. Drawing on the basic sword technique of the Frost Knights, Yin shifted his stance and swung the heavy weapon in a disciplined arc. The motion was defensive and precise, meant to intercept the villain's surging magic before it could crush him, as if he were cutting through an invisible tide. Then he followed with a clean slashing cut, the blade's edge humming through the air. In the wake of the strike, small glowing fragments appeared, spark-like shards of light that lingered briefly, as though the sword had sliced not only space, but the very residue of mana itself. Ahead loomed one of the tall walls of the Beowulf clan's castle, an imposing barrier now strangely unguarded. The defenders of the vast duchy were absent from this stretch, leaving the stonework silent, exposed, and about to become an unwilling witness to what Elon could truly do. And then, in the next heartbeat, that massive wall split cleanly in two. The cut was so absolute it looked divine, as if thunder gods had descended and decided to cleave the fortress with a single judgment, leaving stone to crumble in stunned disbelief. Commander Chieftain Valai took what looked like nearly fatal damage, his great frame jolting as the attack bit deep. For an instant it seemed nothing could save him, that the giant's reign of violence would end here, and that Yin would finally emerge victorious from this brutal confrontation. A flash of light erupted so suddenly it almost blinded Yin. The brilliance stabbed into his vision like white fire, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut for a moment, his body reacting on instinct as the battlefield turned into a burning canvas of glare. But Valai was not dead, not even close. He thrashed his enormous arms with stubborn rage, moving as though sheer will could keep him standing, as though he could still tear the young knight apart even while the wound tried to drag him down. Summoning his own roiling magical power, the savage attempted to erase Yin with brute force. His aura surged in violent waves, a desperate effort to overwhelm the young but skilled fighter before Elon's advantage could fully decide the outcome. Yet even the full weight of Valai's power was not enough to break Yan's resolve. The young man fought with stubborn persistence, refusing to yield ground, refusing to blink first, meeting every pressure with steel, mana, and an unwavering refusal to be crushed. Elsewhere in the sprawling ducal estate, black smoke curled up from shattered ruins like a funeral breath. Near Yin and Valai, however, a fresh brilliance began to rise. An ominous glow that didn't belong to fire, but to awaken magic drawing lines across the battlefield. Cracks spidered through the ground, racing in jagged paths straight toward the barbarian chieftain. Along those fissures, magical light pulsed and leaked upward, as if the earth itself had been split open to expose a cold, luminous vein aimed directly at Valai's feet. The villain clutched his chest tightly, fingers sinking into torn fabric and wounded flesh. From the injury, black blood continued to pour without pause, thick, ugly, and unnatural, staining stone and snow in a dark stream that refused to stop. It had been a long time since the great barbarian leader had suffered injuries this severe. The pain showed in the tension of his jaw and the fury in his eyes, because a conqueror like Valai wasn't used to being humbled, let alone pushed this close to the edge. In Valai's mind, the reason was obvious. It was the ruler's sword. Yin had driven Elon through layers of hardened muscle and, worse, had managed to pierce past the chieftain's battle aura itself, countering that defense like it was something meant to be undone. But even reinforced by its own legend, the sword could not endlessly withstand Valai's monstrous strength. Yin barely managed to block the barbarian's retaliatory blow, arms vibrating from the impact, as if his bones had been struck like bells. Now Valai thought he understood the secret. Elon's attacks traveled through mana, cutting along the flow rather than merely through flesh, which made the weapon seem ideal for him. After all, Valai could see mana's movement. He believed that sight would let him master the blade effortlessly. Yin answered that arrogant conclusion with cold certainty. He told the self-confident chieftain that he was profoundly mistaken, because understanding mana flow was not the same as understanding Aelon, and mistaking the two would get Valai destroyed. Staring hard into his formidable opponent's eyes, Yin reinforced the warning. This weapon was not simple, not obedient steel, and not a tool that surrendered to brute perception. Aelon carried rules of its own, and anyone who ignored them would pay in blood. Yin reminded him what Aelon truly was, a sword designed to stop mana flows. It didn't merely ride the current, it could dam it, sever it, silence it, turning an enemy's magical strength into a broken river that no longer obeyed its caster. With a faint smile, Yin spoke with steady confidence. If Valai still couldn't grasp the difference today, then he would never handle the weapon, because Aelon didn't reward greed or arrogance. It punished them, and it did so without mercy. Wounded but still frighteningly intact, Valai snarled for Yin to stop talking nonsense. He insisted he would understand the moment the sword was in his hands, demanded that Yin hand it over, and spoke as if claiming Aelon was not a question of if, but of when. Determined to close in on Yin, the barbarian chieftain stepped forward, then froze. Something was happening to his leg, and the surprise interrupted his momentum like a sudden chain wrapped around his ankle. His limb began to crust over with ice, spreading rapidly along muscle and joint. The unnatural chill confused the giant and slowed him, preventing him from lunging quickly to seize the ruler's sword, as if the battlefield itself had decided to restrain him. For the first time in his life, the savage felt truly cold, an invasive, biting air that pierced deeper than northern wind. Even a man born in the northern territories recoiled, because this chill was not weather, it was judgment shaped into frost. Behind him lingered an eerie breath of death he had not yet recognized, hovering like a silent executioner. Beyond the fortress's stone wall, a mysterious silhouette formed in radiant light. Indignant at the sight of the pathetic barbarian trespassing so brazenly upon Beowulf ground. From within that vast outline, suggestive of a dragon's looming presence, stepped a man with long blonde hair, calm as winter and heavy as a mountain. His voice carried authority as he demanded to know why this savage had dared set foot on property that did not belong to him. It was Duke Beowulf, rightful master of the vast estate, defender of the northern lands, and father of Lorena Beowulf. His arrival alone shifted the air, as if the entire duchy had finally stood up and spoken through one man. Fragments of ice began assembling in midair as though answering his will, knitting together like a spell made visible. The Duke called the barbarian's actions a grave insolence, his words sharp and controlled, as if he were naming a crime before delivering sentence. Icy steps formed beneath the Lord's feet, a staircase conjured out of frost and glowing sigils. The Duke descended with unhurried certainty toward the ground where Yin and Hans Meringa stood, along with the towering barbarian chieftain Valai, now forced to face the king of this domain. Continuing his approach, the majestic aristocrat radiated outrage at the barbarian's audacity. Valai kept his eyes locked on the Duke, tense with wary hostility, expecting nothing good from this encounter, because the power rolling off the Lord felt like a blizzard that could bury armies. Not particularly friendly, Duke Beowulf asked again what the uninvited guest was doing here. His tone was calm, but the calm carried sharp edges, like ice thin enough to slice, making it clear this was no negotiation between equals. The dragon-like silhouette of magic behind the Duke grew clearer, solidifying into an oppressive presence. The owner of the estate demanded that Valai choose his excuses wisely, because they might be the last words the barbarian ever spoke on Beowulf's soil. At last, Duke Beowulf reached the bottom of the icy steps and set foot on the frozen ground of his castle courtyard. The moment his boot touched down, the frost seemed to spread outward in quiet authority, as if the land recognized its master and steadied itself for judgment. Valai, vicious yet thrilled, bared a grin at finally meeting the Duke face to face. He proclaimed his name and title with pride, hoping the lord of the castle would understand exactly who stood before him, a conqueror demanding recognition even in enemy territory. The Duke's response was ruthless in its simplicity. He ordered the savage to be silent, stating he had no reason to know the name of a pathetic barbarian who had crawled into his home like vermin. Glaring at Duke Beowulf with raw hatred, Valai spat a rude insult, mocking the man's arrogance. Yet even as he snarled, he begrudgingly admitted the Duke had the power and status to act that way. It only made Valai want to crush him more. Until that moment, Valai had never encountered a man carrying such an immense amount of mana. The sheer density of it made his skin prickle, and he wondered how he hadn't noticed the Duke's approach sooner. How such a presence could arrive without warning like a silent avalanche. He blamed the ruler's sword for it, convinced Elon's interference had muddied his senses. That meant, in Valai's mind, that Yin, the rat he despised, was responsible for everything unfolding now, from the sword's rejection to the Duke's sudden appearance. Valai chose action over thought. With a savage burst of strength, he pushed off the ground and surged forward, refusing to be cornered by words or authority, determined to keep fighting and seize control before the Duke could fully tighten the noose. Calling their meeting predestined, the barbarian leader raised his enormous fist and challenged Duke Beowulf directly. His posture screamed aggression and hunger for battle, as if he truly believed destiny had delivered him a worthy opponent to conquer. But to the Lord of the Northern Territories, this malice-filled barbarian was no more than dust beneath his feet. The Duke regarded Valai with a cold, distant contempt, like a storm regarding a single leaf, unmoved by threats that would have terrified lesser men. A magical symbol flared beneath the Duke and expanded outward, releasing streams of light that surged upward in pillars. With absolute composure, he stated the savage had no right to speak his name, no right even to pretend familiarity with the ruler of this land. But it was already too late. Mad with hatred, Valai shouted and swung his fist in a murderous arc, aiming to crush the Duke outright. The blow carried killing intent, as though Valai believed overwhelming force could erase nobility, magic, and law in one strike. Duke Beowulf answered with incredible magical control, summoning the necessary power with effortless precision. The air thickened, mana aligned, and the Duke's presence sharpened, his abilities rising like a perfectly timed counterstroke prepared long before the punch arrived. While the barbarian chieftain flailed with brute aggression, the Duke invoked the technique of territory expansion. Invisible boundaries snapped into existence, and the space itself seemed to become the Duke's domain, an arena where his will dictated what could move, breathe, or survive. Valai halted mid-motion in stunned disbelief, his fist's momentum faltering as he watched the miracle unfold. For a brief moment, the savage could only stare, because the world around him was changing, and he could feel the ground, air, and mana turning against him. A towering pillar of light erupted skyward as Duke Beowulf unleashed the absolute form of the Snow Soul. The power was immense, austere, and crushing, like winter given consciousness, aimed directly at Valai, as if delivering an ancient sentence. High above the enormous castle, a gigantic seal manifested, a vast sigil swallowing the sky. A stream of light poured into its center, and the name of the spell became reality. Eternal Frost, a binding force that promised not merely defeat, but preservation in cold imprisonment. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a barbarian charged toward the Imperial Knights, roaring that the time had come to avenge his brothers. He called for the destruction of the warriors with wild fervor, his shout carrying through smoke and ruin like a drumbeat of slaughter. In the very next moment, the charging savage was swallowed by a sudden mountain of ice. He froze mid-stride with an axe still clenched in his left hand, his snarl trapped in his throat, transformed into a lifeless statue as the cold sealed him from head to heel. The same fate struck many other invaders across the battlefield. Thick, relentless ice wrapped around them like a judgmental shroud, locking limbs in place and turning wild motion into stillness, until the barbarian ranks became a scattered gallery of frozen silhouettes. Another comrade, charging only a few steps away, suddenly halted as well, his body coated in frozen water that hardened instantly. His momentum died in an instant, boots skidding uselessly as the frost took him, and his struggle ended before it could even begin. An Imperial Knight who had been desperately fighting for his life stared in amazement. He watched the barbarians stiffen, pale over, and slowly become ice. Enemies turning from roaring killers into silent monuments, until the knight's fear gave way to stunned disbelief. Then a cry rang out, calling for the Duke to return to his domain, and the shout visibly unsettled the defenders. Those within the estate had begun to feel safe behind their walls and spells, but that urgent voice reminded them that safety was fragile, and that the war still had teeth. Even now, magical petals drifted through the cold air, swirling lazily as if the battle's violence still lingered in the atmosphere. They glittered like pale embers, a haunting reminder that deadly techniques had only just been unleashed and could awaken again at any second. Standing beside one of the frozen barbarian figures, Duke Beowulf calmly inquired about the condition of his faithful Hans Maringer. Hans responded quickly, straightening despite his injuries and assuring his lord that he was still alive and capable, wounded, but not broken. Hans studied his master with open surprise as the Duke praised his strength. It had been so long since Duke Beowulf had witnessed his servant's techniques in full force, and the acknowledgement felt both heavy and strangely intimate, like an old bond being tested and proven again. Everyone's attention shifted to one chilling detail. The enormous fist of the frozen barbarian chieftain, Valai, still protruded from the mound of ice. The clenched hand jutted out like a threat that refused to vanish, as if the monster's violence had been preserved for later. The sight sparked uneasy fascination. Was this the true, incredible power of the technique called Eternal Frost, a magic so absolute it could stop an army in mid-breath and preserve even a chieftain's killing blow as a frozen snapshot of intent? The Duke noted, with quiet realism, that Hans was not growing any younger, and he asked how it was possible that his loyal servant had been wounded by a barbarian at all. Hans lowered his gaze and admitted the grim truth. The savage had nearly killed him, and only stubborn will had kept him standing. This was the expansion of Duke Beowulf's territory, an overwhelming dominion imposed upon the battlefield, paired with the absolute form of the snow soul known as Eternal Frost. It was not merely a spell, but a declaration that the land itself had become the Duke's weapon. Under Eternal Frost, enemies turned into ice, yet the Duke's allies remained untouched by its cruel embrace. Such selective judgment spoke of perfect control. He was Baku's Beowulf, the tireless defender of the North, an aristocrat whose authority could freeze invaders without freezing his own. Baku's was surprised that such danger had reached Hans at all, and Hans looked ashamed, as if his injury were a personal failure. Still, the Duke's relief was genuine when he learned that Lorena Beowulf and the castle's inhabitants were safe, because protection, not pride, was the true measure of his rule. During their exchange, Hans pointed toward the man who had helped the defenders so greatly. With a strained but respectful gesture, he called for Yin to step forward and introduce himself, making it clear that the young knight's contribution could not be ignored or forgotten. Heads turned and eyes searched the field, but Yin had vanished somewhere into the chaos of ruined stone and drifting frost. Some defenders muttered that he must have a talent for slipping away, yet they did not truly consider him a coward, only a strange, elusive ally who moved like the night itself. Baku suggested that Hans withdraw and recover, and in the shifting priorities of Aftermath, no one paid close attention to the frozen Valai. The chieftain was treated like a finished threat, an error born from relief and the false comfort of silence. The defenders began leaving the battlefield, never seeing what they should have feared. The defeated barbarian chieftains left, eye flickering open. In that narrow gap of ice and shadow, a devilish fire ignited, small, patient, and full of murderous intent. In that same hand, Valai revealed a familiar object, another magic ball, the kind he had already wielded in battle against Yin. Even bound, even half-buried in frost, the chieftain had not surrendered his tricks. He had merely waited for the moment no one was watching. With a wild, animal cry, the barbarian leader ripped himself free. Ice shattered outward in violent chunks, and the sound of cracking frost echoed like bones breaking. An escape so sudden it shocked even Duke Baku's Beowulf, who had believed the seal absolute. The villain's spirit surged back to life, his grin sharp with renewed cruelty. He prepared to strike again and mocked Beowulf for lowering his guard, pointing out the Duke's moment of weakened vigilance as if it were a delicious flaw to exploit. Baku's assessed the savage's efforts with a cool, contemptuous gaze. He admitted it was not bad, But he made it clear it still wasn't enough, because breaking free was one thing, and destroying the Duke himself was another matter entirely. Valai replied with an evil smile, almost amused by the Duke's certainty. He agreed that a barbarian might not be able to kill Baku's directly, yet his eyes glinted with the promise of a different kind of victory, one carved from cruelty rather than conquest. There are still others, Valai seemed to imply as he hurled his deadly magical circle toward the tower. The spell tore through the air like a spinning execution, and screams erupted as people realized the attack was not aimed at warriors, but at the helpless. Refugees were resting in that tower, exhausted and trusting the castle's protection. Valai's calculation was brutally clear. If he could not break the Duke with force, he would break him with responsibility, by turning innocent lives into leverage and blood into bargaining. While Duke Baku's rushed to shield his wards and preserve his buildings, Valai planned his escape. He meant to slip away amid the chaos, clawing back his freedom while the lord of the manor was forced to choose between pursuit and protection. The barbarian stared at the tower with hungry hope, certain his cruelty had bought him a path out. But before his plan could fully bloom, something unexpected disrupted it, like a blade sliding between him and his certainty. Beside the magic ball, a figure appeared, cloak fluttering with the unmistakable cut of an elite knight from Yan's special squad. The newcomer's presence was sharp and unwavering, and he moved with the clear intent of someone who had returned for one reason only, to stop the enemy here. Even in this final stretch, Valai tried to provoke and irritate the fearless warrior, spitting taunts like poison. He wanted anger, hesitation, a mistake, anything that would give him the opening to vanish or kill, because he knew time was thinning. The young man appeared before the savage again, and Valai demanded that Yin stop blocking his path. Yin answered without debate. He swung Elan and cut through Valai's magic ball, slicing it cleanly as if severing a serpent's head before it could bite. A dark red glow bled into the air where the magic had been cut, thickening as if the wound in space itself were clotting. The light began to gather and shape into something round, pulsing with ominous intent like a heart forming in the void. A red, sun-like object manifested, vivid and unnatural, emitting streams of light in multiple directions. It radiated a suffocating presence, like a miniature eclipse born from blood and spite, threatening to scorch everything it touched with corrupted power. And in that moment, as he continued confronting the savage, Yin suddenly felt his fatigue crash into him. The adrenaline faltered, the weight of the sword grew heavier, and the strain of channeling unfamiliar power caught up with his body like a delayed adar. He wasn't only trying to master his new sword and the magic awakening within him. He had also been protecting Lorena Beowulf throughout the battle with the monster. Now the truth was unavoidable. Yin had no mana left, and barely any strength to stand, let alone fight again. The brave, unfortunate warrior had spent every last drop of himself. His reserves were empty, his limbs heavy, and his mind fraying at the edges. At last, it was time, whether he wanted it or not, to surrender to rest, even if only for a heartbeat. White snowflakes drifted down over Duke Baku's Beowulf's castle, softening the aftermath with a deceptive calm. The fortress walls were coated in a thin layer of ice that glittered faintly, as if the castle wore winter's crown after surviving a night of slaughter. Yin looked across the Imperial Knights, men who had served the Duke with unwavering loyalty and were still defending the castle as though their lives were already spent. Their armor was scarred, their breath ragged, yet their posture remained stubbornly upright, refusing to yield. William, commander of the heavy-armored warriors, was there too, drenched in the blood of enemies. He continued fighting with grim persistence, moving like a fortress made flesh, each strike another declaration that Beowulf ground would not be taken cheaply. Yin also spotted cruel Dwight alongside Cheryl, figures who, by all rights, were supposed to take over the brutal fighting in his place. Seeing them there offered a sliver of relief, as if the burden might finally shift from his shoulders to hands still capable of gripping it. At last, Yin forced himself to calm down. He closed his eyes and slipped into slumber, falling as though pulled under by deep water. It felt like someone was calling him from far away, but in his exhaustion the sound could not reach him. His body demanded silence. The call grew louder, more insistent, drilling through the haze. Yan's eyelids fluttered open, and he turned his head toward the direction of that persistent voice, blinking as if waking from a dream that refused to release him. He looked up and saw a hand reaching toward him, close enough to grasp. The voice continued, urging him with urgency that didn't allow comfort. Someone needed him awake, needed him present, needed him now. It was Lorena Beowulf, calling loudly to her comrade. She demanded he take her hand, her expression fierce and intent, as if she were pulling him back from the edge of collapse not for tenderness, but because battle and duty still refused to end. As Yin stared at the girl from his squad, a quiet sadness touched him. He understood, with weary clarity, that there would be no real rest, not yet. Victory demanded too much, and the war kept reaching for him even as his body begged to stop. He gave Lorena his hand, letting her steady him, and a surprising thought surfaced. It wasn't so bad, at least in this moment. Even exhausted, even battered, he was still here, still needed, and still able to stand beside someone who refused to give up. News of the barbarian horde's invasion spread rapidly through the vast empire, moving faster than armies. From border outposts to noble courts, rumors became alarms, and alarms became orders, because everyone understood the north had begun to burn. In a quiet room far away, a large window was veiled by blue curtains, and darkness poured outside like rain. The space felt insulated from battle, yet heavy with consequence, as if the world beyond the fabric was changing with every heartbeat. A black raven perched on the shoulder of Damien, the chief instructor of the recruit training center. Damien sat with eyes closed, deep in thought, while the bird remained unervingly still, an omen-like companion, watching as if it understood the shape of coming events. Then, in the next moment, the cadet instructor opened his eyes and smiled his usual smile, calm, measured, and slightly knowing. It was the kind of expression that suggested he had just connected invisible threads and found the pattern he'd been waiting for. On the desk before him lay the very first sheet, a page bearing a picture of recruit Jake and the details from his personal file. Damien's gaze lingered on it with quiet interest, as though the war in the north had finally made this one name impossible to ignore. Crown Prince Leon Cavalin's gaze lingered on the document longer than protocol required, as if the ink itself carried a quiet, dangerous promise. Through its lines, he came to understand Yen, not merely as a name attached to deeds, but as a person shaped by hardship, conviction, and an unfamiliar kind of loyalty. And so, almost imperceptibly at first, an era began to tilt on its axis. History did not lurch forward. It shifted slowly, stubbornly, one deliberate decision at a time. A vast blue sky stretched overhead, too clear and indifferent, while snowflakes drifted down in patient spirals like silent prayers. Beyond the wide-open iron gates, the cemetery waited, orderly, solemn, and cold, its stillness broken only by the soft hush of winter settling over stone. A neatly laid brick path, swept clean despite the snowfall, guided the eye deeper into the grounds. It led to a single grave set apart from the rest, marked by a monument and a cross, simple in form, yet heavy with the kind of meaning that time only sharpens. A woman's hand reached out and rested against the chilled monument, fingers splayed as if to borrow warmth from memory. Above it, a stone cross rose in stark relief, towering with a solemn authority, an emblem that seemed to proclaim eternal life even as the winter air insisted on loss. Sitting down close to the grave, Lorena Beowulf let the cold seep into her skirts without noticing, her thoughts already far away. She counted the years like invisible beads, each one a quiet accusation, and she wondered, achingly, whether anyone, living or dead, still carried resentment for how long she had stayed away. With eyes dulled by grief, yet still bright with longing, the young lady stared at the grave as though it might answer her if she only waited long enough. She wanted to know, needed to believe, that her mother, now beyond reach, was at peace somewhere she could not follow. She hadn't come sooner because duty never loosened its grip. Training demanded her body, her breath, her bruises, day after day. Yet even when she was absent, she tried to do what she could, pleading in her heart for her mother to watch over her daughter from beyond, to guard her in ways no living hand could. The world was immense, sprawling far past the borders of the duchy, and within those wide lands Lorena had heard of a man whose strength could be compared to her brother's. The very idea struck like lightning, rare, unbelievable, and thrilling, because such power was not merely impressive, it was the kind that could rewrite fate. That was why the noblewoman refused to stop, refused to soften her resolve. She would continue pushing herself, continue gathering threads of rumor and evidence, until she could track down her brother, no matter how long it took, no matter how many doors she had to force open. And there was another fire beneath her determination, one that burned hotter than ambition: vengeance. Lorena would find the scoundrels who had murdered her mother, peel back every lie that protected them, and make them pay a price so steep their crime would echo in their bones. For a long while, the young lady said nothing at all, letting silence do what words could not. She stood before the grave of her beloved mother, gone for years, yet still present in every heartbeat, and her breath fogged in the air like a confession she could not bring herself to speak. But grief was not allowed to hold her forever. It was time for Lorena Beowulf to return to the road she had chosen. So she whispered a final farewell to the one she had lost, and turned away from that place of sorrow, where the cold clung to stone and memory clung to the living. When she met her father again, Lorena's posture was straight, her voice controlled, but her eyes carried the strain of too many unspoken battles. She informed Duke Beowulf that a certain obstacle had appeared, something stubborn and inconvenient, the kind of problem that could not be ignored or brushed aside with authority. As they parted, Baku's Beowulf lifted a hand and called for his daughter to stop, the urgency in his tone betraying more than simple parental concern. Lorena answered without slowing, stating curtly that she was already late for her train, as if time itself had become her shield against further conversation. Her father then turned to Lena and placed a small sphere into her palm, a blue, softly glowing ball that pulsed with a cold light. He asked her to take it, his expression unusually careful, as though the object held consequences as well as power. According to the Duke's measured explanation, if his daughter swallowed the ice crystal, it would make it easier for her to draw out the snow soul, smoother, more natural, less punishing to the body. It was not merely a gift, but a tool meant to refine what she already carried inside her. Lady, Lena insisted, her refusal edged with sincerity rather than arrogance. You don't need a rare gem taken from the coldest depths of the North Sea. She emphasized that such a thing was famed as the finest elixir for knights who wield cold magic, precious beyond measure, and far too valuable to be wasted on her. Duke Beowulf studied Lena's face and sensed a question gathering behind her eyes. She continued to stare at him with a stubborn intensity, silent, unwavering, like someone who wanted an answer, or permission, or perhaps a promise that could not easily be given. Baku's Beowulf exhaled as if he already knew what she meant without hearing the words. She wanted him to protect the barbarian child. He offered compromise in the careful language of a ruler, implying that if she wanted a deal, then terms could be arranged, mutual concessions dressed up as practicality. After listening, Lena's displeasure hissed out of her like steam meeting ice, sharp and unmistakable. Her expression hardened, signaling that she did not agree with his proposal, not with its logic, not with its conditions, and certainly not with the assumption that compassion needed bargaining. When her father offered his hand, Lena rejected it with a small, decisive motion, refusing the gesture of reconciliation. Even so, she spoke with restrained restraint, saying she still hoped he would keep his promise, an acknowledgement that trust, once cracked, could not be restored by politeness alone. Duke Beowulf advised his departing daughter with a sternness that carried worry beneath it. He told her to train her snow soul instead of wasting time, claiming her cold energy had dulled, and he urged her to visit home from time to time, as if returning could somehow mend the widening distance between them. Without turning around, the young woman answered in a voice that sounded almost gentle, as though she were trying not to wound him further. She told her father she considered him stronger now than ever before, stronger in technique, stronger in presence, perhaps even stronger in the harsh patience of age. And given how terrifyingly powerful the Grand Duke's technique had become, even bloodthirsty barbarians could not threaten the Beowulf family estate. The words carried both reassurance and irony. The walls were safer than ever, yet the family within them had already been torn apart. Then the saddened lady slowed, as if gathering courage for a blade that would cut deep. She asked her father a question that touched the rawest, most painful memories bound to their name, an inquiry sharpened by loss and years of unanswered grief. If the Duke was truly such a strong man, if his power was as overwhelming as everyone claimed, then how had he failed to protect Lena's mother? The question landed like a hammer on stone, demanding an explanation for a wound that had never closed. Baku's wielded immense power, and yet they still lost their mother, and her brother still left the duchy. So Lena did not want to return to a place where those people were no longer there, where every corridor held a ghost, and every familiar landmark reminded her of what strength had not been able to save. The young woman had already left the family cemetery behind, her footsteps fading along the brick path. Still, Duke Beowulf remained where he stood for a long time, watching her go as if the act of looking could hold her in place a little longer. For an aging man, the silence was heavy, and the cold felt sharper than it had any right to be. He turned toward the grave of his deceased wife Helena and, in his heart, asked her for advice on what to do. Yet he knew painfully well that he was still far from her wisdom, far from the clarity she once offered. According to Duke Baku's, his own daughter still hated him for what had happened to her brother. The thought sat in his chest like a stone, immovable and punishing, because no authority could command forgiveness. Tell her the truth, the parent thought, though he did not know whether honesty would heal anything or only deepen the fracture. Even so, he remembered with brutal clarity the day the revolutionaries broke into the family castle, when order collapsed and the past became a battlefield. The intruders ransacked the halls without restraint, smashing heirlooms and tearing down symbols of lineage as if violence could cleanse the world. They did not hesitate to beat the unfortunate inhabitants until blood was spilled, blood staining floors, walls, and hands, visible everywhere like a grotesque banner of their victory. Among them stood the one who led those thirsting for revolution, a villain with eyes that glittered with zeal. And there, kneeling on the ground, was the man who had taken Lena's brother away from the family. Helpless now, reduced to a trembling figure in the wreckage of what he had helped destroy. Duke Baku stared down at him with anger, so intense it seemed to heat the air despite the chaos. His gaze was not merely wrathful. It was the kind of fury born from betrayal, from watching the foundations of his family crack under the weight of someone else's ambition. The Duke yelled at Beowulf, naming his wrongdoing aloud like a sentence carved into stone. The young man raised his eyes, defiant, ashamed, or both, and tried to address him, calling out to his own father as if a single word could undo the damage. It remained unclear whether Lena ever accepted the truth that her brother was behind this, tangled in choices that could not be forgiven. The Duke did not kill him for her sake. He chose banishment instead, sending him away like a living wound. Even now, Baku still did not know if he had done the right thing, or merely postponed a reckoning. Standing alone in the family cemetery once more, the Lord weighed the consequences like iron in his hands. He wondered what would happen if his daughter ever managed to find her brother, whether reunion would bring closure, or whether it would ignite a tragedy no one could stop. Behind Beowulf stood a certain man, attempting to keep to the edges of the moment, but the older noble noticed him anyway. Without turning fully, the Duke spoke with quiet authority and told him he was late, as if punctuality were the last remaining thread of discipline in a world fraying at the seams. The young man who had come to the Beowulf family crypt hesitated, sensing the weight in the Duke's posture. He thought the Lord seemed buried in thought, eyes distant, shoulders heavier than armor, like someone wrestling with memories he could not afford to show. When the youth approached the master of the estate, he was greeted by Yin of a special unit. Yin had heard the Duke was looking for him, and that was why he had come, answering the summons without fear, yet with the guarded steadiness of someone used to danger and scrutiny. Baku's had already been informed of the talented young man's successes, the reports praising his effectiveness and resolve. The Duke rewarded people according to merit, not sentiment. Yet instead of offering a useless gift, he asked a sharper question. What did Yin truly want, beyond ceremony and polite gratitude? All the defenders of the aristocrat's castle had already received their rewards: gold, titles, recognition, whatever suited their station. Only Knight Yin from the special unit remained, standing in that final space between service rendered and recompense claimed. And would it be enough, the Duke wondered aloud, to give the young man the very sword he had stolen and hidden beneath his own clothes? The question carried both accusation and curiosity, as if Baku's were testing whether Yan's desire was for power, pride, or something stranger. Yin remained silent, turning the Duke's offer over in his mind with a soldier's caution. He had defended Duke Beowulf's estate with relentless diligence, and yet he did not rush to accept, his stillness suggesting calculation, restraint, and a private measure of worth that gold could not easily satisfy. The Duke's surprise was plain when Yin said it was not enough, his refusal delivered without arrogance, but with firm certainty. Yin claimed he had saved his comrade Lena's life many times, implying that what he sought should match the weight of those moments when death had been only a breath away. In the Lord's opinion, Yin did not understand the true value of Aelon, the blade's legacy, and the burden it carried. Yet Yin argued that the weapon was rusting in storage, neglected. Bakus himself did not use it, and others could not handle it. To Yin, a sword that slept and used was not sacred. It was wasted potential, locked away for no reason. By taking the sword, Yin insisted, he would be helping the Duke rid himself of something heavy, an inheritance that had become dead weight. He claimed he did so voluntarily, without greed, almost as if taking the burden was an act of mercy. The old man did not believe the story at face value, yet he could see the warrior's eyes held an unsettling intensity, as though Yan's mind did not move along ordinary tracks. At last, the owner of the aristocratic estate laughed, a rare sound in such a solemn place, suggesting he appreciated the young man's strange, audacious words. The laughter was not warm, but it was not cruel either. It was the sound of someone recognizing an unexpected kind of honesty. He considered Yan's desire, so bold it bordered on madness, a promising beginning. The youth did not seem to want to enslave the sword or force it into obedience, and that, strangely, pleased the Duke. Bakus was willing to offer money or jewels as well, but he had a request, perhaps even a condition, for Yin, a price attached not to the blade but to the trust being extended. He ruled the north with iron certainty, yet his reach did not stretch cleanly into the central region, where influence tangled with politics and unseen hands. Power there obeyed different laws, and even a duke could find himself constrained. So whatever he asked of Yin would likely involve stepping beyond the safety of northern authority into a land where Bakus's name held far less weight. From this moment onward, the knight was ordered to keep watch over Lena, as if her safety were a sacred charge. Bakus Beowulf's voice carried the weight of command and parental dread as he demanded an oath, one sworn on the young man's very life, forcing him to accept full responsibility for Lena's well-being, no excuses, no retreat. Yin immediately bristled at the implication and clarified, tense and wary, that he had no intention of marrying her. The Duke's anger flared, but even in his fury he snapped that he hadn't meant that. He could not possibly demand such a lifelong bond from the young man, not in so blunt and outrageous a manner. Yet it was Bakus who had spoken first of oaths and responsibility, pressing the concept like a blade to Yan's throat. What he truly meant was guardianship, responsibility for the girl while her father was away, strict, relentless protection until she was safely beyond danger. And still, the conversation twisted into something sharper. The young man was not granted the freedom to refuse, nor the right to treat Lena's future like a negotiable matter, as if marriage were a word hovering at the edge of the Duke's demands even when he denied it. While the Duke oscillated, proposing, then recoiling from the very notion of Yin marrying Lena, calling him insolent for misunderstanding, fate refused to pause for their argument. The scene slid elsewhere, as if the world itself had turned a page, carrying the story away from the cemetery's cold gravity toward the metallic urgency of travel and departure. In the central district of the Duchy of Beowulf, a train waited at the station like a steel beast held on a leash. Lantern light glinted on polished carriages, and the platform thrummed with contained motion. Boots on stone, murmured orders, and the restless impatience of people eager to leave trouble behind. Yin arrived and apologized for being late, explaining with thinly disguised irritation that he'd run into an old man with a vicious temper who refused to be brushed aside. Lena, already near the carriages, reassured him that the train had not departed yet, though her eyes urged haste. Meanwhile, cruel Dwight looked ready to board immediately, his posture radiating the impatience of someone who wanted distance from the duchy as soon as possible. Cruel Dwight spoke as if he were announcing a triumphant return, insisting they were all heroes heading home. After all, they had saved the Imperial advisor and defeated Valai, deeds that would not go unnoticed. A reward awaited them, he said, with the confident relish of a man who expected recognition to fall into his hands like coins. Even so, he clearly did not consider Cheryl particularly important, barely sparing her a glance, as though she were an afterthought. Lena, however, steadied the mood with a quiet certainty, reminding them that everyone had worked hard, and more importantly, they had managed without casualties. That alone felt miraculous, perhaps the first time in the entire history of the Special Forces Regiment that victory had not demanded blood as payment. It was quieter here than Lena had expected, the calm almost suspicious in its gentleness. No shouting, no alarms, no panic, only the muted rhythm of a station doing its ordinary work. For a fleeting moment, it seemed they had truly left all conflict behind at Beowulf's ancestral castle, sealing the worst of it behind thick walls and winter shadows. A loud announcement rang through the station, declaring the arrival of the train bound for Avalon. At once, representatives of the special unit hurried toward the carriages, moving with drilled efficiency. Papers checked, bags secured, eyes scanning, because even a simple departure could hide danger when one had made enough enemies. The trip to the north had proven far more successful than Yen had dared to expect. He had secured not only an invitation from the Imperial advisor, an opening into higher circles, but also the Sword of Aelon, a prize that felt less like a reward and more like destiny pressing cold metal into his hands. Gi, too, had emerged from the duchy laden with fortune, an incredible amount of gold from Duke Beowulf and a haul of valuable items that could change a life overnight. As the boy hurried toward home, the flapping of black wings cut through the air, a harsh sound that made the hairs on the neck rise. Something watching, something circling, drawn by unseen purpose. A raven cried loudly, its call sharp as a warning, before landing with unsettling gentleness on Yan's shoulder. The timing felt wrong, too deliberate, too theatrical, so that even in the bustle of the station, the moment seemed to darken as if night itself had briefly leaned in close. The bird's eyes glowed with a bright, unnatural light, vivid enough to look like embers trapped behind glass. It was as though a demonic presence had slipped into the creature, wearing feathers as a disguise, turning an ordinary raven into a messenger that did not belong to the living world. Yen studied the uninvited guest carefully, refusing to flinch despite the chill crawling up his spine. He told Lena to wait, even though she was already at the entrance to the carriage and clearly wanted to board. His tone carried urgency wrapped in restraint, as if he feared what would happen if he ignored this omen for even a second. Since he had apparently forgotten something, or at least claimed as much, Yen suggested the others leave without him. Cheryl showed no surprise, as though she had come to expect odd turns of fate around him. Cruel Dwight, however, narrowed his eyes, genuinely confused, as if he could not understand why anyone would delay when the path home was finally open. The commander, with infuriating casualness, told Yen to go to Soma and buy him snacks, turning a tense moment into a mundane errand. Cruel, already irritated, scoffed at the spectacle, amazed at how his colleague ran around for his boss like a dog, obedient, fast, and apparently trained to fetch on command. The train bound for Avalon stood at the platform, fully arrived and patiently waiting for its departure time as passengers continued to load. Doors clacked, conductors called instructions, and the air smelled of coal, cold iron, and the faint perfume of travelers who did not know how close war had brushed the people beside them. Soon the train sounded loud signals, sharp blasts that echoed through the station and demanded attention from everyone in the duchy's hub. The warnings were unmistakable. Last call, last chance. The moment of leaving had arrived, and anyone still hesitating would be left behind. The wheels of the train departing for Avalon began to spin, first with a slow, heavy grind, then faster as momentum took hold. Steel rolled on steel, and the entire carriage line shuddered like a creature waking up, dragging itself forward into distance and unknown roads. Yin watched the train pull away and, unexpectedly, sighed with relief, his shoulders loosening as if a knot had finally been cut. He realized the moment he had been waiting for had arrived, not the triumphant homecoming the others believed in, but a quieter opening, a clean separation, a chance to move unseen. A scrap of a note lay in his hands, crumpled at the edges from being clenched too tightly. Now, at last, he had to carry out the true mission given to him, one that lived in shadows rather than medals, and that demanded action without witnesses, without applause, and without room for hesitation. Who would ever suspect this raven was the commander's shadow, a living signal disguised as a common bird? Yet the order felt incomprehensible to Yan, because if leadership required such secretive delivery, then the task could not be simple. A message sent this way meant danger, danger that could not be spoken aloud, even among allies. Still standing on the platform while the station's noise thinned behind him, Yin carefully studied the contents of the strange note addressed specifically to him. His eyes moved line by line, expression tightening as meaning settled in, because the words carried intent, precise, personal, and disturbingly well-informed. Clutching the message in his strong hands, Yin first assumed, almost hopefully, that it was about a hearty snack, some ridiculous errand to satisfy the commander's whims. But the paper felt too ominous for something so trivial, and the raven's burning gaze made it hard to believe this was merely about food. In a deserted city square, wooden barrels stood beneath covered awnings, their contents unknown and their presence unsettlingly deliberate. The place was too empty, too staged, like a theater set waiting for an actor to step into the center, and the silence pressed down as if the city itself were holding its breath. On the ground, the silhouette of a magical symbol appeared, ancient lines etching themselves into reality with quiet malice. It belonged to the demon lich, a mark that felt older than kingdoms, and the air around it seemed to warp with the kind of cold that was not born of weather. As the seal completed itself, the central portion flared with brilliant light, pulsing like a heart coming back to life. In that sudden radiance, the sorceress Maman rejoiced, because the impossible had happened. She had been resurrected, pulled back from oblivion by a force that now demanded acknowledgement. Raising her hand as if to greet the world she had been denied, Maman burst into exhilarated laughter, her voice ringing out with fierce delight. She reveled in the sensation of existence, air against skin, power humming in her veins, celebrating her return to the living world as though it were a conquest. Yin believed he had done everything on his own, relying on grit and instinct to survive each clash. But the truth was harsher. Without Maman's help, he would have died 1,000,000 times over, cut down in battles where a single mistake meant the end. Her unseen hand had tilted the scales again and again, even when he refused to admit it. There was even a moment when the sorceress raised a magic shield in front of him, blocking lethal blows and reinforcing his strength at the exact second he cut through Valai's sphere. The barrier had shimmered like a second skin, turning disaster into survival, and turning Yan's strike into something that could actually pierce the enemy's power. In the end, the exhausted sorceress had spent too much mana and slipped into sleep, drained down to the last ember. But now she had recovered. Her magical power had returned in full, and her presence felt sharper, brighter, and far more dangerous, like a blade freshly honed after a long rest. Now Maman declared she could finish off that thick-headed barbarian, brimming with confidence and irritation. She was ready to eliminate the monster with one blow, as if the world's remaining threats were nothing more than pests to be crushed under her restored might. Yin looked at Maman in confusion, unable to understand what she was talking about. The battle with Valai and the other barbarians had already ended, blood spilled, decisions made, survivors moving on. To him, her sudden thirst for a final strike sounded like someone waking from a dream and mistaking it for the present. The night group from the special detachment had already left the territory of the Duchy of Beowulf, and Maman had slept through the entire day. She knew nothing of what had happened since. The withdrawal, the regrouping, the shift in plans. So her words collided clumsily with reality, exposing how out of sync she truly was. Upset, Maman began listing everything she had done for Yen, her voice rising with wounded pride. She reminded him he should be grateful that they were now in Soma, a city near the duchy, where the air was warmer and the cold no longer bit so fiercely. Yet beneath her complaints was a demand to be seen, to be acknowledged as more than a convenient miracle. The sorceress could not understand why her companion was here alone, lingering as if he belonged to the station's shadows. But Yin had no time for conversation, his mind already locked on the mission. Maman told him, almost pleadingly, to wait, trying to slow him down before he disappeared into whatever danger lay ahead. When Maman asked where they were going, the young slayer of monsters looked genuinely surprised, as though the question itself exposed how little she grasped. His pause was brief but telling, an instant where his guarded mask slipped, revealing that even he had not fully prepared for how strange this next step would be. With firm determination, Knight Yin decided he was going to work in Soma, a city foreign to him in both streets and rules. He would blend into its unfamiliar rhythms, take jobs, gather information, and build a foothold, because sometimes the safest path forward was not through battle, but through quiet, calculated survival. As they walked through the squares of this new place, Maman asked about the Duke who had appeared at the most crucial moment during the battle with the savage chief. Her curiosity was sharp, because a man who arrived like that, decisive, powerful, was not merely a bystander. He was a force, and forces always had motives. According to Yen, Valai had managed to escape from the battlefield, slipping away like a wounded predator that refused to die. But Yen himself had gained something equally world-shaking. The legendary sword of the ruler of Aelon, a weapon whose reputation felt too heavy to be carried lightly. Maman quickly concluded that Yan's sword had recognized him as its owner, accepting his hand and intent with eerie certainty. Yen agreed, then added with sober emphasis that in Soma, the duo of knight and sorceress were operating under the commander's orders. Whatever freedom they imagined was limited, their steps were still being directed from above. Hovering in the air beside him, Maman's curiosity deepened, her eyes narrowing with sudden interest. She asked what the commander had ordered them to do, and the young man began to explain, his words measured as if speaking too loudly could summon trouble from the cracks between buildings. Recalling the black raven with burning red eyes, Yin briefly mentioned the commander's instructions to Maman. The image alone, the feathered messenger, the unnatural gaze, made the order feel more sinister, as if the mission had been stamped with secrecy for reasons even Yin did not fully understand. In the note he received from the chief, Yin was informed that he needed to meet his childhood friend in Soma. The directive was oddly specific, almost personal, and it carried the implication that this friend was not a casual reunion, but a piece on a board, someone important enough to be named in a message delivered by a raven that looked possessed. Maman's surprise flashed across her face, because she had assumed he had no friends at all, only comrades, targets, and burdens. Yan's blunt confirmation stung her in a way she did not expect, and his words really hurt, leaving her with no elegant retort. For a sorceress who prided herself on control, that helpless silence was its own humiliation. At that moment, Yin realized there was only one person who fit the description of a childhood friend. The thought arrived with cold clarity, narrowing his world to a single name and a single memory, as if everything else had been noise leading to this unavoidable point. A scene from some time ago surfaced in Yan's mind. He was standing in the office of the chief instructor, Damien, under that man's unblinking scrutiny. The room had smelled of ink and discipline, and the air felt heavy with expectations that crushed excuses before they could be spoken. Back then, Yin had manufactured a lie, an excuse carefully shaped to sound reasonable, so he could run away from the training center without drawing suspicion. He had offered it to his mentor with a straight face, even while his heart pounded with the fear of being seen through. Now the truth stood revealed in all its ugliness. Yan's main mission was to kidnap the captain's daughter, the girl he had once played with as a child, when the world had been smaller and kinder. The assignment twisted nostalgia into a weapon, forcing him to turn a precious memory into a target, and to step forward knowing innocence would not survive what came next. She should arrive any minute now, and Yin found himself strangely invested in the captain's reaction once the knight's deception came to light. It could ignite like dry tinder, everything going up in smoke in a single furious outburst. Or, just as unpredictably, the captain might swallow it all, bury it under duty, and pretend it never happened. There was no question that Yan's advantage lay in speed and timing. He could reach the girl before the captain ever did, speak first, and shape the moment. But before he dared take a step, he needed certainty. He had to confirm her identity with his own eyes. No assumptions, no costly mistakes. Suddenly, Maman, the sorceress with a faint magical seal set upon her forehead, shifted as if a cold wind had cut through her thoughts. Her expression tightened, and she stared intently ahead, gaze sharpening into something predatory, as though she had sensed a hidden threat or an opportunity vibrating in the air. Two girls stood there in the open, framed by the street's dim glow. One leaned forward with a bold smile and said she wanted to drink with Yin, while the other, just as brazen, invited him to join them as if the night were already theirs to spend without consequences. The prostitutes did not bother with subtlety. They openly asked Yin to have fun, calling him handsome with voices sweetened by practiced charm. Maman, realizing exactly where they had wandered, snapped at her companion rudely, her irritation flaring at both the setting and his apparent cluelessness. Tilting her head as she looked him over like an appraiser, Maman teased him for being young, hot, and brimming with reckless passion. She remarked that he had grown up so much, too much, speaking as though she'd watched him change over years, while Yin stood there blinking, not understanding a single thing about what she was implying. With shameless confidence, Maman promised she could teach Yin how to get any girl he wanted, as if romance were nothing more than a trick of the hand. Her lesson was absurdly specific. Catch a wolf and 3 rabbits, stuff them into any lady's bag, and then, according to her, no one would dare refuse Yin after witnessing such lunatic bravado. Yin frowned, suspecting the sorceress was comparing him to some primitive caveman hunter who solved every problem with brute spectacle. But that couldn't be the real reason they had come here, and the mismatch gnawed at him. He still didn't understand why she was joking at all, when the knight felt threatened with something far more serious. As he approached the door, Yan's steps slowed, careful and measured, as if he were walking into a memory. He hoped he wasn't mistaken, that this was truly the place he needed. A plain, unremarkable spot, just like in the old days, the kind of simplicity that often hid the sharpest secrets. Their eyes fixed on the sign that read Hobbiton Tavern, and both of them felt the same quiet doubt. It looked almost too simple, too clean, too ordinary, like a disguise meant to make passers-by glance once and forget it instantly. When Yin learned they didn't sell drinks here, curiosity replaced his suspicion with a colder, sharper edge. If not liquor, then what did they sell? What kind of establishment called itself a tavern while refusing the very thing that made taverns exist? Inside, the bartender barely lifted his eyes from the magazine in his hands. In a flat voice, he stated that they didn't sell anything here, as though the question itself were tiresome and the customers were inconveniences rather than patrons. He then suggested, almost dismissively, that the travelers visit another tavern if they wanted food, and he asked them not to talk to him. The rudeness was deliberate, like a lock refusing the wrong key, and his tone made it clear, persistence would be unwelcome. The bartender scarcely noticed Maman hovering behind Yan's head, her expression already sharpening into anger. She simmered at the employee's disrespect, offended on principle and ready to lash out, because she could not tolerate being treated like stray dirt dragged across someone's floor. Colorful bottles lined the counter, catching the light in bright, deceptive hues, but the air held no warmth of hospitality. Maman tugged at Yan's patience, urging him to leave, insisting there was nothing to see and declaring they needed to go catch rabbits, still clinging to her ridiculous lesson as if it were wisdom. Yin scanned the tavern slowly, taking in angles, shadows, and pauses in sound, then asked his companion to stop talking about rabbits. His voice was controlled, but the request carried a warning. Her nonsense could ruin whatever fragile thread he was trying to pull. In Yan's opinion, everything felt fine on the surface, Too fine, almost sterile. There was nothing obvious to see, nothing that screamed danger, yet there was plenty to hear. The deliberate silence, the practiced rudeness, the way the room seemed to listen back. It was the kind of place where meaning lived between words. He turned to the bartender and ordered, calmly and precisely, 2 glasses of whiskey served with wine and an olive on top. The request sounded absurd in a place that sold nothing, but the moment the words left Yan's mouth, the bartender's posture changed. His eyes finally focused, sharp, attentive, and suddenly respectful. Bowing politely, the tavern employee apologized at once and greeted Yan in Hobbiton's coded manner, calling him a respected VIP customer. The transformation was instant, mask replaced with manners, confirming that the earlier rudeness had been nothing but a test for outsiders. Then the bartender turned to 2 containers and began to rotate a handle as if he were about to pour the ordered whiskey. The motion was smooth and practiced, more like operating a mechanism than serving a drink, and the air tightened with the sense that a hidden door was about to open. Behind the bar, shelves were packed with bottles and jars of countless shapes, each holding strange contents, herbs, powders, oils, and liquids that gleamed in unfamiliar colors. It looked like a collection of harmless stock, yet the arrangement felt curated, as if every item served a second purpose. The next moment, one of the drink cabinets slid aside with a muted scrape, revealing a black void beyond it. Darkness yawned like an open mouth, swallowing light at the edges, and the tavern suddenly became what it truly was, a gate. With a casual wave of his hand, the bartender invited them to enter the hidden space, where a row of torches cast flickering orange light along stone. His tone shifted into the role of escort, as though Yin were not merely a customer now, but a guest expected, and perhaps already watched. Yin, the knight of the special squad, and his hovering companion followed, descending step after step down a narrow stairwell. The air grew cooler and drier with every level, and the sounds of the tavern above faded until only the soft echo of their footsteps remained. Maman disliked the place immediately. It felt wrong in a way she couldn't neatly name, and she still didn't understand Yen's next move. She started to complain, but he asked her to stop talking, firmly, because she needed to understand that this was not a game. Not here, not now. The sorceress quickly realized they were not in a club or a true tavern at all. No one was serving food, no one was pouring drinks, and the torch's light made the walls look older than the building above. Her suspicion sharpened into interest, because places like this existed for one thing only: transactions that couldn't happen in daylight. As it turned out, everything here revolved around information. This was a marketplace for secrets, sold to those who needed them badly enough to pay, bargain, or bleed. The commodity was not wine or whiskey. It was truth, rumor, and leverage. They masqueraded as a simple tavern, but in reality they traded intelligence about what happened in the back alleys of S, where knives and whispers ruled. And now, they claimed, they had begun collecting data on other locations as well, expanding their reach beyond the city's shadowed veins. Soon, their influence would spread across the entire continent, growing like a hidden web tightened by greed and necessity. This society had already earned a name spoken carefully by those who knew: the Beggar's Den, a place where the desperate bought answers and the powerful bought silence. Before long, the travelers stopped at a half-open door spilling warm light into the corridor. A man appeared at the threshold and invited them inside with measured courtesy, as if he had been waiting for Yin specifically and had rehearsed the welcome. Inside the room, an auditorium-like space dressed to look civilized, a bookcase stood against the wall, with a chair and table set neatly before it. No one sat there, yet the air suggested presence, a watcher hidden in plain sight. Then a voice, delighted and intimate, reacted to the handsome newcomer, Yan, as though his arrival were entertaining. Yan's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the black shadow that seemed pleased to meet him. The figure's satisfaction felt personal, unsettling, as if it had recognized him long before he stepped through the door. Then the shadow resolved into a clearer sight, and in front of the special squad knight stood a girl of striking beauty, so attractive it felt intentional, like a weapon forged from charm. Her poise was effortless, her expression lively, and her eyes measured him with fearless curiosity. She was the leader of Bella's Beggar's Den, and yet as she looked at Yin, something didn't quite align in her mind. It seemed to her that she had never met this young man before, despite the eerie familiarity hanging between them like smoke. When Bella asked why Yin had come to them, the defender of the Duchy of Beowulf answered without ornament. He was looking for someone. His calm was deliberate, a soldier's steadiness meant to prevent the room from reading too much into his urgency. All Yin knew about the woman he sought was her name. Nothing else to anchor her to a face, a place, or a history. He asked whether the beggar's den could help with so little information. Bella sounded certain, almost amused by the simplicity of the request, and asked him to tell her the girl's name. A brief silence stretched, heavy with calculation. Yin weighed the risk of speaking aloud in a place built on secrets, then finally decided to reveal the name to the leader of the organization. His voice was steady, but his eyes stayed sharp, prepared for whatever reaction the truth might provoke. When he said Bella, the head of the beggar's den froze, confusion flickering across her face. For a heartbeat, she seemed genuinely unsure how to respond to this strange stranger who had walked into her domain and spoken her own name like a key. Bella demanded to know how he knew her name, or who he truly was. Yin, in turn, couldn't believe she let her surprise show so openly. She had never learned to conceal her emotions properly, and that crack in her composure made the situation feel even more dangerous. With quiet confidence, Yin remarked that many people likely wanted to know the girl's name, and he wondered aloud if he was the first to guess it correctly. His tone suggested he was probing for confirmation, testing whether this coincidence was accident or design. Calling her guest a dear client, Bella recovered with practiced charm, letting a smile return to her lips. She labeled him a very curious young man, as though curiosity were an amusing quirk rather than the first step toward a grave. Then, in all seriousness, the leader of the beggar's den asked whether Yin understood the oldest lesson in her world. Curiosity could kill. Her voice softened, but the warning sharpened, implying that anyone who dug too deep in her territory might not leave with their questions intact. Yin placed his hand on the table again, fingers spreading as if staking a claim to the conversation's direction. He did not answer yet, letting the silence speak for him, an unspoken refusal to be intimidated, and a quiet demand that she stop circling and start explaining. At that moment, 3 sparkling lights appeared in a small opening in the ceiling above them. They shimmered like falling stars, beautiful for a split second, until the shape of their purpose became clear. Suddenly, a storm of sharp arrows rained down, fast enough to blur, carrying death and pain in a single ruthless breath. The air screamed as the shafts cut through it, turning the room into a trap sprung without mercy. One after another, the terrible weapons struck as if they were meant to nail Yin to the floor, punishing him for daring to seek answers from Bella. It looked like an execution carefully prepared in advance, the kind that left no room for survival. Bella barely coughed, delighted, and rejoiced at how the pathetic brat, her chosen insult for Yin, had finally met his inevitable end. Her satisfaction was cruel and bright, as if watching him die would restore her control over the room. Already anticipating victory, the girl suddenly fell silent mid-breath, her smile fading. She stared in surprise at Yin, who was clearly experiencing something, some unseen shift, because he was not collapsing the way he was supposed to. Arrows lay scattered on the floor near him like broken promises, and Yin himself stood with a cold steadiness, utterly unshaken. In his mind, the acquaintance was already over. Whatever game Bella thought she was playing, he had decided it was finished. In a cold-blooded tone befitting a conqueror of monsters on a mountain ridge, Yin suggested Bella get straight to the point. His voice carried no warmth, only pressure, an unspoken warning that if she tried another trick, the consequences would not be theatrical, but final. The head of the beggar's den couldn't comprehend how Yin had avoided the arrow storm so cleanly, as if death itself had missed on purpose. She assumed he must have used magic, or perhaps he'd been hired and protected by aristocrats with deeper pockets than ordinary men. To her, the scene felt wrong, like a trap that had snapped shut on the wrong prey, so she concluded there had been some kind of misunderstanding. Her thoughts raced through the usual suspects, searching for the hand behind Yan's presence. Bella immediately remembered Viscount Franken. Then her mind jumped to the Golden Baron Wigan, and after that to a dozen other possibilities, names with influence, grudges, and motives, each one a potential answer to the question of who had sent this dangerous young man to her door. After calmly confirming that information was indeed what they sold in this hidden place, the knight announced he intended to buy something. Bella's posture shifted into business at once, her voice smoothing into professional curiosity as she asked what kind of information he needed, already preparing to name a price. But Yin didn't come seeking rumors, maps, or whispered truths. He stated, with unsettling directness, that he was not here to purchase information at all. He was here to buy Bella herself, as though she were an asset to be acquired, not a woman with her own will. The astonished lady stared at him, struggling to process the audacity of the words she'd just heard. Her expression flickered between offense and disbelief, yet Yan's intention remained steady. He wanted her to serve him, to place her talents and her network under his command. Maman appeared near Yan like a sharp gust of wind, her presence bristling with contempt. With biting sarcasm, she called him a fool, as if only an idiot would speak like that in the heart of a secret organization. Yin cut her off immediately, telling her to stop, because the sorceress had misunderstood. His meaning was not what her imagination insisted it was. Outside the beggar's den, life continued as usual. Footsteps, distant chatter, the city pretending it wasn't built on secrets. Inside, Yin explained to Bella how deeply he valued her ability to find information, emphasizing that her talent wasn't common. He spoke as if he were naming a rare weapon, something worth far more than gold. After all, the leader of this remarkable organization knew everything. Not only the scandals that had shaken noble houses, but also the quiet, practical details, like where to find the best dinner when hunger mattered more than gossip. To Yen, that breadth of knowledge proved her reach was real, and her worth undeniable. Yen then pressed a sharper question. Was Bella behind the spread of certain rumors? If so, she could be accused of slandering the nobility, turning whispers into crimes. Bella didn't deny the business itself. She admitted she earned money by selling information, as if profit were a shield against punishment. Until now, Bella believed she had kept her composure under control, holding her emotions behind a practiced mask. But as she stared at Yin, something in his calm began to feel like pressure, like a threat shaped into politeness. She decided he wasn't merely negotiating anymore. He was testing how far he could push her. With a good-natured smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, Yin reassured her that he wasn't insulting her. On the contrary, he said, he was praising her and had a high opinion of the head of the beggar's Denver. His tone was almost flattering, yet it carried the quiet certainty of someone used to getting what he came for. After thanking Yen out of reflex, Bella pointed out the obvious danger. If she became his subordinate, the nobles of Soma might kill her. No one liked having their dirty laundry aired in public, and men with power rarely forgave those who exposed them. Her caution was not cowardice, it was survival learned the hard way. However, in Bella's mind, that risk didn't mean she had no options at all. There was always another angle, another escape route, another bargain to strike. She hinted as much with careful words. At that, Knight Yin looked at her intently, as if her other way was exactly what he wanted to hear. If Yin paid her enough coins to buy off aristocratic threats, then it could be done, at least in theory. Bella spoke from a place of limited understanding. She did not truly grasp the depth of the young man's capabilities or how dangerous his reach might be beyond mere money. Hearing her talk about possibilities, Yin stepped closer, closing the distance with deliberate confidence. His movement made the air tighten, as if the negotiation had shifted from abstract talk to immediate reality. He intended to discuss it properly, face to face, without evasions. He wanted to know, plainly, how much it would cost to buy her freedom. What price could sever her from the web she'd built? Bella, unimpressed, said it wasn't an amount that could be paid with the copper coins in Yan's pockets. Her tone implied he was underestimating both her danger and her value. Without flinching, Yin produced a bag heavy enough to thud softly when it hit the table. He asked whether it would be possible with the amount of gold he had, forcing the question into a new category, one that sounded less like bargaining and more like a challenge. Pointing out the contents, Yin stated that there were 100 gold coins issued by the central bank of the empire, clean, official currency, impossible to dismiss as counterfeit. He asked if she understood what he meant, but Bella's eyes were locked on the pure gold itself, her breath catching as greed and caution collided. Even so, Yin judged that the amount still wasn't enough, as if he were measuring her worth with ruthless precision. Bella agreed immediately, too quickly, because the temptation was enormous, yet her instincts told her to push while she had leverage. The negotiation had become a dangerous dance, and she could feel the floor shifting under her. Appreciating how the situation was unfolding, Yin offered Bella a game, his voice almost playful despite the stakes. It wasn't the kind of game meant for laughter. It was a trap disguised as entertainment, designed to reveal her true desires and limits. Yin recommended they gamble on Bella's fate itself, as though her future were a coin to be tossed. The suggestion shocked her, not because she didn't understand risk, but because he spoke of her life with such calm detachment, as if the outcome were already in his pocket. Now, Yin explained, he would offer her various sums of money, and her price would rise higher and higher until she stopped him. The rules were simple but cruel. She would have to decide the exact moment greed became too dangerous, and she would have to do it under his unblinking gaze. If Bella managed to guess how much she was worth, in her own opinion, then Yin promised he would pay the entire amount she named. The offer sounded generous, almost absurdly so, but it also forced her to reveal something intimate, the number that defined her self-worth. However, if Bella went beyond reason, if she became too greedy, too foolish, then she would receive not a single coin. Yin would refuse to pay and would hand her over to the nobles, delivering her like a gift to people who would not forgive her existence. It was a threat wrapped in rules, making her complicit in her own downfall. After laying out the conditions, Yin suggested they begin immediately, his patience thin but controlled. Bella hesitated, her confidence wavering under the weight of consequences, and she asked for a pause, just a moment to think, because she could feel the noose tightening around every possible answer. Yin started with 200 coins, and the sheer amount almost confused Bella into silence. The number was too large to be casual, too real to be a bluff, and for an instant she forgot to breathe, imagining what such wealth could erase and what it could buy. But Yin didn't stop. He was ready to offer 300 first, then 400, raising the stakes with frightening ease. Bella found herself wondering where he could possibly get so much money, and whether the source of that wealth was more dangerous than the wealth itself. With 400 coins, Bella could feed 4,000 people and still live comfortably for an entire year. Warm rooms, clean sheets, full meals, no more begging for scraps of safety. Yet she didn't know whether to stop him, because the more he offered, the more it felt like a test she was failing. While the poor girl's mind spun through fantasies of untold treasure, Yin reached into the inside pocket of his jacket again. The motion was calm, almost lazy, as though he were pulling out spare change rather than a fortune, making Bella's heart thud with both excitement and fear. Bella watched intently, eyes wide, as the warrior who had come to her drew out more money from his pocket. Each new glimpse of gold made reality wobble. It felt less like earning and more like being swept into a current she couldn't control. Yin kept searching inside his jacket with his hand, as if there were no end to what he could produce, while Bella continued to stare, unable to look away. The moment stretched, unbearable, because every heartbeat made the temptation louder and the danger sharper. Suddenly, Bella shouted across the room, voice cracking with urgency, telling him to stop. The amount he had offered was enough, more than enough, and she couldn't risk letting the number rise further. Her decision landed like a slammed door, cutting the game short before it could devour her. Yin blinked, surprised by how quickly she concluded, thinking they would reach 1,000 before she broke. Bella stared at the gold with her mouth open, stunned by both the money and Yan's casual confidence. Now only one thing remained, proof that Bella belonged to Yin under their agreement. In her panic, she assumed he wanted her body as payment, and the thought made her stomach twist. Hearing the beauty's assumption, Yin allowed himself a slight smile, thin, almost amused, but he said nothing. The silence itself corrected her, implying that her fears were misplaced, yet refusing to soothe her completely. Instead, Yin held out a sheet of paper covered in writing, looking genuinely perplexed by what she thought he meant. He suggested she sign the contract, making the transaction official and undeniable. Bella, still dazed by the gold and the pressure, agreed with a stiff nod. After she signed, Yin prepared to leave without lingering, as though the hardest part had been merely getting ink on paper. Yet his eyes carried a strange anticipation, as if he eagerly awaited the start of their collaboration. He offered a brief farewell and turned away, leaving the room with unsettling calm. Under the table in Bella's office sat a bag overflowing with gold coins, heavy enough to feel unreal. Bella herself barely understood what had just happened, how an ordinary night had transformed into a contract, a fortune, and a threat all at once. She sank onto the sofa and reread the contract, eyes darting between lines as if the words might rearrange themselves. Her thoughts kept returning to the money that had fallen from the sky into her lap, and she wondered what kind of man could pay so much without blinking, and what kind of trap required such bait. Staring at the document, she noticed everything was written in red ink, the color vivid and unsettling, like dried blood made into letters. The sight triggered her memory of how she had asked Yin where she should sign, and how he had answered afterward with that quiet insistence that made refusal feel impossible. As he left, Yin promised he would contact her later and told her to study the contract carefully before then. He emphasized that its contents were very important, not as a suggestion, but as a warning. The way he said it made Bella feel as though the paper itself had teeth. When the young man finally left her room, Bella's lips twitched into the faintest smile. It wasn't joy, it was disbelief, the kind that comes when fate seems to offer salvation and doom in the same breath. Did Yin truly think she was crazy enough to obey? Why should Bella work for the first dangerous stranger she'd met, especially when it was obvious he was not normal, his calm too sharp, his power too quiet, his confidence too absolute? With that amount of money, Bella could disappear into other kingdoms, live comfortably under a new name, and finally say goodbye to this miserable life. She could trade alleyways for clean streets, fear for peace, and never again bow before nobles who treated people like disposable tools. Calling Yin an idiot in her mind, Bella laughed softly to herself, because who said she would honor the contract just because she had signed it? Ink didn't bind a clever woman, she told herself, until a sudden, sharp surprise cut through her confidence like a knife. Leaning back against the sofa, the leader of the beggar's den felt something strange stir inside her body. It wasn't emotion or stress. It was foreign, invasive, like a thread tightening around her nerves from the inside. She rose abruptly, grabbing her head with one hand as pain surged behind her eyes. It felt as if her skull were splitting in two, pressure building in a vicious spiral, forcing a gasp from her throat and stealing her balance. Suddenly, the contract she had signed lifted into the air on its own, as if pulled by invisible strings. A strange red glow wrapped around it, pulsing with ominous life, turning the paper into a floating threat that made the room feel smaller. The contract's words revealed their cruelty. In the event of violation or any action that caused harm to Yin, Article 13 would apply to Bella. The clause was written with chilling clarity, leaving no room for interpretation, no loophole to hide behind. In that case, the contract stated, Bella's head would be blown apart. The meaning hit her like ice water, shocking her into stillness even as the pain confirmed the threat was not metaphor. For the first time, she truly believed such a scenario could happen. As her head throbbed harder, Bella came to a horrifying conclusion. She had signed a real slave contract. The gold on the floor was no blessing. It was a chain made of coin, and the red ink was not decoration. It was a warning, binding her life to Yan's will with brutal, undeniable force. When Yan stepped back onto the street, leaving the beggar's den behind its false tavern walls and hidden torchlight, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The night air felt cleaner out here, less suffocating than the underground deal he'd just sealed. He allowed himself a brief, careful hope that his plan had worked exactly as intended, quietly, efficiently, and without leaving loose ends. Smiling with sharp amusement, Maman called Yin evil, accusing him of casting a cruel spell over Bella's fate with a single signature. Yin corrected her without raising his voice. He hadn't forced Bella to sign anything. He simply placed the contract in front of her, and the world gave her no other choice. In that moment, The difference between coercion and inevitability felt razor thin, and both of them understood it. Even so, Yan's expression tightened with a rare flicker of concern as he asked whether the mage had cast the binding spell correctly, because if the magic was flawed, Bella could die from it, and that was not his intention. Maman scoffed, remarking that his self-destructive style of magic operated on an entirely different level, reckless enough to make even her uneasy. Then she narrowed her eyes and demanded to know if Yin had pulled those coins from a spatial bag, and if so, where he had found such a priceless item in the first place. Maman answered her own suspicion with a grudging realization. The bag had been given to her boyfriend by Duke B. Wolf. Yin had complained to the Duke about the problem of transporting money without drawing attention, and the old noble had snapped at the grumpy young man, then solved the issue anyway, as if irritation and generosity could exist in the same breath. As they continued through Soma's streets, Maman casually asked when they were heading back home, as if the matter were simple and settled. Yin was categorically opposed, his refusal immediate and absolute. The city's warmth and noise couldn't soften his resolve. Whatever home meant to the others, it was not where his next steps were leading. Turning toward the sorceress, Yin spoke with the calm certainty of someone who had just moved a major piece on the board. He reported that the contract with Bella, the head of the beggar's den, was successfully concluded, and that the real work could now begin. In other words, their mission had officially started, and from this point on, there would be no room for wandering or hesitation. Far away, in the heart of the forest, a large house loomed under a night so dark it swallowed the sky. No bright stars pierced the clouds, and the silence felt thick enough to press against the windows. The building stood like a waiting beast, quiet, watchful, and profoundly wrong. Near the building, figures stood in a neat row, wearing long jackets with deep hoods pulled over their heads. Their posture was disciplined, almost ritualistic, as though they were guards, worshippers, or executioners preparing for a command. The stillness around them made their presence feel even more unnatural. One of them wore a red mask with white fangs, the unmistakable face worn by instructors at the recruit training center. The mask's grin was frozen and predatory, turning the person beneath it into an anonymous symbol of authority, cruelty, and control. Inside the large house, the rooms were drowned in darkness, the windows reflecting nothing but blackness. No lamplight leaked out, no shadow moved where it should have, and the emptiness felt staged, like a place designed to hide what happened within it. A tall white candle stood on a plate like a neglected offering, yet no owner or guest had bothered to light it. The wick remained untouched, as if even flame was unwelcome here. The candle's pale shape only emphasized how complete and deliberate the darkness truly was. On the wooden floor, a girl sat with her back pressed against a cold stone wall. Her hands were clasped tightly together, fingers trembling as she tried to ward off the chill creeping into her bones. She looked small in the space, as if the room had been built to swallow her whole. She seemed trapped in a half-conscious haze, head bowed so low her light hair spilled like a curtain, hiding her eyes from the world. Whether she was exhausted, drugged, or simply broken by fear, she could not truly see what surrounded her. The darkness held her like a weight. Suddenly, the left eye of the little prisoner lit up with an eerie glow, the same unnatural light associated with the ancient demon lich. The flare was brief but unmistakable, like a signal igniting from within her. For an instant, the room felt colder, as though something old and hungry had opened one eye to look out. Elsewhere in the Verdine forest, the night was dense and oppressive, the trees crowding together like silent witnesses. Only a few lonely lights drifted here and there, will-o'-wisps or lanterns moving through the dark, flickering like uncertain souls trying to find a path. A traveler paused and looked down, noticing marks carved into the earth, traces of a cart's wheels dragging through mud and fallen needles. The grooves stretched onward, consistent and long, suggesting a convoy had passed with purpose rather than wandering. By studying the depth and sharpness of the tracks, the traveler concluded the wagon train had likely passed through about 3 days ago. The impressions were not fresh, but not washed away either, old enough to be risky, recent enough to be followed by someone who understood how to read the forest. That traveler was Yan, a knight of a special detachment, and he felt a grim satisfaction at the information he'd gathered. The trail was real, consistent, meaningful, and it suggested he had finally managed to track down the person he was searching for. His focus narrowed, instincts tightening like a drawn bowstring. Then something caught the young man's attention, an odd sound, a shift in air, or a flicker where there should have been none. Yin lifted his head and looked up intently, eyes scanning the darkness with the patience of a hunter. The forest seemed to stare back, unblinking. While Yin looked around and pondered his next steps, Maman behind him grew restless and asked how much longer this would continue. Only then did he remember his companion, as if his mind had pushed everything else aside for the sake of the hunt. He exhaled, acknowledging her presence with a brief glance. Stretching as though she'd just woken from an excellent sleep, Maman floated lazily in the air and complained about the wandering. She wanted to know how long he planned to roam around like this, stalking shadows and studying dirt, when a direct path would be far more satisfying. The sorceress had clearly spent a long time in the world of dreams, her senses still adjusting to reality. She asked bluntly whether they had arrived at the training center yet, as if the forest itself were merely a hallway leading to their destination. As they walked deeper through the trees, Yin reminded Maman of the mission given by the chief instructor. The reminder snapped her memory into place, and she recalled the task. They needed to kidnap a certain girl, an objective that felt less like a mission and more like an act that would stain the hands. Yin clarified it wasn't just any girl, but the daughter of the captain of the special squad, a target chosen for her value, not her guilt. He admitted he hadn't expected the assignment to come so suddenly from Damien, which made the order feel even more suspicious. Maman, unsettled, wondered how a member of the special squad could be expected to do something so vile and personal. Yin reasoned that the chief instructor likely needed the girl to pressure the captain, an ugly lever meant to move a stubborn man. Maman called it what it was in her eyes, a dirty political move, the kind that used innocent lives as bargaining chips. Her disgust was open, and the forest seemed to swallow it without comment. Continuing to analyze the tracks, Yin concluded the convoy was too large to move unnoticed. The path was scarred by weight and repetition, yet there were signs of haste rather than discipline, and no evidence of a massive escort. That mismatch bothered him. Something valuable had passed through, but not with the protection it should have required. In the gloomy Verdine forest, Yin could not be entirely sure he was following the captain's daughter's trail. The tracks could belong to any number of travelers, and uncertainty gnawed at him like a quiet predator. Still, his instincts insisted the direction was right, even if certainty remained just out of reach. Then, suddenly, Yin saw mysterious lights ahead. Normally, no one traveled through this forest at night, yet there stood a peasant woman and several men with bags over their shoulders, each holding a lantern. They called out politely, assuming Yin and Maman were lost, their kindness too immediate, their timing too perfect. Yin agreed, pretending he had chosen the wrong path upon entering the forest. The peasant woman treated their meeting as good luck and began guiding them toward a village, describing the forest as so dense that travelers often lost their way. Her voice was warm, but something beneath it felt rehearsed. Then the strange-looking woman invited Yin and his companion to rest in their village for the night, if they did not mind. The offer was generous to the point of suspicion, and it surprised Yin, not because he trusted it, but because he recognized it as a lure dressed up as hospitality. According to the peasant woman, the village was just a stone's throw away. Though there were only a few houses, she promised the travelers would find shelter and a place to sleep, as if safety were waiting neatly around the next bend. Her certainty tried to smooth over every doubt. The three young men nearby smiled at Leona's enthusiasm, their amusement thinly veiled and oddly synchronized. Now everything was clear to them, as though they shared a private joke at Yan's expense. The girl herself bristled, indignant at her companion's chatter, but her irritation felt performative rather than sincere. Without letting his serious gaze drift from Leona's face, Yin thanked her politely, but refused the invitation. He asked her instead to simply show them the correct way forward, keeping his voice calm and controlled. The refusal was gentle in words, but firm in intent. He would not step into their village. The men laughed at Leona again after the rejection, as though her failure to lure him amused them. Embarrassed, the girl snapped at them to finally shut up, her tone sharper now, frustration cracking through the sweetness of her earlier hospitality. Yin continued to observe everything with the steady attention of a trained killer. Every smile, every pause, every shift of weight registered in his mind. He did not like meeting these people. Their timing and manner felt wrong, like actors stumbling through a script meant to fool the careless. With a sad expression carefully arranged on her face, Leona offered Yin her lantern to take with him. She insisted it was dark and dangerous in the forest and that he would need the light. The gesture looked kind, but her eyes watched him too closely, as if waiting for him to accept the bait. Yan's expression softened into something almost cheerful, as if he had finally discovered the secret behind her strangeness. The shift was subtle but deliberate, like a hunter pretending to relax after spotting the trap. In his eyes, understanding replaced uncertainty, and that made him dangerous. Leona continued to stare at the night in front of her, embarrassment coloring her features. She looked like someone caught between roles, half hostess, half conspirator, unsure whether to push harder or retreat, yet unable to stop watching him. Then, without warning, Yin summoned the sword Astalin in the fifth form of the dark spirit, the weapon manifesting with an ominous presence. He swept it forward in a controlled arc, blade shimmering with lethal intent, preparing a crescent-shaped strike that split the night like a silent scream. Leona's eyes widened in shock, her mouth parting as she tried to understand what he was doing. The hospitable, peasant woman stared at Yin as if the world had suddenly gone mad, as if violence had erupted from nowhere, because she still believed her disguise should have protected her. Yin's first blow was lightning fast. He struck the lantern she offered him, cutting it cleanly into two equal halves before it could even sway in her hand. The light shattered with the object, and the air filled with the sharp scent of exposed contents. In the very next attack, the Special Forces soldier did the same to Leona herself, slicing with ruthless precision. Her frightened expression was preserved forever in that final instant. Eyes wide, breath trapped, because she died before her face could change into anything else. With the ruler's newly acquired sword, Elon, Yin once again fought those he deemed dangerous to him. He moved without hesitation, not out of cruelty, but out of certainty, because in his world, threats did not deserve second chances, especially when they wore friendly smiles. Before the night lay a lantern split in two, and the woman who had offered it, now fallen and silent on the forest ground. One of Leona's companions screamed in horror at the top of his lungs, unable to understand what this strange night was doing. The sound ripped through the trees, turning the woods into an echo chamber of panic. The men screamed because Yin had killed the modest Leona so abruptly, calling him a murderer with trembling voices. They recoiled in fear and outrage, insisting they didn't know why he'd done it, as if innocence could still be performed after the trap had sprung. Maman, outraged, called Yin a psychopath, convinced he could have simply refused, and walked away without shedding blood. To her, the killing looked unnecessary, brutal, and insane. But to Yin, Maman was slow on the uptake, still thinking like someone who expected enemies to play fair. Yin told the sorceress to look carefully at what had fallen from the broken lantern. He pointed to a small stone glowing red, pulsing faintly like a trapped heartbeat. His gesture was sharp and instructive, as if he were forcing her to see the difference between kindness and a concealed weapon. He explained that the stone was capable of detonating, and that such stones were used by members of a special squad of assassins. The revelation stunned Maman, her anger faltering as understanding finally clicked into place. The lantern hadn't been a gift. It had been a bomb carried with a smile. To Yin, it was a wonderful spectacle, not because he enjoyed death, but because the truth had revealed itself so cleanly. Even so, he still sensed a familiar aura emanating from these people, the scent of disciplined killing beneath their peasant disguises. He called them masters, recognizing trained hands hiding behind crude costumes. When the group of villains realized they had been exposed, their masks of innocence shattered instantly. They grabbed their daggers in one synchronized motion, steel flashing in lantern light, and with no other choice left, they decided to kill Yin, because a witness who saw through them was the deadliest threat of all. The criminals surged in without hesitation, swarming the knight Yin and his companion, the sorceress Maman, with feral urgency, steel flashing as their first blows came down in a brutal, coordinated rush. Cold weapons glinted in the gloom as the special unit killers tightened their formation, confident they could erase the young man in front of them, because he looked like he was merely standing there, calmly watching them close in. One bandit, wearing a smug, self-satisfied grin, stepped forward as if already savoring the outcome, lifting his blade to pierce the easy target and chalk up another neat victory on his murderous tally. To everyone's disbelief, Yin didn't flinch or retreat. He remained perfectly still, as though the chaos and threat belonged to someone else. Like this entire fight had nothing to do with him at all. Then something sharpened behind his gaze, unyielding resolve returning like a locked door snapping shut. And when the knight's predatory eyes opened fully, the villain's fate was already decided. Drawing on the long-proven technique of the Black Wolf, Yin moved with practiced precision, turning defense into dominance as he began to drive back the vicious attackers one strike, one step, one heartbeat at a time. Near a large house buried in a dark forest, two men spoke in low tones, and the listener's expression cracked with shock as he learned an entire assassin team had been wiped out. Cleanly, completely. The messenger had no excuses left to offer. When pressed for the number of enemies, he forced out a single word. One. And that answer ignited immediate fury in the master who heard it. The boss couldn't accept it. How could one man erase a full squad of assassins? Yet the reporter insisted, voice tight with certainty, that the victor knew their methods, their habits, even their secrets, as if he had been expecting them. Listening in silence, the special unit secretary, Shark, made a swift conclusion. The liquidator had to be the main unit's personal hound, an enforcer trained to hunt their kind without mercy. Now Shark demanded the man's current location, impatience sharpening his tone. The subordinate swore the killer couldn't have gone far and was likely still lingering near the borders of the 4th District. Shark hadn't even known the chief instructor possessed such a dog, and that ignorance stung. He ordered the entire 2nd team into the forest immediately, while the 1st team stayed behind to hold the perimeter and keep the area sealed. As the reporter turned to leave, already preparing to carry out the order, he added, carefully, that he understood, and that his next priority was to stand guard over his daughter, as if danger now felt uncomfortably close. Unexpectedly, Shark halted him with a single raised hand and a colder look. Instead of granting the request, the secretary calmly told the subordinate to rest, sending him away with unsettling finality. Rest, not as in sleep, but as in eternal silence. From behind, Shark lunged with a curved knife poised to end the man in one clean motion, yet at the last fraction of a second the target sensed it and reacted. The villain's eyes looked glassy and vacant as he stared, gloating as if the outcome was certain, but that lifeless expression was only a thin disguise, a mask meant to hide intent and timing. In the next heartbeat, the Black Wolf struck, its sharp fangs clamping down on Shark's knife hand, tearing into flesh with savage certainty before the blade could complete its descent. The smile vanished, replaced by a snarl of rage and pain. Shark twisted, screaming as his right arm was mangled, and he tried to force control back by calling the wolf and swallowing the dagger into a magic seal to deny it to his foe. The man facing him understood the weapon was poisoned. Assassins never carried clean steel, but that was exactly why he took the blade anyway, accepting the risk as part of the hunt. Shark continued to stare with those eerie, glassy eyes, watching the man who, calmly, almost politely, asked permission to pose a new question, as if the room weren't thick with blood and threat. With a faint, controlled smile, the survivor, who had just repelled a killing strike, tracked Shark's movements instantly, reading every twitch and breath like a page he'd memorized long ago. He threw off his outer cloak and hat in one smooth motion, revealing himself as Knight Yin, and his voice carried a single demand. He wanted the location of the captain's daughter, now. Shark barked for him not to take another step, stunned that no one else rushed in, but Knight Yin didn't even blink at the shouting, because there was no one left to answer those cries anyway. There were no guards remaining, none hiding in corners, none waiting behind doors, because the knight had already eliminated them all with quiet efficiency. Bodies proved it. One guard lay crumpled near the wall, another sprawled on the cold ground, and a third hung upside down in a grotesque display, lifeless, swaying slightly, as if the house itself exhaled. For Shark, it was beyond belief. His mind refused the image of Yin standing alone amid the aftermath, a single man who had dismantled everyone in the room as if numbers meant nothing. To the secretary, the young warrior looked like a dreadful demon, an ember-bright, burning presence, something that shouldn't exist in reality, and Shark couldn't understand how such power was even possible. Shark's tone cracked into apology as panic took hold. He promised to tell everything he knew, and Yin, already certain it would be easy to make him speak, repeated the question, where was the captain's daughter? The answer was a shock even to Yin. The girl wasn't there at all. Suspicion hardened in his chest, and he stepped in with a threat on his tongue, ready to punish Shark for any further deception. Trembling, Shark insisted the captain's daughter truly wasn't kept here. This place held only test subjects, he said, as if the phrase alone should explain the locked doors and heavy guards. Shark didn't get to finish. A heartbeat later, Night Yin struck, and the impact erased almost everything above the villain's neck, ending the confession in a spray of brutal finality. Yin watched the collapse with an icy, indifferent gaze while blood continued to run, standing over Shark's fallen body. He spoke of the taboo placed on a high-ranking Special Forces soldier, an invisible chain meant to control and silence. Now the victor's contempt turned toward the authorities themselves, criticizing how they treated the taboo like an all-powerful miracle, using it as a signpost that something important must be hidden here. Arms crossed, Yin replayed the words test subjects in his mind, and certainty settled in. They weren't guarding a daughter at all. They were guarding something darker, something alive. Before him loomed a massive house pressed against the blackened forest, its silhouette swallowing moonlight, and he kept wondering what else the walls were hiding behind that careful, deadly silence. He found sturdy doors along the interior, reinforced, deliberate, built to keep someone in or keep everyone out, and it was impossible to know who might be trapped behind them at that very moment. Tall windows lined the wall, offering a deceptively beautiful view of the grounds outside, serene paths and quiet earth, mocking the violence and secrets sealed within the cottage. Night Yin walked down the long corridor, eyes cutting from door to window to shadow, moving with purpose as if the house itself were a battlefield he intended to conquer room by room. At last, a dark door appeared at the corridor's end, and faint flashes of light leaked through its seams, brief, pulsing glimmers that suggested movement, ritual, or something worse. Soon Yin stepped into a vast auditorium. A carpeted walkway stretched forward, candlesticks climbed the walls, and expensive furnishings sat like silent witnesses, luxury dressing for a place that reeked of wrongdoing. He swept the room with a wary, suspicious stare, studying every corner, every reflection, every breath of air, because the quiet here felt staged, like the pause before a trap closes. Then he saw it, a human silhouette bound with rope, pinned upright against the far wall as if displayed, motionless at first glance, but unmistakably alive. Yin narrowed his eyes and examined the prisoner carefully, and an indescribable horror rose through him, cold, heavy, and sickening, as understanding snapped into place. A young girl was chained there with thick restraints, her body trapped by brutal straps, and her feet were pressed to the floor by a glowing magic symbol that anchored her like a curse. Similar markings crawled across the wall itself, layered like ritual diagrams, but Yan's anger focused on the people who dared to do this, who could bind an innocent like a tool and call it work. The girl's legs were cinched so tightly she couldn't even shift to relieve pain. The helplessness in her posture made Yan's hatred sharpen, because only monsters did this to living people and slept at night. He chose instantly. He would free her. Yen formed a magic seal with swift, practiced hands, casting a clean spell. Then a focused beam of magic sliced through the restraints, severing the straps with precise light until the terrible bindings fell away. As her strength failed, Yin stepped in and gently caught her by the shoulders, steadying her with his own hands so she wouldn't collapse onto the floor after enduring so long in chains. Holding the freed girl close enough to keep her upright, the knight tried to wake her with urgent care, scanning her breathing and posture, desperate to understand the condition of this abused prisoner of the forest house. At last she began to stir, returning to her senses little by little, but two straps still covered her eyes, hiding her gaze from the world as she trembled, fragile and half awake in Yan's arms. Leaning in for a closer look, Yan felt a faint jolt of recognition. Something in the girl's features, the shape of her mouth, even the fragile line of her brow, stirred a memory he couldn't immediately name. With careful fingers, the elite knight peeled away the straps that hid the rescued beauty's eyes, all while his mind raced through old faces and forgotten encounters, searching for where, when, he had seen her before. Suddenly her eyes snapped open, wide and trembling, brimming with raw fear and buried horror, as she took in the hall, the bindings, the blood-scented air, everything now laid out before her. A strange, unnatural light speared through the room like a divine lance, and Yin was hurled backward with a shout, the shockwave of incredible power battering his body as if the air itself had turned violent. Pain twisted his face. He hissed through clenched teeth, forced to endure an overwhelming surge of energy that pressed down on him like a mountain, threatening to crush breath and bone alike. At last, grimly, stubbornly, he dragged himself upright, boots scraping against the floor as he steadied his stance and tried to read the situation, measuring the terrifying force that had appeared before him. Freed from her shackles, the girl lifted from the ground as if gravity had lost its claim. She floated into the air and drifted toward Yin, who was utterly unprepared for the sight of her moving like a living omen. Yin locked his gaze on the former captive, and memory clawed its way up from a deeper place. If he wasn't mistaken, he had seen that face before, not in this life, but in the shadowed fragments of a past existence. She was one of the continent's 3 great disasters, an existence so catastrophic that even trained knights had failed to quell it, and Yin couldn't understand what such a horror was doing hidden inside this forest house. As the scattered details aligned, the truth struck him cleanly. The hovering girl was the witch of suppression, the very calamity whispered about in fear, remembered only by those who survived her. Since its founding, the Kabalan Empire had gathered superhumans and powerful warriors beneath its banner, forging legends into weapons. Yet even the strongest superhuman, when all pride is stripped away, is still only human. And in this world, some disasters rise beyond human reach entirely. The first was said to be an unquenchable flame, an ever-burning ruin that devoured hope as easily as it devoured cities. The second disaster was despair made flesh for knights, something revealed only to those who met it face to face, an encounter that hollowed courage and left even hardened warriors shaking. And then there was the third disaster, so dangerous that even the emperor himself had issued a direct order: do not approach, do not provoke, do not invite extinction by curiosity. Once, when an armored knight demanded permission to attack that calamity, the creature answered with a simple threat: decapitation, spoken as casually as one might mention the weather. The knight, drunk on his own strength, rushed in anyway, and was crushed without ceremony. His proud body was broken, and his once sharp sword was reduced to twisted scrap, as worthless as bent tin. Mountains, seas, fortresses, it didn't matter what stood in the way. Everything around that disaster was flattened into ruin, pressed down as if the world itself were kneaded into a pancake, and superhumans were no exception. That was the name people gave it in awe and terror, and now Yin stood facing a girl who carried that same legend, his thoughts nodding with confusion, because the Witch of Suppression looked nothing like the nightmare in the stories. He truly could not understand why the third disaster, this very witch, was here, bound and hidden like contraband, inside a guarded mansion in the woods. Yet the path became clearer. While searching for the special squad captain's daughter, Yin had instead uncovered the Witch of Suppression, meaning the missing girl had always been a misdirection, a cover for something far more sinister. He immediately recalled the excessive secrecy, how squad members wore hoods to conceal their faces, how no one spoke plainly, how even a glance felt monitored, as if the truth itself had been quarantined. And before dying, the special unit secretary, Akula, had let slip a single phrase: test subjects. words that now echoed in Yan's mind with poisonous clarity. Then the realization landed like a blade. The captain hadn't been hiding his daughter at all. He had been manufacturing a witch, crafting, refining, and forcing a suppression witch into existence. It was meant as a countermeasure against the Dragon Fong Knights project, a weapon built to negate a weapon, but because she was a reversed, unstable version of a witch, it meant they had failed to control her from the start. Her eyes were still fully closed, yet Yin felt the danger humming under her lashes. If she chose to open them with intent, then everything, this house, this forest, his life, could end in an instant. And in the very next moment, that fear became reality. The shift in air turned sharp and threatening, and what followed set Yan's instincts screaming, because the situation had tilted toward catastrophe. To survive a confrontation with the Witch of Suppression, hesitation was death. He needed to strike first. Yin drew his sword and lunged, pouring speed and killing resolve into a single decisive charge. But the girl looked at him with frightened, confused eyes, then apologized in a small, trembling voice, asking if she had done something wrong again, as if punishment was the only language she knew. When she asked, softly, desperately, whether anyone had been hurt, Yin froze mid-attack, his blade halting as confusion cut through his momentum and forced him to stop. He stared at her in complete surprise, struggling to reconcile the legends with the fragile figure before him, not fully understanding what was happening, or how the disaster in front of him could sound so human. Without explaining what she had felt or unleashed in fear, the girl focused instead on him, worried that he was injured. Yin quickly reassured her, guiding her aside with a firm but careful push, as if shielding her from his own blade. Her wide eyes darted helplessly, frightened and unsure what to do next, and Yin could tell from her trembling sincerity that she wasn't acting. This confusion, this gentleness, was painfully real. Still watching her closely, Yin weighed the truth like a heavy stone. By every account, she was a terrible disaster that had shaken an entire continent in another world, an entity whose mere presence rewrote battlefields. Yet now she looked like an ordinary girl with a sad, worried expression, fretting over a stranger's wounds. And in that contradiction, an idea sparked in the elite knight's mind, a plan to take the Witch of Suppression into his own hands without triggering her wrath. If it worked, Yin would gain a trump card unlike any other, an overwhelming advantage hidden in plain sight, a power that could change the balance of every coming conflict. But he had just felt a force even the Emperor couldn't subdue, and doubt tightened his chest. Had she truly submitted? Or was this calm only the thin surface of something that could explode at any breath? Truly, Yin held a poison chalice in his hands. One sip could grant unimaginable power, and the next could deliver the most lethal poison imaginable, with no antidote in this era. The risk was enormous, and time was cruelly short. If he chose to eliminate the girl to prevent disaster, then he would have to act immediately, before hesitation became a grave. As Yin weighed his next move, a familiar voice behind him spat, "Coward," with sharp impatience, demanding to know what he was thinking while danger sat breathing in front of him. It was Maman, the sorceress, hanging upside down in the air as if the world's rules were optional, bluntly suggesting that her companion simply take the Witch of Suppression with him. Easy for Maman to say, no one could truly control such power, and Yin understood something worse. His new acquaintance likely couldn't control it herself, meaning one wrong trigger could erase them both. The witch listened quietly while Maman spoke of accepting power and bending it into obedience. Yin voiced his doubts to his friend, because forcing control over a disaster was not the same as winning a duel. Maman answered with a slight, confident smile, reminding the forgetful Yin exactly who she was, the pinnacle of dark magic, a master of the very arts that frightened emperors and toppled reason. Seeking laws and logic even within sorcery, Maman reframed the problem, telling Yin not to assume she couldn't handle a simple girl, because even chaos had patterns when properly bound. When Maman explained that the witch's power erupted in response to pain, an involuntary release born from suffering, Yin finally understood the mechanism behind the sudden light and the crushing force. If they could shield the girl from pain and learn the conditions that triggered her activation, then the solution would become straightforward. Maman's magic could contain what brute force never could. Tracing a magical symbol in the air, Maman began summoning what she needed. A radiance-charged spirit ring artifact, a necklace, and a bracelet designed to steady and restrain the mind without breaking it. With these items together, it should be possible to curb the Witch of Suppression, layering control upon control until the disaster's power was caged behind calm and command. Yin turned the small rings in his hands, skeptical that such delicate objects could restrain something even emperors feared. But Maman, relying on her own refined skill, showed she didn't need heavy armaments to make small tools terrifyingly effective. Even so, Yin couldn't hide his astonishment. Maman could help someone else shoulder an impossible curse, yet she herself remained unchanged, composed and professional to the core, as if witchcraft was simply the craft she had perfected. Some people call magic a miracle, as if it were a gift from the heavens, but that romantic idea misses the truth. Sorcerers do not pray for wonders. They dissect reality itself, probing the world's hidden structure to force new phenomena into being. Yet the girl's power is neither natural nor born of mana. The witch stands beyond every known principle of mana flow, and Maman, who studies laws like scripture, would never ignore an anomaly so absolute and so terrifying. And if Maman and her knight could truly harness such a force, then Yan's own strength would become irrelevant, because compared to that suppression power, even an elite blade would feel like a child's toy. Yin glanced toward Maman as she laughed so easily, and he understood her point at once. Her words weren't boasting, merely the blunt kind of truth that sounded obvious, only after you survived it. Cutting into their exchange, the suppression which tilted her head with innocent curiosity and asked where they were going now. And for the first time, Yin hesitated, unable to answer immediately, because the destination suddenly felt dangerous to name. To his astonishment, the former prisoner even suggested they visit the laboratory again, saying it with the same strange calm one might use to mention a familiar room, though her voice carried a faint, buried tremor. That suggestion made Yan's stomach tighten. He turned fully toward her, intent and grim, and asked the question that mattered most. How many children like her had been brought into this place? Searching her memories, the Witch of Suppression explained that they had arrived in large groups. Children gathered in numbers, including her friends. At first there were many, but after the staff began administering those terrible injections, her friends started to collapse, one by one, breaking in body and spirit. Time did what the experiments could not do quickly. It erased the others. Eventually, after enough horror and enough failed results, the girl was left alone in that laboratory, surrounded by silence where voices used to be. Even now, she remembered the pain of those injections as if it lived under her skin, sharp, burning, unforgettable. So despite her earlier words, she pleaded that she wouldn't have to go back there again. Yin looked at the poor girl and felt cold anger rise as he imagined human beings used in such torment. In that kind of suffering, death might truly be kinder. Mistaking his silence for intent, she feared he meant to drag her back into that nightmare, and she begged to be spared, promising in a trembling rush that she would be good. It was the kind of life she had been trained to accept: obedience, fear, survival, so painfully similar to Yan's own past life existence, where every day had been shaped by cruelty and necessity. Back then, Yin had worn a bloody mask of duty as an instructor in a recruit center, teaching violence while hiding the pieces of himself that still felt human, living as if mercy were a weakness he could not afford. The sadness never left the girl's delicate face, yet she kept looking at Yin with fragile hope, as if his words might become a doorway out of the darkness she had always known. At last, Knight Yin offered for her to come with him, to leave this cursed place behind, but she fell silent, staring as though she couldn't believe a choice like that could be real. Yin admitted, in his own blunt way, that he wasn't so different from those who wanted to use her. He also needed her power. But he swore he would never hurt her, never discard her, never chase her away, binding that promise with a seriousness that didn't waver. Stunned, the girl blinked at her savior in confusion, as if kindness were an unfamiliar language. She had not expected any offer beyond chains and commands, let alone a vow. Then, slowly, the witch's expression softened into a sweet, genuine smile, and she nodded, agreeing to the proposal with the shy relief of someone choosing life for the first time. Yin solemnly took her hand, warm fingers closing around hers with deliberate care, and in that simple gesture their strange new union was sealed. Part rescue, part alliance, part fate. When Yin asked her name, he learned that everyone in that forest house had called her Number One, a title as cold as a tag on a specimen jar, and the ugliness of it made his jaw tighten. So Yin offered her a new name, Lia. She repeated it softly, once, then again, as if tasting an unfamiliar sweetness, not fully understanding at first that a name could be a gift. He told her it was the name of the goddess of beauty, Ophelia, and Leah's eyes brightened at the comparison, as though being seen as something precious, something lovely, was a miracle in itself. Assuming the necklace might feel uncomfortable after imprisonment, Yin asked about it, and was surprised when Leah shook her head. To her, the charm felt gentle and lovely, fitting her new name like a quiet blessing. When Yin mentioned they needed to prepare if she was coming with him, Leah grew frightened again, misunderstanding his meaning. Uncertainty flashed across her face as she wondered what preparation demanded: pain, tests, punishment. Glancing back over his shoulder, Yin spoke of a certain monster they would soon face and told Leah to be ready to deceive it, warning her that survival might depend on acting convincingly, no matter how her heart trembled. A torch burned fiercely against dark brick, its flames snapping and hissing, throwing restless light across the walls and painting the path ahead with orange glare and crawling shadows. It was a dungeon, an underground training center for the special unit, where the stone floor was cold enough to numb the feet and the high walls swallowed sound, turning every whisper into a threat. A shaven-headed man, bound to a chair, sobbed and begged for forgiveness, insisting he had made a mistake, his voice cracking as if repentance could untie ropes. The interrogator drew a small knife with a keen edge, letting the blade catch torchlight. The man's answers came out scrambled and incoherent, terror stealing his ability to form a proper sentence. The prisoner pleaded for mercy, but the villain with burning eyes leaned in close, two knives poised at once near the man's head, making the promise of pain feel immediate and unavoidable. A horrible scream tore through the dungeon, bouncing off stone like a living thing. The unfortunate captive begged to be killed, voice rising into madness, as if death were the only door left unguarded. While the murderer worked his blades with cold rhythm, a man in a red uniform approached and reported that a certain person would arrive soon, news that made the villain pause, surprised by the timing. The report pleased the knife user. A satisfied curve touched his mouth, and without slowing, he returned to his grisly craft as though the coming guest was simply the final seasoning to the scene. In his hand gleamed a blood-stained knife, fresh, wet proof that he had just ended the life of his own subordinate without hesitation or remorse. This villain was none other than Chief Instructor Damien, and wearing his usual easy smile, he decided it was time to go and see the gift Yin had sent, like a man strolling to admire a present. New events were unfolding deep underground, where the special unit kept its secrets in chains. The prison's stone belly swallowed footsteps, and even torchlight seemed afraid to linger. Torches burned in the dark room, and from behind countless barred cells, prisoners reached out and cried for help, voices layered together into a desperate chorus that scraped at the nerves. Yin and Liao walked across the cold stone, listening to the constant pleas echoing around them, each cry tugging at the air like invisible hands begging to be noticed. Frightened, Lia clung to Yan's hand and scanned the rows of faces and fingers behind bars, people begging to be spared, to be freed, to be treated as human again. With a trembling voice, Lia whispered that there was a laboratory here. She could feel it, and fear surged through her as she imagined being locked up again in this eerie place that smelled like suffering. Night Yin hurried to reassure her, lowering his voice with rare gentleness. He dismissed her spiraling fears and told her not to be afraid of anything here, not while he was beside her. As they moved a little farther, a hand suddenly shot out from the nearest cell, fingers grasping at air. The prisoner called urgently to Lia, warning her not to go in there alone. Yin immediately drew Lia closer, holding her with even more tenderness, making sure she felt his steady presence. He let her know, wordlessly and plainly, that as long as he was with her, there was nothing to fear. Once again, the knight told her not to be afraid and not to leave his side. Leah, still trembling, nodded and agreed, trusting the promise like a fragile rope across a chasm. Hearing him repeat those words, Leah remembered the moment in the forest house when Yin had promised never to hurt her or drive her away, an oath that had sounded impossible, yet stayed in her heart. Now he was keeping that promise, to her quiet satisfaction, and Yin, wanting Leah to remember what he had taught her, confirmed their story again. She was supposedly his childhood friend, and she also had a shared history connected to her own father. Yin was pleased by her excellent memory. They had already agreed on her biography, her mannerisms, even the little details of personality that would make their lie believable to anyone watching. He pinned his hopes on the restraining amulets Maman had provided, trusting that those charms would solve whatever problems remained, especially if the witch's power stirred again. But for the moment, Yin and Leah were facing Damien, chief instructor of the training center, and Yin could only wonder what that snake was planning, because men like Damien never approached without a hidden blade. Yin lifted his eyes with wary suspicion at what had suddenly appeared before them, his grip tightening on Leah's hand as the air shifted, signaling that the next danger had already arrived. Too eerie, glowing lights bloomed in the corridor ahead, and Yin instantly drew Leah behind him, warning her in a low, urgent voice that something, some kind of creature, was rushing toward them. A crazed prisoner, somehow escaped from his own cell, came charging at the young pair with terrifying speed, feet slapping stone as if pain and exhaustion meant nothing to his broken body. It was obvious at a glance that the man had broken free. Yin shifted his stance and shielded Leah with his body, placing himself squarely between her and the oncoming threat without hesitation. The prisoner looked less like a human and more like a starved monster, eyes blazing with madness as he strained to see what lay ahead, yet his fate was already sealed long before he reached them. A man stepped in behind the runner, recognizable by his distinctive hairstyle and the fierce, burning intensity in his gaze, and with a single deafening blow, he put the escapee down as cleanly as snuffing out a candle. It had been a long time since Chief Instructor Damien had seen his student Yin of the Special Unit. Yin, composed despite the blood and chaos, reported that his mission was complete and that he had returned as ordered. Damien lowered his head slightly, voice calm and unruffled, and then his eyes found the daughter of the captain of the recruit training center. With a polite veneer, he said he was pleased to meet them, words that sounded civil, but carried a predator's certainty. Opening his left eye just a fraction, Damien expressed his hope that she would enjoy the reception he had prepared, his tone gentle, his meaning sharp, as if reception were another word for containment. From the next room came bright sounds, small bursts of joy and delighted surprise, girlish exclamations that felt almost absurd in a place built from stone, secrets, and screams. That guest was Leah, seated among comforts she had never known, staring at something that fascinated her, while a faint sadness still lingered in her expression, as if she feared it might vanish if she blinked. Closing her eyes as though overwhelmed, Leah murmured about so many, speaking of quantity like it was unimaginable to her, an amount beyond anything her former life had allowed. In the VIP guest room, Leah sat at a table crowned with a multi-tiered cake and surrounded by pastries, her gaze fixed on the mountain of delicacies as if it were a dream conjured to trick her. When she asked the maids whether it was truly acceptable to eat all of it, they smiled and assured her it was. Everything had been prepared by the chief instructor himself. They even praised him. He might seem like a scoundrel, they said, but he was a good man. Leah lifted a soft, sweet pastry with reverent care, stunned by its tenderness, and the maids casually called it an ordinary cupcake, like it was the simplest thing in the world. She looked at the maid with a strange, almost offended disbelief, clearly rejecting that description. In Leah's careful hands, the cupcake felt like a treasure, and she was certain something so perfect could never be called ordinary. Elsewhere, in a quieter place, someone raised elegant scissors toward a beautiful flower, as if about to trim it with affectionate precision, an action that looked delicate, almost peaceful. Then Damien, thinking aloud, remarked that flowers were troublesome things, requiring patience and care, whereas cutting a person, he added lightly, demanded no special skill at all. The statement caught Yen off guard, but Damien seemed puzzled by his student's reaction. To the chief instructor, gardening was love made visible, and the more flowers were cut back, the more beautiful they became, just as he believed people could be shaped. They were standing in the inner garden, where clipped hedges and fragrant blooms hid sharp conversations. Damien calmly confirmed Yan's assumption that he intended to interrogate the girl, meaning Yan clearly considered his own superior a psychopath. Damien explained it as if lecturing. Physical torture barely worked on frightened children, and any information gained would be unreliable. That was why torture was reserved for those over 18. Yet Yan's conclusion didn't change. He still saw his boss as a psychopath. Snipping steadily, Damien smiled and reminded Yan of his first assignment, the one where Yan had exceeded every expectation, proving himself far more capable than even his instructor had predicted. Damien recalled it in detail. Yan's skillful prevention of kidnappings and terror in the desert, the way he saved the Emperor's mentor and Prince Huger, and how he even captured a tribal chief within Beowulf's domain, feats that echoed through the ranks. After that, even nobles who opposed the project were forced into silence by the weight of results, and Damien praised Yan's efforts as glorious, victories that had tightened the Empire's grip and strengthened Damien's hand. As a reward, the chief instructor granted Yan permission to use the palace's amnesty however he wished, and he offered to hear any additional requests, his tone generous, but his eyes measuring. With a serious expression that didn't soften, Yan asked directly about Damien's plans for Lia, because behind every gift and every sweet pastry, he sensed a blade waiting to fall. Damien closed his eyes, considering for a moment, and for once he didn't answer immediately, his silence stretching just long enough to feel calculated. Lia, he admitted, was purer than he had expected, simpler, gentler, and even surveillance had failed to extract anything useful for the special unit's purposes, leaving the captain empty-handed. Still, one particular moment had caught Damien's attention, an odd, telling detail that lingered in his mind like a thorn he couldn't ignore. Bracing himself to hear the worst, Yan felt tension tighten behind his ribs, silently hoping Damien wouldn't name the exact concern gnawing at him. Damien observed that Lia knew surprisingly little for her age, and suggested the captain was ashamed, hiding his daughter from the world like an embarrassing secret. Yan listened with careful calm, relieved that his deception hadn't been exposed. In any case, Damien didn't consider the captain a fool. He was surely aware that Yan had taken the girl, but without proof he couldn't move openly, because even monsters in power still needed evidence to justify their claws. Damien admitted that the captain would certainly try to gather proof against him, digging for anything that could be used as leverage or accusation in the coming struggle. So it was necessary that the captain knew his daughter was with Damien, yet had no idea where she truly was. And Damien claimed there was a most effective way to achieve exactly that. With a crisp, satisfying motion, Damien clipped off a sprig of flowers, scissors whispering through the stem, an idle habit he clearly loved, even while discussing a human life. The method was simple. Make it appear as though the captain's daughter was not at the recruit training center at all, erase her trail, muddy the truth, and let paranoia devour whatever certainty remained. Holding a pretty white rose, Yin turned toward the master who spoke so casually about fate, his fingers steady on the petals as if grounding himself while the decision hovered between mercy and strategy. In a completely serious voice, Yin asked Damien to entrust him with Lia, the girl he had just rescued, requesting custody as if it were a mission asset, yet his eyes betrayed something more personal. Damien paused, intrigued, and demanded the reason. It was a bold request from a student to a superior. Yin answered that he had 3 reasons, 3 arguments he was willing to stake his standing on. Yan's first reason was blunt. Killing the captain's daughter was inefficient. Lia seemed useless now, he admitted, but information often gained value over time, especially when held as a hostage whose existence could pressure decisions and expose secrets. Damien listened to the argument amid the beauty of the inner garden, flowers swaying gently, as if they couldn't hear the cold calculus being spoken beneath their scent. In response, Damien asked why he himself should allow Yin to keep the girl close, his tone mild, but his curiosity sharp, as if testing how far Yin would go. Yin reminded him of what had happened today. Damien had tortured another instructor, an informant for the special unit captain, demonstrating just how deeply the captain's influence had already seeped into their walls. The captain's puppets were everywhere, Yin said, and if Lia stayed with him, it would be easier to keep her out of sight, harder for any traitor to confirm her location. That was his second reason, delivered like a shield. Damien, having listened without interrupting, asked for the third reason for keeping Lia with Yin, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if expecting either selfishness or sentiment. Raising his right fist to his heart in a vow-like gesture, Yin said simply that he had given his word to the girl, that he would protect her, no matter what storm followed. Damien's smile turned unkind and amused. He asked, with open irony, whether Yin expected him to believe such a thing, whether a promise mattered in a world built on knives. A shadow passed over Yan's serious face, but his eyes remained clear and bright, steady with conviction, unflinching, as if he'd already decided what kind of man he would be. Damien frowned, studying him, genuinely not expecting his brave student to show softness, because compassion, to Damien, was usually just another weakness to exploit. Then Damien asked, half mocking, half curious, whether Lia was Yan's first love, and the question struck Yin so strangely that he could only stare in honest surprise. Damien had always thought Yin was cold as stone, yet here was proof the knight was still human. The chief instructor laughed at Yan's insistence that he was ready to defend Lia, amused by the idea that loyalty might survive in a world like theirs. Turning the bizarre misunderstanding over in his mind, Yin decided to lean into it. If calling Lia his first love helped him secure what he needed, then he would wear the absurd label without blinking and let the lie serve its purpose. Damien threw back his head and laughed loudly, mocking the whole thing as passion and fire, dripping irony with every syllable. Yet, perhaps amused by Yan's audacity, he granted permission for Yin to keep the girl. Even so, Damien refused to let the captain's daughter slip beyond his reach. He didn't trust Yin that deeply. Though Yin was less likely to betray him than the instructors, whose loyalties were already rotten, the distrust still stung, leaving the young man quietly disappointed. Deciding on a disguise, Damien ordered that Lia be dressed as a maid to vanish into the background. He instructed Yin to keep watch over her closely, and Yin understood the meaning at once, then agreed without hesitation. Reaching into the inner pocket of his cloak as if retrieving a casual trinket, Damien made it clear that favors carried a price. In exchange for granting Yan's request, he wanted something in return. He withdrew a white envelope stamped shut with a dark seal, holding it out with quiet authority, clearly intending to make Yin deliver it to someone important, no questions asked. As he spoke, Damien recalled the Eastern team that had departed earlier and mentioned the undead he'd seen. Yin agreed grimly, adding that the group had been led by Kasher Evrain. According to the master of the training center, their assignment had been comparatively simple, unlike the Northern Front, because the Eastern mission was only reconnaissance, the gathering of information rather than open combat. Yet, to the leader's great shock, every member of that special unit had vanished. No reports, no bodies, no signals, just a sudden absence that felt like a knife slipping into the dark. Under normal circumstances, rescuing a missing brigade would be an unprofitable waste of resources. Nevertheless, Damien smiled, as if their disappearance were merely an irritating inconvenience, something that disrupted his schedule more than his conscience. When Damien told Yin to pay close attention to the seal, Yin recognized it immediately, the unmistakable emblem of the royal family, heavy with authority and consequences. It was a direct order from Crown Prince Leon Cavalin, commanding Yin of the special unit to depart for the east at once and rescue the missing cadets, an instruction that left no room for delay or refusal. On the border between the Cabalan Empire and the holy state of Little lay a grim region known as the Eastern Plain of the Dead, a land whose very name tasted like dust, iron, and old curses. Though the territory teemed with undead, both powers valued their fragile diplomatic balance. Neither side rushed to launch a massive purge, choosing politics over bloodshed even as the dead multiplied in the shadows. Kasha and her team entered on reconnaissance, calling it an easy assignment, confident they could handle wandering corpses without trouble, armed pridefully with training, steel, and the arrogance of the living. But something happened there that the special unit never anticipated, an event that turned easy into catastrophe faster than anyone could draw breath. A sudden flood of zombies erupted in what would later be called the Night of the Dead, an unspeakably terrifying surge that arrived like a black tide, swallowing roads, villages, and screams. From beneath the earth, countless monsters clawed their way upward, tearing through soil and stone, spilling into the open with mindless hunger and dragging chaos across the land like a spreading stain. The risen dead attacked anything living without distinction, animal, soldier, child, killing with merciless persistence, as if cruelty itself powered their rotten limbs. Against that unequal onslaught, the special unit members stationed in the east could not endure. Training and courage buckled beneath sheer numbers and relentless, gnawing violence. They were like true emissaries of hell, fangs and filthy teeth ripping through flesh, devouring the region's inhabitants with such savage certainty that even prayer sounded useless. By the end of that dreadful night, the dead had wiped out nearly everyone across the territory, and only one person was said to have survived. One lonely witness left standing in the aftermath. Only Kasha Evrain remained alive, and those who spoke of her afterward said she changed completely. Her warmth burned away, leaving a cold, cynical shell shaped by trauma and impossible survival. A new zombie lurched into view, its face a ruin of flesh and rage. Spotting fresh prey, it prepared to pounce. Still carrying the crude outline of a human body, the hellspawn roared loudly, trying to intimidate the living with sheer ferocity. A bright, slicing glow flared across the battlefield, light born from steel in motion, announcing the arrival of new knights who had entered the cursed territory for one purpose: to eliminate the monsters. It was Yin, a special unit member, swinging his Elan sword with full power. He met corpses at the very threshold, cutting through the first wave as if the dead themselves had come to greet him. He carried a new assignment on his shoulders: rescue the trapped cadets from the plane of the dead. Worse still, only 4 days remained before the Night of the Dead was said to repeat, time closing like a noose. Here, everything proved far worse than Yin and his companions had expected. The monsters weren't scattered, they were legion, a vast crawling mass that made the land feel conquered even under daylight. From high cliff edges, Yin watched zombies drift aimlessly across the deserted plains, wandering in open sun as if darkness had seeped into the world permanently and the day no longer mattered. Yin remembered clearly that in his previous life, no one had been sent to rescue anyone here, which meant the path of events had already diverged and the future was no longer repeating itself cleanly. That difference gnawed at him. He couldn't understand why the Crown Prince was making new decisions, choosing a route that hadn't existed before, and that uncertainty made the land feel even more hostile. For Maman, however, the plane of the dead was strangely wonderful in one particular sense. It was the perfect environment to restore her former might. Yet Yin still couldn't grasp why she had appeared here at all, as if fate had dragged her into the worst possible place on purpose. Maman's anger flared. She demanded to know what Yin was thinking, because she had spent enormous strength crafting those restraining amulets. She understood the undead energy saturating these lands, thick, violent currents that could fuel magic like a storm fuels lightning. And she was capable of purifying that corruption in reverse, using her powerful magic symbol to flip its nature, turning death-stained power into something usable, something clean enough to breathe. With painstaking effort and precise control, that foul energy could be refined, transformed into a force that resembled life energy itself, stable and potent rather than poisonous. With such fuel, Maman could reclaim her magic at something like her peak, and once she regained that strength, she openly implied she would be ready to kill Yin immediately, so he had better remain obedient while she rebuilt her power. Dreaming of harvesting that enormous energy, Maman demanded to know where Liao was, because the newly freed girl was not standing beside Yin, and that absence immediately raised suspicion. With Leah's power added to theirs, Maman insisted they could crush the zombie army as easily as stepping on ants, turning a desperate mission into a one-sided slaughter. After listening to his companion's ruthless logic, Yin answered that the time had not yet come to unleash their new acquaintance's power, his tone steady, but his mind calculating the danger of waking a disaster too early. Just then, a girl dressed in a maid's uniform approached Yin and called him by name, her voice small but urgent, as if she had been searching for him through fear. It was Leah herself, the same girl Yin and Maman had been discussing moments earlier. She looked up at him with pleading eyes and asked to be taken with them, unwilling to be left behind. She seemed on the verge of tears, her lips trembling as she stared at Yin with sorrowful desperation, terrified that he would abandon her again to cold rooms and cruel hands. She explained in a rush that her head maid was frightening, already terrible even on a good day, and if Yin left, poor Leah feared she would suffer in silence, unable to defend herself. Yin apologized gently, telling her he had to leave only for a short time. Leah raised her little finger toward him, a childlike gesture that carried the weight of a lifeline. With sad, searching eyes, Leah asked him to swear, pinky promise, that he would definitely return in 10 nights, clinging to the idea of a specific deadline as if it could keep her from falling back into despair. And the conqueror of evil had no choice but to answer in her language. Yin hooked his own finger with hers, sealing the promise with a quiet seriousness that made the small gesture feel sacred. After hearing about the terrifying head maid, Yin offered for Leah to stay in his room instead. She agreed immediately, yet flushed with embarrassment at the idea of being in his private space, especially the thought of his bed. Perched as if lounging above him, Maman teased that Leah was crazy about the night, but Yin snapped back for her not to talk nonsense, because he needed Leah's destructive potential intact for this mission, not shaken by ridicule. Looking back at 2 male silhouettes waiting nearby, Yin felt a cold confidence settle in. These accomplices, these allies, however imperfect, would be enough for what lay ahead. One was cruel Dwight, who had no intention of cooperating with Roman, and Roman couldn't understand why Yin had brought Dwight along on this new mission at all, because where Dwight walked, trouble followed like a shadow. The aristocratic cadet, face flushed with wrath and pride, spat the word commoner at Roman like it was a curse. He demanded Roman stop dragging everyone down, insisting that in moments of crisis and problem-solving, a burden was worse than an enemy. As the 12th recruit, Roman didn't shrink. He met the insult head-on, eyes cold and feral with the same venom. For a heartbeat, he looked genuinely ready to seize cruel Dwight and twist until arrogance turned into silence, even if it meant crossing a line no trainee should. Mother quietly wished Yin truly believed he had gathered enough hands for what lay ahead, yet her instincts screamed the lineup was a reckless gamble. Even the knight, reluctantly admitting the team felt poorly chosen, confessed he would still refuse to move without both Roman and cruel Dwight at his side. Cruel Dwight might have been strong enough to strike Yin down in a flare of temper, but politics wrapped the camp like barbed wire. His family's influence in the Eastern Territories was immense, making his presence strategically indispensable, and the knight, grimly practical, advised a colleague to pack up and leave before trouble became inevitable. When Yin questioned Roman about whether he truly wanted an enhanced aura, he followed it by ordering him to prepare, an abrupt command that caught Roman off guard. Yet Yan's reasoning was ruthless. During a rescue, a cadet who can defend himself isn't optional. It's the difference between saving lives and stacking corpses. From that day, Roman and cruel Dwight threw themselves into training with a desperation that bordered on obsession, chasing strength as if starvation were at their heels. Both warriors understood, deep in their bones, that this place would forge them into something sharper. So when opportunity appeared, neither could resist stepping into the fire. Turning the coming operation over and over in his mind, Yin felt a hard confidence settle into his chest. With those two, Roman's sharpened aura and cruel Dwight's lethal presence, he believed they would be enough to cut through a swarm of zombies before panic could spread. A sudden call rang out across the bustle of camp, snapping Yin out of his careful planning. The voice was close, urgent, and insistent, yanking him away from the mission's eastern details just as he was fitting them into place. As they walked, Lady Lorena Beowulf pressed Cheryl about how long they could afford to delay. Cheryl's answer was immediate. There was no time at all, and she agreed that hesitation would only feed disaster, urging swift action before the situation worsened. The aristocrat, daughter of Duke Beowulf, kept her chin lifted, but her eyes searched her companion's face for certainty. Lady Lorena demanded to know what the actual plan was, not vague bravado, because in the East a single misstep could drown them in blood. Cadet Cheryl, standing close enough to be heard over the crunch of gravel, sided with her friend without flinching. She advised Yin to stop entertaining scattered questions and instead let Lady Lorena handle the interrogation, because someone had to keep the team focused and moving. It wasn't for nothing that Lady Lorena chose to accompany Yin. She wanted to see whether he truly intended to rely only on Roman and cruel Dwight. If Yin underestimated her, if he treated her as ornamental nobility rather than a blade, she would make him regret the mistake. Earlier, the chief instructor had granted Yin unusual freedom, allowing his student to bring as many people as he wished onto the team. The permission sounded generous, but everyone understood the hidden meaning. Success or failure would belong to Yin alone. Now, back in formation with Yin, stood the 12th recruit Roman, his aura newly enhanced and restless, like a storm under skin, and beside him the aristocrat cruel Dwight, infamous for wielding the chilling aura of death as if it were an inherited birthright. Nearby was Lady Lorena Beowulf, her movements sharper since returning from the northern front, as if harsh winds had carved discipline into her bones. Cheryl hovered at the edge of the group, offering praise to every cadet with a steady voice meant to keep tempers from igniting. Those gathered could be called the true elite among the Dragon Knights, talent condensed into one tense circle. And, bitterly amusing as it was, even Yin had to admit he likely couldn't assemble a stronger team than the one standing here now. Perhaps these graduates of the Recruit Training Center were the strongest of their generation, each one tempered by brutal drills and harsher reality. Still, Yin felt doubts gnawing at him, less about power, and more about whether pride and resentment would fracture them at the worst moment. Discord poisoned the air. Roman snarled that the aristocrats were nothing but noble scoundrels, while cruel Dwight dismissed him as a mere commoner unworthy of respect. Lady Lorena, visibly irritated, demanded they stop bickering and move, because the dead wouldn't wait for their egos to settle. Yin finally snapped, his shout cutting like steel through the squabble. He ordered them to shut up immediately and fall in behind him, because the path ahead was no parade ground, only jagged, rocky terrain where a careless step could break an ankle or a formation. Near the Plain of the Dead and the GBA Pass sat the Eastern Front's only camp, a lonely smear of tents against hostile land. Even from a distance, it looked less like a fortress and more like a weary outpost awaiting collapse. Soldiers drifted between tents and scattered equipment with bottles dangling from their hands, drinking as if tomorrow didn't exist. Their laughter was sloppy, their steps unsteady, and the smell of sour alcohol clung to the air thicker than smoke. By a cooking pot, one knight leaned close to his companion and bragged about how he'd stolen a pig from a nearby village. He spoke like it was a heroic raid, never noticing how his story sounded less like survival and more like rot eating the army from within. Wandering deeper into the camp, Yin, Lady Lorena, and the others scanned the scene with rising disbelief. Everything looked wrong. The neglect, the dirt, the careless disorder, and they wondered if they had arrived at the correct post at all, because the army here looked like a ruin. This was supposed to be serious. These soldiers were entrusted with protecting the citizens of the realm, standing as the last wall against the undead. Yet they were worlds apart from cruel Dwight's standards, and cruel Dwight solemnly warned the group not to expect competence from troops who treated duty like a tavern crawl. One camp resident near the Plain of the Dead stared at Lady Lorena Beowulf as she passed, surprise twisting quickly into bold insolence. With a crooked grin, he cheekily asked what a highborn lady was doing in a place as filthy and forgotten as this. The knight's eyes were glassy, hollowed out by habitual drunkenness, and his words slurred at the edges. He suggested, with nasty implication, that the girl must be here looking for someone, as if the camp were a marketplace and she a visitor shopping for trouble. When Lady Lorena explained that they were reinforcements from a special unit and demanded to see the commander, the warrior burst into mocking laughter. He laughed at her authority, laughed at her presence, then, bold enough to touch what he didn't understand, gripped the aristocrat's shoulder and declared she had arrived just in time, insisting they couldn't manage without her, a claim that jolted her into stunned disgust. Still smirking beneath his uniform and helmet, the drunk suggested they settle all questions inside the nearest tent, as if privacy would make his disrespect safer. It was a mistake born of stupidity, because he had misjudged both Lady Lorena's temper and the steel behind her manners. Lady Lorena's anger flared hot and immediate, her face tightening as she spat a brutal insult back at the scoundrel. Her stance shifted, feet planted, shoulders squared, ready to fight and make him regret every word, every finger that dared to touch her. But she didn't get the chance. Yin appeared in an instant, stepping between them like a shadow snapping into form, driven by pure protective instinct in a strange and hostile camp where threats wore friendly faces. Yin didn't waste breath on warnings. His boots slammed into the insolent soldier with a crushing kick. The impact launched the man backward as if he'd been hit by a battering ram, scattering dust and drunken bravado in the same motion. The strike landed in a spot so viciously painful that the drunkard's expression collapsed into pure agony. His eyes rolled, his breath vanished, and his body folded around the shock like he'd been broken at the hinge of his own arrogance. Even the iron helmet couldn't save him. It rang out with a harsh metallic crack, nearly splitting from the force. The sound echoed like a warning bell across the camp, announcing that these newcomers were not prey. With the defeated man on the ground, Yin stood over him for a heartbeat, then motioned for Lady Lorena to move on, coldly stating they were finished here. Lady Lorena bristled, indignation burning in her eyes, because she had wanted to settle the insult with her own hands. In Yan's judgment, if Lady Lorena got her way, the soldier would end as two halves and a stain, and the team didn't need that kind of commotion so deep behind Allied lines. Roman muttered that they had already made plenty of noise, and Yin, after a quick assessment, decided this scuffle was a trifle unworthy of further risk, forcing Lady Lorena to swallow her fury and agree. Cheryl, watching her friend from the side, noticed the sudden flush rising in Lady Lorena's cheeks. The aristocrat's lips parted as if to retort, but the words wouldn't come, anger and embarrassment tangling together until she fell silent. Now they needed the true commander, the one who called himself chief of the United Forces of Nobles stationed at the GBA Pass. Until they found him, they were operating blind, surrounded by soldiers who looked more loyal to their bottles than their banners. As recorded in the Special Units archives from Yan's past life, there had been a point when someone simply abandoned the search for Cadet Kasharevrain. That single decision, quiet, bureaucratic, and cowardly, had left a scar in the record that Yin could still feel like a wound. And the one ultimately responsible for the Special Units' deaths on the Eastern Front wasn't some faceless enemy. It was the Commander-in-Chief himself, Viscount Jaren. The name carried the weight of negligence, corruption, and the kind of betrayal that kills more surely than claws. Meanwhile, out in the camp, the soldiers kept drinking, passing bottles hand to hand as if celebrating. Their throats worked in greedy swallows, and their laughter rose again, loud enough to drown out any distant screams the East might be preparing. Some swore they'd drain every bottle to the bottom, determined to drown fear in cheap liquor. One soldier, slightly less far gone, frowned in confusion, unable to understand how anyone could stomach such harsh, bargain booze in such endless quantities. His gaze drifted toward a nearby cottage that clearly belonged to the command staff. The building stood apart, cleaner and sturdier than the tents, like a private island of comfort surrounded by an ocean of neglect. While soldiers drank roadside swill, the so-called commander lounged in a mansion, regularly summoning girls as if war were an inconvenient rumor. In a spacious room perfumed with luxury, one woman pointed at an empty glass and demanded a refill, while another tried to soothe the Viscount's temper with practiced sweetness. On the table, a bucket cradled a bottle of elite alcohol, its costly label gleaming beside a waiting glass. One guest, half amused and half alarmed, asked Viscount Jaren whether he truly believed he could fight zombies while drunk, whether he planned to stagger into battle reeking of indulgence. Viscount Jaren, soft with excess, smiled lazily and waved the concern away, telling them not to speak so much about the undead. He insisted the girls had nothing to worry about, then urged them to drink, as if another toast could erase the Eastern Front entirely. A soldier approached from behind and asked the Viscount to step outside for a moment, voice cautious and small in the face of privilege. The commander's reaction was immediate displeasure. He snapped that the man had no right to enter, treating duty like an interruption. The soldier hurriedly reported that people had arrived from that very place, and Viscount Jaren's eyes narrowed with sudden interest. He demanded specifics at once. Where were the strangers, and how close had they come to his door? The door to the room swung open, cutting through perfume and laughter like a blade. A young man stepped into view and greeted the commander-in-chief with a calm that felt far more dangerous than anger. It was Yin of the special unit, his posture straight and his gaze unforgiving, with Lady Lorena Beowulf standing behind him like a poised storm. Together, they brought the chill of the front line into the Viscount's cushioned den. Viscount Jaren held a thick cigar in his heavy hand, a ring flashing on his finger as if wealth were a shield. Even in that moment, surrounded by luxury, he looked less like a war leader and more like a man who believed power could buy him safety. Viscount Jaren's thick brows pinched together in open disapproval as he sized up the visitors who dared enter his lavish room uninvited. Then, as if their very existence were an elaborate joke, a coarse laugh rumbled out of him, half contempt, half amusement, mocking this special unit that now stood in front of his cigar smoke and silk cushions. A sour memory flickered through his mind. The last so-called reinforcements had been nothing but inexperienced juniors shoved forward as cannon fodder. With that recollection sharpening his scorn, Viscount Jaren leaned back and wondered aloud what these new arrivals truly wanted, suspecting they were either naive, desperate, or foolish enough to believe titles could stop the dead. Yin studied the important-looking man with calm, measuring eyes, and the illusion crumbled instantly. Behind the polished rings and practiced arrogance, Yin recognized the truth. Viscount Jaren wasn't a war leader at all, just another corrupt noble wearing authority like stolen armor. Born into wealth, Viscount Jaren had never needed talent, discipline, or courage. Comfort had raised him, not hardship. And the fact that such an incapable nobody had become commander-in-chief practically screamed bribery. Yin could almost see the piles of gold that must have been paid to purchase this seat of power. When Yin explained they had come to investigate what happened to the special unit previously sent east, Viscount Jaren feigned innocence with lazy questions. He claimed a crowd of monsters had appeared during the mission by pure chance, but Yin and the others had heard nothing, no warning, no report, no alarm, as if the truth had been smothered before it could reach the ears of anyone honest. That silence was exactly why the special unit considered this inquiry non-negotiable. Something had gone wrong, something had been hidden, and the gap between what should have been recorded and what actually was recorded felt like a deliberate wound carved into the chain of command. With a stern, unblinking gaze, Yin promised the fat Viscount seated opposite him that he would uncover everything, no matter how deep it was buried. The words were quiet but sharp, carrying the kind of certainty that didn't ask permission, only warned of consequences. Viscount Jaren didn't believe a word of it. He stared at them with a mocking smile, dismissing the special unit's name as meaningless noise, as if their badge were a child's toy. Yin and Lady Lorena Beowulf simply held his gaze, watching the camp commander sneer and demand they stop trying to make him laugh with their special forces nonsense. He told them not to mistake these eastern lands for a cozy night shelter where heroes could rest and pose. Out here, he said, anyone who vanished into the endless wastes was either ripped apart by zombies or crawled into some hole like a frightened animal and never came out again. With a waving hand, Viscount Jaren ordered them to stop playing at being special forces and offered them a drink instead, as if liquor could replace strategy. He warned that if they wandered off sober and proud, they'd only end up lost on the plain of the dead, bait dangling neatly for the undead to tear apart. When Yin asked whether the Viscount intended to cooperate with their investigation, Viscount Jaren laughed outright, almost choking on his own arrogance. Why would he help? He scoffed. when they would inevitably end up begging his soldiers for more troops like everyone else. Because out here, he believed, power belonged to the one holding the camp keys. Still smirking, Viscount Jaren wondered where these guests had found such audacity, right as the familiar glow of Yan's sword shimmered into the air like a sudden star. The room's warmth seemed to drop a degree, the light catching on steel with an unspoken promise. Disrespect had limits. Lost in his own boasting, the Viscount didn't even notice the instant his thick cigar was cleanly split into two pieces. The cut was so precise, so effortless, that it looked less like violence and more like a warning written in smoke and ash. Then reality struck him like cold water. Viscount Jaren's face stiffened, and fear flooded his eyes as he realized what had almost happened. How close that blade had come to carving more than tobacco, how easily his authority could have been reduced to a corpse on expensive carpet. The severed half of the cigar dropped to the floor with a soft, pathetic thud, scattering ash. Viscount Jaren stared, trembling, then touched his hair as if to confirm it was still there, lamenting the small lock neatly shaved away by Lady Lorena's skillful strike, a humiliation as sharp as any wound. After offering a calm, almost mocking apology to the mansion's owner, Lady Lorena reminded him of the Emperor's decree that strictly forbade smoking indoors. Her tone made it clear the law wasn't a suggestion, and that even a commander-in-chief could be corrected like a misbehaving child. Her eyes held no regret, not even a flicker of guilt, as she looked straight at Viscount Jaren. With her expression carved into cold certainty, Lady Lorena asked again for his assistance, because the request was no longer polite diplomacy, but pressure applied with a noble's authority and a warrior's patience. Outraged that these visitors had dared to draw blades before him, Viscount Jaren exploded in fury, his face reddening with offended pride. He immediately called for his guards, and men who had been lurking outside rushed into the room as if they'd been waiting for permission to prove their loyalty. The soldiers leveled threats at the guests, ordering them to stand still, promising they wouldn't leave alive if they resisted. Yin exhaled a heavy sigh, a weary sound full of disappointment, and silently regretted his companion's hot-blooded decisiveness for stirring the nest of cowards. Someone, voice tight with alarm, advised the startled Viscount not to involve himself with this dangerous man under any circumstances. It wasn't a heroic warning. It was the desperate caution of someone who understood that provoking a true killer was the fastest way to turn a mansion into a morgue. Viscount Jaren must have heard the rumors that within the special detachment there was a noblewoman tied to the house of Duke Zema, infamous for her ruthless temperament. And now, as that woman held a guard at sword point, the Viscount's confidence began to crumble into shaky dread. With a tremor in his voice, the commander-in-chief finally mentioned that very girl, speaking her existence like a curse. Her reputation alone should have explained everything to him, because some nobles didn't negotiate, and their courtesy ended the moment they were obstructed. It was as if a tall, terrifying presence had called out to Lady Lorena Beowulf, the only daughter of Duke Beowulf, from somewhere just beyond the room's light. The voice carried weight, predatory and commanding, freezing the air for a heartbeat as every head instinctively turned. A huge, menacing stranger stepped into view, eyes burning like coals set deep in shadow, and he spoke the name of Duke Beowulf as if invoking a storm. The mention wasn't casual, it was deliberate, the kind of name drop that could topple a man's courage without lifting a blade. Viscount Jaren's face visibly changed, fear hollowing his cheeks as recognition struck. He knew Duke Beowulf, the one said to command the strongest army among the four great houses, and that knowledge turned the Viscount's outrage into something smaller and uglier, survival instinct. He also remembered the Duke's infamous quick temper, the kind that made even barbarians and proud nobles hesitate before crossing him. If Duke Beowulf was offended, anything could happen. Titles would not save you, alliances would not shelter you, and excuses would burn like paper. Slowly, the owner of the mansion lifted his gaze, disappointment dripping through his expression like poison. He looked from the fallen ash to the boys who had stolen a piece of his cigar and a slice of his hair, his pride bruised, his authority suddenly unsure whether it still mattered. Yin responded only with a questioning look to Viscount Jaren's panicked cries, as if the Viscount had finally realized too late what kind of people he was dealing with. Viscount Jaren seemed to think Lady Lorena and Yin were threatening him with the name Beowulf. So, in a desperate attempt to regain control, he prepared to scare them back. Viscount Jaren snarled that he had his own patron as well, Marquis Cheyenne himself, and he clung to that name like a shield. He wanted them to understand it wasn't only the boys who had connections to the great houses, that his hands were tied to higher strings too. Yan's expression tightened as he weighed the fat man's words, and in that instant he guessed exactly who Viscount Jaren was invoking. The name, Marquis Cheyenne, carried a particular kind of influence. Old money, old fear, and power that moved quietly through the empire's arteries. Marquis Cheyenne, it was said, owned more land in the east than most counts could dream of. Rumors claimed you couldn't cross that region of the empire without touching his domain in some way. Roads, supplies, permissions, all funneling through territory stamped with his unseen authority. An owner of such vast estates naturally possessed enormous connections, and his influence seeped into politics like ink into water. Deals were made with a nod, officials were placed with a whisper, and those who opposed him often found doors quietly closing all at once. Neither Yin nor any of the others had imagined Viscount Jaren was tied to Marquis Cheyenne himself. The revelation didn't feel like a triumph. It felt like a shadow widening, hinting that the rot in the Eastern Front wasn't accidental, but protected. From the very beginning, everything here had felt strange to Yin. Too careless, too conveniently broken, too perfectly incompetent. Now that uneasy sensation sharpened into certainty. Something sinister was hidden behind the incident, buried beneath drunken soldiers and bot commanders. A faint, knowing smile touched Yan's mouth, the kind worn by someone who had hunted monsters long enough to recognize human evil as the worst variety. The slayer of monsters on the ridge reached a quiet conclusion. There was secret criminal intent behind all this, an unseen hand guiding disaster. Yin turned sharply to Lady Lorena and declared they needed to leave, immediately. The decision stunned her. She had been waiting for a direct answer about Viscount Jaren's assistance, not a withdrawal, and her eyes widened as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet. Viscount Jaren laughed loudly as they turned away, accusing the boys of fleeing like cowards with their tails between their legs. He shouted that the name of Marquis Cheyenne carried more weight than Beowulf, trying to sound invincible even as his voice trembled with forced bravado. As she headed for the exit, Lady Lorena heard her surname spat out like a challenge and stopped. She turned around slowly, eyes narrowing, and locked her gaze on the newly emboldened commander-in-chief, watching him puff himself up now that he believed he'd found safer ground. Viscount Jaren watched them leave and kept repeating the impressive name he clung to, as if saying it enough times could rebuild his shattered dominance. The room behind him, where he had been entertaining girls, felt suddenly emptier, the laughter fading into awkward silence as fear lingered in the air. Lady Lorena couldn't understand how they could simply walk away like this. To her, retreat without punishment felt like surrender, and the taste of unfinished justice sat bitterly on her tongue as she replayed the Viscount's smirk in her mind. In her view, they hadn't even cracked the rude man's pompous face. No lesson, no bruise, no humiliation deep enough to satisfy the insult. But Yin was certain there was no need to entangle themselves with someone like Viscount Jaren. The man was a swamp, and waiting in only meant getting dragged under. While Yin weighed whether everything would unfold according to plan, other events were already moving in parallel within Viscount Jaren's office. The mansion's polished corridors hid quiet violence, as if unseen hands were arranging pieces on a board no one else could see. One of the guards stationed there was already lying unconscious on the floor, sprawled awkwardly as though his strings had been cut. No one nearby seemed willing to explain how it happened, and the silence around his body felt deliberate, too neat, too controlled. Roman believed Yin would have settled everything in that office without a sound, the way a professional handles dirty work, quick and clean. Cruel Dwight, however, attributed the eerie quiet to himself, claiming with arrogant certainty that he had taken care of everything, as if the outcome could only be his doing. Cruel Dwight hoped the item Yin had mentioned was now with Roman, assuming the commoner had managed to secure it. Roman, still irritated, insisted it had to be with Dwight, because Dwight was supposed to steal it while Roman kept enemies occupied in the fight, not stand around posturing afterward. Sensing the spark of another argument about to ignite, Cheryl stepped in immediately and calmed them with firm, practiced authority. She reminded them they had come here for that very thing, not for another pointless feud, and she demanded they stop fooling around before their mission collapsed under their egos. Roman shot cruel Dwight a furious look, jaw tight with renewed anger, and couldn't understand why this aristocrat kept acting like he was in charge. Every word from Dwight sounded like an order, and Roman's patience, already thin, was fraying into something dangerous. According to cruel Dwight, commoners were meant to obey the nobility by default, and politeness was an unnecessary luxury. He spoke as if the world were still carved into masters and servants, and as if asking nicely would somehow stain the dignity he believed he was born with. Roman's hands flexed, and he looked ready to force his colleague to his knees until pride turned into begging. Cruel Dwight, unflinching and boldly defiant, agreed, almost eagerly, saying he would teach Roman what it meant to bow before nobles, as if humiliation were a lesson he enjoyed delivering. To Cheryl, wide-eyed and thoroughly exhausted by witnessing it all, it became painfully clear that nobles and commoners could be equally stupid. Watching them posture and threaten each other like children, she realized status didn't cure arrogance. It only changed the style of the tantrum. Raising her voice to cut through the brewing tension, Cheryl snapped that there was no time left to sort out another pointless feud. She threatened, loudly and clearly, that she would report this fresh quarrel to Yen, but Roman and cruel Dwight both hurried to stop her, insisting she keep it quiet before it poisoned the mission. Elsewhere, far from the mansion's perfume and politics, the next chain of events unfolded at an abandoned fortress stranded on the plain of the dead, an old stronghold surrounded by silence, ash-colored wind, and the distant, hungry murmur of the undead. The fortress gates, which looked sturdy even after years of neglect, were sealed tight behind a heavy iron grate. That crude barrier served as an extra layer of protection, its cold bars trembling faintly with every impact from the outside, as if the dead were testing it for weakness. A grotesque zombie hand thrust through the bars, fingers scraping and twitching like broken hooks. The creature clawed blindly for a way in, its rotten strength pressing against the grate with desperate persistence, determined to drag itself into the fortress no matter what it had to tear apart. Beyond the gate, a crowd of reanimated corpses had already gathered, swelling into a dense, shifting mass. Their bodies pressed together like a tide of decay, and the air carried the sour stench of death as the abandoned complex stood on the verge of being swallowed. On top of one of the fortress walls, exhausted soldiers cursed the zombies encircling them, their voices cracking with stress and anger. They muttered about dwindling provisions, about the sun sinking lower every minute, and about how nightfall always brought worse things crawling out of the darkness. One warrior, shoulders sagging under fatigue, almost surrendered to despair and admitted he no longer believed rescue would come. If they stayed trapped here much longer, he said, everything would only deteriorate. Fear would spread, discipline would fracture, and their end would arrive like a slow, inevitable execution. Then a voice thundered across the wall, sharp, commanding, and impossible to ignore, ordering the soldiers to gather and stop whining. The unseen speaker mocked their weakness, demanding they quit acting like cowards who had already written their own graves. Kasia Evrain strode decisively toward the soldiers, her steps firm, her expression blazing with indignation. She refused to accept anyone calling them lost, especially while they were still inside the operational zone, still armed, still breathing, and still capable of fighting for one more hour. She jabbed her words toward a comrade named James, reminding him how he once dreamed of joining the transport troops for an easier life. Yet now he was ready to die here without even trying. She also teased another fighter, saying he'd promised to get married, only for someone to point at the supposed groom's battered face and burst into laughter at the absurd timing. Forcing brightness into her tone, Kasia spoke of reinforcements drawing near, as if certainty could be forged from sheer will. She urged her comrades to hold out just a little longer inside the stronghold, insisting that endurance, one more stand, one more breath, could be the difference between salvation and slaughter. Yet beneath her cheer, she knew the truth with cold clarity. They were at their limit. Their weapons were too few, their food too scarce, and every hour bled their strength away. If nothing changed, death waited for them all, patient and unavoidable. Suddenly, a terrible noise, like stone splitting under a giant's fist, snatched the attention of the seemingly upbeat commander. Cash's smile faltered as the sound rolled through the fortress, deep and violent, carrying the unmistakable promise that something far worse than zombies had arrived. The defenders turned and saw the eastern wall breached, jagged gaps yawning where solid masonry should have stood. Shock rippled through the unit. For a moment, they couldn't even understand what they were looking at, as if reality itself had cracked open. From the darkness beyond the broken wall, terrifying silhouettes advanced, shadows shaped like nightmares, eyes burning with hellish light. The special unit soldiers, already worn down by siege and fear, felt their stomachs drop as those unnatural lights drew closer. In the gap of the ruined wall stood a massive monster, its body swollen with brute strength and wrongness, crowned by several heads. Its enormous hands flexed as if the air itself were something it could crush, and the fortress suddenly felt far too small to contain such a thing. The creature swung a gigantic limb tipped with 3 razor claws, the motion heavy enough to whistle through the air. It wasn't merely attacking, it was trying to erase the defenders, to smash their last shelter and grind their resistance into dust. Panic surged through the special unit as they watched the eastern wall collapse further, stones tumbling like falling teeth. The fortress, already bleeding from neglect, now looked like it might crumble completely under the monster's relentless violence. A strange glow gathered around the monster's claws, bright and unnatural, pulsing like a heartbeat made of light. The defenders instantly understood the horror. The beast wasn't only strong, it was using magic, weaponizing something beyond steel and muscle. Pillars of light speared through the fortress interior, slashing across floors and walls like divine punishment turned upside down. In their wake, countless zombies poured inside, spilling through gaps and shattered stone, flooding toward the brave but exhausted knights who could barely hold their line as it was. Kasha shouted orders, forcing her fighters into position with raw authority, because if the gate or the remaining barriers were breached, there would be no stopping the torrent. She barked that they must hold formation, must brace, must fight, because a single collapse would mean being drowned under an endless wave of undead bodies. Swearing through clenched teeth, the defenders faced the oncoming danger, and even their commander felt her blood run cold. Kasha realized the full horror of their situation. Zombies alone would be brutal enough, but with a spell-casting monstrosity tearing the fortress apart, survival was turning into a miracle. And from the black void where the eastern wall had been, frightening lights watched them, steady, intelligent, and cruel. Those glowing eyes felt like omens, like harbingers of evil measuring the unit's fear and calculating exactly how best to break them. Now they would have to fight these monsters as well. Unnatural undead constructs born from countless corpses fused together. It wasn't a single creature so much as a walking atrocity, a stitched-together insult to life that moved with horrifying purpose. Keeping her gaze locked on the new abomination, Kasha felt certainty settle like ice in her spine. This spawn wasn't mindless. It was being controlled from a distance by someone unknown, and the thought that an unseen puppeteer was directing the massacre made her grip her weapon even tighter. In these lands, zombies and skeletons could appear spontaneously from the aura of death, rising like weeds from poisoned soil. Even whole hordes were not uncommon on the plane of the dead, where the boundary between grave and battlefield had long since dissolved. But creatures like this, towering, cunning, fused monstrosities, were a different matter entirely. They didn't feel natural, not even by the plane's grotesque standards. They felt engineered, as if something intelligent had taken death and shaped it into a weapon. And that raised an even darker possibility. Someone had decided to create such incredible monsters on purpose. If true, then this fortress wasn't just under attack, it was a testing ground, and the special unit had been chosen as targets in a deliberate, cruel experiment. When another monster emerged in the opening of the ruined wall, Kasha and her subordinates stared in stunned disbelief. The silhouette was new, yet equally wrong, and the air seemed to tighten around it, as if the fortress itself recognized the threat and tried to recoil. Then the nightmare deepened. Numerous zombies began to tumble and leap out from the creature's torn belly, spilling from within like insects from a ruptured hive. They hit the ground running, eager to destroy the group with blind hunger and relentless momentum. More and more hellish bodies poured from the inner shell of the huge spawn, an endless procession of rot and rage. The few warriors left standing were suddenly faced with an expanding tide, each second multiplying the number of enemies they had to cut down. Kasha, the commander of the knights, couldn't tear her frightened eyes away from the undead army. She cursed under her breath, invoked the devil in bitter fury, and forced herself to stay upright, because if she fell into panic, the entire line would shatter. Her mind flashed to memories that remained brutally clear. That terrible day when the executioner's blade fell, and the world she knew was shattered in a single heartbeat. The image returned with cruel sharpness, as if grief had preserved it like glass. On that day, a man in a white robe and an expressionless mask read the sentence in a flat, merciless tone. He declared the Ephraim traitors guilty of treason in the name of His Majesty and the righteous laws, turning legal words into a public noose. All lands and property were confiscated without mercy, stripped from the clan as if their lives had never mattered. By the emperor's order, the family was sentenced to death, the decree delivered like routine paperwork rather than the annihilation of blood and history. The townspeople who witnessed the execution whispered among themselves, convinced the charges against Ephraim were absurd and false. Many believed everything had been staged in advance, that the verdict was decided long before any trial, and truth was never even invited to speak. As the Ephraim family's end became inevitable, some prayed the family's daughter, who had escaped, would remain unharmed somewhere beyond reach. Meanwhile, the executioner, obeying the emperor's sentence, lifted an axe shaped like a grim scythe and brought it down with a brutal, final certainty upon the unfortunate victim. A terrible sound cracked through the square as the blade severed Kasha's father's neck on the execution platform. The impact echoed like thunder, and the crowd recoiled, the violence too real to be softened by distance or denial. Someone approached the head of the man who had been alive only a minute before, stepping close with unsettling calm. They stopped beside it, as if waiting for proof, waiting for silence, waiting for the last shred of dignity to vanish. That someone was Kasha herself, wrapped in outer clothing and hidden beneath a hood, trembling as she forced herself not to scream. The smell of blood slammed into her senses, thick and metallic, and it clung to the back of her throat like poison. And then came a sound that should never have existed, a voice where no voice could remain. It was her father's voice, impossibly present, threading through the horror like a ghost refusing to be dismissed. The head on the ground seemed to struggle, lips twitching as if trying to form a name it could no longer fully speak. One eye opened with a dreadful clarity and fixed on Kasha, calling to her, urging her to reclaim the name of Ephraim and avenge a death the man himself never deserved. Kasha stood in a trance, frozen between memory and reality, while someone persistently called her name again. But this time it wasn't a dead man's whisper. It was a living voice, urgent and close, pulling her back from the abyss of remembrance. When she finally came to, she found herself kneeling amid chaos, surrounded by her own knights from the special unit. They were shouting with relief at her safety while flames roared around them, lighting the fortress in flickering orange like a burning coffin. She forced herself to breathe and demanded a rapid report on personnel losses, voice tight with command. The answer came like a fragile blessing. No one had been hurt. Only the wall had been damaged, even if that damage now threatened to become their grave. Some fighters insisted the monster had stopped moving, mistaking stillness for defeat. Others, sharper and more afraid, swore it was gathering energy, and they begged for it to be killed immediately, before it could unleash another devastating strike. But the situation remained dire. Numerous zombies continued pouring through the collapsed eastern wall, spilling into the fortress like floodwater through a broken dam. Every moment they spent arguing was another moment the undead gained ground. On the monster's peculiar head, a skull with empty black eye sockets lay motionless, like a grotesque crown. Its stillness felt wrong, not peaceful, but waiting, as if the darkness inside those sockets was holding its breath. Then, in the next instant, the hollow sockets ignited with a brilliant light, sharp and alive. The knights of the special squad realized with sick dread that the terrifying creature had awakened, and whatever intelligence guided it had finally opened its eyes. Kasha fought to reach a necessary decision, mind racing through options like blades striking stone. She understood one brutal truth. If the monster dared to strike again, the only way her people would survive was if she found a narrow path, some desperate method, some ugly sacrifice, that could keep at least a few of them breathing. Before the defenders' stunned eyes, the monster truly came to life, its bulk shuddering as if waking from a long, hateful sleep. It rose slowly, joints cracking and flesh shifting, and with each inch it gained, its grotesque silhouette grew more terrifying, smothering the soldiers with raw dread. In that split second of terror, Kasha Evrain's mind flashed to a cold, shameful calculation. She could turn her companions into bait. If the others drew the monster's attention, she might slip away, escape the fortress, and, at least, remain alive. Running had been her reflex in every moment of true danger, even back when the special squad battled an ancient demon lich in the dungeon's suffocating dark. When the air reeked of death and her body trembled with weakness, her feet always found the fastest path out. That time, she had abandoned her team and fled, repeating the same desperate mantra to herself: survive, 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 using fear as both excuse and fuel. The memory still clung to her like grime, no matter how she tried to scrub it away. One of the deepest reasons she had once left her place on the battlefield was her burning desire to restore her family's name. And as always, the image returned uninvited. Her father's severed head, the blood, the impossible voice, and the promise she'd sworn in silence. That voice, demanding the Ephraim name be restored, echoed inside her skull like a curse that refused to fade. It wasn't merely memory. It was an order, a ghostly insistence that her life had meaning only if she reclaimed what had been stolen. As the special unit soldiers braced, the monster attacked, its hulking body flaring with sinister power. A magical blow erupted outward, slamming into the defenders like an invisible hammer, as if the creature had weaponized the air itself. The force was so brutal that the knights couldn't keep their footing. They staggered across the stone, boots scraping, knees buckling. Formations wavered, shields dipped, and even the toughest fighters felt their bones rattle from the impact. The monster did not pause. Continuing the assault, it raised a blade-like paw, the edge gleaming with murderous intent, as if it meant to finish the brave warriors quickly, before hope could regroup and before courage could harden again. Standing at full, towering height, the creature swung its sword-like limb in a sweeping arc. A knight screamed in pure terror as the shadow of that strike swallowed him, the sound sharp and ragged. Human fear laid bare against inhuman strength. Kasha no longer wanted to hear her executed father's otherworldly voice. No more commands, no more guilt, no more haunting reminders. She realized, bitterly, that all her reasons had become excuses. The truth was simpler. She was tired of being afraid, tired of running. With a sudden, decisive breath, she lunged forward, trident-shaped spear gripped tight in both hands. The aristocrat launched a counterattack straight at the raging monster, her movements sharp and committed, as if she were stabbing through her own cowardice. In her past encounters with monsters, Kasha had fled largely because she truly was physically weak, too slow, too fragile, too easily crushed. But the months of hardship had carved strength into her, and the battlefield had taught her that weakness could be burned away. Calling upon the 23rd form of the dark spirit, Primordial Blossom, Kasha unleashed her technique in a fierce, focused strike. The power surged through her spear, blooming like night flames, and she drove it into the huge spawn with ruthless precision. The creature reeled, unable to recover from the staggering damage. Its massive frame lost balance, shuddered, and crashed to the ground with a quake-like thump, stone dust jumping from the floor, as if the fortress itself flinched. The Special Forces soldiers who witnessed Kasha's brilliant entry into the fight erupted in ecstatic relief. For the first time in hours, Their faces showed something other than exhaustion. Hope surged through them, loud enough to drown out fear. They watched her leap onto the spawn and knock it down, stunned that a single blow could topple something so enormous. Murmurs flew. How did she do that? Where did that power come from? And how had they ever doubted her? Kasha shot her subordinates a stern, warning glare and ordered them not to relax for even a heartbeat. She spat that the creature would rise again soon. She'd seen that kind of unnatural persistence before, and she refused to let them die because of premature celebration. The special squad made a quick decision to retreat toward the tower, hoping its height and narrow approach would let them hold out. If they could reach that section of the abandoned fortress, they might survive the next surge long enough for help to arrive. Stepping over the supposedly immobilized creature, Kasha moved with urgent caution, intending to buy time inside the tower and pray rescue came soon. But then, without warning, two red protrusions pushed out near her, horn-like growths swelling from the monster's body right beside her leg. Kasha froze, amazement flashing into alarm as she noticed the grotesque changes spreading across the defeated spawn. Her breath caught, and the hairs on her neck rose, because she could feel it. This was not death, it was transformation. In the next instant, a long stake shot out from the monster's flesh like a spear launched from a trap. It pierced the unfortunate defender with sickening speed, punching through armor and body in one violent thrust. The warriors behind her screamed in horror when they saw what had happened to their resolute leader. Their voices cracked, some reaching for her, others stumbling back, helpless against the sudden cruelty of the ambush. From the creature's body, various terrifying growths emerged, lumps and limbs and warped protrusions, each studded with eerie eyes. Those eyes stared at Kasha as if savoring her pain, watching her like prey pinned to a butcher's hook. Most horrifying of all was a skull-like growth that looked folded in half by a mad craftsman, its shape wrong in every possible way. It gaped and twisted, as if reality had buckled around it, and its presence alone made the soldiers' stomachs churn. The knights cursed the monster with shaking fury, unable to simply abandon it after everything they had endured. Rage flared in them like wildfire, because retreat felt like betrayal, and leaving Kasha behind was unthinkable. In a weak, strained voice, Kasha ordered her subordinates to leave anyway, forcing the words through pain. She grabbed the impaling stake with both hands and tried to pull it out, teeth clenched, refusing to scream even as blood slicked her gloves. She demanded her loyal warriors follow the agreed plan, insisting the only chance was to retreat to the tower and regroup. Even while wounded, she tried to command like a leader, pushing them away from her danger so they could survive and fight on. Unwilling to release its prey, the creature opened its skull-like growth, revealing a black radiance with a red light burning inside. The glow throbbed like a malignant heart, promising another wave of magic that no shield could fully trust. Still hanging on the monster's grotesque protuberance, Kasha could only watch as the enemy prepared something new and deadly. Her vision swam, but she forced herself to stay conscious, reading the monster's movements like a soldier studying execution. This new magical weapon was terrifying precisely because its capabilities were unknown. The unfamiliar energy felt wrong, ancient, predatory, and intelligent, and the uncertainty itself was a threat, because nothing boded well for humans facing magic they couldn't predict. Staring at the creature, Kasha felt a deep, bitter regret twist in her chest. If only she were stronger, strong enough to tear free, strong enough to protect everyone, strong enough to crush this nightmare before it could blossom further. But she was already strong, and the battlefield proved it. In that moment, the legendary sword of the ruler of Astalon, an infamous blade that had helped its master slaughter countless enemies, finally entered the scene, its presence cutting through despair like lightning. Even demonic magic could no longer save the huge spawn in its insatiable desire to annihilate the brave knights. The air itself seemed to recoil as the monster's advantage slipped, as if a higher, sharper force had drawn a line the creature could not cross. Anyone who remains standing while fighting an enemy stronger than themselves cannot be called weak. Those words carried weight, simple, undeniable truth, because courage is measured not by victory, but by refusing to fall when fear begs you to. The spawn began to fly apart in shredded pieces, severed by an impossibly fast strike. Kasha's subordinates stared in shocked awe at the one who had spoken, realizing that the encouragement had not been empty. It had arrived with steel and power. After striking the monster with lightning speed, the savior of the seemingly doomed warriors landed safely on the stone. The movement was controlled and effortless, like a warrior who had long ago learned how to end battles before they could become tragedies. He assessed Kasha's injury with a hard, experienced glance. Even though she had freed herself from the monster's appendage, the wound was serious. Yet Kasha herself hadn't expected to see him here at all, her eyes widening with disbelief as recognition hit. A bottle of potion flew toward her, thrown with blunt urgency by the warrior who had intervened at exactly the right moment. Grabbing it with trembling hands, Kasha managed a strained thanks, clutching the glass like it was the last rope over a cliff. Still stunned by what she had witnessed, Kasha could only stare at the man who praised her work as if it were normal to defy death. He told her to go rest, an order spoken with calm authority, as though he refused to allow her to collapse in front of her soldiers. It was Yin. The knight demanded that everything else be left to him, declaring himself the Special Forces member now taking control of the rescue operation. His tone made it clear, from this point on, the enemy's attention belonged to him. Soon the potion bottle lay empty on the ground, rolling slightly amid ash and rubble. Kasha had drunk it all without hesitation, desperation overriding pride, her body clinging to the promised recovery like a drowning woman clings to breath. With a shaky voice and eyes that wouldn't quite stop trembling, Kasha thanked Yin again. She admitted the truth plainly. She owed him her life, because without his arrival she would have died, pinned and carved apart by that monster's cruel persistence. She tried to warn him about the monster's frightening regenerative power and what it meant for the battle, but she didn't even finish her sentence. Yin cut her off calmly, telling her not to worry, as if he had already measured the danger and decided it would not pass. When she learned the creature could no longer recover, Kasha mentioned Yan's mission in the north, still unable to believe he was here. Yin explained simply that he had come immediately after completing it, refusing to waste time while comrades were trapped in hell. Yin said he couldn't sit idly by knowing the danger his people faced, and that resolve stunned the defenders. They were still shocked by his voluntary journey into this nightmare, because choosing to enter the plane of the dead was not bravery, it was defiance. As the soldiers praised him as an incredible, brilliant example, the kind of special forces knight one could truly rely on, Yin felt a private satisfaction. Their admiration polished his reputation, and he accepted it without false modesty, knowing respect could be a weapon too. Then the warriors asked where the rest of the rescue team was, assuming an entire platoon had been dispatched. Yin corrected them at once, stating there were only 5 people, his words dropping like a stone into their hopeful expectations. At first they were thrilled, thinking 50 units would finally arrive to help them cope, but their excitement collapsed when Yin clarified the truth. No more than 5 had come, and the number suddenly felt painfully small against the horde outside. Grumbling in disappointment at the arrival of only 5 reinforcements, the exhausted men looked at one another with hollow dread. Unsure what to do next, they felt abandoned all over again, because hope had come, yes, but it had come in a handful, not an army. Kasha Evrain snapped her command across the courtyard, her voice ringing like struck steel as she ordered everyone to calm down. In a special unit, she reminded them, strength was never measured by sheer numbers, but by the razor edge of quality, discipline, coordination, and nerve. Knight Yin listened with open admiration, absorbing every word as if it were a battlefield doctrine carved into stone. Let the young cadet, Kasha Evrain, savor the relief of her friend's arrival. She truly needed that small warmth in the midst of ruin and dread. The bright talk and quick smiles were not idle chatter. They were a deliberate balm, meant to steady her trembling excitement before it spilled into panic. Even her laughter sounded carefully placed, like a shield lifted at the last second. Now, at last, the truth settled into place for the aristocrat with chilling clarity. Damien, the chief instructor who oversaw the recruit training center, had not misplaced anyone by accident. He had deliberately stationed a special unit here, as if leaving a sharpened blade in a dark corridor, waiting to see who survived. According to Kasha Evrain, Night Yin had somehow slipped from Damien's favor, and that single shift in regard carried a deadly consequence. It explained why he had been sent into places like this, zones where the air tasted of iron and old fear, where mistakes were punished immediately. In that light, this deployment felt less like duty and more like a trial written in blood. The girl gathered herself to speak, wanting to thank the young man who had saved her, wanting to ask what he truly was. But her words strangled in her throat mid-sentence. Something horrific stood before them, so wrong that it seemed to bend the very sense of reality around it. Crying out for Night Yin to turn around, Kasha Evrain thrust her arm forward, finger trembling as she pointed. A massive paw, too large, too alive, lurched into motion, its claws flexing as if tasting the air. The reawakened creature reached for the brave warrior with a slow, inevitable hunger, determined to seize him like prey. When Night Yin glanced back, he seemed almost insultingly calm, as if the looming danger were little more than drifting dust. His expression barely shifted. His posture remained loose, unhurried, and controlled. To anyone watching, it looked as though he either didn't understand the threat or understood it so completely that it no longer frightened him. The warriors of Kasha Evrain's special unit stared, baffled by their comrades' unnerving composure. For a heartbeat, they even believed the monster had misjudged its swing, that sheer size had betrayed it. Yet the unease in their chests only deepened, because Night Yin's stillness did not look like ignorance. It looked like certainty. Night Yin tightened his grip on his sword, already aware that decapitation alone would not be enough. He had heard the grim tales. When death was stitched together with necromancy, severed heads were merely an inconvenience, not an ending, like a swarm of zombies born from one vile source. If that was the rule here, then Yin would simply break it, willing to kill the creature 100 times over until even its curse ran out of breath. Confused by Night Yin's cold words and fearless demeanor, the monster answered in its own language, shape, and violence. One grotesque paw elongated and hardened, twisting into a spear-like form, a sharpened stake forged from living nightmare. It raised the makeshift weapon with predatory intent, as if eager to pin the warrior to the earth. The creature struck again and again, each blow heavy enough to crater stone, yet it failed to touch him. Night Yin slipped past every attack with minimal motion, like a shadow sliding between raindrops. Calmly, almost lazily, he called the monster a fool, openly mocking it for not understanding what it was truly aiming at. Kasha Evrain's eyes never left the clash, tracking every twitch of claw and every shift of footing. Slowly, she reached a frightening conclusion. The creature's attacks were not clumsy, and it did not miss by chance. Something else was happening, something far more precise. Then it became unmistakable. Night Yin wasn't surviving because the monster failed. He was surviving because he was dodging with terrifying skill. Each evasion was calculated, timed to the smallest breath, as if he could see the path of death a moment before it arrived. The aggressive creature, regaining its posture and strength, planted itself directly before Night Yin. It lifted its ruined, towering torso in a grotesque display, as though flaunting the horror of its own anatomy. The air around it felt heavier, saturated with rot and a pulsing, unnatural vitality. Ever watchful, Kasha Evrain noticed a sickening movement at the monster's center, something stirring within its chest cavity. Shapes began to wriggle outward, and the stench of grave soil thickened as if the earth itself had been split open. She shouted for Night Yin to dodge, warning him before those emerging dead could latch onto him. Dozens of zombies erupted from the monster's horrific insides, spilling out like a violent tide. They hit the ground running, limbs jerking with broken urgency, mouths gaping in silent hunger. They swarmed Night Yin in a frenzy, eager to drag him down and tear the life from him. Night Yin's gaze changed in an instant, warmth and indifference disappearing like a snuffed candle. His eyes sharpened, focused and lethal, as his body shifted into a defensive rhythm. The battlefield stopped being chaos and became a sequence of targets and timing. Drawing on the 16th form of the Dark Spirit, Night Yin moved with terrifying speed and control. In the span of a breath, He could unleash 1,000 lightning-fast blows, each one placed with surgical precision. Steel flashed like stormlight as he carved through the advancing undead. The attackers were countless, but numbers meant nothing against a warrior who turned momentum into annihilation. Zombies collapsed in pieces, their bodies shredded before they could even reach him. It was less a struggle and more an execution carried out at the tempo of thunder. In this confrontation, Knight Yin was utterly unmatched. His sword fell in deafening, ruler-like strokes, each swing sounding like judgment delivered to the world. With every arc of the blade, monsters were split apart, as though the weapon itself demanded obedience from flesh and bone. The first ranks of zombies surged forward and were erased almost immediately, their heads and torsos severed in clean, merciless lines. The second wave rushed in to replace them, stepping over twitching remains, only to meet the same fate. The ground became littered with fragments of the dead, piling into a grotesque carpet under Yan's feet. The special unit soldiers could hardly believe their own eyes as they witnessed the brutal spectacle. They watched Knight Yin slice off zombie heads with chilling efficiency, as if he had practiced this nightmare 1,000 times. The sheer ease with which he dismantled the undead left their throats dry and their minds reeling. They also noticed something even more important. The giant monster's body began to sink and sag. Its massive frame faltered, unable to restore itself after Cadet Yan's relentless strikes. The creature's regeneration, once terrifyingly steady, now looked sluggish, then failing altogether. The monster could not revive because of Alon's ruler sword, a weapon said to sever magical currents at their source. It didn't merely cut flesh, it cut the invisible force that fed curses, including the very energy of death itself. With that lifeline severed, the creature's necromancy had nothing left to cling to. What the unit had prayed for finally happened. The terrifying monster began to crumble, its power unraveling as if its body were made of brittle ash. Each moment it lost more of itself, and with that loss came the end of its ability to rise again. The collapse accelerated with shocking speed. A minute ago it had been a towering giant, a moving fortress of horror. Now it was rapidly becoming debris and scattered ruin. Where menace once stood, there was soon little more than dissolving remains and a lingering stink of corruption. The special squad stared at Knight Yin in stunned silence, unable to reconcile what they had just seen. He had defeated the enormous monster single-handedly, and the feat felt unreal, like a legend forced into reality. More than one soldier wondered, with a tightening throat, whether he could truly be just a regular member of their group. Kasha Evrain, who had only watched the battle unfold and then witnessed her comrade's triumph, was no less shaken. Her surprise wasn't loud, no gasp, no shout, but it sat in her eyes like a storm held back by discipline. Even she, their commander, struggled to measure the depth of what Knight Yin had revealed. Suddenly, one of her subordinates rushed in with an urgent report about an incident at the East Gate. For a moment, Kasha Evrain's stomach dropped, and she feared the defenders there had already fallen. The fortress seemed ready to be swallowed from every direction. The messenger quickly denied that the gate had collapsed, but the news wasn't comforting. Reinforcements were arriving, new monsters, drawn by the scent of battle, seeking to crush the Knight squad under fresh waves of death. The threat hadn't ended, it had only changed shape. At that very moment, a zombie lunged into the fray, closing the distance in a frantic rush. It didn't even complete its attack. One of the knights intercepted and eliminated it in a clean, swift motion. The creature fell apart mid-stride, as if the battlefield itself rejected its existence. Roman, the recruit who delivered the kill, treated the new enemies like little more than training dummies waiting to be broken. Beside him, cruel Dwight advanced with sword in hand, grim and efficient, taking no pleasure in hacking apart corpses, but showing no hesitation either. Their contrast was stark, Roman's fierce confidence and cruel Dwight's cold, practiced inevitability. Kasha Evrain was informed again. Another reinforcement had appeared, this time at the south gate. There, ice-covered skeletons gathered like a frozen procession, their bones rimed with frost, and their presence radiating unnatural cold. The fortress was being tested at multiple seams, and any one of them could split. The power of the snow spirits intensified, as if the winter itself had chosen a side. One warrior stepped forward and drew his magic sword, its aura flaring against the biting air. Steel met iceborne menace, and the clash sent sharp, glittering shards spinning across the ground. Standing near her, Lorena Beowulf reported in a steady voice that the remaining zombies on their side had been eliminated. Her words carried quiet assurance, but her posture suggested vigilance rather than relief. Even with the immediate threat cleared, she knew the battlefield could shift again in a heartbeat. As the leader defending the abandoned fortress, Kasia Evrain allowed herself a brief, sober reflection. Everyone had grown stronger, sharper, tougher, more coordinated than they had been when this campaign began. The difference was written in their movements and in the calm with which they faced horrors that once would have shattered them. That growth was most obvious in Knight Yin, whose presence felt abnormally imposing, as if he stood a head taller in spirit even when he stood among equals. Compared to him, Kasia Evrain couldn't help but feel a flicker of inadequacy, an uncomfortable shadow that pricked at her pride. Still, she swallowed it, because leadership demanded steadiness, not self-pity. They had no time to relax. The monster's threat had not disappeared simply because they had survived this stretch of ground. The air still carried the warning of incoming danger, and every corridor of the fortress felt like a mouth waiting to open. No one could afford to waste this narrow chance to organize. Kasia Evrain ordered the first group to reinforce the east gate alongside Roman and Cruel Dwight, forming a hard, fast response line. She sent the second group to the south gate, ensuring the fortress would not be taken from two fronts at once. This was not the moment for Kasia Evrain to torment herself with thoughts of being unworthy. She would do everything possible, make the correct calls, protect her people, and hold the line until the last breath if needed. Watching her command with such resolve, Knight Yin found her genuinely admirable, not for perfection, but for the courage to lead while afraid. She might have been burdened by doubt, but she never let it leak into her voice. Kasia Evrain calmed the unit, steadied their nerves, and then directed them with crisp efficiency. Even under pressure, she moved like someone who understood that panic was contagious, and so was composure. With a faint, kind smile, Knight Yin glanced toward his companion in command. His confidence in her wasn't theatrical, it was quiet and absolute, rooted in what he had just witnessed. He believed she would be useful not merely as a leader, but as the anchor that kept the unit from splintering. Then Knight Yin made a suggestion that startled the aristocrat. Gather the wounded immediately, all of them, without delay. His tone carried urgency, the kind that implied a plan already forming behind his eyes. The idea of leaving at once, after all they had fought, felt abrupt, almost unreal. In his hands, Knight Yin held a glowing hoop set with 3 emeralds, each gem pulsing with contained light. He proposed that Kasia Evrain escape using this strange, unmistakably valuable object. The ring hummed softly, as if it were a doorway waiting to be told where to open. Kasia Evrain recognized it immediately, a mobile teleportation gate, one of the devices invented by the magic scientist Isaac. These artifacts were rare, costly, and fiercely guarded, capable of tearing space open for a heartbeat of passage. Seeing it here, in Yan's grasp, was like spotting a crown jewel in a soldier's pouch. Knight Yin asked only one thing, that she never mention where it came from, and certainly not that the chief instructor had granted him something so expensive. Yet Kasia Evrain's surprise deepened when she realized the truth. Yin had taken the teleport from Viscount Jaren. Whether it was theft, salvage, or punishment delivered by circumstance, the implication was dangerous. The brilliant device had been stored in a box, carefully packed like an emergency exit for the privileged. Knight Yin understood the type. Cowards like Viscount Jaren always planned to flee alone, leaving everyone else to die as a distraction. If the noble had intended betrayal, then Yin had simply reclaimed the route of survival for those who actually fought. Kasia Evrain also knew the harsh limitation. The teleport could transport only one person at a time. Worse, the energy cost scaled brutally. Trying to send 5 people at once would demand an impossible amount of power. The ring was hope, yes, but it was a narrow hope, constrained by the cruel math of magic. Telling his colleague not to worry, Knight Yin insisted he knew how to solve the problem, but it would take time to charge the device properly. That was why he wanted the wounded gathered. They could be sent out in groups, one after another, before the next wave overwhelmed them. His plan was coldly practical, built around saving lives rather than winning pride. Understanding at last, Kasha Evrain moved quickly to collect the injured and bring them to the rendezvous point. Overhead, Mammon streaked into the night like a dark arrow, startled by the sudden shift in strategy, yet ready to follow orders. Around them, the fortress groaned under distant threats, and the air felt tight with the urgency of escape. With a lazy smile that cut a little too close to the truth, Yang teased the sorceress about looking worn out and drained. The remark landed like a slap. Her eyes flared, and in an instant irritation curdled into anger. She was certain he was mocking her, hinting that he intended to wring her out until there was nothing left but exhaustion. The moment Mammon began gathering mana, weaving it into her core with practiced control, Yang moved without hesitation, pressing, drawing, siphoning the fresh power away as though it were his rightful due. She was not some docile milk cow meant to stockpile energy for his convenience through the night, and the insult of being treated like one burned hotter than any spell. Even though Yang remained, in his own way, genuinely grateful for what she had done for him, he still managed to needle Mammon into fury. She refused to let him escape with smug words and a shrug. Yet he raised a calming hand, steadying his tone, and reminded her, quietly but firmly, of the favor she herself had demanded from him, the promise she had insisted he repay. Yang barely had time to shape his next thought, barely had time to breathe out the beginning of an explanation, when something new and unmistakably dreadful surfaced nearby. The air tightened, thick with a hostile presence. A sound like distant tearing echoed through the ruins, and every ear in the vicinity caught it, as if the fortress itself had shuddered in warning. Roman, Cruel Dwight, Kasha Evrain, and Yin stood scattered across different reaches of the abandoned fortress. Yet each of them felt the same invasive pressure seep through stone and bone. It was not merely magic. It was an energy that tasted wrong, an ominous current that slid under the skin and made the hair on their arms rise in instinctive dread. In the next heartbeat, bruised black clouds churned into being above the massive stronghold where the special unit had entrenched itself. The sky congealed as though ink had been poured into the heavens. Wind died, light dimmed, and the fortress fell beneath a canopy of gathering darkness that seemed to drink warmth and hope alike. Then the ground began to tremble, first a subtle vibration through boots and stone, then a violent shaking that rattled broken battlements and loose debris. Jagged cracks spiderwebbed across the earth, splitting the fortress courtyard like shattered glass, as though something colossal beneath the surface was forcing its way upward with slow, relentless intent. At last, enormous hands surfaced through the fractured ground. Too large, too wrong, their palms dragging through rubble as if it were soft soil. Long, eerie fingers spread wide, jointed like a nightmare sketch, and each movement scraped against stone with a sound that made teeth clench and throats tighten. A pitch-black creature hauled itself out after those hands, emerging from the rupture like a corpse being birthed by the earth. Its hide drank in what little light remained. Lifeless eyes glowed with a dull ember red, not the warmth of life but the smolder of hatred, cold, patient, and hungry. More demonic spawn followed, their heavy strides stamping across the broken ground in a steady advance. They moved with purpose, converging on the knights who were still fighting elsewhere, unaware that a new terror had entered the field. The monster's approach was like the closing of a trap, silent certainty turning into inevitable impact. Mammon demanded to know if Yin could sense it too. Yan's expression tightened as he reached outward with his awareness, and a nauseating, repulsive magical force pressed back against him like rancid fog. He didn't need a second confirmation. That sensation only meant one thing, and the conclusion chilled him to the marrow. It was already here. Mammon realized it with a sudden, sickening clarity, as if a veil had been ripped away from her sight. This presence was the hidden hand behind the chaos unfolding around them. The answer that formed in her mind was bitter and absolute. The true mastermind had finally stepped close enough to be felt. A vast, black shadow spread over the abandoned fortress, blotting out the fragile sense of control the defenders had clung to while holding back the zombies. The brave handful on the walls suddenly seemed smaller, more exposed, like a lone candle in a storm, as the oppressive darkness leaned in, intent on snuffing them out. The great and terrible king of corpses himself was moving into position, preparing to take an active role in the grim tale of steel against the reanimated dead. This was no ordinary undead surge. It was a deliberate escalation, as though the battlefield had become a stage and the most dreadful actor had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the monstrous spawn continued their march toward the fortress defenders with steady, merciless momentum. Their silhouettes grew larger with every step, and the air around them felt colder, heavier, as if the very presence of these abominations warped the world into something more hostile and less human. One glance at those towering horrors could have driven an ordinary soldier straight into a grave, either by panic or by sheer hopelessness. But the special unit was forged from a different kind of resolve. They did not crumble. They swallowed fear, tightened grips, and let discipline replace the instinct to run. Orders snapped through the tension. Move in pairs, spread out, stop wasting breath on complaints. The team obeyed with grim precision, fanning across vantage points and broken corridors. They squared their shoulders, lifted their weapons, and prepared to meet the new monstrous opponents with controlled rage and hard-earned dignity. When the command finally came to surge into battle, the brave warriors struck from behind, blades flashing in coordinated arcs. Steel bit into unnatural flesh and chitin, aiming for tendons and joints to slow the beasts. Their attack carried the sharp, decisive confidence of soldiers who understood that hesitation here meant death. 30 minutes earlier, Yang had been speaking with his comrades inside the abandoned fortress where their banner still hung, tattered but stubborn, a reminder of purpose amid ruin. He told them the portal was ready and urged a clean sequence. Evacuate the others first, then withdraw themselves. He looked Lorena Beowulf in the eye and promised they would make it in time, even as the seconds bled away and the margin for error shrank to nothing. After laying out the plan, Yang asked if they had all felt it. The foul awakening of death's aura, the unmistakable surge that signaled something powerful stirring beyond the walls. His voice stayed steady, but the question carried weight. He didn't ask out of curiosity. He asked because the battlefield itself was changing shape. With that awakening, new spawn and fresh undead forces were already converging, and if they weren't stopped head-on, the crushing tide behind them would swallow everyone alive. Yang called on Roman, Lorena Beowulf, and cruel Dwight to hold the spawn back, buying the portal time to feed. Dwight, bristling, demanded to know why the burden had to fall on the three of them, why they had to stand as the wall against the oncoming nightmare. Yang explained the harsh logic. The teleport funnel did not charge itself with hope or prayers. The lingering death aura released when undead were destroyed had to be captured and converted into usable energy, feeding the device like fuel into a furnace. That meant monsters had to die, again and again, until the gate held enough power to carry them out. Cheryl insisted that Yang remain at the gate to manage the evacuation of their team members, keeping the flow orderly and preventing a fatal stampede. The request was not gentle, it was practical and final. Upset at being kept from the front, Cheryl still forced herself to agree, jaw tight with frustration but duty overriding pride. Kasia Evrain could not endure it any longer. She turned to Yin, voice trembling with restrained defiance, and said she couldn't simply run away and abandon the fight. She wanted to stay, wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the others and strike at the monsters herself, not retreat like an afterthought. If she returned without achieving anything, her standing within the special forces would crumble, and the stain on her family name would deepen. This mission was more than survival. It was a chance to earn merit, to carve proof of worth into the record with blood and steel, and to reclaim honor that had been slipping from her grasp. Yin did not hide his displeasure. He had little patience for aristocratic pride wrapped in desperation, and he didn't trust ambition on a battlefield where one mistake could kill comrades. His eyes narrowed, weighing her resolve against the danger, clearly unconvinced that her reasons justified the risk she was asking to take. Reluctantly, Yin agreed, but not without warning. He reminded Kasia Evrain of the debt she owed, making sure she understood he would not tolerate betrayal or forgetfulness once the battle dust settled. Kasia dipped her head and thanked him, her gratitude genuine. even as determination hardened her posture like armor. Yin handed her several bottles of holy water he had stolen from Viscount Jaren, the glass clinking softly as they changed hands. The liquid inside glimmered faintly, too pure for this cursed place. He instructed Kasha Evrain to wet her blade with it, to let sanctified drops coat the edge so each strike would bite deeper into the undead and burn what should not exist. From atop the wall, the knight shouted that they must not kill all the spawn, only restrain them, pin them down, and keep them controlled. He claimed he would finish the remainder himself, as if he alone carried the final answer to this horror. The others stared, confused and unsettled, unable to understand why he demanded such a dangerous restraint. Yan's mind raced as he considered the true source, the one controlling the undead army from the rear, radiating death's aura like a banner. As long as that core remained intact, the tide would never stop. Bodies would rise again, pulled back into motion by unseen command. The battlefield wasn't merely crowded with enemies. It was anchored to a leader who made the dead endless. And yet Yan's resolve did not waver. He was determined to destroy that enemy, no matter how overwhelming the power behind it felt. If the source could be severed, then the horde would become only a pile of ruined flesh. His determination sharpened into something almost ruthless, an acceptance that he might have to gamble his life to win them a future. Only Yan's cloak flashed in the air as he moved, one swift, decisive blur against the storm-dark backdrop. Behind him, his loyal companions shouted his name, their voices cracking with alarm and disbelief. They could already sense his intent, and it terrified them more than the monsters did. The brave knight leapt from the fortress roof, dropping toward the enemy ranks below like a falling blade. Wind snapped at his cloak as he descended. His comrades begged him not to shoulder such a task alone, pleading over the roar of battle, because the danger was obvious. Whatever weighted down there was not meant to be faced by one person. The terrifying creature answered their presence with a scream that grated like metal dragged across bone. It hurled itself forward, eager to tear into the defenders of the fortress. Each step shook the rubble, and its charge was fueled by a savage hunger, an instinct to crush hope, shatter lines, and feast on the living. Roman, the 12th cadet, looked as if battle had snapped something loose inside him, transforming him into a berserker driven by raw will. He clenched his powerful fists, muscles coiling, and sprinted straight toward the monster without hesitation. Fear did not slow him. It only fed the fury in his stride. Body-strengthening techniques surged through Roman's frame, reinforcing tendon and bone with disciplined magic. His fists ignited with heat, blazing into fiery blows that cracked the air. When he struck, it was like a hammer impacting stone, an explosive hit meant to stagger even a creature born from darkness. With nimble footwork that belied his power, Roman slipped inside the creature's reach and slashed with brutal precision. Two of its writhing tentacles were severed in the same breath, the cuts clean and decisive. The monster recoiled, temporarily robbed of leverage and some of its terrifying strength. Lorena Beowulf praised Roman with a sharp, approving shout that cut through the chaos, then threw herself into the fray. Her aristocratic bearing did not falter under pressure. It sharpened. Steel, discipline, and pride fused as she entered battle with purposeful intensity, ready to prove she was more than a name. The monster visibly faltered at the sudden escalation. Now it was forced to contend with two powerful knights from a special squad at once. Roman's relentless brutality from one side, and Lorena Beowulf's precise, commanding assault from the other. The creature's advantage of size no longer guaranteed control. Lorena Beowulf sprang upward, launching into the air with a swirl of frost-laced energy. She awakened the second form of the Spirit of Snows, and the temperature dropped sharply around her, breath turning to mist. Below, Roman held the line, guarding her ascent and preventing the monster from focusing on her mid-transformation. Then Lorena Beowulf unleashed the small blizzard technique. Wind screamed as icy particles spun into a tight, cutting storm that boxed the monster in. Frost clung to its limbs, slowing movement, sealing escape routes. In that whirling white cage, the creature had nowhere to run and no room to regain momentum. To Kasha Evrain's surprise, her comrades moved with clean coordination, covering angles and anticipating each other's strikes like a practiced unit rather than scattered survivors. Even the cadet with his sword surged into the danger without flinching, joining the assault with a courage that made the battlefield feel, briefly, less hopeless. Refusing to lag behind her brothers in arms, Kasha Evrain activated a spinning technique, her movements turning sharp and fluid. She carved through the air with controlled violence, driving her strike into a hulking monster nearby. The blow was not merely to injure, it was to destroy, to make her presence undeniable. Kasha Evrain barked at cruel Dwight to retreat, sensing the angle of danger before it closed. She rushed forward instead, placing herself closer to the monster's reach on purpose. It was a reckless choice to outsiders, but to her it was resolve made physical. She would not let hesitation write her story. She pushed off the ground with a sulfide step infused with magic, a burst of force that propelled her into a more favorable position. Dust and broken stone kicked up behind her. In a blink, she shifted the engagement, stealing advantage with speed and technique rather than brute strength. A spectral blade formed in her grasp, its outline shimmering with an eerie, pale light that could intimidate even seasoned warriors. The weapon looked less forged than summoned, as if it had been pulled from a nightmare's armory. With that fearsome edge leading, Kasha Evrain advanced, eyes locked and unwavering. Her comrades stared in confusion when Kasha Evrain layered two skills at once, including blade dancing, her movements flowing into a deadly rhythm. Most fighters chose one technique to maintain stability. She combined them, gambling control for overwhelming pressure. The spectacle was beautiful in motion and frightening in intent. One of the monster's skulls, severed by Kasha Evrain's strike, spun through the air end over end. From the ragged stump, a black substance oozed and sprayed, viscous and foul, vaguely resembling blood but carrying a stench that suggested rot and corruption rather than life. Some of the splatter arced back toward Kasha Evrain herself, flecking her gear and skin. She grimaced in immediate disgust, lips curling as the reek hit her. Over the clamor, she heard her comrades shouting her name. Alarm threaded through their voices, fearing the creature had managed to wound her. Wiping her hand with quick, impatient swipes, Kasha Evrain reassured them at once, forcing calm into her tone. It was only blood, only filth from the monster, and nothing more. The creature hadn't laid a claw on her. She lifted her weapon again, shoulders squared, making it clear she was still standing, still fighting, and still far from finished. A sudden, vicious sound, like bone grinding against iron, snapped Kasha Evrain's attention away from the clash of steel. Her gaze fixed forward, momentarily glassy and unfocused, as if her mind had slipped a beat. Through the chaos, a new monster rose over her like a moving wall, a gigantic trunk-like maw lifted high, and within its shadowed hollow, two burning eyes glared and rows of sharp, nightmarish fangs gleamed with wet hunger. Before the creature could capitalize on her hesitation, someone struck her hard, an urgent kick between the shoulders that jolted her forward and out of the killing line. The blow wasn't gentle, but it was life-saving, forcing Kasha Evrain to stumble away at the exact moment the terrifying trunk surged down, missing the distracted warrior by a breath. Thrown off balance and sent skidding across broken stone, Kasha Evrain twisted her head back in shock. Over the roar of battle, she heard a loud, coarse shout, raw with anger and adrenaline, calling her an idiot for freezing up. The insult hit almost as hard as the kick, but she recognized it instantly as the sound of someone who refused to watch her die. The rescuer was cruel Dwight, the same arrogant knight who had moments earlier barked at her to stay out of his way. Now, however, the situation had turned cruelly literal. The monster's clawed paw hovered over him like an executioner's blade. His stance was braced, but the looming shadow made it clear he had traded places with her in the path of danger. In the very next heartbeat, the enormous trunk snapped forward with horrifying speed and swallowed the unlucky cadet whole. Kasha Evrain's scream tore from her throat, pure horror laced with instant regret. Her chest tightened as if the battlefield itself had clenched around her heart, and for a moment she could only stare, sickened, convinced she had just watched a comrade die because she hesitated. Frozen at the edge of the fight, Kasha Evrain stared at the hulking creature, and thought of cruel Dwight inside it. Alive or dead, she couldn't tell. Confusion flooded her, sharper than fear. Why would he do that? Why would he throw himself into a monster's mouth for her, when he'd acted as though she was nothing but an obstacle? Memories of the academy flashed through her mind. Cruel Dwight, selfish and cutting, always acting as if the world owed him deference. He had been arrogant, rude, and proud to the point of cruelty. Yet now, in the ugliness of real battle, that same man had intervened without hesitation, an act that didn't fit the version of him she had carried for years. Then Kasha Evrain noticed something deeply strange about the monster's movement. The trunk didn't simply writhe or contract like a hungry beast. It rotated with a controlled, deliberate rhythm. The pattern tugged at her instincts, unsettlingly familiar, as if she were watching a technique rather than an animal motion. The same trunk that had swallowed cruel Dwight began spinning more violently, twisting in on itself as though something inside were turning like a drill. The flesh bulged and shifted from within, and the rotation gained a distinct cadence, too precise to be random, too intentional to be mere digestion. It was the spinning Fong technique, recognizable in the way the force spiraled and bit outward. With a wet, ripping crack, the monster's trunk split in two along its length. From the torn opening, cruel Dwight burst free, alive, flung outward by his own violent counterforce like a blade forced through a sheath. A second later, the blue-blooded daredevil landed in a low crouch and rolled cleanly across the rubble before coming up on his feet. He grinned at Kasha Evrain, an almost playful smile that didn't match the gore-slick nightmare behind him. She had genuinely believed he was dead, and her stunned expression made his grin widen, as if he found her panic oddly amusing. Before this fight, cruel Dwight had attempted to infuse his sword with mana the way Yin could, and the reckless attempt had nearly killed him. His energy had surged out of control, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. That failure still haunted him. Now he was stunned by how smoothly Yin made it look, and how a disciplined touch could turn mana into a weapon instead of a death sentence. As cruel Dwight kept bringing up Yang, muttering that Yang's methods, Yang's lessons, and Yang's brutality had fixed certain habits, Kasha Evrain simply watched him in silence. Her eyes narrowed with uncertainty, studying his face and posture as if searching for the seam where arrogance ended and something else began. She couldn't decide whether to be grateful, angry, or deeply unsettled by what she was seeing. Kasha Evrain finally managed an apology, her voice tight with lingering shock, and she stepped closer to draw his attention fully. Cruel Dwight turned toward her, and then blinked in genuine amazement, as though her apology itself was the more improbable miracle than his survival. The battle noise dulled for a moment, swallowed by that small, strange exchange. Kasha Evrain reminded cruel Dwight, quietly but directly, of how he had chosen to save her in that desperate instant. She admitted the ugly truth. While he'd acted for someone else, she had been thinking only of her family, her reputation, her achievements, and what this mission would mean for her name. The contrast stung, and it made her words heavier than any flattery. In that same breath, cruel Dwight snapped back into the immediacy of combat and shouted instructions, telling her to tie the bastard's legs so he could strike the torso cleanly. To Kasha Evrain, the orders sounded abrupt and confusing, as if he were speaking in a private battlefield language she hadn't mastered yet. She hesitated, trying to understand exactly what he meant and how he planned to exploit the opening. Gripping his long sword until his knuckles whitened, cruel Dwight spoke more plainly. He said he understood what she was feeling because he had been like that once, self-centered, obsessed with pride, blind to the cost of that mindset. His tone wasn't gentle, but it carried an unexpected honesty, the kind that could only come from someone who had already been broken by his own mistakes. And then cruel Dwight added, with a harsh half-chuckle, that if Kasha Evrain kept walking the same path he once did, Yang would eventually beat all the nonsense out of her, one lesson at a time, one brutal correction after another. It wasn't said as a threat. It was said like a grim promise, the way veterans spoke of storms that always returned. Kasha Evrain went utterly still, stunned into silence. She stared at the man who had just saved her and couldn't reconcile this blunt, almost reflective cruel Dwight with the arrogant bully she remembered. The idea that Yang could have changed someone like him so dramatically felt impossible. Yet the evidence stood right in front of her, breathing, bleeding, and speaking like a different person. When she finally recovered enough to breathe normally, Kasha Evrain let a small, uncertain smile form, fragile but real. If Yang could force growth out of cruel Dwight, then maybe the same could be true for her. Maybe she didn't have to remain trapped inside old pride and fear. Maybe she could become someone worthy of standing here without excuses. As the sun sank toward the horizon and the battlefield stretched into long red shadows, pale hands clawed up from the earth again. Fingers, cracked and corpse-white, tore through dirt and stone with desperate strength. They reached blindly toward warmth and breath, eager to seize the living and drag them down into the same cold hunger that animated the dead. Then pillars of brilliant light erupted above the ground, stabbing upward as if they had been imprisoned in the planet's depths for ages. The beams shimmered with ancient force, and for a heartbeat they looked almost holy, like freedom finally breaking its chains. Yet the intensity carried menace, not salvation, as though something sealed long ago had found a way to breathe again. The next second, an explosion thundered across the field, shaking the air so hard it felt like the world flinched. The blast left only red fragments swirling in the sky, wet shards of something massive torn apart mid-motion. The debris drifted like a gruesome snowfall, painting the air with evidence of sudden, violent power. Hovering above the scarred earth, the King of Corpses spoke with a voice heavy as a tombstone. He lamented the short span of human life, how fleeting existence made it impossible, in his eyes, to truly walk the long road of arcane mastery. Yet he told everyone not to worry now, as if offering comfort while standing atop ruin, confident that his solution would outlast death itself. The monster cradled his skull with bony fingers in a gesture that was almost reverent, then called upon all to abandon mortality. Become undead, he urged, and follow the path forever, endless time for endless study. He spoke of restoring the glory of the age when they gathered in the Tower of Magic, advancing research without the interruption of fragile bodies and short-lived hearts. While the King of Corpses drifted inside his dream of a perfected future, Yin suddenly appeared, blade drawn, the sword Astalin gripped with steady purpose. He cut through the monster's sermon with clear disagreement, his stance shouting refusal before words even formed. Yan's presence was sharp and defiant, like a line drawn in ash that would not be erased. The monster sneered and called the knight a fool, his ember-lit gaze narrowing with contempt. He claimed Yang's attacks would not work on him under these conditions, as if the rules of battle belonged only to him. There was smug certainty in his tone, the confidence of a creature that believed itself beyond consequence. Yan, rushing forward, held his own opinion, and he expressed it with steel rather than debate. He attacked the King of Corpses head-on, and in response a cloud of light blossomed before the monster like a sudden barrier, dense with runes and layered protection. The collision of attack and defense sent ripples through the air, as if magic itself recoiled from the impact. Today, Yin, Knight of the Special Squad, stood face to face with Li Chan, one of the 5 disasters foretold for the future empire. The name carried the weight of prophecy and catastrophe, and the air around the Lich felt older than the ruins beneath them. This was not merely a battle for survival. It was a collision with a fate that should not have awakened yet. Focused to the point of stillness, Yin stared into the King of Corpses' burning eyes and suspected him as the culprit behind everything. The undead tide, the suffocating aura, the escalating horrors. His instincts screamed that this was the source, the mind behind the madness, the anchor that held the dead upright and marching. The monster seemed to see too clearly when he looked at the young knight. Something in Yan's presence, his posture, his aura, the way he held his blade, triggered a recognition that didn't belong to this era. Li Chan's expression shifted, and he mistook Yan for Bahamut, as if the past had stepped forward wearing a new face. An explosion roared again, and the force of it slammed into Yan, sending him flying sideways across the air like a rag doll caught in a gale. He caught himself mid-fall and looked up in time to see a magical symbol forming, vast, precise, and luminous, etched into the space above the battlefield like a seal imposed by an ancient hand. At last the demon hung suspended in the air, supported by thick black magic that wrapped around him like invisible limbs. The darkness fed him strength and steadied his body, as though the world itself had agreed to hold him aloft. He looked less like a creature obeying gravity and more like a sovereign who had rewritten it. Yin saw Lichan's form split in two, an uncanny division, both halves hovering against the backdrop of the glowing symbol. The sight was grotesque and mesmerizing, like a ritual displayed openly in the sky. Rejoicing in his discovery, the ancient spawn of hell declared he had finally found the one who destroyed the tower and slaughtered all the young people who had been there at the time. In Lichan's twisted understanding, that person was Bahamut, the one who had stolen the fruits of wizardry and murdered the master who guarded them. The Lich spoke the accusation like a verdict carved into stone, centuries of resentment hardening his words into something almost holy in its hatred. Yin stared intently at the demon and caught the name as it left his mouth, Bahamut, the founding emperor. The mention sent a cold thread through Yan's thoughts, because the Lich spoke the name with familiarity, not myth. It sounded less like legend and more like a personal wound that had never stopped bleeding. Lichan's body swelled and changed, growing into an even greater monster. Wings unfurled with a leathery snap, huge paws flexed with crushing promise, and a heavy tail lashed like a living weapon. He vowed to kill Bahamut and everyone connected to him, his rage expanding until it felt as vast as the sky itself. Across the continent, rumors had long drifted like smoke about a legendary tower of magicians, called the Ivory Tower, the Tower of Babylon, even the Paradise of Wizards. Each name carried a different awe, but they all pointed to the same impossible place, a fortress of knowledge said to stand beyond ordinary reach, where magic was studied in its purest form. Existing only as legend, no one alive claimed to have seen it with their own eyes, and yet its supposed power rivaled that of great states. The tower's mages, it was said, cared little for crowns and borders. They sought truths and principles, laws beneath spells, pursuing understanding with a devotion that made politics seem like dust. Stories insisted they never interfered in the mortal world's petty affairs, refusing to be pulled into wars or royal intrigues. But in their relentless pursuit of magical truth, they drew the wrath of a dragon, an ancient fury provoked by arrogance, theft, or revelation that should have remained sealed. Then, one night, the tower vanished, simply erased from the world like ink wiped from parchment, and that was where most tales ended. People repeated it as a chilling bedtime myth, a cautionary whisper. Even Night Yang had always dismissed it as nothing more than folklore, a story meant to impress children and frighten apprentices. Lichan had no idea the warrior before him was connected to that tower at all. He only saw an enemy and attacked with murderous certainty. Yin, forced into evasive movement, wondered bitterly why the tower's mages had never interfered, if such horrors still bled into the world. If they had truly stood apart, then why did their shadows now fall across his battlefield? The demon clutched his skull with skeletal hands, refusing to hear Yan's words or accept any correction. He deemed Bahamut's actions unforgivable and promised death with a zeal that bordered on worship. Every syllable was heavy with centuries of grief turned into rage, the kind that could not be soothed, only spent. To Lichan, Bahamut's destruction of the mages' tower and theft of their research was a catastrophe beyond ordinary comparison, like worlds burning in fire, like the universe itself being wounded. He spoke as though that single atrocity had reshaped history, and the pain of it still defined his existence more than time ever could. The one who committed that terrible act, in the demon's eyes, became the enemy of Master Lemon and of all the junior magicians who had been working within the tower then. The Lich's hatred wasn't aimed at a lone culprit. It was a crusade for everyone who had died nameless, swallowed by ruin before they could grow into greatness. Because of all this, Lichan intended to settle the score at last, here and now, with the night he mistook for the long-dead Bahamut. To the ancient creature, Yin was not a young soldier from a special squad. He was the embodiment of a centuries-old betrayal standing within striking distance. The revived demon unleashed a lightning spear and followed with a fire arrow, launching them with practiced cruelty. Yin dodged by instinct and training, twisting his body away from lethal trajectories while shouting that he was not Bahamut. His denial wasn't fear, it was urgency, because being mistaken for a legend meant being targeted by hatred too vast to reason with. Fire arrows and deadly lightning bolts tore through the air toward him in rapid succession, scorching stone and cracking the ground where they struck. Yin kept moving, feet pounding across debris, voice rising over the thunder as he yelled again. He was not Bahamut, not the Emperor, not the one the Lich wanted. But the demon's fury did not slow, as if refusal only fed the storm. Yin caught the deeper truth in the Lich's ranting hatred. This new enemy resented Bahamut so fiercely that even centuries had failed to dull the wound. Time hadn't healed anything. It had only preserved the grievance until it calcified into obsession. Yin realized he wasn't fighting a simple undead commander. He was fighting a memory sharpened into a weapon. And then Yin noticed something that made his stomach drop. The demon's presence, its aura, its structure, the eerie familiarity of its visage, looked disturbingly like Mamon's magic made monstrous. If Li Chan resembled her in any way that mattered, then the connection was not coincidence. It suggested a hidden thread tying this horror to Mamon herself, and the implications were terrifying. Without warning, a strange wind surged through the ruins, too cold, too deliberate, as if it had intention rather than weather. It tugged at Yan's cloak and hair, then began drawing his whole body backward, inch by inch, pulling him slowly in the opposite direction despite his footing and will. Yan's blood ran cold when a black hole yawned open nearby, its darkness swallowing light as though the world had been punctured. This was no minor spell or fleeting distortion. It was a lethal phenomenon that warped air, sound, and space itself, threatening to consume anything foolish enough to drift too close. A sinister red glow ignited at the center of the terrifying void, like a hateful ember inside a starless mouth. Yin realized instantly that this was the heart of the danger, the core that anchored the anomaly. If he didn't destroy that crimson point, the darkness would only grow, and everyone would be dragged into it. In a sudden reversal, bright light flared where the darkness had been densest, as if something had forced illumination into the wound in reality. The red dot pulsed and began firing fast-moving rays in all directions, thin lines of crimson that sliced through the air like needles, beautiful for a heartbeat, and then terrifying as they threatened to strike anything in their path. A familiar voice snapped Yin back to himself, cutting through the hypnotic pull of the glow. It taunted him sharply, asking if he'd gone blind from staring so hard at the radiance. The sarcasm was so characteristic that it steadied his breathing, anchoring his mind before the phenomenon could steal his focus again. It was Mamon, unimpressed and blunt as ever, who scoffed at the idea that she resembled Lichamon in any way. She gestured toward herself with pointed pride, emphasizing that her body was far superior in both aesthetics and function. Compared to the grotesque Lich, she looked like refinement made flesh, controlled, deliberate, and undeniably alive. Mamon explained that not all liches were identical abominations. Lichamon, she said, had long been consumed from within by the aura of death, hollowed out until only stubborn remnants held him together. He was barely hanging on by a thread, a creature sustained by corruption rather than true mastery. Even if someone became a lich demon, Mamon insisted, there was still a path that did not end in madness, so long as one kept their mana purified and disciplined. With a clean core, the spirit and soul could be preserved, protected from rot, allowing the mind to remain intact even within an altered, undead vessel. But if you accepted the aura of death, if you welcomed it as power, then it would poison the vessel of life like venom in the bloodstream. The corruption wouldn't stop at flesh, it would seep into thought, memory, and identity. And when it finished, your mind and soul would be hurled into the abyss, where nothing remained but hunger and ruin. That was exactly what was happening to Lichamon now, standing before Yin and Mamon like a warning carved into bone. Soon, he would lose whatever self remained, his name, his purpose, even his past. He would become a weapon with no owner, an emptiness that would not remember who he once was. Watching Yin with a complicated, distant expression, the sorceress Mamon drifted into painful recollection. Her thoughts returned to tragedies she had witnessed long ago, and she remembered one particular student from the Magic Tower, a young researcher whose curiosity had burned too brightly in a world that punished brilliance. One day, that student had come to her, heart full of urgency, ready to present his research to his master, Maman herself. He had stood with notes clutched in trembling hands, eyes shining with the hope that discovery might earn approval, or at least understanding, before the tower's shadows could swallow him whole. Maman slowly closed her eyes, as if sealing herself away from the battlefield to focus on the past, on something that mattered to her more than she usually allowed anyone to see. The gesture was small, but the weight behind it was heavy, like a door shutting on grief she rarely dared to open. She asked Yin to buy her time. Time alone, time to gather what she needed. Maman admitted she still lacked the mana to take her full form, and until she accumulated every last thread of power, she couldn't act as she intended. Yin would have to endure, hold the line, and survive the storm long enough for her to finish collecting it. Yin was genuinely shocked by her intention to handle Lichamon herself. He couldn't understand how she planned to restrain an ancient demon, much less for any meaningful length of time. His mind raced through grim possibilities, each one ending in disaster, and his confusion sharpened into anxious disbelief. Then, without warning, a chimera dragon materialized, an impossible fusion of monstrous traits crowned by a huge, fanged mouth that glowed from within. The light spilling from its throat was blinding and unnatural, and the sight alone jolted Yin with primal fear, as if an apex predator had entered the battlefield to claim everything. The dragon exhaled, and its breath was not merely fire or wind, it was catastrophic force. A deafening explosion detonated outward, blasting rubble into the air and turning the ground into a storm of debris. Yin was hurled far back by the shockwave, his body snapping through the air as if the world had swatted him aside. Grinding his teeth, Yin gathered his strength and forced himself up, leaping from one chunk of broken stone to the next to regain position. Anger boiled beneath his ribs, anger at Maman's demand to hold on, because to him it sounded irresponsible, like asking someone to stand under a collapsing roof and simply endure. Lichamon clutched his skull with terrifying, stump-like hands and called Yin Bahamut, his voice shaking with ancient hatred. Yin had nowhere safe to retreat, trapped between ruin and relentless assault. He shouted for Maman to hurry, but at that moment a flashing magical symbol formed before the demon, an abrupt, violent seal that triggered a terrible reaction in the air, like reality itself recoiling. Bright rays erupted from the magical seal, lancing outward with surgical intensity. The beams reached toward Yin, the knight of the special squad, just as he prepared to finish the monster immediately. The light felt hostile, intrusive, and impossibly heavy, as if it carried a judgment meant for a different era. In the next instant, red light swallowed Yin whole, drowning his vision and choking the world into silence. As consciousness slipped away, the image of the dragon returned to him, its glowing maw, its brutal breath, like a recurring nightmare insisting it was not a coincidence, but a sign. When awareness returned, Yin found himself sitting with his back turned toward someone else, coughing as though clawing his way back from a fever. Each cough scraped his throat raw, and his lungs felt heavy, like they were still full of smoke and dust from the battlefield's worst moments. Nearby, cruel Dwight looked utterly fed up with sitting like this, irritation etched into his face. Yet he couldn't move even a finger, as if his body had been pinned by invisible chains. Kasha Evrain was in the same miserable state, conscious, breathing, and helpless, caught in a paralysis that mocked their strength. The aristocratic knight's anger simmered as cruel Dwight forced his eyes to scan the surroundings. He wondered if it was truly over or if they were only in the lull before a new horror. The stillness felt suspicious, like the battlefield was holding its breath. From what cruel Dwight could see, the zombies were no longer regenerating, and that unmistakable sign pointed to the fight's end. The air lacked the constant crawling motion of undead reformation. Kasha Evrain hesitantly agreed, her expression tight with caution, as though she didn't trust peace to last longer than a heartbeat. They saw no flicker of life in the massive spawn corpses scattered around the clearing, and everything had gone unnaturally quiet. No snarls, no scraping claws, no rising moans. That eerie calm only deepened their curiosity about Yan's actions. Whatever he had done, it seemed to have severed the battle at its root. Unable to piece the answer together, cruel Dwight fell into frustrated silence. He stared at the monster bodies ahead, jaw clenched, mind replaying fragments of light and impact. The absence of explanation gnawed at him worse than pain, because uncertainty felt like another enemy. Then they saw it. A huge, astonishing beam of light erupting from the direction where Yin had gone. It rose like a pillar connecting earth to sky, too brilliant to ignore. Cruel Dwight's curiosity flared despite his immobility. What in the world could Yin have done to leave such a mark? Squinting through the glare, they noticed the beam's outline wasn't random. Its shape formed a distinct silhouette, an enormous dragon's head carved from light, complete with a looming maw. The sight was majestic and ominous at once, like a mythical sign stamped onto the battlefield. Elsewhere, Lichan still gripped his skull with bony hands, and for the first time his posture carried the faint tremor of impending defeat. He could sense it. Something had shifted beyond his control, something that had tilted the balance against him. The certainty of victory he had worn like armor began to crack. Remembering the Emperor's family he despised with every fiber of his ancient being, the demon tried to cling to rage as fuel. He still wanted to fight, still wanted to tear history apart with his own hands. Even as the end approached, hatred urged him forward like a whip. And then his huge body began to fall apart. Cracks spread across his form as if the magic sustaining him had been severed, and chunks of darkness peeled away like rotten bark. The air around him shuddered with the sound of collapsing sorcery, a giant finally losing the strength to stand. His fate was sealed. This couldn't be, Lichan thought in stunned disbelief, as though reality had betrayed him. His body had seemed indestructible, a fortress of ancient power, yet it was breaking with humiliating ease, dismantled by something he hadn't anticipated. Through the fracture of his vision, the ancient monster saw a black silhouette standing before him, holding a bright, sparkling sword pointed straight at his core. The stance, the outline, the presence, it was a shape he recognized like a scar remembered in the dark. To Lichan, it looked as though he was facing the founding emperor, Bahamut, once again. Excitement surged through the demon like wildfire. Finally, Bahamut, his sworn enemy, had revealed his true form. The thought filled him with fevered triumph, as if the centuries of waiting had been justified. Even in defeat, the chance to strike at that hated figure thrilled him beyond reason. Yet, to Lichan's equally powerful surprise, Yin realized something chilling at the same time. His own sword technique was echoing a style that made Lichamon think of Bahamut's warrior. The realization landed like a weight in Yan's gut. If his movements resembled that legend, then the connection was deeper than coincidence. Before the phantom of the founding emperor stood the real Yan, and the truth crystallized in his mind with sharp clarity. He truly possessed the technique of Bahamut himself, or at least a fragment of it, inherited through blood, training, or fate's cruel design. The conclusion felt both empowering and terrifying, like discovering a weapon that might consume its wielder. Yin had never imagined he would be forced to use his trump card here, in this shattered fortress with corpses at his feet. And yet the situation demanded it. The power he drew on was insane. Too vast, too wild, too old, like grabbing the reins of a storm and hoping it didn't tear his arms from their sockets. Each time Yin opened the three sources of mana within him, the inner voice grew clearer, no longer a vague pressure but a distinct whisper at the edge of thought. It felt like an ancient will pressing instructions into his mind, insisting on a path that did not care whether his body could endure the cost. When the demand came, cut down 1,000 soldiers with a single sword, Yan's breath caught. The command was absurd, inhuman, the kind of expectation only a ruler legend could speak aloud. In that moment, Yin realized he wasn't simply using a technique. He was hearing what sounded like Bahamut himself, as if the founding emperor's will had been etched into the blade. It was the magical sword technique of a ruler, one that whispered, coaxed, and ordered all at once. Yin wanted desperately to understand it correctly, to grasp the truth with his own mind instead of blindly obeying a voice that might not be his. He needed certainty, because misunderstanding this power could destroy more than his enemies. Suddenly, Yan's stomach lurched and his vision swam. Blood spurted from his mouth in a shocking burst, bright against the grim battlefield. The weakness was strange and immediate, like his body had finally protested the strain, rejecting the power surging through him as something foreign and violently excessive. He jammed his sword into the ground to keep from collapsing, leaning heavily on the hilt while his knees threatened to buckle. Yin waited for an explosion, some backlash, some catastrophic recoil, and realized with grim clarity that it was too early for him to unleash all of this. The technique demanded more than his current flesh could pay. After just one swing of the Astellan sword, Yan's mana was completely drained, emptied so thoroughly it felt like his veins had been scraped clean. He had never expected it to cost so much. Fury rose like fire in his chest. He would never forgive Liqian for forcing such an enormous expenditure, for pushing him into desperation that nearly tore him apart. Yan's anger became a living thing, hot and sharp, burning away hesitation. It wasn't only rage at the enemy. It was rage at being cornered, at being used as a vessel for ancient power, at watching comrades suffer while history's ghosts played their games through his body. The ancient demon shrieked threats, promising to kill Yin as cruelly and painfully as possible. On behalf of everyone who had been in the tower at that moment, every dead apprentice, every ruined dream, Liqian declared he would judge the young knight personally. His vengeance was not a mere desire. It was a sentence he believed he had the right to deliver. Then an ancient magical symbol surfaced on the monster's skull, etched into bone with ominous clarity. The mark pulsed as Liqian prepared to use it to destroy the knight of the special squad. The air thickened around the seal, and the very light seemed to recoil, as if the symbol carried authority from an age that should have stayed buried. Using a technique of multiple sorcery, the demon's body warped, and a horrifying mouth formed where no mouth belonged. White teeth emerged in jagged rows, and a wet red tongue unfurled, obscene and alive against dead flesh. The new maw opened wide, as if eager to swallow spells, screams, and souls alike. Liqian unleashed a barrage, a magic projectile that screamed through the air, an ice storm that bit like a blizzard of knives, a wall of fire that rose to trap and burn, and other layered spells chained together with brutal mastery. Yin knew Mammon was incapable of feats like this. The seals the monster used were something far older and more gruesome, crafted for execution rather than battle, all aimed at erasing the knight completely. Liqian screamed with all his might, pouring hatred into the sound until it shook the air itself. He wished death upon Yin with a fervor that bordered on madness, furious that the brave warrior continued to resist. Even as his spells tore the battlefield apart, the demon howled like an ancient grievance given voice, determined to make the world remember his vengeance. Out of nowhere, Mammon appeared at Yan's side as if she had stepped through a seam in the air. Without ceremony, she pressed a finger to her lips, her expression suddenly sharp and commanding, and signaled for him to be silent. The gesture carried more weight than a shouted order, an urgent warning that even breath could betray them. Almost immediately after her arrival, the demonic magical symbols hanging in the air began to dim and unravel, fading little by little like embers drowned in water. The change was unbelievable. Those circles had felt absolute, carved into reality by malice. Yet now they weakened as though someone had quietly severed their foundations. Yin, still stunned and unsteady, watched with wide eyes as the last of the magic circles collapsed. In a blink, all the intricate rings and murderous seals vanished at once, leaving only empty air and a lingering aftertaste of scorched mana. He could barely comprehend it, like witnessing a storm being dismissed by a single hand. Walking barefoot across rubble as though it were smooth marble, Mammon spoke calmly while her magic hummed beneath her skin. She reminded Yin to hold on and stop posturing, warning him not to show off in front of the monster. Her tone was dry, almost teasing, but beneath it lay iron discipline, the kind that demanded survival over pride. Mammon stepped forward, placing herself between Yin and the looming threat as a living shield. Even so, it was clear she hadn't finished preparing what she truly needed to fight Liqian. Her posture was controlled, but her eyes measured distance and timing, as if she were buying seconds with her body while building something far more dangerous in her mind. Yet in Mamon's judgment, Yin was already teetering on the edge of death after trading blows with the demon. There was no luxury of waiting, no safe moment to complete preparations. If she hesitated, he would fall. So she chose action, stepping into the storm because there was simply nothing else left to do. A large, sparkling magical symbol flared into existence above Mamon's head, complex and immaculate, like a crown forged from light and geometry. The air thickened around it, humming with authority. She told everyone, without raising her voice, that from this moment on, they were to leave everything to her. 3 separate magical seals ignited near Mamon, burning with steady brilliance and linking together in a triangular formation. Their lines pulsed, as if communicating with one another, sharing power and intent. Above her open palm, a smaller, perfectly mirrored copy of those seals hovered, spinning slowly like a miniature universe under her control. Mamon closed her eyes to concentrate, shutting out the battlefield's noise as if sealing herself inside a private chamber of thought. A thin red line appeared on her forehead, precise, almost surgical, like a mark of focus or an opened gate. The sight suggested she was not merely casting a spell, but invoking something deeply personal and dangerously exact. Since the tower's apprentice had started this catastrophe, Mamon's expression hardened with responsibility and quiet fury. In her mind, the chain of cause and consequence was clear. If the mess began in the tower's shadow, then she, bound to that legacy, had to be the one to take responsibility and end it, no matter the cost. A crack split the dark sky like a blade tearing cloth, and from it poured a colossal pillar of bright light that stretched down to the ground. It looked less like illumination and more like judgment, an enormous, vertical beam connecting heaven to ruin. Dust and loose stones trembled under its pressure, as if the world itself was being pinned in place. Yin stared, stunned by Mamon's sudden presence, and even more by her chosen form. Somehow she had created a body for herself identical to the one she possessed in life. Human proportions, human elegance, and a terrifying sense of completeness. It wasn't a crude construct. It was a meticulous recreation, as though she had refused to let death dictate her shape. Agreeing with Yan's unspoken concern, Mamon acknowledged her limitations without flinching. She lacked mana, and that meant she could not hold Lichamon at bay for long. Her power was precise, not endless. Every second she stood here was a wager, and she made it clear she was spending her remaining strength carefully. That was why Mamon told her faithful knight, Yan, to look closely, really look, because in this form she appeared utterly human. She wanted him to understand the deception of appearances, the way a master could wear mortality like clothing. Her gaze carried a strange insistence, as if she needed him to remember this moment exactly as it was. And then she offered Yin something more unsettling, to witness the true appearance of the master of the Tower of Magicians. The invitation was spoken almost casually, but it carried immense gravity. Yin had no idea Mamon was that kind of figure, someone whose identity reached far beyond the battlefield and into the tower's deepest hierarchy. Until now, Yin had assumed Mamon was simply one of the tower's mages. Powerful, yes, but still a member rather than the heart of it. He hadn't imagined she held such an important position, such a central authority. The revelation shifted his understanding of everything, her knowledge, her restraint, and the old sorrow behind her eyes. As Yan's mind spun with questions, what else could he learn from this moment? What advantage could it offer? Mamon's expression tightened with displeasure. His thoughts felt primitive to her, too grounded in instinct and surface-level awe. She seemed genuinely upset that his first reaction to her true self was curiosity rather than comprehension of the burden she carried. Lichamon turned his burning gaze on Mamon and beckoned, commanding her to come with him and strive together for the pinnacle of magic. The offer was grand and poisonous, wrapped in the language of ambition. Mamon laughed, short, incredulous, and expressed surprise that the monster failed to recognize her even in this guise, as though his senses had been dulled by obsession. Her refusal displeased Lichamon immediately. His patience snapped, and he unleashed a technique of multiplying magic, stacking spells atop spells like a collapsing tower of violence. Hellish flames followed, black-edged fire that clawed across the air, aimed not merely to harm, but to erase his opponents in one overwhelming sweep. With terrifying eyes locked on her, Lichan redirected his demonic blow straight at Maman, as if she had become his true target. The attack carried focused malice, a strike meant to break her composure and shatter her authority in front of Yin. The air screamed under the force, and the ground seemed to recoil. An incredible explosion detonated, violent, brilliant, and sickeningly powerful. It wasn't ordinary fire or lightning. It felt like a storm of gamma radiation born from ancient malediction. The blast washed over the battlefield in a roaring surge, making the world look briefly white-hot, as if reality itself had been overexposed. Yin couldn't hold his ground. Even with strong legs and stubborn will, the impact sent him flying to the side, helpless against the witchcraft assault of an otherworldly villain. His body spun through dust and shattered stone, and pain blossomed in his ribs as he realized just how vast the gap was between human endurance and ancient demonic sorcery. Still unwilling to abandon his twisted recruitment, Ilkaiman shouted over the destruction, urging them to join him. He offered immortality again, abandon mortal flesh, shed weakness, and live forever at his side. The invitation was a seductive poison, spoken as though eternal existence would justify every atrocity committed to obtain it. A strong, bright light flared in front of the demon, emanating from a structure like one of the spawn's trunks, yet refined and purposeful in its glow. It shone like a concentrated beam, cutting through smoke and shadow. The light created a harsh contrast against Lich Amon's darkness, like a lantern raised in a tomb. Maman accused the demon of pity, of clinging to a childish, self-soothing fantasy dressed up as salvation. The words struck Lich Amon with bewilderment. He had expected fear or awe, not disdain. For a heartbeat, his expression faltered, as though he couldn't understand how his mercy could be interpreted as weakness. Maman called his attacks crude, almost embarrassing in their lack of refinement, even though he poured every drop of malicious energy into them. She sounded unimpressed, as if his best efforts were still amateurish. Then she seemed surprised by his decision to use even more mana, an indulgent waste, in her eyes, rather than a sign of true mastery. Fixing Lichan with a stern, assessing stare, Maman openly doubted his claim of being trained in the magic tower. If he truly belonged to that lineage, she implied, he would not rely on brute repetition and hateful force. Her skepticism cut deeper than an insult. It challenged the core identity he seemed to worship. Stung by her words, the monster snarled and called her an arrogant girl, spitting the title like a curse. In a burst of rage, he ripped up a massive stone and hurled it at her with savage strength, abandoning elegance for raw violence. The boulder tore through the air with a roar, as if he meant to crush her simply to prove he could. Maman smiled at the spectacle, cool, faintly amused. Seeing him resort to brute force after his magic failed, she found the irony almost entertaining. Not so bad, she thought with sharp sarcasm, as if grading a clumsy student who had run out of clever answers and started throwing furniture instead. With a casual flick of her wrist, Maman stopped the massive boulder mid-flight, as easily as catching a falling leaf. The stone froze in the air, suspended by invisible command, and the force behind it vanished into nothing. Lich Amon's display did not impress her at all. If anything, it only confirmed how desperate he had become. Maman sounded genuinely surprised that Lich Amon had forgotten something so basic. Hastily drawn, sloppy magic circles could be broken easily. The weakness was obvious to anyone with real discipline. For a creature so proud of sorcery, his reliance on crude seals betrayed negligence. And Maman treated that negligence like a personal offense against the art. To her, it was primitive thinking, especially for a monster that spat malice and called it power. Rays of sorcery blasted toward her with vicious intent, yet they could not pierce her defenses. The beams scattered, bent, or dissolved before reaching her flesh, as though her presence rewrote the rules they depended on. The ancient monster could do nothing but endure her taunts, forced to listen as she recommended using mana more creatively, more intelligently, like a true mage rather than a raging beast. Her words weren't merely mockery. They were instruction sharpened into humiliation. each sentence exposing how far he had fallen from genuine scholarship. And Maman went further, calling the use of evil energy the lazy person's shortcut, a crutch for those unwilling to refine themselves. She openly questioned how a body distorted by such corruption could ever reach the pinnacle of magic. Her disbelief was sincere, almost offended, because to her, true mastery demanded clarity, restraint, and unwavering discipline. For the first time, doubt flickered in the demon's posture. Her criticism struck something loose inside him, and the certainty that had driven his slaughter wavered. It seemed as though Lichaman, confronted by someone who spoke from authority, was beginning to deny a truth he had tried to bury beneath centuries of hatred. Still clinging to his vision, Lichaman spoke of evil energy as a means to restore the tower, explaining to Maman that he wanted, simply, desperately, to rebuild it. The confession sounded almost childish beneath his monstrous form. He spoke as if reconstruction could undo catastrophe, as if bricks and spells could resurrect what had been lost. According to the archaic monster, he truly wished to revive the tower's students and bring back the master, so everyone could learn the magical secrets again as they once had. He described it with a reverence bordering on worship, as though returning to that age of study would cleanse every sin and justify every corpse left in his wake. Something in Lichan's words pierced Maman's composure. His determination to restore the tower, and his willingness to do anything for it, reached into the depths of her soul and stirred old, buried pain. For a moment, the battlefield blurred, replaced by halls of memory. Ink, candlelight, apprentices' laughter, and the fragile pride of shared discovery. For the sake of that tower, the demon had committed deeds so vile that even Maman, now standing beside Yen, had turned away from them. Love for a place did not excuse cruelty. The contradiction tore at her. The tower meant everything to her, yet the methods used in its restoration were a desecration of its spirit. In the past, Maman had been given countless chances to return, to face the tower and what it represented. But blinded by revenge and hardened by bitterness, she had treated those opportunities as meaningless. She had told herself she didn't care, because caring would have required admitting how much she had lost. Only Maman's conscience knew the truth. She had closed her own eyes to the long years of loneliness, pretending endurance was strength. She had survived, yes, but survival had come with a price she never wanted to name. The tower's absence had become a silent companion, always present, always aching. Centuries passed, and yet the memories of the magic tower never faded from her mind. They lived on in fragments, corridors of stone, spellwork etched into walls, the weight of mentorship, the smell of ink and ash. Time did not erase the tower, it only wrapped it in longing, preserving it like a wound that refused to close. Suddenly, Maman shut her eyes again, and this time guilt struck with real force, heavy enough to bend her breath. She truly felt responsible for everything that still connected her to the Tower of Magicians, the choices, the silence, the failures she had rationalized for far too long. The emotion was raw, unguarded, and dangerously human. Lichan muttered about the day he appeared with that mark, recalling it as though it were a sacred turning point. But Maman didn't understand what he meant. The reference sounded like a foreign memory pressed into her presence, something he assumed she shared, yet she did not recognize, and that mismatch sharpened the tension between them. Then he revealed it, showing her a red magical symbol, blazing with ominous clarity. He spoke as if that mark was the key to everything, the source of his ability to achieve any desire. The symbol seemed to throb with borrowed authority, like an external power masquerading as his own. Only then did Maman truly understand. The source of Lichan's evil energy was not his faith or purpose, but that very villainous force behind the symbol. Lichan himself, still clutching his skull, looked less like a sovereign and more like a puppet, wailing under the weight of a power that had used him. The realization was chilling, because it meant the real enemy might be deeper than the Lich. To the astonishment of everyone present, a terrible explosion thundered, birthing an incredible brilliance that flooded the battlefield with harsh light. The shockwave shook stone and air alike. Lichaman screamed, a raw, tearing sound, either in agony or in furious defiance, as if something inside him had finally slipped beyond control. Maman understood perfectly. This was tremendous force going out of control, power exceeding its vessel and tearing at its own boundaries. It wasn't a planned detonation. It was a rupture, the kind that happened when ancient energies collided or when a conduit finally cracked under strain. The explosion sent chunks of stone flying in all directions like shrapnel, slicing through the air with lethal speed. Against the blinding backdrop, Lichaman remained visible at the epicenter, his silhouette distorted by light and smoke, trembling as if held together by nothing but stubborn hatred and failing sorcery. Barely surviving, the ancient monster drew on his last ounce of strength and tried to convey something, some final message, warning, or confession to his opponents. His jaw worked as if forcing words through broken pride, and his posture sagged under the weight of collapse. Whatever he was trying to say, it felt urgent, as though the truth mattered more than his fading life. Speaking as if confessing a sin to the world, Maman screamed at Lichan, her voice cracking with pain and determination. She admitted she couldn't protect everyone, couldn't save every soldier, every cadet, every life swallowed by this nightmare. But she was determined to save him, even if it cost her everything she had left, even if the price was carved into her soul. A heartbeat later, a familiar magical seal formed in Maman's hands, one she had summoned countless times before, refined through repetition and grief. Its lines were crisp, its glow steady, like a trusted instrument pulled from a sheath. The moment it appeared, the air around her tightened, recognizing the beginning of a serious ritual. Maman stepped forward and brought the glowing symbol close to the demon at the center of the raging blast. Lichan screamed in an inhuman voice, a sound that scraped the nerves raw, as if the purification itself burned him simply by approaching. The seal's light pressed against his darkness like dawn against a long night, unyielding and merciless. Pouring all her magical ability into the moment, Maman wanted only one thing: for Amon to hold on. Not to resist her, not to lash out in panic, but to endure, just long enough for her spell to take root. Her eyes pleaded with him even as her hands remained steady, demanding survival as if it were a command. She began weaving her own spell directly into the demon's magical body, threading purified mana through corrupted channels like clean water forced through poisoned veins. The aim was not to destroy him, but to cleanse him, to scour the rot from his core and return his power to something stable, controllable, and truly his. To Maman, it was not enough to patch the surface. She needed to cleanse the lich of the evil feelings and malignant forces lodged inside him, those corrosive impulses that had twisted intention into cruelty. If she could purge the poison, then the man beneath the monster might still be reachable, still salvageable. If her kindness held, if her spell succeeded, then it would become possible to return Amon to who he had once been in that distant time. Not an undead husk driven by rage, but a student with curiosity, discipline, and a future that had once seemed bright. Maman clung to that possibility like a lifeline, refusing to believe it was already too late. The magical processes Maman initiated began to hum and turn, invisible gears locking into place. At first, nothing seemed to change. Lichan's terrifying skull still stared at them with hollow menace. But then, slowly, the dreadful bones started to fade, dissolving as if washed away by unseen tides. Bit by bit, the ancient demon's form softened, reshaping toward humanity, as though the monster were being unmade and a person rebuilt beneath it. Maman felt a surge of incredible joy, sharp, almost dizzying, because the purification was working. The sensation was unmistakable, corruption loosening, spirit returning, the spell biting into the truth of him. Yet she knew it wasn't finished. There was still delicate work to do, still a final stretch where a single misstep could ruin everything. And then, suddenly, horror replaced hope. To the shock of both Maman and Lichan himself, his body began to crumble into pieces as if it were made of brittle ash. The seemingly sturdy, ancient frame fractured right before her eyes. Maman's breath caught in her throat. She was trying to save her companion from the Tower of Magic, and instead she watched him disintegrate, helpless against the brutal physics of corrupted power meeting purification. Amon's body, rotted through by evil energy, could not withstand being cleansed so abruptly. The purification was too pure, too absolute, for a vessel that had been steeped in poison for centuries. But Maman refused to allow him to end like this. She begged him to hold on, to not give up now, as if sheer will could stitch him back together. Maman looked at him with bitter sorrow as Amon turned his fading gaze toward her and called her master. The word struck like a blade, tender, painful, and impossibly real. In that single title, she heard their past, their bond, and everything that had been lost to time and ruin. As human traits began to reappear, eyes clearing, expression softening, Amon recognized Maman as his master from the magic tower. He hadn't expected to meet her again like this, in a battlefield of corpses and collapsing spells. The recognition carried awe and grief together, as if he were seeing the last remaining piece of his former world. Amon apologized for his unseemly, monstrous appearance, voice strained with shame. But Maman didn't want empty regrets, not now, not while his body was breaking. If purification succeeded, he would become a mage again, someone capable of choosing, thinking, and living with clarity. That future mattered more than apologies that couldn't undo the damage. At her motivating words, something like a smile flickered across Amon's face, fragile and earnest, the expression of a student reassured by his teacher. But even as that gentleness appeared, the truth remained merciless. It was already too late for his body, and both of them could feel the end creeping closer with every breath. Maman listened with visible sadness, hanging on his every word as if each syllable were a relic. She did not miss a single sound, afraid that the next might be his last. Around them the battlefield seemed distant, muted, as though the world had narrowed to this farewell between master and apprentice. Amon spoke of the moment he strayed from the path of mana and chose evil, admitting that his fate had been sealed the instant he made that decision. When he stepped away from purity and discipline, he surrendered something irreversible, his right to return. The path of mana was not merely power, it was a covenant, and he had broken it. Despite the lifetime of mistakes that could never be undone, Amon felt intense joy at seeing Maman one final time. In the middle of ruin, the chance to face his master again was a small, radiant mercy. That joy didn't erase his sins, but it warmed his final moments with something gentler than fear. Maman closed her eyes thoughtfully when Amon asked her to forgive him and let him go, let him pass into the world he had chosen long ago. The request was heavy, not because she didn't understand it, but because accepting it meant admitting she could not save him. Her silence carried the weight of centuries. Accepting Amon's request at last, Maman raised her hand and summoned her magical seal again, the same disciplined geometry forming with quiet inevitability. This was no longer an attempt to drag him back. It was a new action entirely, an act of release, shaped not by conquest, but by mercy and responsibility. She spoke solemnly to the apprentice of the magic tower, demanding he listen closely, because his end would not be meaningless. Her voice was steady now, teacher-like, carrying the authority of someone who had guided students through fear before. She promised that if he followed her instructions, his final moment would become a truth etched into eternity. Maman admitted that this would be the last spell Lichan would ever see. She urged him to imprint it into his soul forever, to carry it beyond death, because this was the pinnacle of sorcery, magic not designed to kill, but to preserve what mattered most, the essence of a person's will. Looking up with a calmer expression, Amon seemed to understand what Master Maman was truly telling him. His gaze steadied, and acceptance softened his features. He wasn't just hearing words. He was receiving a final lesson, one that redefined his ending as something more than punishment. A new bright glow bloomed above them, spreading like dawn across a blackened sky. Within it, Amon recognized a familiar phenomenon, the expansion of territory and the blooming of hundreds of lotuses, luminous petals unfolding in layered rings. The sight was serene and otherworldly, like a sacred garden growing from pure mana. Wanting to ease the fate of her subordinate, Maman asked Amon to follow the path of mana stretching across the heavens, an elevated road made of light and petals, leading away from corruption and pain. It was a route of return, not to life, but to the clean current of magic that had once guided him. With deep sadness, Maman bid him farewell, telling him that if he followed that path, then the soul of Lichan would remain with his own magic forever. His essence would not be scattered into nothingness. It would become part of a greater flow, preserved within the art he had once loved before he fell. A smile appeared on Amon's now gentle face, truly kind at last, free of malice, free of rage. He looked up at the path laid out for him and thanked his former master with quiet sincerity. Gratitude filled the space where hatred had lived for too long, and it made his final moment almost peaceful. The bright, otherworldly light engulfed Lichan almost completely, and there was no evil left within him to resist it. Even so, he kept calling out to his master, voice thinning as distance grew. It sounded less like desperation and more like a child reaching back one last time before stepping through a door that would never reopen. Maman hovered in the air, watching her departing student drift along the luminous path. Regret shadowed her expression, regret for his fate, for the years lost, for the moment she failed to stop him from slipping away. The lotuses swayed around him like silent witnesses, and Maman's eyes followed until she could no longer bear to blink. Now, as the light carried him away, Maman whispered her hope that Amon would finally find the peace he had long been denied. His life had been filled with pain, mistakes, and corrosion, an existence that punished him even as he inflicted suffering. She wanted, at the end, for that endless anguish to finally loosen its grip. To Yin, it finally seemed over. He steadied his breathing and watched the aftermath, curious whether the last rituals had truly succeeded. Maman said the final journey was long, and her tone held an old sorrow, but she confirmed that everything had unfolded as it should have, especially with the knight's strange fate now settled. The teleportation gate atop the tower activated as well, its mechanism humming with restored function. That, too, made sense. Lichan was no more, and the oppressive anchor holding the battlefield in stagnation had vanished. For the first time in what felt like forever, the word end seemed real rather than hopeful. Yet one question remained like a thorn. Neither Maman nor Yin had discovered who had turned Amon toward evil in the first place. The uncertainty made the sorceress uneasy, because it implied a hidden hand still moving in the shadows. Yin suggested they visit the one behind it, hunt the source instead of pretending the story ended neatly. Maman's eyes widened at the suggestion. The idea that there was a suspect, an actual candidate tied to the corruption that concerned her, caught her off guard. But Yan's expression made it clear he wasn't speaking randomly. He had someone in mind, someone whose name sat like a weight in his thoughts. Even so, Yan admitted to himself he wasn't entirely sure the person was still alive. Time, war, and secrecy had a way of erasing people without leaving bodies behind. The uncertainty did not weaken his resolve. It sharpened it, because if the culprit lived, they needed to be found before another tragedy was manufactured. The following events unfolded far from the ruined fortress, within the headquarters of the Eastern Front's unified command. The atmosphere there was colder than any battlefield, sterile walls, official silence, and the kind of dread that came not from monsters, but from betrayal and hidden rot inside human ranks. In a room where authority had once sat comfortably, a certain man's bare feet hung in the air, swaying slightly, as if the world itself had exhaled and left him behind. The sight was obscene in its stillness, an intimate, humiliating proof that power could be reduced to a dangling corpse. It was the body of the Eastern Front's grim commander, Viscount Jaren, and he was unmistakably dead. His face had gone slack, and the posture of his hanging form spoke of a sudden end rather than a peaceful passing. Whatever had happened here was not an accident. It was a message written in murder. Meanwhile, all 80 members of the special unit sent to the plane of the dead were rescued and returned. They stumbled back into safety rejoicing, laughing, and shaking as if waking from a nightmare. Many could hardly believe they had come back at all, because the mission had felt like a one-way descent into darkness. The fighters clapped each other on the shoulders, congratulated friends, and broke into relieved laughter that bordered on tears. Joy surged through the group like a healing tide, immense, shaky, and earned through suffering. They had endured impossible conditions, and survival itself felt like a miracle they didn't deserve but gratefully accepted. Addressing her comrades, Lorena Beowulf spoke openly. The mission had seemed impossible, yet somehow it was accomplished, and everyone had done their part. Her voice carried pride and exhausted relief. Roman, standing nearby, admitted he hadn't believed in a breakthrough until it happened right in front of him. Cadet Cheryl, who had witnessed the struggle up close, insisted that much of the credit belonged to the aristocrat Lorena Beowulf. Her words were earnest, not flattery. She spoke as someone who had watched leadership hold steady under terror. The praise made Lorena's posture tighten with modest restraint, as if she didn't know where to put her relief. Looking away with a faint, embarrassed scowl, Roman, 12th recruit, muttered that the whole special unit seemed inspired now. The victory had lit something inside them, a belief that they could survive even the dead's domain. He didn't say it loudly, but his tone carried reluctant admiration for the team's stubborn spirit. At least according to Lorena Beowulf, everyone who had taken part in that brutal mission deserved a little joy. She refused to let them minimize what they'd endured. The celebration was not childish. It was a necessary release, proof that they were still human after surviving a place that tried to strip humanity away. Cruel Dwight launched into a boastful retelling, how he'd jumped down, saved Kasia Evrain, and then cut down monsters in one sweeping assault like a hero from legend. The jubilant crowd only laughed louder because they expected nothing less from Dwight's dramatic ego. Even his exaggerations sounded believable, which only made the teasing worse. Someone always celebrated too much, and even amid laughter Lorena Beowulf's thoughts stayed sharp. She kept counting heads, repeating to herself that everyone had returned. But the truth caught her like a cold hook. That wasn't entirely accurate. Yin was still missing, and the absence turned joy into uneasy silence at the edges. Cheryl, overly worried about Yin, kept asking where he was, her concerns spilling out again and again. Lorena Beowulf gently urged her not to speak in a negative tone, trying to keep panic from spreading through exhausted nerves. But even her reassurance carried tension, because she, too, felt that absence like a weight. Suddenly, behind the girls, a tall pillar of bright light erupted, clean, vertical, unmistakable. Lorena Beowulf turned sharply, suspicion and hope flashing across her face. It looked like the long-awaited opening of the teleport, the final proof that the last person could still return. Yin was the last to arrive. His return was successful, and as he stepped through the fading brilliance, the young knight's first thought was that everyone else had made it back safely. Exhaustion clung to him like dust, but his posture carried quiet relief, the kind that only comes when you believe you've brought your people home. Cheers erupted around him as the unit surged forward in celebration, and Lorena Beowulf remarked that his return had taken a long time, long enough to scare them. Roman, hearing fragments of the story, realized with awe that Yin had managed to deal with the main enemy. The revelation spread through the crowd like fire, turning relief into reverent excitement as they finally understood what his delay had cost and what it had achieved. The battered Special Forces fighters bowed their heads and offered Yin their heartfelt thanks. His timely intervention had torn them back from the edge of death and returned their futures to them. Yin accepted none of the praise with pride. Instead, he answered with quiet conviction, reminding them that a comrade's cry is not a request but a summons, and that a true soldier arrives before fear has time to settle. Around the gathered knights, admiration rippled like a low tide of applause, yet cruel Dwight stood apart, his eyes narrowed with open displeasure. To him, Yan's victory didn't look like heroism. It looked like theft, as if Yan had snatched away the moment of glory cruel Dwight believed was meant to be his, and had done it under the gaze of everyone who mattered. Yin turned to Lorena Beowulf with a measured question, asking whether she had seen Viscount Jaren since his return. Lorena shook her head with a faint wrinkle of distaste, saying she hadn't crossed paths with him at all. Then, with a bitter little scoff, added that she hadn't run into that pig, as she put it, as though the very thought left grime on her tongue. Whispers had already begun to circulate through the corridors. The rumor was that Viscount Jaren hadn't reformed. He'd merely resumed his old habits, drowning himself in drink while surrounding himself with women and noise to keep his conscience from speaking. The squad exchanged looks that needed no words and decided they would check on him personally before rumors hardened into something worse. The moment they pushed into Viscount Jaren's room, the air changed, stale, heavy, and wrong, as if the chamber itself had been holding its breath. Their eyes lifted, and the truth struck like a hammer. Jaren's corpse hung suspended from a rope, swaying faintly in the draft, the cruel stillness of death turning the room into a silent accusation. To Lorena Beowulf, the sight only confirmed what she had long believed. Viscount Jaren was a cowardly scoundrel to the very end. Kasha Evrain, however, stood frozen in shock, her expression tightening as she took in the scene with an almost disbelieving stare. Roman's jaw set hard. He muttered that death wasn't a clean escape from one's sins, and that even a man with a stained conscience didn't deserve to flee his problems like this. When they found the suicide note, signed by the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front, the squad read it with grim attention, each line steeped in confession and self-reproach. In it, Viscount Jaren painted himself as the sole architect of ruin, blaming himself for everything that had unfolded on the plane of the dead, as if he could bury the entire catastrophe under the weight of his own guilt. Yet Lorena Beowulf's eyes caught something unsettling. The handwriting shifted between pages, subtle at first, then undeniable, like two different hands sharing the same lie. She turned, intending to ask Yin what he knew of Viscount Jaren, but Yin was gone. Where he had been standing, there was only empty space and a draft of cold night air. Lorena stared, confused and uneasy, unable to understand how her comrade had vanished so completely. While the others lingered amid the oppressive stillness of the death chamber, Yin had already slipped away into the mansion's deeper arteries. Leaving the room where Viscount Jaren's body hung, he prowled the study with patient precision, tapping stone, tracing seams, and following faint inconsistencies in the architecture. At last, his search paid off. He uncovered concealed passages leading to secret rooms buried beneath the study floor. Inside one of those hidden chambers, Yan's gaze locked onto an object that felt out of place even in secrecy, a sphere carefully concealed, as if the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front had hidden it away from every possible witness. The orb seemed to drink in the dim light, its surface unervingly smooth, and Yin studied it with the wary focus of someone who knows that treasure is often another word for trap. A pulsing current of energy stirred near the sphere, and Mamon's presence, restless and vivid, pressed into Yan's awareness with startled intensity. Mamon was genuinely shaken that the one orchestrating everything was now dead, and the entity's voice carried sharp urgency as it asked Yin whether vengeance was still possible, whether Lichamon could yet be avenged, or if the trail had been severed by Viscount Jaren's hanging body. Yin stared, not immediately recognizing the signature of his magical companion in the unfamiliar form before him. For a brief, absurd heartbeat, he mistook her for some drifting, luminescent jellyfish, an eerie thing floating in the air. Only when she moved with deliberate irritation did the truth emerge, and she finally declared her name with unmistakable pride, forcing Yin to connect the dots he'd somehow missed. His hesitation, and worse, the fact that he'd even allowed the thought of Mamon's death to cross his mind, ignited her temper. The sorceress snapped that she had taken this shape to protect him, to survive what should have ended them both, and she demanded to know his intentions now that Viscount Jaren was dead. Her words were sharp, but beneath them lay something more intimate, a need to understand whether Yin still had a path, or only empty momentum. Yin answered with a slight, almost teasing smile, meeting her glare without flinching. He told her not to worry, calmly, as though the world hadn't just tilted into disaster. Yet he couldn't resist a dry warning of his own. If she ever decided to cut off his tail, he said, the scar would remain, an oddly personal line that carried both humor and the quiet reminder that consequences always leave their mark. Set before them was Viscount Jaren's personal communication device, a private conduit for whispers, orders, and hidden deals. Yin remembered how Jaren had boasted about Marquis Cheyenne, praising him as a protector and shield, an ally powerful enough to keep consequences at bay. Now, with the device in hand, that bragging sounded less like confidence and more like evidence waiting to be unsealed. The sphere responded as if awakened by intent, flaring into a brilliant pillar of light that stabbed upward with breathtaking intensity. Yin steadied himself and decided to contact the Marquis. If Marquis Cheyenne's name appeared in the most recent call records, it would be more than suspicion. It would be a trail of proof, a direct line tying Cheyenne to Jaren's machinations and exposing guilt that couldn't be waved away as rumor. The light thickened, and an image formed with terrifying clarity. A man appeared before Yin and his companion, his hand clamped around a woman's throat with casual cruelty. The victim's feet barely touched the ground, her struggle weak and desperate, while the aggressor held her like a lesson made flesh, an immediate demonstration of dominance meant to silence any challenge. Yin stared hard at the unexpected scene, trying to parse what he was seeing through the distortion of magical projection. For an instant, he didn't fully understand who stood before him, the man's presence so forceful it blurred the edges of certainty. Yet the implication felt obvious. This had to be Marquis Cheyenne himself, answering not with politeness, but with violence displayed openly as a warning. The villain turned toward the trembling lady with theatrical indignation, furious that she, despite knowing who he was, had dared to call the Marquis directly. She choked out pleading apologies between panicked breaths, begging for forgiveness as her eyes watered with terror. Marquis Cheyenne's gaze was cold and glassy, like polished stone, and he remarked that her behavior showed a complete lack of manners, as though etiquette, not cruelty, was the true crime. Keeping his voice measured, Yin offered Marquis Cheyenne a courteous greeting, the kind that sounded civilized even under threat. He introduced himself and referenced his special unit, making his rank and purpose clear without sounding like a supplicant. Then he apologized for the sudden call, acknowledging that Cheyenne was busy, a carefully chosen word that let the brutality speak for itself, while Yin maintained formal control. Marquis Cheyenne laughed softly, as if Yan's restraint amused him. Not at all, he implied. He had merely been teaching someone proper manners, a lesson delivered with hands and fear instead of words. With lazy indifference, he released the guilty girl, who crumpled obediently the moment she was spared, having done exactly as the Marquis had commanded. When Marquis Cheyenne asked what business the special unit had with him, Yin didn't hesitate. He directed the conversation toward Viscount Jaren, toward the confession that had been left behind, and the implications that couldn't be erased by a hanging body. Yan's tone remained professional, but the message was unmistakable. Jaren had confessed to everything, and Cheyenne's name was now part of the shadow cast by that confession. Yin recounted how the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front had described Viscount Jaren's control and the support propping him up, support that reached into noble networks and protected corridors. He spoke of influence disguised as patronage, of assistance that looked like loyalty but operated like a leash. Every detail was delivered carefully, the way one lays evidence on a table where it cannot be ignored. At those words, Marquis Cheyenne's composure cracked into visible anger. His lips pulled back as he opened his mouth, teeth flashing in a predatory display that made the air feel sharper. The civility vanished from his expression, replaced by something feral, an instinctive threat that suggested he was accustomed to being feared more than questioned. Yin watched the reaction with a keen, analytical calm, reading it the way a veteran reads a battlefield. In that instant, he understood. Viscount Jaren had talked too much, had blabbed, and misled the people around the Eastern Front, dragging guests and allies into deception. If lies had already poisoned the situation, then Yan's only option was to be direct, painfully honest, and ready for whatever that honesty provoked. Then, abruptly, Marquis Cheyenne laughed, loud, confident, and almost delighted by the audacity of it all. He admitted how many times Viscount Jaren had bribed him, describing it like a tedious routine rather than a scandal. Cheyenne claimed he had tried to refuse at first, but Jaren always insisted, pressing, paying, and returning again and again, as if money could purchase silence and immunity forever. Marquis Cheyenne spoke of Viscount Jaren as a generous man, recalling chest after chest of coin handed over with eager hands. Yet even as he praised the payments, he mocked Jaren's fatal weakness. The Viscount could never keep his mouth shut. In Cheyenne's telling, Jaren was a walking contradiction, lavish with gold, careless with secrets, and doomed by the very arrogance that made him spend so freely. Yin listened without interrupting, absorbing every revelation with unnerving focus. His eyes stayed locked on Marquis Cheyenne, intelligent and steady, never wavering even when the Marquis tried to turn confession into comedy. The silence wasn't submission, it was calculation, the careful gathering of threads that could later be pulled tight. Still smiling, Marquis Cheyenne tilted his head as if they were sharing a pleasant conversation rather than circling a crime. He asked, in an almost playful tone, what the problem was supposed to be. The expression on his face suggested that he believed himself untouchable, summoned by a knight, yet behaving like the one who had granted the audience. Cheyenne explained the system with deliberate simplicity. All subsidies to the Eastern Territories passed through him first, and only then continued onward. And somehow, as if by innocent accident, much of it returned to him, his eyes widening theatrically, as though he were a naive beneficiary rather than the gatekeeper of the flow. The act was insulting in its transparency, a performance built on the assumption that no one could punish him anyway. With a faint scoff, Marquis Cheyenne asked whether Yin truly believed Cheyenne could be punished for such a thing. The question wasn't curiosity, it was a challenge, a declaration of status disguised as conversation. His posture and tone radiated certainty that laws were for lesser people, and that nobility, once high enough, was simply beyond consequence. Yin kept his gaze fixed, and inwardly he noted that this was exactly the response he had anticipated. Marquis Cheyenne was predictable in the way arrogant men often are, confident, dismissive, and eager to remind others of their place. Hearing it aloud confirmed not only Cheyenne's attitude, but the shape of the confrontation Yin was now committed to finishing. Yet Yin also understood the danger. A man like Marquis Cheyenne didn't survive by chance. Thinking of how such a noble likely had ears everywhere, servants, messengers, frightened allies, Yin let a questioning look rise to his face, drawing a faint, suspicious reaction from the Marquis. It was a subtle probe, testing how quickly Cheyenne noticed shifts and how much he already knew. Yin deliberately did not mention Viscount Jaren's death, choosing to keep that card hidden. But Marquis Cheyenne spoke of the Viscount as if he were already dead, as though the outcome had been decided long before Yin ever touched the device. In that moment, Yin understood the source of Cheyenne's confidence. He wasn't guessing. He was operating from certainty, the kind that comes from control. Yin recalled the satisfied, well-fed face of the Eastern Front's commander-in-chief, the look of a man who believed himself safe behind layers of influence. He suggested, with quiet bite, that Marquis Cheyenne had likely destroyed all evidence without exception, leaving nothing that could tie him to the diverted funds. The implication was sharp. The Marquis didn't fear punishment because he had already burned the bridge investigators would need to cross. Marquis Cheyenne closed his eyes and smiled with practiced amiability, as though Yan's suspicion were merely an entertaining story. He called the assumption interesting, letting the word hang with condescension, and then asked again for Yan's name, slowly, pointedly, like a predator deciding whether to remember a target or dismiss an insect. Then Marquis Cheyenne's eyes snapped open, and the warmth vanished completely. What looked out now was not polite nobility, but a gaze radiating deadly coldness, sharp enough to make the air feel thin. Fear also lived there, buried under rage, the fear of someone daring to stand too close to the truth. He erupted in outrage at Yin, demanding to know what right an ordinary operative had to interrogate him. The phrase was meant to crush, to reduce Yan's presence to insignificance with a single label. Cheyenne's tone dripped contempt, as though authority itself were a bloodline trait, not something earned or assigned. Marquis Cheyenne declared that nobility held authority granted by the goddess and the royal family, and that a petty official had no standing to question him. He began to pivot toward threats, carefully implied consequences, reputations ruined, lives erased, when his words were abruptly cut off, not by fear, but by a voice that carried command. A loud, familiar voice rang out, one Marquis Cheyenne recognized instantly, and it declared that Yin absolutely had the authority to do this. The interruption struck like a gavel, decisive and public, leaving no room for Cheyenne to pretend the rules didn't apply. Even through the projection's haze, the power in that voice forced a moment of stillness. Across the stone floor, the newcomer approached with unhurried certainty, each step measured and resonant. He spoke of the inspectorate within the Special Investigation Team, his words precise and formal, the kind that carried institutional weight. The way he moved suggested someone accustomed to rooms full of nobles and accustomed to not bowing. Damien invoked the authority of both organizations, granted by the Kabalan Empire itself, and directed toward investigating and punishing even the highest noble families. His statement wasn't just explanation, it was a warning wrapped in official language. The message was clear: titles did not grant immunity, and oversight had teeth. Damien added that Yin held the position of senior investigator within the Special Investigation Unit, and he expressed hope, politely, but pointedly, that Marquis Cheyenne understood what that meant. Authority wasn't a rumor here. It was documented, recognized, and enforceable. Damien's calm delivery made it more threatening than any shouted insult. Marquis Cheyenne looked genuinely surprised, clearly not expecting to see Damien at all. Damien admitted that he had been forced to move in secrecy precisely because of Cheyenne, because the Marquis' reach made open travel dangerous even for officials. That confession landed like a blade. It implied Cheyenne's influence was already known, already feared, and already being countered. With a harsh edge creeping into his voice, Marquis Cheyenne questioned Yin again, demanding to know since when the young knight had become the squad's senior member. His indignation wasn't just about protocol, it was about losing control of the narrative. The Marquis needed Yin to be small, because anything else made Cheyenne vulnerable. Damien, wearing his usual enigmatic smile, closed his eyes as if the answer were too simple to be dramatic. Then he announced it plainly. Yin had been appointed as head of the squad. The statement carried finality. An official sealing wax pressed into place, leaving Marquis Cheyenne no room to argue without openly defying imperial authority. From that moment, Marquis Cheyenne's eyes locked onto Damien with a frightened intensity, as though Damien's words had struck him harder than any weapon. The Marquis's bravado faltered, replaced by the wary stare of someone who realizes the game board has changed. His expression revealed what pride tried to conceal. He hadn't expected resistance this direct. Damien met Cheyenne's look without heat or cruelty, his gaze calm and serene, perfectly aligned with his composed nature. He didn't need to posture. His steadiness itself was pressure, the quiet kind that forces opponents to hear the gravity in every syllable. In that calm, there was a promise. This matter would not be dropped. Sensing the shape of coming trouble, Marquis Cheyenne decided to withdraw, masking retreat as superiority. He said he could not waste his free time here and would be delighted to answer questions in a personal meeting, where he could control the setting and the risks. The excuse was polite, but the urgency behind it was unmistakable. He wanted distance, quickly. As his image began to fade, almost completely dissolving above the glowing magic sphere, Marquis Cheyenne offered one last promise. Smooth, confident, and carefully ambiguous. He said he would receive the group next time, as if granting them a favor rather than acknowledging lawful scrutiny. Then the light thinned, the projection vanished, and the room felt colder for the silence he left behind. Only Yin, the special squad's sharp-eyed knight, and Damien, the chief instructor of the recruit training center, remained behind in the concealed chamber, alone with the humming magical apparatus. The secret room felt sealed off from the world, its stone walls drinking sound, while the sphere's residual glow painted pale, shifting highlights across their faces like restless candlelight. Yin offered a formal thanks for the promotion to senior investigator, but the gratitude barely left his lips before Damien's irritation cut through the air. With a hard, controlled edge, Damien informed him that he was letting Marquis Cheyenne go, right now, releasing the man from their reach as if the decision had already been carved in stone. Damien admitted he'd expected trouble the moment his protege stepped into this mess, and the grim set of his mouth said he felt vindicated. Even so, Yin couldn't hide his surprise. The Marquis had all but confessed to corruption and cruelty, yet Damien had simply allowed him to walk away. The choice felt like swallowing ash, strategic, perhaps, but bitter all the same. Damien spoke of Marquis Cheyenne with the gravity reserved for disasters you cannot outrun. He warned Yin that Cheyenne was not a noble to toy with, a man whose influence threaded through the empire like a net, reaching courts, officials, and shadowed corridors alike. If Yin tangled himself in that web without care, Damien said, regret would come swiftly, and it would not come alone. Then Damien shifted into command mode, issuing crisp instructions. Send the squad back home by train, keep the unit moving, and afterward follow Damien with his own team. Yin, steady but still burning with questions, asked when and where they were to depart, what route, what timing, and what preparations would keep them safe if Marquis Cheyenne decided to retaliate. Damien's answer was unsettling in its restraint. According to him, there was no active mission awaiting them, no battlefield objective, no immediate raid. Yet every participant in the upcoming event needed to stay alert. His tone suggested unseen currents beneath calm waters, the kind of gathering where smiles hide knives, and peace is simply the pause before a strike. Then came the true weight of the summons. His Highness, Crown Prince Leon Cavallan, was calling the young knight Yen to the imperial capital of Avalon. The name of the city carried history like smoke in the lungs, grand, glorious, and dangerous. And the invitation sounded less like a celebration and more like a door opening onto fate. Elsewhere, across cold stone ground that echoed beneath each measured step, someone in a long red coat walked alone, swallowed in thought. The figure moved with eerie calm, as if the world's noise could not reach them, and the cloak's deep crimson dragged like a trailing warning across the pale, unforgiving floor. The creature's face remained hidden, no skin, no features, only thick darkness beneath the hood, like a void that refused to reveal what lived inside it. Yet thoughts churned behind that veil. The plan needed revision, because no one had expected a lich to die like that, so abruptly, so inconveniently, leaving the board rearranged and the next move uncertain. Before its unseen eyes unfolded a vision like a blueprint made of sorcery, several magical seals locking together, their patterns interlacing with precise intent. There was talk of expanding territory, of harnessing that same fierce magic, manifesting as a dragon's head, an overwhelming force that had helped knights crush enemies and turn desperate battles into victories carved in blood and legend. The red-cloaked presence bristled with disbelief at one particular detail. It could not understand how someone like Yin, young, brash, and still mortal, had dared to wield the legendary sword technique of founding Emperor Bahamut Cavallan. To the creature, it felt like sacrilege, a lesser hand reaching for an imperial thunderbolt. Suddenly, a sharp flare of light pulsed beneath the hood, bright and focused, like an eye opening where no eye should exist. In that brief flash, the creature's attention crystallized around a single name, Yen. It stored the name with cold intent, as though etching it into memory for the day it would matter most. Not long after, fresh events drew the special unit and their informal leader, Yen, into the heart of the empire itself. Avalon was not merely a city. It was a living symbol, a stage where politics, power, and prophecy tangled together. And now, the unit's footsteps were leading them straight into that shining, perilous center. A dreadful day arrived like an omen made real. The enormous castle where the royal family ruled was swallowed by roaring flames. Heat shimmered in violent waves, smoke clawed at the sky, and the air tasted of burning stone and scorched banners. Before that inferno stood Yen, sword in hand, framed against catastrophe, as if destiny had chosen him as its witness. A red mask concealed Yan's face, turning him into something more frightening than a man, a symbol of war and ruin. This brave knight, known for cutting down enemies without hesitation, stared into the raging blaze with unreadable stillness. The fire reflected off the mask's surface, and the scene looked less like a battle and more like judgment. Then the trance snapped like a thread pulled too tight. The mask was gone, and Yan's face was bare again, tense and distant, his gaze locked on some invisible point as if the vision had left a bruise on his mind. Someone called to him, insistent, worried, but Yin didn't seem to hear, stranded for a moment between memory and present reality. It was Lorena Beowulf who stepped closer, her voice edged with concern as she demanded to know why he was staring into space. She searched his expression for signs of injury or shock, uncertain whether her companion was truly all right. For all her sharpness, the worry in her eyes was genuine, as if she feared he might slip away again. With a small smile that tried to lighten the tension, cruel Dwight assumed Yin had simply been stunned by the splendor of the capital. In her excitement, Cheryl, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, urged Yin to calm down and keep moving, reminding him that Avalon was crowded and busy, and that losing focus here could invite trouble even without a blade drawn. Yin glanced around the bustling avenues of Avalon, taking in the living tide of citizens, soldiers, merchants, and clergy. The city roared with life, footsteps, voices, distant bells. Yet beneath the noise, Yin felt the weight of returning. He would never have imagined he'd stand here again, surrounded by the Empire's heartbeat, as if the past had quietly circled back to claim him. Standing before the colossal castle looming over the capital, Yan's thoughts turned dark and intimate. He remembered, with a chill that ran beneath his skin, how he had once burned Avalon with his own hands, how flames had answered his will, and how the capital had screamed. The memory was not a story, it was a scar, and the sight of the fortress made it throb. Ahead, the streets opened onto grand houses and solemn churches, their spires and facades catching the daylight in proud displays of wealth and faith. Yet towering above everything was the imperial family's residence, dominating the skyline like a crowned mountain. As they walked, Cheryl, impressionable and breathless, stared at the dense crowds for the first time, amazed that so many lives could move together like a single roaring river. Cheryl could hardly believe it. She and her comrades from the special unit had been invited to the imperial capital itself, as if they had stepped into a tale reserved for nobles and legends. Her heart fluttered with disbelief, and the city's grandeur made her feel weightless, like she might wake up at any moment and find it was all a dream she couldn't hold on to. Roman, the 12th recruit, overheard talk of some sort of banquet, fine clothes, formal greetings, gilded halls. To the tall, sturdy young man, it sounded like complete nonsense, a strange ritual meant for people who'd never eaten in a barracks or marched through mud. He frowned as if the very idea offended common sense. Cruel Dwight, as always, wore his usual rough grin and repeated, again, and for what felt like the 100th time, that commoners didn't belong in a place like this. His tone carried a crude satisfaction, as though he enjoyed rubbing salt into nerves. Yet even as he mocked them, his eyes kept flicking toward the palace, betraying a fascination he refused to admit. Kasia Evrain watched Cruel Dwight with a knowing look and quietly insisted that even the aristocratic brute was a little excited. She noted the tension in his posture and the way his smile lingered too long, as if Avalon's majesty had slipped past his defenses. Even Cruel Dwight, she implied, was not entirely immune to the thrill of standing at the Empire's shining center. When the tallest castle finally rose into full view, one of the squad members asked in awe whether His Highness lived there, imagining the crown prince seated at the very peak of that stone giant. But another voice corrected him. The residence belonged to a different member of the imperial family, and the distinction mattered here, because in Avalon, even where you live declares your rank, your power, and your enemies.